The Lord's Empire Chapter 2657 to Chapter 2740. Book 1, Chapter 119, Blood Beast Sect. Zhao Fu said courteously, I'll also consider joining the Blood Beast Sect. Shui Baiqi said, even though our sect's battle power isn't very strong, we have all sorts of blood tools and can deal with all sorts of dangers. If you join our blood tool sect, perhaps you won't become the strongest, but you'll be the person who can live the longest. The blood tool sect was quite interesting and could create all sorts of blood tools. Just as Shui Baiqi had said, perhaps Zhao Fu wouldn't become the strongest, but he would be the one with the most life-saving methods. Zhao Fu felt quite interested and said, I understand. Shui Meili looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and charmingly smiled as she said, I don't have much to say. I'm sure you've heard about our blood charm sect, so I won't introduce you too much. Finally, if you join our blood charm sect, you definitely won't be disappointed. Zhao Fu looked at Shui Meili and lightly smiled as he said, I also don't think I'll be disappointed. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Shui Meili's smile became even more enchanting and she felt quite happy. This meant that she could charm Zhao Fu. She had heard that the blood demon legacy was very powerful, but no one had ever obtained it. If she could subdue Zhao Fu, her position in the blood beast sect would rise. Seeing that Zhao Fu was attracted by Shui Meili's beauty, the other three people could not help but look down on Zhao Fu. It seemed that this blood demon legatee was a lecherous person, and someone who could be charmed by beauty would not have great accomplishments in the future. Shui Meili lightly smiled as she said, then you've decided to join our blood charm sect. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I can join your blood charm sect. Shui Meili happily smiled as she said, that's great, I'll immediately report this to the elder. You're welcome to join our blood charm sect. The blood charm sect was not very strong within the blood beast sect and had always been suppressed by the other sections. If Zhao Fu could become a peerless genius, the blood charm sect's position would rise. This was a very good thing, and she had never thought that it would be so easy. Shui Mimi didn't know that this wasn't a good thing at all, but a nightmare. The other three were flabbergasted. They never thought that Zhao Fu would join the blood demon sect just like that. Didn't he say that he would consider it? Why did he suddenly join the blood demon sect? This made the three of them uncomfortable. Shui Hidden Dragon sneered. Heh. I really did not expect that you would join the blood demon sect because of your beauty. If I had known that you were such a person, I would not have come. I hope that you are as powerful as the rumors say. Otherwise, it would be a joke if you were defeated by me. Shui Hidden Dragon didn't even turn his head after he finished speaking. He was no longer as polite as before. Shui Sandu looked at Zhao Fu and said, I think you've made the wrong choice. Why would a man like you choose the blood demon sect? If it's because of their beauty, then pretend I didn't say anything. I hope you won't regret it. Zhao Fu did not get angry. He smiled and said, don't worry, I won't regret it. Shui Sandu didn't say anything else and left the room. Shui Baiqi smiled as he said, if you don't want to stay in the blood demon sect, the blood tool sect will welcome you. Even though Shui Baiqi looked down on Zhao Fu, he was still more polite than the other two and hoped that Zhao Fu would join the blood tool sect. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Thank you. Shui Baiqi turned and left. In the end, Shui Mei looked at Zhao Fu and said, with your status as the blood demon legatee, many junior sisters will like you, which is something that you won't be able to enjoy in other sects. Of course, if you're interested in me, you'll have a chance, but it'll depend on your performance. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I understand. Shui Mimi lightly laughed as she said, blood demon, I'll be going now. I'll see you later. In the end, Shui Mimi also left because Zhao Fu, the blood demon legatee, joining the blood demon sect was not a small matter. Even the higher-ups were paying attention, and Shui Mimi had to report this to the higher-ups. The news quickly spread. Shui Wuya and Shi Qianhe were also startled. They hadn't expected that Zhao Fu would choose the blood demon sect. They had thought that Zhao Fu would choose them. When they learned that Zhao Fu had chosen them because of their beauty, Shi Qianhe sighed. Looking at how many women Zhao Fu had around him, he should have guessed that Zhao Fu was a very romantic person. If he had used this point, it would have been easy to get Zhao Fu to join them. Shi Qianhe said, if I had known that he would choose them because of their beauty, we would have brought a group of beauties with us. If she joined the blood demon sect, I would have sacrificed myself. Our blood demon sect needs such a peerless genius, or the other sects will look down on us. Xianxia said, forget it. He's already joined the blood demon sect. Getting along with him in the future will be quite beneficial. Shui Rua furiously went to find Zhao Fu. She had thought that with their relationship, Zhao Fu would choose the blood martial sect. But she found that Zhao Fu didn't care about her at all. It was like he was just playing around. You scum, I'll kill you. Shui Rua furiously charged into the room and sent a powerful palm at Zhao Fu. But before her palm could even reach Zhao Fu, Shui Rua felt her energy rapidly draining away. Her body also became powerless, and she fell forward. Zhao Fu caught Shui Rua and smiled. What is it? Shui Rua clenched her teeth. You scum, you dare to ask me what is it? Why don't you join the blood martial sect? Zhao Fu smiled. Didn't you say you didn't like me and wanted me to leave? Shui Rua furiously said, I'm just saying. It's not like I want you to leave. Do you want to dump me after playing with me? Zhao Fu smiled. Do I look like such a person? Shui Rua snorted. You are. Otherwise, why would you do such a thing to me? To think I thought you were a good person, a gentleman. I even have some respect for you. Zhao Fu awkwardly smiled. You can't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too alluring. Shui Rua felt a bit better. Why do you think I chose to join the Blood Demon Gate? Zhao Fu said, of course, to better control them, I also have my own plans. Shui Rua stared at Zhao Fu. I knew your identity wasn't simple, and your goal wasn't simple. Zhao Fu smiled. Don't worry, I won't do anything to harm the blood martial sect. If Shui Rua was at ease, she would be worried that Zhao Fu would harm the blood martial sect. That would put her in a difficult position. As the leader of the blood martial sect, she definitely wouldn't allow Zhao Fu to do anything to harm the blood martial sect. But she also couldn't kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continued, in a bit, I will condense a blood devil stone. With it, you can build a blood pool that will allow people to obtain a blood devil spirit body. Volume 1, Chapter 120, Killing. Hearing that, Shui Rua nodded and hugged Zhao Fu. She was no longer angry. In truth, Zhao Fu just wanted the Blood Wolf Gate to help him gather blood. The Blood Wolf Gate was very powerful. Firstly, it could help Zhao Fu gather blood, and secondly, it also collected all kinds of blood to cultivate. Even if he gathered a lot of blood, it would not attract attention. As for Aracena and the other women, Zhao Fu had them leave first. If anything unexpected happened, Zhao Fu would immediately choose to run. If they stayed within the Blood Wolf Gate, they would instead be a burden to Zhao Fu. An hour later, Shui Yume returned and smiled. Blood Devil, come with me to the Blood Demon Gate. I have some good news for you. The Blood Demon Gate's sect master, Shui Baimei, is willing to accept you as a disciple. In the future, I will be your senior apprentice sister. Zhao Fu smiled. Thank you, senior apprentice sister. Afterward, Zhao Fu followed Shui Yume to the Blood Demon Gate's palace. There were already countless people gathered here. The majority of them were women, while a small portion were men. But they all looked very feminine. They were all very curious about the Blood Devil's heir, Zhao Fu. At the center of the palace was a voluptuous woman with a charming face. She was Shui Baimei, the Blood Demon Gate's sect master. There were also many elders around her. The Blood Demon Gate truly did place great importance on Zhao Fu's matter. Shui Baimei gave a trace of a flirtatious smile as she looked at the cloaked Zhao Fu and asked, Are you the Blood Demon legatee? Zhao Fu nodded. Shui Baimei continued to smile. First take off your cloak. Why are you still wearing it? Zhao Fu hesitated. Shui Baimei asked, What is it? Can't I reveal my appearance after joining the Blood Demon Gate? Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. They didn't know why Zhao Fu kept wearing a cloak. Was it because he was too ugly? At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly took off his cloak, and a dazzling face appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately fell silent as they looked at Zhao Fu in fascination. Their hearts rapidly thumped, and a blush appeared on their faces. This was the first time they had seen such a perfect face. Shui Baimei was slightly dazed, but she came back to her senses and smiled as she said, "Who would have thought that you would be so good-looking, even I feel inferior to you. No wonder you always wear a cloak." Zhao Fu bowed, "Sect Master, you're overpraising me." Shui Baimei said, "Please show me the blood demon inheritance that you have obtained." Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive blood-red aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a 3-meter-tall blood demon behind Zhao Fu, giving off a massive might. Sensing such a powerful blood demon's power, everyone looked incredibly shocked. Anyone with this blood demon legacy would be welcomed by any faction. If nothing went wrong, Zhao Fu would become a peerless expert, which would be equivalent to having a peerless expert in their faction. Shui Baimei smiled in satisfaction as she said, "I don't care about your previous identity, but you are now a member of the Blood Demon Gate. The Blood Demon Gate will fully nurture you, and you must protect the Blood Demon Gate. I'm willing to take you as my disciple, are you willing?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and bowed as he said, "I'm willing." "Greetings, Master." Shui Baimei smiled as she said, "Good. Master will definitely nurture you into a peerless expert and make the Blood Demon Gate famous." Zhao Fu lowered his head as he said, "I won't disappoint Master." Shui Baimei smiled as she took out a spatial ring, which flew into Zhao Fu's hands as she said, "This is a gift for you. You can familiarize yourself with the Blood Demon Gate with your senior apprentice sister. I'll talk to you in the future." Zhao Fu accepted the spatial ring and nodded. Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu beside her and felt quite moved as she said, "Junior apprentice brother, come with me, I'll introduce the Blood Demon Gate to you." Zhao Fu nodded and left with Shui Baimei. The others followed behind Zhao Fu, surrounding Zhao Fu like stars surrounding the moon. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Zhao Fu in infatuation, and some even cried out in excitement. Various emotions of adoration and love filled the air. Just with Zhao Fu's looks, he could make countless women go crazy. After Zhao Fu left, Shui Baimei had the others leave as well, leaving behind only the elders to discuss matters regarding Zhao Fu. Shui Baimei brought Zhao Fu around with many women following behind them, and the news quickly spread. Everyone heard that the Blood Demon Sect's legatee was a peerlessly handsome man with an appearance that no one else could compare to. Hearing that it was so exaggerated, everyone naturally did not believe it and came to take a look. They were immediately subdued by Zhao Fu's peerless appearance. It was not just the Blood Demon Gate, the other sects also came over out of curiosity. Countless women were incredibly excited, and their faces were red, looking quite cute. Some excitedly called out to Zhao Fu, saying that they were willing to become Zhao Fu's woman and begging Zhao Fu to accept them. Countless men felt a blow in their hearts and understood that they could not compare to Zhao Fu at all. Some people felt incredibly envious and said some sour words. Shui Wuya and Shi Qianhe also came over, looking surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Fu to be so good-looking. At that moment, Shui Yumei brought Zhao Fu before a blood-red door. This blood-red door was at the top of a large mountain and looked like it was made of wood or iron. It was 1,000 meters tall and 100 or so meters wide, and there were many beautiful women carved on it. It gave off a massive aura. Shui Mimi said, "Junior apprentice brother. This is the inheritance of my blood charm sect, Blood Succubus. If you step forward and place your hand on the door, you will receive our blood charm demonic art. Then, you will officially become a member of my blood charm sect." Zhao Fu nodded in understanding. He walked in front of the blood door and placed his hand on it. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. It was as if heaven and earth had stopped moving. The clouds stopped moving, the wind stopped blowing, and the light seemed to have frozen. No one knew what was going on and they looked around curiously. Shui Baimei and the other elders, who were discussing Zhao Fu, sensed something, and their expressions fell. It was not just them, the elders and experts of the other sects also sensed something, and their expressions fell as they rushed out of the room. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the blood-red door exploded out with boundless blood-red light, which turned into a beam of light that seemed to be able to destroy everything and shot into the sky. An enormous blood-red pillar of light stood between the heavens and the earth, giving off a heaven-toppling aura. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. In front of this aura, they felt as small as ants, and they felt incredibly powerless. The countless experts of the Blood Length sect hurried over, including Shui Baimei, who had just taken Zhao Fu as her disciple. She looked at the blood-red pillar in shock and asked, "What's going on?" Book 1, Chapter 121 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Schwebimei's face was pale as she said nervously, "I don't know either." Boom, a bald middle-aged man gave off a terrifying aura as he descended. He belonged to another sect, which was called the blood-killing sect. Every member of the blood-killing sect had a powerful killing intent. They walked the Tao of slaughter and relied on the power of slaughter to grow, so their strength was extremely terrifying. Every member of the blood-killing sect was bald, and the middle-aged man was the sect master of the blood-killing sect, Blood Shura. The blood-killing sect was one of the sects that did not send anyone to meet Zhao Fu. They knew that the blood demon legacy was powerful, but because they were powerful, they did not want to send anyone to meet Zhao Fu. It should be the blood demon legacy that came to meet them. It could be seen that the blood-killing sect's members were quite arrogant. Seeing this, Blood Shura said in shock, "The blood-killing sect also tests the talent of those who join. If it's a genius, it will cause some abnormal signs, but to cause such a huge phenomenon has never been seen before." Schwebimei also said in shock, "This is the first time I've seen such a huge fluctuation from the blood-killing sect." Blood Shura asked, "Who is this person?" To be able to cause such a huge phenomenon, his potential might be above ordinary geniuses. "He's a child favored by the heavens." Schwebimei replied, "He's that blood demon." Blood Shura looked astonished, "He's that blood demon?" Schwebimei replied, "Yes." Blood Shura said in astonishment, "I never thought that he would have such potential. I should personally meet him." Schwebimei, "Why don't you give him to me?" "I'll agree to any conditions." Schwebimei lightly laughed and said, "That's impossible. I'll nurture him at all costs and make him someone who can shake the entire world. I can even see him leading the blood-killing sect to glory." Hearing this, Blood Shura did not retort because he believed that Zhao Fu had this ability. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as the other sect masters arrived. The sect master of the blood poison sect was an ugly but beautiful woman with an extremely seductive figure. She was called Blood Venom Woman. The sect master of the blood weapon sect was an elegant middle-aged man called Blood Ghost. The leader of the blood beast sect was a fierce-looking woman with short, blood-red hair and a fit figure. Her name was Murderous Blood Ling. The leader of the blood martial sect was a middle-aged man with a calm temperament and a beard. His name was Xue Wuzong. The leader of the blood crowd sect was a wretched old man named Xue Shao. Xue Wuzong asked, "Who is this person to be able to cause such a huge commotion? I don't think I've seen him before." Schwebimei smiled proudly and said, "He is Blood Demon, a disciple of my blood charm sect." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. They had not expected the blood demon to cause such a huge commotion. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as a powerful blood-red beam of light landed beside them. After the light dissipated, a young man with long, blood-red hair and a cold expression appeared. This youth was the sect leader of the Blood Immortal sect. His name was Xue Qianyu. Although he was a youth, he was older than the other sect leaders. At the same time, he was also the strongest among the sect leaders. They controlled a type of Blood Immortals force. This Blood Immortals force was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the extreme, it could rival the immortal chi of the immortal realm. Moreover, this Blood Immortals force also had a powerful vitality. This caused the people who cultivated this Blood Immortals force to be very young. The Blood Immortal sect was the strongest sect within the Blood Elder sect. It was even stronger than the Blood Killing sect. In history, a few sect leaders had appeared from this sect. They were even more arrogant than the Blood Killing sect and often looked down on the other disciples of the Blood Elder sect. Naturally, they did not want to see Zhao Fu. They wanted Zhao Fu to beg them. Only then would they agree to let Zhao Fu join the Blood Immortal sect. Xue Qianyu said coldly, "Apart from him being the blood demon's inheritor, what else do you know about him?" Hearing this, the crowd looked at Schwebimei. Now that Zhao Fu was a member of the blood charm sect, Schwebimei should know some information about Zhao Fu. Schwebimei said awkwardly, "I know that his identity is not ordinary. However, he was not willing to say, so I did not ask. As such, I do not know much about him." Xue Shura looked at Zhao Fu seriously, "Just who is he? Don't tell me that he is an ordinary person, ordinary people definitely do not have such potential. Xianxia said, we'll ask about his identity in a bit. Looking at the blood door, Xiaofu looked quite surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a change. The surrounding heaven and earth power was gathering and the carvings on the blood door seemed to have come to life. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive blood-red pillar of light disappeared. Countless amounts of heaven and earth power flowed into the blood door, causing it to give off a shocking aura. At that moment, blood-red characters appeared in the air in front of the door, giving off a faint blood-red light. They were distributed chaotically. This was the blood charm sect's legacy cultivation technique. Seeing this, the sect masters all looked quite shocked. Ordinary disciples would receive the blood charm sect's legacy cultivation technique if they placed their hand on the door. However, the legacy cultivation technique had materialized. There was only one reason for this, and that was that the blood charm sect had chosen the next sect master and given the legacy power to him. However, hadn't it been Zhao Fu's first day joining the blood charm sect? Why had the blood charm sect chosen him to be the next sect master? This was simply too shocking. The blood-red characters flew towards Zhao Fu and fused into Zhao Fu's body. At the same time, a powerful legacy power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. After fusing into Zhao Fu's body, the blood-red characters once again gathered together, forming a small blood-red door. This small door was only as big as a palm and looked exactly the same as the blood charm sect outside. The massive legacy power also flowed into it. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He had been lacking such a powerful legacy power, and now that such a powerful legacy power had delivered itself to him, Zhao Fu had obtained it without much effort. Time slowly passed, and the ripples from the blood-red door weakened before finally disappearing. Zhao Fu retracted his hand, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The 8 sect masters also walked behind Zhao Fu. Seeing this, everyone understood that something big was about to happen, and Zhao Fu's identity might go through a massive change. Shui Wuya and Shi Qianhe, who had some feelings for Zhao Fu, had never thought that such a day would come. Zhao Fu turned and looked at the 8 sect masters before bowing and saying, "Greetings, sect masters." Shui Qianhe looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Tell me your identity." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "I don't have any identity, and I won't do anything to harm the blood charm sect. I can promise you this." The sect masters did not believe that Zhao Fu did not have any identity, but since Zhao Fu was not willing to say it, they did not want to force Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu's potential made them feel some fear. Book 1, Chapter 122, Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Shui Qianhe looked at Zhao Fu and said, "If you don't want to tell us, we won't ask any more. We hope that you can keep your promise." Having such a person join the Bloodlong sect was a good thing for the Bloodlong sect. Looking at Zhao Fu's tone and appearance, he most likely had no enmity with the Bloodlong sect, so they could trust Zhao Fu this once. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you, I'll keep my promise. If I have the ability, I'll also help the Bloodlong sect." Shui Qianhe nodded and said, "The Blood Demon sect is not like you. How about joining the Blood Immortal sect? Only in the Blood Immortal sect can your potential be fully unleashed." Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu worriedly. As the number 1 sect in the Bloodlong sect, the Blood Immortal sect was indeed superior to the Blood Demon sect in many aspects. Shui Qianhe was also much stronger than her, so she had nothing to say about Zhao Fu joining the Blood Immortal sect. Shui Shura also said, "The Blood Killing sect also welcomes you at any time." Before, the 2 sects had disdainfully come to see Zhao Fu, but now, the 2 sect masters had personally come to invite Zhao Fu. This was quite a big change. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm quite satisfied with the Blood Demon sect and don't want to go to any other sections." Shui Qianhe did not say anything else and nodded before leaving. Shui Baimei smiled and said, "I'll come and find you later." The other sect masters looked at Zhao Fu and did not say anything as they left with Shui Qianhe. The sect masters left to discuss matters regarding Zhao Fu with the elders, as this might affect the future of the Bloodlong sect. As for the people surrounding Zhao Fu, they looked at him with admiration and admiration. They now understood that Zhao Fu's position in the Bloodlong sect was quite high, and they all wanted to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Because there were too many people, Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed, so he first returned to the blood demon sect. In the night, Zhao Fu's door was lightly knocked. Zhao Fu opened the door and saw Shui Baimei and 10 or so beautiful women with charming auras and graceful figures smiling at him. "Senior sister. What's the matter?" Zhao Fu asked in confusion. Shui Mei glanced at Zhao Fu in a seductive manner. "What do you think would happen if we came to you at a time like this? I apologize to you today. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "It's all right." Shui Mei said with a bright smile, "Junior brother. I like you. I wonder if you can accept me as your senior sister." A beautiful woman called Shui Mei next to him lightly laughed as she said, "Junior apprentice brother, it's not a big deal. We all like you." A woman with an alluring aura called Shui Xiaoqiao said, "Junior apprentice brother, you're simply too good-looking. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking man. As soon as I saw you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you." The seductive and flirtatious woman was called Shui Qiao. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Junior apprentice brother. We are women that all men want. Are you not happy that we have come to find you together?" He even made us stand at the door. Zhao Fu turned his body sideways and made an inviting gesture. He smiled and said, "I'm naturally happy that senior sisters can come. Please come in." Shui Mei and the others entered. Late at night, someone once again knocked on Zhao Fu's door. Zhao Fu felt quite curious as he walked to the door and opened it, only to see Shui Baimei standing there. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Master, why have you come to find me?" Shui Baimei looked at the red-faced Shui Mei and the other women in Zhao Fu's room and lightly laughed as she said, "You look quite powerful." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Master, do you want to give it a try?" Shui Baimei lightly laughed as she said, "Let's go." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The two of them came to the side of a lake. The sky was deep blue, and there were 12 moons giving off bright moonlight. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the night sky. Another 2 hours later, Shui Baimei's face was red as she leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace and said softly, "We're going to talk about you today." Zhao Fu asked, "What do you plan to do with me?" Shui Baimei replied, "We don't plan to do anything. With your terrifying potential, everyone wants to keep you, and we've investigated your identity. You seem to have suddenly appeared, and we didn't find any useful information. However, we've confirmed that you're not a threat to the Bloodlong sect, so the Bloodlong sect will do their best to nurture you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "The Bloodlong sect will do their best to nurture you, and Master has given you my body. You can't let them down." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, Master." Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu's face and asked, "Then can you tell Master your true identity? Master feels that your identity is quite extraordinary." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Apologies. I can't tell you." Shui Baimei let out a breath and said, "Master doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tomorrow, I'll list you as the Blood Demon Sect's legatee. In a few days, it will be the Blood Sect's trial, and you should familiarize yourself with the Blood Demon Sect's arts. Don't disappoint me at that time." Zhao Fu said confidently. "Understood, Master." Shui Baimei reminded, "Even though your potential is shocking, don't be too confident. The other sects also have a few legatees who are very powerful." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. With Zhao Fu's current strength, ordinary holy sons wouldn't be a match for him, let alone the geniuses of the Bloodlong sect. It wasn't that Zhao Fu was arrogant and did not put them in his eyes, but that they were too weak compared to Zhao Fu. "Yo! I didn't clean up the two of you, right?" A voice suddenly sounded out, causing Zhao Fu's expression to change. Shui Baimei had an awkward expression because she had not sensed anyone approaching. The Blood Beast Sect's sect master, Blood Murderous Belle, smiled as she walked in front of the two of them, while Zhao Fu and Shui Baimei put on their clothes and stood up. Shui Baimei asked, "What business do you have here?" Zhao Fu understood that this was a higher being expert. No wonder he had not sensed her approaching, and he let out a sigh of relief. Blood Murderous Belle stretched out a hand and lifted Zhao Fu's chin. "You're too good-looking. Even I'm somewhat moved by you. Come and serve Martial Uncle." Facing a higher being, Zhao Fu felt helpless, and he looked at Shui Baimei. Shui Baimei smiled and said, "Murderous Bell, I never thought that you would be interested in such things. Disciple, serve your martial uncle well." Zhao Fu had a helpless expression. After a while, Shui Baimei looked at Blood Murderous Bell, who was lying on the other side of Zhao Fu, and said, "Can you tell me what business you have?" Blood Murderous Bell smiled and said, "It's nothing much, I was just passing by." Shui Baimei rolled her eyes at Blood Murderous Bell and said, "I thought you had something important to say." The Murderous Blood Bell asked, "What do you think happened to me?" Shui Baimei said, "I thought that you were here to form an alliance. With my disciple's potential, he might become the next gate master of the Blood sect. I want to obtain your support." Blood Fierce Bell said with a smile, "The Blood Long sect has been established for a long time, but there have only been 4 Blood Long sect masters. Each of them has changed the fate of the Blood Long sect. Are you sure that he can become the Blood Long sect master?" Book 1, Chapter 123, Killing. Shui Baimei laughed as she said, "I'm confident about this. You've seen the ripples caused by my disciple, with such potential, how can he not become the gate master?" The Blood Murderous Bell said, "It's hard to say. The leader of the Blood Elder Gate does not rely on potential, but true strength. For example, the previous leader of the Blood Elder Gate did not have much potential, but he comprehended a stronger profound, and in the end, became the leader of the Blood Elder Gate. Also, the Gate Master has always been a member of the Blood Immortal sect. Can another sect produce a Gate Master? I'm quite curious about this." Shui Baimei's gaze was resolute as she said, "I believe in my disciple's abilities. He will definitely break this tradition and become the Gate Master." "You two couldn't help but do such a thing with him," another voice sounded out. Everyone saw a voluptuous woman wearing a long dress. Her face was red and blue, and she looked quite ugly. She was the Blood Poison Sect's Gate Master, the Blood Vindictive Woman. The Blood Murderous Bell lightly laughed as she said, "There's nothing I can do about it, his face is too good. If he did not have such great potential, I would have made him my boy toy." Shui Baimei laughed as she said, "You don't want to try? That feeling will make you fall." Even though the Blood Vindictive Woman's body was quite alluring, looking at her ugly face, Zhao Fu not only did not feel any interest, but he also felt quite disgusted as he said, "Master, let's not." The Blood Vindictive Woman had wanted to refuse, but seeing how Zhao Fu looked down on her, she felt quite angry. She hated people treating her like this, so she coldly harumphed as she pressed Zhao Fu onto the ground and started to ravage Zhao Fu. The Blood Murderous Bell and Shui Baimei stared at the Blood Vindictive Woman who seemed to have gone mad. However, something shocking happened. The Blood Vindictive Woman's body gave off a black and blood-red aura, causing the grass around her to wither and the ground to turn black. This black and blood-red aura was extremely poisonous. The Blood Vindictive Woman also started to change, her blue and red skin became snow-white and tender, and she did not look as ugly. Soon, she became a beautiful and mature woman. What's going on? The Murderous Blood Bell and Shui Baimei were surprised. They had no idea what was going on. The Blood Vial Woman looked at her own changes and gave a delighted smile. She glanced at Zhao Fu and asked, "What kind of power do you have? How can it expel the toxins in my body?" Shui Baimei said in shock, "The toxins in the Blood Poison Sect's bodies are blood poison, and it is almost impossible to get rid of them." "How is it possible to get rid of them after doing this with you?" What was even more shocking was that the poison that came out of the Blood Poison Woman's body did not dissipate. Instead, it surged into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu was completely fine, and he continued to absorb the blood poison. This was a poison that had accumulated in an almighty being's body for many years. Ordinary almighty beings would be poisoned if they came into contact with it, and in serious cases, they might even die. Zhao Fu sighed, "I can't tell you that." This blood poison had been absorbed by the first evil immortal bloodline within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu had not taken the initiative to absorb it, but the first evil immortal bloodline had absorbed it on its own. It seemed to be very useful. Zhao Fu guessed that the blood poison was related to the blood attribute, and it was something that the first evil immortal bloodline needed. The Blood Vial Woman coldly harumphed, "You asked for it." After a while, Shui Baimei looked at the Blood Vial Woman, who was lying on the ground, and could not help but laugh as she said, "I already warned you, but you still don't know your mistakes." The Blood Vial Woman's face became red, and she no longer had the strength to speak. Shui Baimei smiled as she said, how about the two of you support my disciple to become the sect master? I can have my disciple serve you every day. Zhao Fu knew that Shui Baimei was doing this for his own good, but he felt quite uncomfortable. It was as if he was a toy that anyone could play with. The blood vial woman thought about it and said, if he has the strength to defeat those people, I can support him to become the sect master. The blood vial woman recovered some of her strength and said, as long as he can tell me how to get rid of the blood poison in my body, I can also support him to become the sect master. This is too important to us. Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu and said, disciple, what is the reason? If two sect masters are willing to support you, it will be very beneficial for you. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, this is related to my constitution, which can absorb blood poison. The blood vial woman felt quite disappointed. She had thought that Zhao Fu had some tricks up his sleeves. Their blood vial sect had been looked down upon and mocked because of their appearance. Ugliness was the blood vial sect's people's biggest worry, and if this could be resolved, the blood vial sect would go crazy with joy. The blood vial woman continued to ask, how much more poison can you absorb now? Even though the blood poison could raise the first evil immortal bloodline's power, it would take some time, and absorbing too much would affect the body. Zhao Fu sensed that his body had absorbed enough poison from a higher being's body and replied, my cultivation is too low, and I've absorbed enough poison. Oh, the blood vial woman replied in disappointment. Her hopes being shattered made her feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing how disappointed she looked, Zhao Fu thought to himself and said, if you can call me husband, I might be able to resolve this matter. The blood vial woman asked in delight, really? Zhao Fu nodded. The blood vial woman immediately gave up on her dignity and hugged Zhao Fu affectionately as she called out, husband. This scene made Shui Baimei and the blood vial belle feel quite amused. They understood the blood vial woman's personality. She was incredibly vicious to ordinary people, and anyone who offended her would be poisoned to death. However, she was hugging Zhao Fu like a little wife. Zhao Fu had just been ravaged by the blood vial woman, and he let out a sigh of relief as he smiled and said, I can use a portion of my power to create a magic formation that will be able to clear the blood poison within your bodies. The blood vial woman felt quite surprised as she asked, it's that simple? Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, what do you think? The blood vial woman smiled as she said, I was thinking too hard, you're our blood poison sect's lucky star. Come with me to the blood poison sect right now, and if you can really clear the poison within our blood poison sect's people, I'll even serve you. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he smiled and asked, right now? The blood vial woman nodded. The blood poison has troubled our blood poison sect for countless years, and now that we can finally resolve it, I don't want to wait for even a single moment. Shui Baimei smiled as she said, it's almost daybreak, so let's go. Disciple, if you can really resolve this matter, you'll be the blood poison sect's greatest benefactor, and countless people will support you to become the blood poison sect's sect master. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, all right. Let's go now. Following this, a piece of news shocked countless people in the blood poison sect. After hearing about this, no one felt sleepy, and they ran out without even wearing shoes. After hearing about this, the other sects felt quite shocked. Book 1, Chapter 124. Is this true? There's actually someone who can deal with the blood poison sect's poison? I don't know, but this is a problem that the blood poison sect has always wanted to solve. If it can be solved, the blood poison sect will go crazy with joy. Yes, because of the blood poison, everyone in the blood poison sect has become extremely ugly. Their appearance is what they care about the most. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. As long as I'm not so ugly, I'll do anything. Me too. I was originally quite good looking, but because of the blood toxin, I became ugly. No matter where I went, people would look at me strangely. Some people even called me ugly behind my back. You can't imagine how uncomfortable it was. The blood poison sect is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that they have to pay the price for their appearance. If they can solve the problem of their appearance, the blood poison sect will definitely have more members. Many people don't want to join the blood poison sect because of their appearance. Please don't be fake. Heavens, I'm begging you, this is my only hope. When the blood poison sect's people heard about this, they quickly came to the platform. Their clothes were messy, and their hair was messy, but they all looked nervous and excited. A man with half of his face swelled up and turned purple looked at the beautiful blood-venomous woman and asked in shock, "Venomous woman, how did you become so beautiful? Is there really a way to solve the problem of the blood poison?" Everyone stared at the blood-venomous woman. The blood-venomous woman smiled and nodded, "I found a way to solve the blood poison." A seductive woman with bun hair and a bumpy face said, "What method is it? Tell us quickly, we can't wait." Everyone else also could not wait and said, "That's right. Tell us quickly." The blood-venomous woman smiled as she said, "This person beside me can solve the blood poison, he was the one who removed it." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. The man with purple skin looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What method can you use to remove the blood poison in our bodies?" Zhao Fu said, "I have the ability to absorb blood poison, I can set up a magic formation to absorb the blood poison." The man with purple skin felt quite surprised. The problem that had troubled the blood poison sect for countless years was solved just like that? The man asked uncertainly, "Is it true?" Zhao Fu nodded. "I think there should be no problem." The blood vial woman, who was beside Zhao Fu, said with a smile, "He used some other method to suck out the blood toxins in my body. Although it wasn't an array, I believe he should be able to do it." The sexy woman looked at the blood vial woman's flushed face and said with a playful smile, "What method did he use? You didn't do that with him?" The blood venom lady did not mind and smiled as she said, I used this one." The seductive woman looked at Zhao Fu's peerless looks and said, "I also want to use this method." A woman with a seductive figure but was also quite ugly said with a smile, "You shouldn't enjoy such a good thing for yourself, I also want to use this method." The gloomy woman said coldly, "I also used this method, and I feel that it is more useful." The voluptuous woman hesitated for a moment. "I also want to use this method." An ugly youth at the side called out in dissatisfaction, "Mother! You can't choose this method, I object." This ugly youth was Xue Sandu, who had some enmity with Zhao Fu. Xue Sandu was quite displeased that Zhao Fu had chosen the blood demon sect, so he had said some unpleasant things. However, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would cause such a huge commotion and even solve the problem of the blood poison sect's poison. Now that he heard that his mother wanted to have a relationship with Zhao Fu, he definitely did not want to agree. After all, wouldn't Zhao Fu become his father? Seeing how opposed Xue Sandu was, the voluptuous woman thought about it and said, "All right. I'll use another method." The man with purple skin said impatiently, "Let's hurry up and see if it works." Zhao Fu nodded and waved his hand, causing countless bottles of blood to fly out and float in the air. Explosions sounded out as the bottles of blood shattered and countless orbs of blood floated in the air. Zhao Fu squatted down and pressed a hand against the ground, causing the countless orbs of blood to fall down and spread out. Under the control of a wave of energy, they formed a blood-red magic formation that was 3 meters wide and gave off a faint blood-red light. Zhao Fu said, "Who wants to try first?" The man with purple skin laughed as he called out, "I'll go first." The man with purple skin laughed as he walked to the center of the blood-red magic formation. Everyone looked at the man with purple skin in anticipation, hoping that Zhao Fu would be able to deal with the blood poison. This was their only hope. Boom! Zhao Fu pressed against the ground and a wave of the 8 forbidden blood arts power flowed out and entered the blood-red magic formation, causing it to explode out with shocking power. Arg! The purple-skinned man cried out in pain. He felt a huge suction force pulling at his body. It was as if his body was going to be torn apart. This suction force came from all directions. His body felt like it was going to be torn into pieces. Everyone's expressions fell as they looked at the man with purple skin in pain. However, waves of blood-red aura were being sucked out by the suction force. This blood-red aura was the blood-red poison, and seeing that it was possible, everyone smiled happily and could not help but cry out in excitement. The waves of blood-red aura were continuously sucked out and entered the blood-red magic formation. Zhao Fu's body could no longer absorb the blood poison, so he condensed the blood poison in front of him, forming a round blood-red jade that was the size of a green bean. The blood poison within the man with purple skin's body was continuously sucked out, and the blood-red jade continuously grew larger. The man with purple skin's appearance also slowly changed, and he no longer looked as ugly as before. After a while, the last bit of the blood poison was sucked out, and the man with purple skin became a fair-skinned young man. This caused the countless people from the blood poison sect to become even more excited, and the scene became quite lively. This meant that they would no longer be so ugly and would no longer be looked at strangely. The other people from the blood poison sect also had expressions of shock. Among them were Xianxia, Shui Wuya, Shui Fulong, and the others. When the other sect leaders heard the news, they also rushed over, and they also had expressions of shock. The man with purple skin looked at his own transformation, and his face was full of smiles as he sincerely bowed to Zhao Fu. Many thanks. In the future, if you have any problems, just come and find me. Zhao Fu put away the egg-sized blood-red jade that had condensed in front of him and smiled as he said, "You're welcome." Another young man ran over and said hurriedly, "I'm the second one." Zhao Fu said, "This is just a trace of the magic formation. Whether or not it can absorb the poison, there are so many people in the blood poison sect, and I alone cannot absorb all of them. I will build more magic formations in the next few days, and we will end here for today." Hearing this, everyone was slightly disappointed, but they were still very happy and grateful to Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu had undoubtedly become the most popular person in the blood poison sect. Volume 1, Chapter 125, Help. The blood-venomous woman walked over to Zhao Fu and smiled. "Just tell me what you want. My blood poison sect will support you fully." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The other sect leaders also walked over and congratulated the blood-venomous woman. The matter of her ugly appearance had been resolved, which was a joyous matter. In the future, the blood poison sect would no longer have any flaws. The other sect leaders looked at Zhao Fu with even more respect and admiration. He had helped them resolve a huge problem by coming to the blood poison sect. If they didn't nurture Zhao Fu now, they would be embarrassed. Shui Yorua glared at Zhao Fu and said angrily, "Didn't you say that my blood martial sect would resolve the problem of losing essence blood? You came here to help others." The blood martial sect master, Shui Wuzong, was startled. "Wait, you can resolve our blood martial sect's flaw?" Shui Yorua said, "Sect master, he can help us obtain a blood devil spirit body. He can give our bodies the blood demon spirit body. As long as we have the blood demon spirit body, we won't lack blood essence. We can fight as much as we want without any repercussions." Shui Wuzong happily said, "Come, let's go to my blood martial sect." The other sect masters were all flabbergasted. They hadn't expected Zhao Fu to have such ability to resolve their blood martial sect's flaw. If he could resolve the blood martial sect's flaw, then the blood martial sect's battle strength would rise by several levels. Furthermore, there would be no hidden dangers. That was a joyous matter. Shui Wuzong was impatient. Zhao Fu awkwardly said, "I still haven't condensed a blood devil stone, so I can't help you transform it. First, you can build a blood pool according to my requirements. That way, there won't be any need to build another one." Shui Wuzong smiled. "No problem. I'll have to trouble you with this." Now, Traceless Blood felt a trace of respect towards Zhao Fu, who had solved the blood martial sect's problem. Even though there was a massive difference in their cultivations, Zhao Fu had won his respect. The other sect leaders also began to view Zhao Fu with even greater importance. Zhao Fu felt that this was a good opportunity to gather essence blood. "I need different kinds of essence blood to condense blood devil stones and blood-sucking stones. I hope you can help me gather them." Shui Wuzong smiled. "No problem. I'll give the order immediately." Shui Wuzong smiled. "No problem. I'll give the order." Following this, Zhao Fu returned to his room and started to condense blood demon stones and vampiric stones. This was quite easy for Zhao Fu. He only needed to condense his blood demon power and essence blood to create blood demon stones. The blood-sucking stone was to pour the 8 forbidden blood into his essence blood. Blood Devil Art. Blood-sucking Wuzong Long, 6, Zhao Fu, 1, 6, 1, 1, and 1, Fu, and 1, 1, 1, 1, Zhao Fu, 1. At night, just as Zhao Fu was about to rest and recover, someone knocked on his door. Zhao Fu opened the door and saw that it was the blood vial woman and a few other women. The cold-looking woman was Shui Yining, the seductive woman was Shui Ruining, the bewitching woman was Shui Xiaoxiao, and Shui Sandu's mother, Shui Luqing. Even though the other two were also ugly, they had outstanding auras, and they were called Shui Qian and Shui Bai. Even though Zhao Fu liked beautiful women, facing their ugly appearances, Zhao Fu could not accept it. The blood vial woman changed her usual viciousness and said softly, "Husband, you're tired today. You are tired today, so we specially came to serve you." Looking at the blood vial woman, Zhao Fu did not refuse and nodded. He could use the six desires demonic qi to recover his strength, and even though these women were quite ugly, they would all be very beautiful after dispelling the poison. As such, Zhao Fu could only endure it for now. A few hours later, Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged the many beautiful women, and the beautiful women's faces were red as they intimately hugged Zhao Fu. The blood vial woman smiled as she asked softly, "Husband, are you satisfied with us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm very satisfied." Xue Sandu's mother, Xue Luqing, said apologetically, "I already know about the matter between you and my son, and I apologize on his behalf. I hope you don't mind." Xue Luqing had a relationship with Zhao Fu partly because she wanted to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Without a doubt, Zhao Fu would become the most important person in the blood sect, and her son had offended Zhao Fu and definitely would not have a good ending. Zhao Fu evilly laughed as he said, "Based on your performance just then, I won't mind." Xue Luqing's face became bright red and she shyly nodded. The next day, Zhao Fu came to the blood poison sect feeling refreshed, and he was followed by the blood vial woman and a few other beautiful women. Under Zhao Fu's request, the blood poison sect had set up blood red magic formations, and now, they just had to install the blood-sucking stones within them. Seeing her mother become beautiful and following behind Zhao Fu, Xue Sandu knew what had happened and she looked quite bitter. Zhao Fu handed the blood-sucking stones to the blood vial woman, and the blood vial woman gave the stones to the others and had them install them on the magic formations. The magic formations were activated and gave off a faint blood-red light. Everyone lined up and walked into the magic formations, and the blood poison within their bodies was continuously sucked out and condensed into blood-red jades. Zhao Fu said, "Help me collect these blood-red jades." The blood vial woman looked at the poison being sucked out of countless people's bodies and happily smiled as she nodded. This blood poison was quite useful to Zhao Fu. Not only could it increase Zhao Fu's power, but it could also give Zhao Fu the ability to use blood poison. This blood poison was very difficult for higher beings to get rid of, and it was a terrifying power. Zhao Fu would also obtain great benefits by helping the blood poison sect, and this was a win-win situation for both sides. Suddenly, Zhao Fu wondered if he could obtain the blood poison sect's legacy as well as the blood ghost sect's legacy. To Zhao Fu, the more legacies he had, the better. That way, it would be more likely for him to awaken the outer world's Supreme Emperor star. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu asked, "Where is the blood poison sect's legacy gate?" The blood vial woman looked quite surprised. "What is it?" Zhao Fu said, "I want to see if I can obtain the blood poison sect's legacy." The blood vial woman smiled as she said, "That's impossible, you can only join one sect. Only if you become one of the top 10 disciples in a legacy faction will you be able to obtain the other sect's legacies." Zhao Fu understood and nodded. It was possible for him to obtain the other 7 legacies, because if others could obtain them, he would definitely be able to obtain them. After looking around, Zhao Fu said, "There's nothing for me to do here, I'll go to the blood martial sect's side." The blood vial woman smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the blood martial sect's side. By now, countless people from the blood martial sect were waiting on a flat piece of land, looking incredibly excited. The problem that had troubled the blood martial sect for countless years was going to be resolved today. This was a historic moment for the blood martial sect. Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Xue Wuzong smiled as he handed a spatial ring to Zhao Fu and said, "These are the 100,000 types of essence blood that I've collected for you. See if you've satisfied the requirements." 100,000 essence blood was enough to raise the first evil immortal bloodline to the 4th stage, and Zhao Fu said in delight, "Thank you." Xue Wuzong smiled as he said, "You're welcome, we should be the ones thanking you." Zhao Fu gave the condensed blood demon stones to Xue Wuzong and set them at the bottom of the blood pool before pouring a large amount of blood into the pool. Anyone who entered would obtain a blood demon spirit body. Xue Wuzong nodded and took the blood demon stones and ordered people to set them at the bottom of the blood pool before pouring buckets of blood into it. A handsome young man took off his clothes and said excitedly, "I'll be the first to try." The young man entered the blood pool and countless drops of blood revolved around him. Massive amounts of blood energy flowed into his body, causing his body to give off boundless blood-red light as he started to slowly transform. Boom, a massive aura spread out from the young man's body as a blood demon mark appeared on his back. He had successfully obtained a blood demon spirit body. The young man happily walked out of the blood pool and everyone surrounded him, asking him how he felt. The young man smiled as he said, "This feeling is very powerful, and I have greater control over my blood. Moreover, I can now turn other essence blood into my own, so I won't have to worry about losing essence blood and can fight without any worries." Hearing this, everyone else excitedly entered the blood pool. Seeing this, a happy smile appeared on Shui Wuzong's face, and he turned and bowed as he said sincerely, "Many thanks." He was completely convinced by Zhao Fu's abilities and had won his respect. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You're welcome." Now that Zhao Fu had helped the blood martial sect solve the problem that had troubled them for countless years, they felt great gratitude and respect towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to become the most popular person in the blood martial sect. Both sects treated Zhao Fu this way. Zhao Fu's status in the Bloodlong sect had increased, which made the other sects pay more attention to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not devour the 100,000 blood essences immediately because the phenomenon would expose his identity. He planned to devour them after he left the Blood Dragon Gate. At this time, Shui Baimei found Zhao Fu. "Disciple, you are so strong. Can you solve the problem of our blood charm sect?" Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Does the blood charm gate have any flaws?" Shui Baimei said coquettishly, "You are the next sect master that I have chosen. You have also obtained the inheritance of the blood demon sect. Why didn't you cultivate the blood demon sect's inheritance cultivation technique?" Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. He was only interested in the inheritance power and was not interested in the blood demon sect's cultivation technique at all. As such, he naturally could not cultivate it. Zhao Fu looked at the blood demon sect's inheritance cultivation technique in his body and found a problem. The blood demon sect's blood charm technique relied on blood to charm others, which was very powerful. It could directly affect the blood in others' bodies and was very difficult to defend against. Not only did it require powerful mental energy, but it also required powerful bloodline power. However, using the blood charm technique had a flaw, which was that after using the blood charm technique, one's defense would be very weak, and one would be easily injured. How could this be solved? Zhao Fu frowned. Shui Baimei looked at Zhao Fu and asked caringly, "How is it? Is it very difficult?" Zhao Fu nodded. "After using the blood charm technique, one's defense and perception will decrease. I have not thought of a way to solve this." Shui Baimei said disappointedly, "Oh." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Why do I feel like I'm the master and you're the disciple? Have you thought of a way to solve this?" Shui Baimei lightly laughed as she said, "Your ability is too special and too powerful. The problem that we have not been able to solve is solved by you very easily. We admit that we are inferior to you, but your true identity far surpasses our expectations." Zhao Fu smiled. He could tell that Shui Baimei wanted to know his identity, but Zhao Fu did not tell her. Even though Zhao Fu and Shui Baimei had sex, the six desires demonic qi could not control higher beings. If Shui Baimei wanted to kill Zhao Fu, the six desires demonic qi within her body would not be able to stop her. Seeing that Zhao Fu was smiling and not saying anything, Shui Baimei felt quite disappointed. She did not continue asking and smiled as she said, "Think of a way to solve our blood demon sect's defense." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I've already thought of one." Shui Baimei looked quite surprised, "So fast?" Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Shui Baimei said happily, "What is it?" Zhao Fu explained, "The blood demon legacy has something called a blood spirit, which can fuse with your own blood and give it its own consciousness. It can help the blood demon sect defend against attacks, sense its surroundings, and increase its power." Shui Baimei excitedly asked, "How can we obtain a blood spirit?" Zhao Fu said, "That's quite troublesome. We first need to build a massive blood pond, countless wild beasts, and a spiritual god statue." Shui Baimei said, "Building a massive blood pond and countless wild beasts is not a problem. What's a spiritual god statue?" Zhao Fu explained, "We need a blood god statue to use as the core of a magic formation to give the blood spirit spirituality." Shui Baimei frowned. "Godly spirits are quite rare in the outer world, and there are countless godly spirits in the Heaven Awaken world's godly world. Would it be useful to capture a blood god? Jiao Fu looked at Shui Baimei. Shui Baimei felt quite strange as she asked, what is it? Shui Baimei did not know that Jiao Fu was from the heaven-awakened world and not from the outer world, and the two worlds were enemies. Jiao Fu smiled as he said, it's nothing, I can deal with the god statue, I'm a godly spirit myself. Shui Baimei looked quite shocked, you're also a godly spirit? Godly spirits were incredibly rare in the outer world, as it was very difficult to give birth to godly spirits in this desolate, chaotic, and disorderly source energy. However, once a godly spirit was born, it would be an incredibly terrifying and powerful godly spirit, and they were called innate godly spirits. These innate godly spirits appeared when the outer world was born and had innate chaos divine power. The heaven-awakened world's godly spirits could not compare to them at all, and only the godly world's 24 creator gods could compare to them. After countless years, innate godly spirits had become incredibly rare, and it was difficult to even see some higher beings, which was why Shui Baimei was so shocked. However, Jiao Fu was not an innate godly spirit from the outer world but a heaven-awakened world's godly spirit. However, because of the number 1 evil celestial bloodline, he could release divine power. This divine power was definitely different from the outer world's chaos divine power, but he only needed a god statue as the core of the magic formation. There was no need for him to find an innate godly spirit from the outer world. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Book 1, Chapter 127. Shui Baimei treated Jiao Fu as an innate god, but Jiao Fu didn't explain and smiled as he said, go and prepare. I also want to create a statue of a god. Shui Baimei smiled charmingly and said, Master will repay you properly tonight. Following this, Jiao Fu stayed in his room and used his blood to condense a statue of a god, while Shui Baimei ordered people to build a massive lake of blood and capture all kinds of beast-like insects. The news came immediately. A gentle-looking young man said in shock. What? Could Lord Blood Demon solve the Blood Demon sex flaw? This is too powerful. A tall woman happily laughed and said, I really like this Lord Blood Devil. Not only is he so handsome, his abilities are also so outstanding. If he can become the blood sex sect master, I will definitely support him. A middle-aged man said calmly. This blood demon is too shocking. Not only did he solve the problems of the blood poison sect and the blood martial sect, but he is also going to solve the problem of the blood demon sect. I really admire him. A beautiful woman smiled and said, our blood-long sect did not accept a disciple, but a lucky star. I support him becoming the blood-long sect master. A young man shouted in excitement. I am a member of the blood martial sect. Now that I have obtained the blood demon spirit body, Lord Blood Demon has done me a great favor. I am willing to follow Lord Blood Demon and will never betray him. I really hope that Lord Blood Demon can win. The other sect leaders also found Shui Baimei. Blood-killing sect master, Blood Azura, asked, does he really have a way to solve the blood demon sex flaw? Shui Baimei smiled and nodded. He said that this method would work, so I believe it should work. The blood tool sect master, Shui Gue, said enviously, your blood charm sect has really picked up a treasure. Wait till he's done with your blood charm sect, then he can come to my blood tool sect to have a look. The leader of the blood general sect, Shui Xiao, said with a smile, everyone belongs to the blood general sect, so we should help each other. My blood general sect also welcomes him to join us. Blood Azura nodded. I would also like to invite him over. You all know that our blood-killing sect also has a huge flaw. It would be great if we could solve it. The sect master of the blood immortal sect, Shui Qianyu, also put down his arrogant attitude and said, I also want him to visit my blood immortal sect. Shui Baimei said with a smile, no problem. Shui Baimei suddenly thought of something and said proudly, I forgot to mention, he is also an innate god. Everyone was shocked. Shui Qianyu was a little unsettled as he asked, is this real or fake? I haven't heard any news about innate gods for so many years, I thought they had already disappeared from the chaotic world. Shui Baimei lightly smiled and said, of course it's true, he told me personally. Blood Azura said in a deep voice, if he really is an innate deity, then his identity is far more shocking than we imagined. You'd better find out his true identity as soon as possible. Shui Baimei sighed, I have already probed him a few times, but he is unwilling to tell me his true identity. We should not force him. He has helped us a lot, so we should be grateful to him. If he is unwilling to tell us, then so be it. Xianxia said, the key is that he has such a terrifying identity. Why did he come back to our bloodlong sect? What is his motive? Hearing this, everyone became quite serious. Shuevile woman said, I think we should stop guessing. He said that he would not harm our bloodlong sect, and if we really offend him, it will be disadvantageous to the bloodlong sect. Shuebaime also nodded, no matter what, there is no need to offend him. Another day later, the massive blood pond was completed. It was thousands of meters wide and 100 meters deep, and the ground was covered with a layer of blood jade. There were also 4 massive blood demon statues around the blood pond, and they were spread out in 4 directions. Zhao Fu came to the bottom of the blood pool and squatted down as he pressed a hand on the ground. A massive blood power spread out, and a massive blood-red magic formation appeared, giving off boundless blood-red light. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a statue of a man wearing a cloak. It was not carved with Zhao Fu's appearance, and it was made of a blood crystal that was condensed by Zhao Fu's blood and poured in a portion of his divine power. After taking out the statue, Zhao Fu pressed it on the ground, and the statue slowly fused into the blood-red magic formation, causing the blood-red magic formation to give off an even more powerful aura. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a blood-red ray of light containing immense power shot into the sky. A massive cloaked figure slowly appeared in the sky, giving off a heaven-toppling divine might. Countless people felt a sense of powerlessness, and their souls wanted to devoutly kneel and worship. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Shui Gui said in shock, is this the innate god race's divine power? This power makes even me feel a trace of fear. Xianxia said seriously, this divine power doesn't feel like innate chaos divine power. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia said seriously, when I was young, I followed my teacher to see the innate god race and know about their divine power. This divine power doesn't feel like innate chaos divine power. Shui Wuzong asked, then he doesn't want to be an innate god race? Xianxia shook his head, he might be 10 times stronger than the innate god race. This divine power is 10 times stronger than the innate chaos divine power. This divine power is the supreme divine power of the chaos world. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Shui Xiao swallowed his saliva, then who is he? How can he have a supreme divine power that we can't even touch? Zhao Fu's million gods power was a fusion of 2 different levels of supreme divine power. It was even stronger than ordinary supreme divine power, and it was the highest and strongest power that Zhao Fu possessed. Shui Baimei said, could he be the legendary son of chaos? Blood Azura shook his head. The son of chaos is a member of the Origin clan. He should possess the pure power of the origin of chaos, which is the supreme divine power. They are 2 different powers. He probably isn't the son of chaos, but I think his status is no less than that of the Origin clan. Xianxia said, yes, I think so too. From now on, our blood-long sect will try our best to please him and satisfy everything he wants. We must not offend him. Shuevile woman said, if his identity is so terrifying, it would explain why the things that we can't solve are so easy for him. So we are not on the same level. Shui Baimei smiled and said, now that I know his identity, I feel more at ease. At this moment, the huge figure disappeared and the surroundings returned to normal. Everyone recovered from their shock. Zhao Fu walked in front of the various sect leaders, and the way they looked at Zhao Fu had changed. Tianjin, Book 1, Chapter 128, Blood Spirits. Zhao Fu came before the various sect leaders and said, now, throw in the various insects that you have captured, and this blood pool will automatically give birth to blood spirits. Shui Baimei smiled and nodded, and she ordered people to throw in different insects. These insects were beast-shaped, such as cows, pigs, horses, tigers, lions, and the like, as beast-shaped insects were the best for blood spirits. The countless insects that were thrown into the blood pool were enveloped by boundless blood-red light, and the insects gave off miserable cries as their bodies started to melt into a pool of blood. The massive deity statue in the sky gave off boundless divine light that shone on the blood pool, causing it to continuously change, churn, and boil. Roars sounded out from the bottom of the blood pool, as if there were countless creatures howling at the bottom of the blood pool. As time passed, the blood pool gradually calmed down, and the howls disappeared. The deity statue also disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. Xiao Fu said, "Who will be the first to go up and drip your blood into the blood pool to sign a blood contract with blood spirits?" Shui Baimei smiled expectantly and said, "As the sect leader of the blood charm sect, I will give it a try." Shui Baimei came to the side of the blood pool and cut her finger, letting a drop of blood drip into the blood pool. The bottom of the blood pool gave off a blood-red light, and a fist-sized ball of blood slowly flew up and fused into Shui Baimei's body. Following this, Shui Baimei came to Xiao Fu's side and asked curiously, "Is this a blood spirit? It feels a bit strange that there's an extra thing in my body, and it's too weak." Xiao Fu lightly smiled and said, "You are a higher being, and to you, the blood spirits that you nurture are naturally very weak. Originally, blood spirits do not have much power when they are just born, and they will grow with you, protect you, and strengthen you." Shui Baimei nodded, and she asked the others to go up and drip their blood into the blood pool, obtaining their own blood spirits. After obtaining their own blood spirits, everyone looked excited and moved, and they were not as disappointed as Shui Baimei. Blood Azura immediately said, "Can you come to my blood-killing sect to take a look?" Xiao Fu was stunned. "What's wrong?" Blood Azura explained. "Our blood-killing sect also has a weakness. Because we rely on killing to grow, it's easy for us to become immersed in it and turn into a monster that only knows how to kill. I wonder if you can solve this problem." Xiao Fu thought for a moment. "Bring me there," Blood Azura said with a smile. "Well, thank you." The other sect masters also followed Xiao Fu to the blood-killing sect out of curiosity. They wanted to see if Xiao Fu had the ability to solve the blood-killing sect's problems. The disciples of the blood murder sect were gathered on the platform. There were so many of them that they formed a dense mass. Every single one of them was bald and had a cold expression on their faces, exuding a strong killing intent. Xiao Fu sensed the intense killing intent and said, "I've thought of a way." Blood Azura was delighted and asked, "What is it?" The other sect chiefs also smiled. Blood-killing sect's problem was indeed not difficult for Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu said, "I will give the blood-killing sect a blood sword. This blood sword can suppress the killing intent in your body." Blood Azura said, "The method of suppressing killing intent has been used by the blood-killing sect in the past. Firstly, the killing intent of the blood-killing sect is too strong and difficult to suppress. Secondly, even if it is suppressed, it will suppress the growth of the blood-killing sect, which is not beneficial to the development of the blood-killing sect." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "I've already thought of this. Moreover, this method of mine will also help the blood-killing sect grow." Blood Azura was surprised and asked, "What method?" Xiao Fu smiled. "First, prepare a sword and a large amount of fresh blood. I will infuse my killing intent with the power of blood to form a blood sword." Blood Azura asked curiously, "Your killing intent?" The others also looked at Xiao Fu strangely. Generally, people with strong killing intent were cold and their bodies instinctively carried a killing intent. However, they did not sense any killing intent from Xiao Fu. It did not seem like he had a strong killing intent. Xiao Fu said with a smile, "You guys don't believe me?" Blood Azura smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not that we don't believe you, but we can't sense the killing intent in your body." Xiao Fu said confidently, "Just follow my instructions and I will let you experience my killing intent." Blood Azura nodded. The current situation was very strange. They were all almighties and Xiao Fu should be respectful to them. However, these almighties were being polite to Xiao Fu. It was as if Xiao Fu was the leader. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be shocked. After half a day, Blood Azura had prepared 100,000 swords and countless blood bottles according to Xiao Fu's instructions. These swords were piled up on the platform, forming a small hill. The same was true for the blood bottles. Xiao Fu stood in front of the pile of swords while the other sect masters looked curiously at Xiao Fu from afar. They wanted to see Xiao Fu's killing intent. Countless people from the blood-killing sect were watching from the side. A cold-looking youth looked at a youth who was about the same age as him and said, "Can this person really solve the problem of our blood-killing sect?" His name was Xianxia and he was the person that Blood Azura valued the most. He was also the strongest among the younger generation of the blood-killing sect. The youth beside him said, "This person has solved the problems of the blood poison sect, the blood martial sect and the blood demon sect. He should be able to solve the problem of our blood killing sect." Another tall youth said, "Look at how polite the other sect masters are to him. He is not on the same level as us. We should be more honest and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, we will not even know how we died." Hearing this, Xianxia was not convinced of Zhao Fu and wanted to see how strong Zhao Fu was. At this moment, Zhao Fu raised his sword finger and pointed it towards the sky. A formless sword intent spread out. Clang, 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 sword chimes sounded out and the swords that were piled up in front of him were guided by the sword intent. They flew towards Zhao Fu and revolved around Zhao Fu, forming a vortex of swords. A shocking sword aura spread out and seemed to be able to cut through skin. Blood Azura said in shock, "What a powerful sword intent." The others also revealed shocked expressions. As almighty experts, they knew how powerful this sword intent was. However, they did not expect it to be so powerful. Under Zhao Fu's control, countless swords flew into the sky. They floated in the air with their swords facing downwards, creating a shocking scene. Bang, 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 the blood bottles that were piled up exploded and a huge amount of fresh blood flew into the sky under Zhao Fu's control, entering the blood swords in the sky. The swords were slowly dyed blood red and gave off a faint blood red sword light. A powerful aura spread out. Countless people from the blood-killing sect looked at the sky in shock. Under this powerful aura, they understood how weak they were and that they were not a match for the person in front of them. Book 1, Chapter 129 Clang, a massive sword hum tore through the sky and a powerful force shot out from Zhao Fu's sword finger. It formed a slender black and blood-red sword light that shot into the sky. The floating blood swords revolved around the black and blood-red sword light. Boom, a deafening rumble rang out as a vast sword intent descended from the depths of the sky. The sky turned blood-red, and the ground seemed to be sealed by the sword intent. The surroundings were bone-chilling cold, and the killing, crazed, and bloody sword intent seeped into everyone's soul, causing them to feel a powerful fear. Xianxia could not help but exclaim in shock, "This sword intent is enough to kill immortals." Azura Shui exclaimed in shock. "I never expected him to possess such a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent is also filled with a killing intent. This killing intent belongs to the supreme killing intent. It can easily suppress the killing intent within our blood-killing sect." Shui Baimei's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Fu. "It seems like his identity is more terrifying than we thought." Many people from the blood-killing sect felt their bodies turn cold, as if they had fallen into a pool of ice water. The killing intent within their bodies was so afraid that it was like a small beast hiding within their bodies, not daring to move. This was the first time they had encountered such a killing intent, and it felt as if it was a heavenly existence. The sword intent that flooded out from the sky was Zhao Fu's celestial murdering sword intent. This sword intent could shake the heaven-awakened world, and it was no exception in the outer world. Countless strands of sword intent fused into the blood-red sword in the sky, causing it to tremble slightly and give off a clear sword hum as a shocking sword energy spread out. At this moment, Zhao Fu pointed his sword down. Clang 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 clang, the blood-red swords hovering in the air gave off blood-red rays of light as they stabbed into the ground, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. They formed a sword formation, creating a shocking scene. Zhao Fu retracted his energy and returned to the group of sect leaders. "Now, you can ask the people of the blood-killing sect to step forward and grab any sword. They will receive a type of sword force, which will form a blood sword that will help the blood-killing sect suppress their killing intent and help them grow." Blood Shura smiled and bowed respectfully to Zhao Fu. "Thank you." Zhao Fu nodded. In actuality, Zhao Fu was not completely helping the blood kill sect this time, he was also helping him strengthen the emperor-killing sword world. As long as the sword energy formed blood-red swords within their bodies, the blood murder sect's people would continuously grow, and the blood-red swords would absorb a portion of their power and send it into the emperor-killing sword world. Both sword intent and killing intent would allow the emperor-killing sword world to grow. The members of the blood killer sect stepped forward. Each of them stood in front of a sword and stretched out a hand to grab the blood swords embedded in the ground. The blood-red sword gave off waves of powerful sword energy that flowed into their bodies, forming small blood-red swords. Everyone's killing intent uncontrollably flowed into the blood-red swords. Zhao Fu could also sense that the Emperor Killing Sword world had formed a connection with the Blood Kill Sex people. Blood Shura also walked up and grabbed a blood-red sword before giving a satisfied smile. In the future, with this blood-red sword, the Blood Kill sect would be able to peacefully cultivate and would no longer have to worry about losing control of their killing intent, turning them into monsters that only knew how to kill. Just as Blood Ghost wanted to say something to Zhao Fu, Blood Mass Sect Xue Xiao spoke to Zhao Fu passionately, "Come and have a look at our Blood Mass Sect. We are the weakest out of the 8 sects, and our greatest weakness is that we are weak. I hope that you can use some method to strengthen our Blood Mass Sect." Blood Ghost helplessly glanced at Xue Xiao and did not say anything. Zhao Fu nodded and followed Xue Xiao to the Blood Mass Sect. Xianxia watched as Zhao Fu walked with the sect masters and could not help but inwardly sigh. Before, he had been friends with Zhao Fu, but now, Zhao Fu's status was tens of times higher than his and was almost on the same level as the sect masters. Xianxia felt that he could not be the same as Zhao Fu in the past. Xue Xiao happily called over the Blood Mass Sect's countless people and asked Zhao Fu to come and see if there were any methods to increase the Blood Mass Sect's strength. Now, with Zhao Fu's help, 4 of the sects had already fixed their weaknesses and increased their own strength. The Blood Mass Sect was already the weakest, and if the other sects became even more powerful, the Blood Mass Sect would become even weaker. Xue Xiao did not want his sect to become like that. Many of the Blood Mass Sect's people stood there respectfully. Some people secretly glanced at Zhao Fu. Seeing the sect masters being so polite to him, they understood that Zhao Fu was an existence that they looked up to. Zhao Fu looked at the Blood Mass Sect's people and did not know how to increase the Blood Mass Sect's strength. The other sects only had flaws, so they could find ways to fix them. However, the Blood Mass Sect did not have any flaws, or the flaw was that it was weak. Zhao Fu felt a headache. Xue Xiao looked at Zhao Fu and his heart sank. "How is it? Is it very difficult?" Zhao Fu looked at the sky and said, "I'll go back and think about it. I'll carefully study your Blood Mass Sect and see if there are any other methods." Xue Xiao smiled and said, "You don't need to go back. Rest in our Blood Mass Sect for a night. I'll send someone to study it for you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. After Xue Xiao stayed with Zhao Fu, he treated Zhao Fu well and then sent Zhao Fu to a room. Zhao Fu wanted to study the Blood Mass Sect's inheritance cultivation method, but someone knocked on the door. There were 10 or so young and beautiful women standing outside the door. At the front were Xianxia and the other 2 beside him. One was a young and energetic woman called Shuemo and the other was a gentle woman called Xue Xue. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu understood and smiled as he said, "Come in." Shuemo and Xue Xue smiled and led the women into Zhao Fu's room. Half a day later, Zhao Fu was lying there in deep thought. The women next to him were lying on the side with red faces. Xue Xue and Shuemo were in Zhao Fu's arms. Shuemo softly asked, "Are you thinking about our Blood Mass Sect?" Zhao Fu nodded. Shuemo expectantly continued to ask, "Have you thought of a way? Our sect master specially asked us to accompany you to study it." Zhao Fu chose to say, "Through my understanding of you, I found that your Blood Mass Sect is very weak. There is no way to compare to other sections. Your only advantage is that you have a lot of people." Xue Xue coquettishly said, "Do you also look down on my Blood Mass Sect?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "No, I'm just telling the truth. Your Blood Mass Sect is indeed weak. This is the weakness of your cultivation method. However, it is also this cultivation method that will make your Blood Mass Sect's people stronger." Xue Xue said in pleasant surprise, "Have you thought of a way?" Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. The surrounding women revealed happy smiles. As members of the Blood Mass Sect, they naturally wanted their Blood Mass Sect to become stronger. Shuemo lightly smiled and said, "We didn't serve you for nothing. From now on, we're all yours." Book 1, Chapter 130. The next day, Zhao Fu got up and went to the platform of the Bloody Disciples. Xue Xiao already knew that Zhao Fu had increased the strength of the Bloody Crowd sect. He said with a smile, "Have you thought of a way to solve the problem of our Bloody Crowd sect?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "I found that the Blood Mass Sect has an advantage. There are many of you, and even though your arts are a bit weak, you can unite together and gather your power and other people's power. The blood group sect master thought for a moment and said, in fact, I also know of this method. However, it requires a person with an extremely powerful bloodline as the core in order to gather the power of blood of countless people. An average person simply cannot withstand the power of blood of so many people. Xiaofu smiled and said, I should be able to do it. Shuexiao did not suspect anything and smiled as he said, thanks. Today, I'll prepare some beauties to serve you. Xiaofu said, there's no need. I have to go somewhere else to settle this. According to Xiaofu's order, the disciples of the blood sect gathered on the platform and surrounded Xiaofu. Xiaofu stood in the middle, leaving an empty space. Xiaofu said with a relaxed expression. Begin. Many people of the blood assembly sect heard this and cut their palms. Blood flowed out from their wounds and they raised their hands. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a formless energy spread out, covering the entire stage. The blood from the countless people's hands flowed towards Xiaofu and gathered in Xiaofu's hand, forming an orb of blood. As the blood continued to gather, the ball of blood on Xiaofu's palm grew larger and larger. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, dozens of meters. In the end, the orb of blood became 10,000 meters wide and gave off a shocking aura. In front of this orb of blood, everyone seemed incredibly small. By now, everyone had already withdrawn their hands, and the blood no longer gathered towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu raised the 1,000-meter-long hand. Now was the most important moment. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive bloodline power flowed out from Xiaofu's body and entered the enormous orb of blood. The orb of blood seemed to burn with a black aura flame, causing wild gales to spread out. Everyone in the surroundings looked quite shocked as they sensed this might that came from the bloodline. Under this might, everyone found it difficult to breathe, and cold sweat covered their backs as they cried out in shock, what grade of bloodline power is this? Shuexiao also looked shocked as he said, I feel that Xiaofu's bloodline is at least saint grade. In actuality, Xiaofu had suppressed some of his bloodline power to prevent this in order to not to Xiao. The heavens and earth started to change as the light became dim and clouds gathered. The blood-red orb gave off boundless blood-red light, looking quite eye-catching in the dark world, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Xiaofu Xiao Heaven. The other sect leaders sensed this terrifying ripple and quickly rushed over, looking incredibly shocked. At that moment, Xiaofu pushed upwards, causing the massive orb of blood to fly into the sky and stop at a certain height. The massive orb of blood's power continuously gathered, forming a resplendent blood-red crystal at the center, while the rest of the orb became pitch black. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the enormous orb of blood gave off a terrifying aura, looking like a massive sun in the sky. Under this sun, everyone felt an indescribable might that did not come from their minds but from their bloodlines. Everyone felt incredibly lowly and did not have any thoughts, and their minds were completely blank. Xiaofu raised his hand and pushed again, causing a massive wave of power to flow into the black sun. A massive explosion sounded out as a blood-red wave of light quickly spread out, instantly sweeping through the entire sect. The people standing under the black sun looked incredibly confused and looked at each other. They could actually sense each other. What was going on? Shui Qianyu's eyes narrowed as he said, he's fused the sect's bloodlines into a core. How did he do this? At that moment, Xiaofu withdrew his hand and the ripples in the surroundings started to calm down. Shuexiao and the other sect leaders came to Xiaofu's side. Xiaofu gave a happy smile because he had fused the sect leader's bloodline into the first evil immortal's bloodline, greatly increasing it. Looking at the sect leaders who had come to his side, Xiaofu said, right now, the sect leader has a blood-red body. When you fight, you can borrow the blood-red body's power. If your power increases, the blood-red body's power will also increase. Shuexiao said with a face full of smiles, we know this. A long time ago, a genius appeared in our blood assembly. He gathered the blood of countless people in the blood assembly. However, after he died, the blood assembly collapsed. The blood assembly used him as its foundation. Back then, our sect leader was at his most powerful, and we defeated many other factions. It was a glorious time. Hearing Shuexiao's words, Xiaofu felt that what Shuexiao said was true. If Xiaofu died, the blood-red body would also collapse. However, Xiaofu would not die so easily. Xiaofu smiled as he said, don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Shuaishao nodded in understanding. He knew how powerful Zhao Fu was. He could not wait and ordered some of his sect leaders to unleash this power. The sect leaders started to use this power, and their bodies immediately ignited with black blood-red flames, giving off powerful auras. Sensing this power, everyone smiled. This power was more powerful than they had expected. It was more than twice their previous power, and some people with stronger bloodlines had their power increased by many times. Some top-tier bloodlines had their power increased by more than 10 times. Shuaishao also revealed a satisfied smile. The other sect leaders could not help but feel envious. However, they could not do the same as the Blood Crowd sect because the cultivation method of the Blood Crowd sect was able to condense into a bloody amalgamation. The cultivation methods of the other sects were different from theirs and could not be merged into a bloody amalgamation. The fierce Blood Bell pulled Zhao Fu to the side and said, "Let's go to my Blood Beast sect to take a look." The Blood Tool sect leader, Shui Gui, had a helpless look on his face. Someone else had beaten him to it again. Now that the weaknesses of the Blood Succubus, Blood Martial Gate, Blood Killing Gate, Blood Crowd Gate, and Blood Poison Gate had been resolved, only the Blood Beast Gate, Blood Ghost Gate, and Blood Immortal Gate were left. When Zhao Fu arrived at the Blood Beast sect, the first thing he saw was the Blood Hidden Dragon. Shui Fulong looked embarrassed. He was not as arrogant as before. He had not expected things to turn out like this. Before, they were of the same generation. Now, Zhao Fu's seniority was much higher than his. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Shui Hidden Dragon bowed obediently. He could only hope that Zhao Fu wouldn't hold it against him. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Book 1, Chapter 131, Blood Beast Sect. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not mind what had happened before as he asked, "What flaws does your Blood Beast Sect have?" "The Blood Murderous." Bell called over a few people. One had cat ears, blood-red hair, and a pretty face. One had a pair of bull horns, blood-red hair, and a voluptuous figure. One had a pair of leopard claws and a tail. One had a pair of snake eyes and a bewitching figure, and one had 3 fox tails and an alluring figure. If it wasn't for the fact that these 5 people were roaring like wild beasts with their emotionless and ferocious gazes, Zhao Fu would have thought that the Blood Murderous Bell had told them to serve him. The Blood Murderous Bell said, "When there are problems with our Blood Beast Sect's cultivation, we turn into wild beasts. Not only do our bodies become wild beasts, but our minds also become wild beasts. I know you like women, so they're yours." Zhao Fu hugged the Blood Murderous Bell and smiled as he said, "Let's do some research then." The Blood Murderous Bell agreed, "All right." A few hours later, the women's faces were red and their minds had returned to normal, and they lay down next to Zhao Fu. The Blood Murderous Bell's face was red, and it smiled as it said, "I'm sure you found a solution, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, It's quite simple for me. I just need to suppress their bestial nature." When cultivating, the Blood Beast sect had to fuse with a wild beast's bloodline. If they weren't careful, their bodies would go through mutations and become like this. In actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that their minds had also become wild beasts, they would be like the Heaven Awakened World's Outlanders, and Zhao Fu would be quite interested. The Blood Murderous Bell said, "I want you to not only suppress their bestial nature but also increase our Blood Beast sect's strength. We can't be weaker than the other sects." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Your requirements are quite high." The Blood Murderous Bell lightly harumphed, "Of course, I've already given myself to you, so my requirements are definitely higher than others." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I promise you." The other women's faces were red as they lay by the side, looking at the high and mighty sect leader. They leaned into the man's embrace and chatted. Although they had just regained consciousness and were not clear about Zhao Fu's identity, they knew that Zhao Fu's background was extremely terrifying. Even the sect leader was personally serving her. One had to know that this was the sect leader, a person who stood above tens of thousands of people, a supreme being. The Murderous Blood Bell asked curiously, "What do you have in mind?" Zhao Fu said, "I have a type of demon star power that can suppress the bestial nature in your bodies and strengthen the strength of your Blood Beast sect." The Murderous Blood Bell asked curiously, "The power of the demon star?" Seeing her puzzled look, Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Is it strange?" The Murderous Blood Bell nodded. "I've never heard of a fiend star. There are no such stars in the primal chaos world." "How did you get one?" Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. The demon star power he was talking about was the supreme emperor star of the devil race in the Heaven Awakened world, and there was no devil race in the primal chaos world. Facing the murderous Blood Bell's gaze, Zhao Fu did not know how to reply. The murderous Blood Bell looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I won't ask any more. As long as you can help me deal with the blood beast sex matters, I'll pay you back." Zhao Fu laughed as he hugged the murderous Blood Bell. The murderous Blood Bell continued to ask, "What do you want me to prepare for you?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "If you can obtain a falling star, I'll be able to raise the blood beast sex power to its peak." The murderous Blood Bell asked, "What do you want a star for?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to create a blood beast star that belongs to your blood beast sect. That way, not only can it suppress the bestial nature in your bodies, but it can also increase your power and even have fate to protect your sect." The murderous Blood Bell looked shocked as she asked, "Can you really do that?" Stars were born in the boundless starry sky and contained powerful starry power. They had different attributes and a huge amount of fate. However, most stars were ownerless, and most of them were not very strong. Sometimes, they would fall from the boundless starry sky and fall to the ground. Some stars were exclusive stars, such as general stars and emperor stars. They could affect the fate of a person or even a country. The murderous Blood Bell had never heard of anyone being able to create an exclusive star. This ability shocked even someone with her cultivation. In actuality, it was different from what the murderous Blood Bell thought. Zhao Fu had the support of 8 emperor stars, so he controlled a vast amount of starry power. However, Zhao Fu could not directly create a star. Zhao Fu wanted to create a fake star, so he needed a falling star. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The murderous Blood Bell happily got up, put on her clothes, and left. Falling stars were rare materials and had different uses. The murderous Blood Bell could not collect any, so she could only ask the other sect leaders for help. After hearing about this, the other sect leaders were also quite shocked. They quickly helped Zhao Fu obtain a falling star, wanting to see how Zhao Fu would create an exclusive star. The situation was similar to the Blood Beast sect. Zhao Fu gathered all of the Blood Beast sect's people together while he stood in the center. Next to him was a silver orb that was dozens of meters wide. This was the star that he had collected. A star that fell from the boundless starry sky was called a death star. It was a dead star that was filled with a deathly aura and did not have any vitality at all. It was like a corpse. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed it against the star. A massive wave of star power flowed into the star, causing it to give off a faint silver light and slowly float up from the ground. The sect leaders looked quite confused. Even though it looked quite simple, they could not do it. This required an extremely powerful fate star to do so. Seeing how relaxed Zhao Fu was, the star that he had most likely surpassed countless ordinary stars. The star slowly floated into the sky and gave off a massive suction force. The Blood Beast sect's people on the ground immediately cut their arms and countless amounts of blood flew towards the star and entered it. The silver star quickly became blood red, but it was still filled with deathly aura and did not have any vitality. Zhao Fu placed his hands in front of him and formed a triangle with his palms. Countless traces of star power flowed out from Zhao Fu's hands and condensed into a small purple orb in Zhao Fu's palms. Within it was a dragon that seemed to be alive. Seeing this orb, Xianxia said in confusion, "Dragon star? Does our primordial world have a dragon star like this?" Blood Shura replied seriously, "The primordial dragon race has a dragon star, but its power and aura are different from this dragon star. This violet dragon star is much more powerful, and I don't know what kind of dragon star it is." Book 1, Chapter 132, End of Book 1. Swish, an air-tearing sound sounded out as the violet orb between Zhao Fu's palms turned into a violet ray of light and shot into the blood-red star in the sky. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red star gave off boundless blood-red light that covered the sky, causing it to become blood-red. The blood-red aura, which had been filled with a deathly aura, started to give birth to traces of life. Countless members of the Blood Beast sect emitted a blood-colored aura. This was the fate of each and every one of them. Countless amounts of blood-colored fate flowed towards the blood-colored star in the sky like a tidal wave, constantly entering the blood-colored star. The blood-red stars. Life force became more and more abundant, and the aura it gave off became more and more powerful. An hour later, the blood-red star in the sky gave off a powerful aura, and it looked just like any other star. No one would think that it was a dead star anymore. Many of the Blood Beast sect's disciples also felt the connection between them and the star. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the blood-red star gave off a blood-red wave of light, bringing with it a massive amount of star power that quickly swept through the countless Blood Beast sect's members. The Blood Beast sect's members' bodies trembled as countless traces of blood-red aura uncontrollably rose up from their bodies. The aura condensed into different shapes. There were cows, snakes, tigers, horses, lions, dogs, pigs, sheep. The ferocious aura of hundreds of beasts spread out, and everyone felt as if they were facing 100 ferocious beasts, causing them to feel fear. Many of the Blood Beast sect's members sensed the changes in their bodies and smiled. Xiaofu retracted his hand, and the blood-red star calmed down and floated in the sky. Even though it looked like a real star, it was only a fake one that Xiaofu had created. If it was possible to create a real star from nothingness, one would have to become the ruler of the stars to be able to do so. Xiaofu walked in front of the Blood Fiend Bell and smiled as he said, "Are you satisfied now?" The Blood Fiend Bell nodded in satisfaction and ignored everyone else's gazes as it hugged Xiaofu and said, "I'll repay you properly tonight." Everyone else's expressions did not change. They already knew about Xiaofu's relationship with them. Shueshao sensed the blood-red star's power. It not only strengthened the Blood Beast sect's power, but it also gave the Blood Beast sect's members fate protection. This was simply too enticing, and Shueshao also wanted the Blood Beast sect's own star. He smiled as he said, "Sir, can you create a blood-red star for the Blood Beast sect?" Shui Wuzong also said expectantly, "Our Blood Martial sect also wants a scarlet star, no matter the price. With our relationship, I can have a blood-red star as well." "I can't create a blood-red star as well, and I can't." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "That might not be possible. The Blood Beast sect's art is related to beasts, and the star I have is related to beasts. That's why I was able to create the 100-beast blood star." This was true. Xiaofu could not create another blood-red star, as he needed other people's power. Xiaofu had 8 Supreme Emperor stars, but he did not seem to have the same attributes as the others. Of course, even if Xiaofu could create one, he wouldn't because that would expose Xiaofu's identity. Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. The murderous Blood Bell's smile became even brighter. The Blood Tool sect master, Shui Gue, did not want others to beat him to it, so he immediately spoke up, "Please come to my Blood Tool sect. I also have something that I need you to solve." Xiaofu replied with a smile, "What flaws does your Blood Tool sect have?" Blood Ghost said, "My Blood Tool sect can use blood to create all kinds of blood tools, but it consumes a lot of mental energy. Moreover, our strength is relatively weak. I think you can help solve the problem of the Blood Tool sect's mental energy." Xiaofu thought for a moment. "I'll go there to take a look first." Following this, Xiaofu and the other sect masters went to the Blood Tool sect. The Blood Tool sect had heard that Xiaofu had solved the Blood Beast sect's problem and that Xiaofu had come to their Blood Tool sect. All of them gave excited smiles and looked at Xiaofu with admiration and respect. Shui Gue called out, "Bai Qi. Show us the Blood Tool sect's power." Shui Bai Qi looked quite awkward. Luckily, he had not offended Xiaofu when he had tried to persuade him. Now that he could show off his power in front of Xiaofu, it was a good opportunity. Shui Bai Qi walked in front of Xiaofu's group and stretched out a hand, forming a sword with his fingers in front of his chest. A massive wave of blood-red qi flowed out of Shui Bai Qi's body and continuously condensed into different weapons. There were sabers, swords, axes, spears. Xiaofu said, "Attack with your full power and I'll give it a try." Shui Bai Qi did not dare to do this and looked at his sect master. Shui Gue nodded. Shui Bai Qi pointed his sword in front of his chest at Xiaofu, causing blood-red ripples to spread out. The weapons around him brought with them immense power as they shot towards Xiaofu, leaving behind blood-red traces of light. Xiaofu only stretched out a hand, which gave off a blood-red light as a massive wave of blood-red power spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, the blood-red weapons were blocked by a formless energy and stopped in mid-air, unable to advance an inch. Shui Bai Qi vigorously pointed his sword forwards and controlled the blood-red weapons to give off immense power, wanting to break through Xiaofu's defenses. Xiaofu looked at Shui Bai Qi and sent a powerful mental attack towards Shui Bai Qi. The blood-red weapons turned into countless traces of blood-red qi and dissipated. Shui Baiqi's body trembled as his head was hit by a massive force, causing him to go blank. The Blood Tool Sect's people were all shocked. The Blood Tool Sect's most powerful Shui Baiqi has been defeated so easily. The sect master's expressions did not change, they had long since expected this. Shui Gui asked, "How is it?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "It's actually quite simple. I have a type of power that can increase mental power and give the blood-red weapons spirituality, increasing the Blood Tool Sect's power." Shui Gui said happily, "Thank you very much." Zhao Fu came to a stone stage that was hundreds of meters tall. This time, Zhao Fu planned to use the spirit race's power. The spirit race could naturally sense spirit qi and had powerful spirituality. Zhao Fu only needed to give the Blood Tool Sect's people a bit of spirituality to increase their power and mental power. Boom, Zhao Fu pressed a hand on the center of the stage and a powerful wave of spirit energy spread out, forming a massive magic formation. Heaven and earth power flooded out and entered the magic formation, causing it to give off a massive power. Whoosh, the magic formation gave off a powerful suction force, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth surged over like a tidal wave, pouring into the magic formation. The sect masters once again looked shocked. They felt that Zhao Fu's control over the heavens and earth was even greater than theirs, and he could directly transform into the heavens and earth. Apex Book 1, Chapter 133 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Year before, it was said that the spirit race's Emperor Star's power was useful in any world because all creatures had spirits. Zhao Fu did not use the spirit race's Emperor Star's power and instead used his own spirit energy to gather the outer world's power. Zhao Fu had a powerful spirit body, so he had great control over the heavens and earth there. As massive amounts of power flowed into the magic formation condensed 12 rhombus-shaped crystals that floated in the air and gave off different colored lights. The 12 rhombus-shaped crystals represented different attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, wind, lightning, ice, space, and time. After condensing the 12 rhombus-shaped crystals, Zhao Fu stopped and left the center of the magic formation as he said, "It's done now." Shui Gui looked quite surprised. "It's that simple?" Zhao Fu nodded. "I told you that it was quite simple. Send someone in and you'll obtain a type of spirit energy. This spirit energy is heaven and earth spirit energy and can solve your problems." Shui Gui smiled and nodded, and he had Shui Baiqi enter. After Shui Baiqi entered, the massive magic formation started to activate and heaven and earth power flowed in. The 12 crystals gave off resplendent light as a massive wave of heaven and earth power flowed into Shui Baiqi's body, causing his body to be covered with spirit energy. A while later, the spirit energy dissipated and Shui Baiqi's aura greatly changed. His bloody aura became much weaker, and his body seemed to have a trace of spirituality. Shui Gui smiled as he said, "Baiqi, show off your power again." Shui Baiqi smiled and nodded. This spirit energy fused with his bloodline energy, and he wanted to see how much stronger he had become. Zhao Fu once again placed his sword in front of his chest and a massive wave of blood-red qi flowed out. Weapons once again formed and floated around Shui Baiqi's body. This time was different. The weapons all had powerful spirituality and seemed to be alive as they flew around Shui Baiqi. Shui Gui gave a satisfied smile and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Shui Qianyu looked at Zhao Fu. Now, there was only the Blood Immortal sect. The problems of the other sects had been solved by Zhao Fu. Looking at the changes of the other sects, Shui Qianyu was also very excited. "You should come to my place and take a look." Zhao Fu nodded. "All right." Finally, Zhao Fu went to the Blood Immortal sect. The Blood Immortal sect was the most powerful sect in the Blood Elder sect. Everyone in this sect was very strong, but they also had the least people. Zhao Fu looked at the people from the Blood Immortal sect. They all emanated the power of a Blood Immortal. Their faces were cold, and they seemed very powerful. Zhao Fu said doubtfully, "Your Blood Immortal sect is very powerful. I don't feel any flaws." Shui Qianyu said, "As the strongest sect, my Blood Immortal sect naturally has no flaws. However, all the other sects have received great enhancements. I think you should have the ability to strengthen the Blood Immortal sect." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Are you that confident?" Shui Qianyu said with a smile, I believe in your abilities. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, I indeed have a type of immortal qi that can strengthen your blood immortal sect. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a strand of white-colored aura floated out from Zhao Fu's palm, gently swaying and changing. Although the white-colored aura looked very ordinary, the sect leaders were all shocked. Shui Qianyu directly shouted, You're someone from the immortal realm? This was because the strand of immortal qi that Zhao Fu emitted was extremely pure. It contained a power that surpassed the laws of this world, causing them to feel extremely shocked. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not reply to Shui Qianyu's question. Zhao Fu purposely made it so that Shui Qianyu would not be able to guess his identity and said, That's not important. Even though my immortal qi has a different attribute from your blood immortal sects, it can be converted into attributes to increase your power. Shui Qianyu and the others felt that Zhao Fu had already admitted that he was from the celestial realm, so they could not help but become even more respectful. If Zhao Fu was from the celestial realm, then his terrifying power and abilities could be explained. After all, they were not on the same level. Shui Qianyu followed Zhao Fu's instructions and collected countless corpses. There were corpses of insects, primal chaos people, and birds. There were many of them, and they covered the surrounding tens of thousands of meters, giving off a dense bloody smell. Zhao Fu walked over to a corpse that was thousands of meters long and looked like a cow. It was completely green and had 2 pairs of horns. This was an Emperor Heaven Realm insect, and Zhao Fu had asked Shui Qianyu to prepare it for him. The sect masters stood in the air, waiting to see what Zhao Fu would do. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed it against the cow's forehead. A massive wave of pure celestial qi flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and entered the cow's body. The cow's body gave off a faint white light and a massive might covered the surroundings. Under Zhao Fu's control, the cow's corpse continuously melted and turned into a massive green ball of flesh. Zhao Fu sent some of his power into it, causing the ball of flesh to burn with a white aura flame. Countless impurities rose up, and the ball of flesh gradually shrank until it was only 100 meters wide. Under Zhao Fu's control, the ball of flesh turned into a square green steel that stood among the countless corpses. It gave off boundless green light and a powerful celestial might, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu sent some more celestial power into it. Many white celestial runes appeared on the corpse steel, and a white wave of light quickly spread out, covering all of the corpses. The blood flowing out of the corpses formed streams of water that gathered towards the corpse steel, and the corpse steel absorbed the blood. Zhao Fu withdrew his hand and came before Shui Qianyu as he said, The corpse steel's transformation will take some time. Shui Qianyu smiled and nodded as he said, It's alright, thank you for this time. It's almost time for the sect trial, so you should make some preparations and see if you can obtain the legacies of the other 7 sects. If you can become the sect master of the sect, I'll be very happy. The blood-venomous woman lightly laughed as she said, I'm also looking forward to you becoming the sect master. Shui Xiao gave a fawning smile as he said, I won't object. Under your leadership, the sect will definitely become even better than before, I completely trust you. The blood-venomous woman lightly laughed as she said, I'm also very happy to see my man become the sect master. Don't disappoint me. Right now, the blood-venomous woman was a great benefactor to the sect master. Not only did the disciples like and respect Zhao Fu, but the 8 sect masters also supported him. Most importantly, Zhao Fu's identity was extremely terrifying, and his strength was also frighteningly great. Under such a person's leadership, no one had any objections. At this moment, it could be said that Zhao Fu becoming the sect master was something that everyone expected. If Zhao Fu did not become the sect master, it would be strange. Volume 1, Chapter 134. 5 or 6 days later, right now, the Blood-Long Gate was very lively. There were countless people standing on the trial platform. Every single one of them was very excited. In the past, the people of the Blood-Long Gate did not have this kind of anticipation and happiness. This was because they were different from before. They wanted to show off their strength to everyone and let them experience their strength. There were already many people sitting on the stage. Other than the 8 sect masters and elders, there were also many people from other factions. There were both men and women. If they didn't have high statuses, then they were extremely powerful. Each of them held great authority, and they were honored guests. These people had been specially invited by the sect master to witness the birth of the Blood-Long Gates sect master. Not only could this increase the Blood-Long Gates' prestige, but it could also intimidate the surrounding factions. When the other factions heard about this, they also placed great importance on this matter. They had come for Xiao Fu, and they didn't care about anyone else. Compared to Xiao Fu, they were nothing. There were 8 people standing in front of everyone. They were the strongest and most talented people of each sect. Xiao Fu recognized all of them: Shi Qianhe, Shui Yorua, Shui Fulong, Shui Baiqi, Shui Qisha, Shui Sandu, and Shui Yumei. There was only one person that Xiao Fu didn't recognize. He was an elegant youth wearing white clothes. He was called Xianxia Gu, and he was the most outstanding person in the Blood-Long Gate. He was the next generation's successor, and he had the power to make even gods and ghosts invade him. He had been in seclusion the entire time and had only returned now, so Xiao Fu hadn't seen him before. Originally, he had some hopes of becoming the sect master, and Shui Qianyue had great expectations for him. But after Xiao Fu had appeared, Shui Qianyue had completely given up on Xianxia Gu. He knew that Xiao Fu was far stronger than Xianxia Gu, and even he felt inferior. This made Xianxia Gu feel quite dissatisfied. He didn't believe that he was weaker than Xiao Fu, and he wanted to see Xiao Fu's power. On the stage, a lazy middle-aged man was leaning against a chair. He looked at the 8 people from Xianxia Gu and said, "Where's the future sect master you've been talking about? Why haven't they come out yet?" His name was Shu Gu, and he was no weaker than Shui Qianyu. The person sitting beside him was Shui Qianyu. Shui Qianyu said with a smile, "No hurry, it's not time yet." Another woman with long green hair and green eyes, named Tree Shade, chuckled. "We'll push everything else aside. Don't let us down." Shui Qianyu said confidently, "Don't worry, he will definitely not let you down." Time passed slowly. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "He's here." Countless people from the Blood Dragon sect looked towards the back and saw Xiao Fu leisurely walking towards them from the back. The rest of the people revealed expressions of excitement, some of them shouted loudly, some of them were trembling. The scene became even more lively. Lonely Tree, Tree Shade, and many other powerhouses also set their eyes on Xiao Fu. A seductive woman covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What a beautiful person! How can there be such a perfect face in this world?" A handsome youth also opened his mouth and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a perfect face. Even if I die, as a man, I'd still like such a beautiful face." A young girl enviously said, "If only I had such a perfect face. How good would that be?" Tree Shade was slightly shocked as he said, "I have nothing to say about this face. I don't believe that someone with such a face would be an ordinary person." Xiao Fu walked forward, and countless people from the Blood Dragon sect made a path for him. Seeing Xiao Fu with their own eyes, everyone's reaction became even more enthusiastic, and the scene became even more noisy. Xiao Fu walked to the front, and the Blood Dragon sect's people also looked at Xiao Fu. The Blood Dragon sect's people looked at Xiao Fu. They understood that Xiao Fu was an omnipotent genius. Shui Yorua rolled her eyes at Xiao Fu and said, "Why are you so slow?" Xiao Fu lightly smiled. "It's nothing." On the viewing platform, the blood-venomous woman, Blood Savage Ling, and Shui Baimei had red faces as they walked over with smiles on their faces. Seeing Xiao Fu arrive, Shui Qianyue stood up with a smile and said, "The trial will now begin." Everyone's spirits shook and they excitedly prepared for the trial. Xiao Fu and the Blood Dragon sect's people's expressions were relaxed, without the slightest pressure. Boom, a huge explosion rang out as countless heavens and earth gathered in the sky. Countless blood-colored lights shot out, accompanied by a powerful pressure that landed on everyone's bodies. This was just a foundational trial and not a true trial. It was mainly to eliminate the majority of people who didn't have the qualifications to participate. That enormous pressure was like a boulder crushing down on everyone's bodies. This was just a foundational trial, so Xiao Fu and the others naturally weren't affected at all. However, everyone else felt a wave of pressure. The Blood Dragon sect's people, who were originally the weakest, were the first to attack. One by one, they roared and a wave of blood force erupted from their bodies. Waves of blood chi emerged from their bodies to resist this immense pressure. The people of the Blood Tool sect stretched out their hands and a wave of blood energy surged out, forming a blood-red shield in front of them, blocking the pressure. The Blood Beast sect's people also roared and their muscles bulged. A blood-colored light covered their bodies, and they obtained a powerful energy that allowed them to easily block the pressure. The people of the Blood Demon sect chuckled as countless blood-colored mists surged out of their bodies and coiled around them, giving them a powerful defense that blocked the immense pressure. The other sects also used different kinds of energy to block the pressure. Not a single person failed in the foundational trial. It wasn't just Xianxia and the other sect masters who were stunned. The other factions were also shocked. This was something that had never happened before. It was something that had never happened since the Blood Beast sect had been established. Many people from the other factions were thinking, what happened to the Blood Beast sect? How did they suddenly become so powerful in such a short time? Not a single person failed. This is too terrifying. If these people grow up, the Blood Beast sect's strength will reach new heights. Although Xianxia and the others knew that their sect's strength had increased by a lot, they didn't expect it to be this much. Their gazes couldn't help but focus on Zhao Fu. This was all because of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was really the Blood Beast sect's lucky star. The blood-colored light in the sky slowly disappeared, and the disciples looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They were very happy to be able to pass this foundational trial. As long as they passed this trial, they would receive a lot of rewards. Book 1, Chapter 135, Blood Demon. Their gazes were also focused on Zhao Fu because they knew that it was because of Zhao Fu. Some people even thanked Zhao Fu and excitedly called out Zhao Fu's name, making it seem as if everyone was welcoming him, causing the scene to become incredibly lively. Xianxia, Sandu, and the others silently stood at the front, not saying anything. Mimi and Yorua smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. Blood Clear Valley stood at the front and was shocked by Zhao Fu's influence. He was even more popular than ordinary sect masters. This person really did have some ability. Gu, who had been lazy before, seriously asked, "Before I came, I heard that this person helped your Blood Long Gate resolve all sorts of problems. Is it because of him that the Blood Long Gate's strength has increased so much?" Xianyu smiled and nodded. The sexy woman was called White Yu, and she said in shock, "Then who is this person? How does he have such powerful abilities?" Xianyu had a trace of arrogance as he said, "We don't know who he is, but he's definitely not someone we can offend." The handsome man was called Xianxia. He thought about it and said in shock, "He's the Primal Chaos Child?" Blood Shura could not help but laugh, "He's not the Primal Chaos Child. We can guarantee this, but we feel that he's not any weaker than the Primal Chaos Child." Blood Azura was wrong about this. Zhao Fu was also the son of chaos in other people's mouths. Hearing this, everyone's shock did not decrease. Gu's tone became a bit weaker as he said, "Can you reveal some information about him?" Xianyu said, "I'm sorry. Information about him is too important, so we can't reveal any information about him." Hearing this, Gu looked disappointed. The young woman was called Qingqing, and she said curiously, "Not only is this person so handsome, but he also has such a shocking identity. I really want to know who he is." Boom! At that moment, another explosion sounded out as heaven and earth energy once again gathered. The sky became blood red. The trial was about to begin. At the location of the Blood Group sect, there was a blood red gate with many people carved on it, and it gave off a powerful aura. At the center of the trial, countless traces of blood-red energy condensed in the sky, forming an enormous blood-red door. It stood in the sky, giving off boundless blood-red light and a shocking might. The first trial was also called the Trial of the Blood Crowd sect. This was the first official trial, and it was different from the foundational trial. It was even more terrifying, and everyone became nervous and serious, not daring to be careless. The blood-red door slowly opened and countless traces of blood-red aura flooded out, giving off terrifying auras as they ferociously rushed towards the people on the platform. Zhao Fu's expression was quite relaxed, and his body gave off a wave of energy that formed a protective barrier. The blood-red aura river spread out on the ground, and countless traces of blood-red aura containing immense power shot towards countless people. Zhao Fu had the protection of his energy barrier, and the blood-red aura dissipated upon hitting the barrier, not taking any damage. The people at the front all used energy barriers to block the blood-red aura. However, the others did not have it so easy. Even though they also unleashed energy barriers that gave off intense blood-red light, they were unable to block the blood-red aura. The traces of blood-red aura blasted their bodies away, causing them to fall to the ground. If they did not want to continue, they could only crawl on the ground. If they wanted to continue, they just had to stand up, and the blood-red aura would once again attack. The blood-red aura continuously flowed out of the blood-red door, giving off rumbling sounds. It did not show any signs of weakening, and it instead became more and more numerous, causing countless people to feel more and more pressure. Gradually, more and more people were lying on the ground. The people from the other factions all let out sighs of relief. If not a single person from the Blood Crowd sect had failed under such a powerful attack, then the Blood Crowd sect would be too terrifying. As time slowly flowed by, the blood-colored aura that gushed out finally weakened and stopped gushing out in the end. There were only 70% of the people standing on the platform, which meant that 30% of the people had been eliminated. However, even though so many people had been eliminated, it was still better than before. Before, 70% of the people might not have been able to withstand it. Among the people who had survived, there were relatively more people from the Blood Crowd sect, because they cultivated the Blood Crowd sect's cultivation method, which gave them a slight advantage. Swish, 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 countless blood-red beams shot out from the blood-red door, streaking through the air and shooting people's bodies. Everyone felt a wave of blood-red power enter their bodies. This blood-red power seemed to be a weakened legacy power that could increase people's bodies' power. There were no restrictions on cultivation methods, and it was not only the Blood Crowd sect's people, but the Blood Tool sect and Blood Beast sect's people's power also increased. After shooting out countless blood-red beams, the blood-red door slowly disappeared, and the surrounding heaven and earth force once again gathered. The second trial was about to begin. Everyone readied themselves for the trial of the second gate. The Blood Crowd sect's blood-red door, which had countless enchanting women carved on it, gave off a massive aura. In the middle of the trial, countless traces of blood-red power condensed in the sky and slowly formed a massive blood-red door. It stood in the sky and gave off boundless blood-red light, and a shocking might spread out. The second trial was the Blood Ghost sect's trial. The blood-red door slowly opened, and countless women's alluring laughter sounded out. Following this, countless images of enchanting women rushed out from the blood-red door and flew towards the people on the ground. Zhao Fu stood there and did not use a defensive barrier, as it was useless now. This was an illusion trial. Zhao Fu stood where he was and was not affected at all. The images surrounded Zhao Fu's body, not daring to come close. The ordinary people did not have Zhao Fu's power, and the enchanting women came close to them and began to dance. The people in the trial all stood where they were, smiling foolishly or mischievously. As they shouted, they waved their hands and feet, falling into different illusions. In order to pass this trial, one's mental energy and willpower had to be strong. If one failed, they would just stand there as if they had gone mad, and someone would drag them down. If one defeated the illusions, the dancing women's images would disappear. This was the second trial, and it was an illusion trial, so many people were unable to pass it. However, there were even more images of women flying out from the blood-red door towards the people on the ground. Some people had 2 or 3 women dancing seductively beside them, causing the illusion's power to increase by many times, causing many people to fall into illusions. Book 1, Chapter 136 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. With so many female images dancing, the bewitchment that they gave off was dozens of times greater than that of others. However, Zhao Fu was not affected at all and stood there with a relaxed expression. After a while, more and more images gathered around Zhao Fu, and there were now 1,000 or so of them. The bewitchment that they gave off was undoubtedly the most powerful one, and everyone else retreated because they were also affected. Zhao Fu looked at the dancing images and gave off a formless aura as he said calmly, "Stand down." Sensing the terrifying aura that Zhao Fu gave off, the countless images retreated in fear before disappearing. Everyone stared at Zhao Fu and could not help but cry out. The difference between Zhao Fu and the others was immediately apparent, and everyone else was still resisting the bewitchment. A while later, the images disappeared, and some people dragged those who were still in the illusion out of the arena, reducing the number of people by half. The blood-red door in the sky shot out countless traces of blood-red light that entered everyone's bodies and strengthened them. Boom! The blood-red door that was carved with countless tools gave off a massive aura as a massive blood-red door appeared in the sky. It gave off countless traces of blood-red light. The blood-red door slowly opened, and this time, countless blood-red weapons shot out with immense power towards the people on the ground. Because most of the people had been eliminated, the arena became quite spacious, and everyone took out different weapons to defend. Clang, 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 the sounds of metal clashing continuously sounded out. Because this was the third attack, the blood-red weapons were quite powerful, and the others had to use all of their strength to defend. Some people shattered the blood-red weapons, while others were sent flying by the blood-red weapons. Most of the blood-red weapons shot towards Xiao Fu, at least a few thousand of them, and they all shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu was quite relaxed, and a blood-red domain spread out, covering the surrounding 10 meters. The countless blood-red weapons shot into the blood-red domain, turning into countless traces of blood-red aura and dissipating. Shugu could not help but say, "This person is quite powerful." Xianxia smiled. Tree Shade said with a chuckle, "When the trial is over, I want to invite him to our greenwood forest. You won't mind, right? I don't think you want him to sit, do you?" Of course, the Tree Shade didn't simply let Xiao Fu go. She wanted to let Xiao Fu take a look and let the forest get some benefits. By the way, she could get some information about his identity. If she could keep him in the forest, that would be the best. Tree Shade chuckled and replied, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have any purpose." Shugu also spoke up, "If possible, I would like to invite him to our faction to take a look." The others also chimed in. All of them wanted Xiao Fu to join their forces. Xianxia said, "This is not up to us. If you have the ability to invite him, then go ahead." Hearing this, everyone gave a trace of a smile and looked at Xiao Fu. Xiao xiao xiao, countless blood-red weapons shot out from the sky, causing a blood-red rain to fall. Everyone waved their weapons. Exuding a powerful aura, they desperately resisted the blood weapons. However, Xiao Fu still looked very relaxed. The countless blood weapons that shot into the blood-red domain directly collapsed. They turned into countless blood mist and dissipated. In the end, the blood gate stopped shooting blood weapons. Countless injured people were lying on the field. These people were all eliminated. This trial was more beneficial to the blood weapon sex people. They could use their own blood weapons to collide with the blood weapons, thus blocking the blood weapons. The fourth trial was the blood poison sex trial. The blood gate standing in the sky slowly opened. Countless blood-red mist gushed out and rushed towards the people on the ground. This blood mist was blood poison, and it was very toxic. If an ordinary person breathed it in, the blood in their body would become corrosive. It would constantly corrode the body, which was extremely painful. The blood poison sex people also emitted blood-red mist. This blood-red mist wrapped around their bodies, protecting them from the blood mist. The other sects used various methods to resist it. At that moment, Xiao Fu did not do anything and allowed the blood-red mist to enter his body. When the people outside saw the blood poison flood into Xiao Fu's body, their expressions changed. They all understood how dangerous the blood poison was. Sure, Qingqing could not help but cry out, "He won't be in danger, right?" The blood venom woman smiled as she said, "This kind of poison can't do anything to him. Don't worry." The handsome youth, Mountain E, looked at the blood venom woman's beautiful face and smiled as he said, "I wanted to ask before, how did you become so beautiful?" The blood venom woman said happily, "He helped me suck out the blood poison in my body, so I'm not affected by it." "Do you think I was born this ugly?" Mountain E chuckled as he said, "I don't mean that. I just feel that this person is really omnipotent." The blood venom woman smiled as she said, "When you know about him, you won't be so shocked." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Fu with interest. The blood-red mist covered the field and became denser and denser. The ground started to sizzle as it was being corroded by a formless blood power. Arg! Some people could not take it anymore and cried out as they hurriedly ran out of the blood-red mist. If they retreated and stayed within the blood-red mist, their lives would be in danger. This was the fourth trial, and the difficulty had increased by many times. Now, only 1,000 or so people had managed to pass. The blood-red mist started to dissipate, signifying that they had passed this trial. Swish, 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 countless traces of blood-red light shot into everyone's bodies, and a wave of blood energy spread out within their bodies, strengthening their resistance to poison. In the future, they would also be immune to some poisons. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the blood-red gate with countless beasts carved on it gave off a massive aura, and another blood-red gate once again appeared in the sky. This was the 5th trial, the Blood Beast Gate. Roar. Roar, roar. The blood-red gate slowly opened and the roars of countless beasts sounded out. Countless beasts gave off ferocious auras as they flooded out, causing everyone to feel terror. Everyone immediately prepared their weapons to defend. The countless beasts were 10 or so meters long and had savage gazes as they ferociously charged at the people on the ground. Looking at the charging beasts, everyone felt an immense pressure. However, something shocking happened. Because Xiao Fu was standing at the front, the countless beasts charged at Xiao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 137, Blood Demon. The countless beasts rushing towards Xiao Fu sensed Xiao Fu's aura, and they all revealed expressions of fear. They no longer looked as ferocious as before, and they immediately knelt on the ground with their heads lowered, as if they were worshipping their king. This scene caused everyone to look dumbfounded. Why were so many beasts worshipping him? It wasn't just the other factions that were shocked, the blood beast sex people were also shocked, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Fu himself was also quite surprised, but he could sense that it was the 100 beast blood star's influence, making it so that the blood beasts did not dare to harm him. What should they do now? Countless blood beasts were kneeling in front of Xiao Fu, and if they did not attack anyone else, how could they continue? Shui Qianyu looked at the blood beast sex sect leader, and the blood beast sex sect leader looked quite helpless. This was the first time that she had encountered such a situation, and she was unable to control the blood beast sect. At this moment, Xiao Fu said, "Go back." The countless blood fiends on the ground immediately retreated and surged back into the blood door like a tide. There was no hesitation, and their movements were extremely fast. Everyone looked quite dumbfounded. This was the 5th blood beast sex trial, and they had passed it just like that. This was definitely the first time in history. Swish, 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 the blood gate shot out countless blood-red lights that quickly entered Xiao Fu and the others' bodies, and a wave of blood energy spread out, increasing everyone's strength. Some people did not believe that they had passed this trial so easily, but now that the rewards had been given to everyone, they were 100% sure that the 5th trial had been passed so easily. Everyone looked quite happy and excited. They had never thought that they would be able to pass the 5th trial without doing anything, and they had thought that they would not be able to pass it. Those who had been defeated in the 4th trial looked quite envious. If they had persevered for a bit longer, they would have been able to pass the 5th trial without wasting any energy, and they would have been able to enter the 6th trial while lying down. The blood beast sex people looked at Xiao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Xiao Fu would have such abilities. At first, the blood serum sex people were not very convinced of Xiao Fu's abilities, but after seeing this scene, they understood that they were inferior to him. He did not have such abilities. At the location of the blood martial gate, which had various carvings of people practicing martial arts, gave off a powerful aura. A blood door appeared in the sky. The blood door slowly opened, and countless figures rushed towards the crowd. The 6th trial of the blood martial gate was several times more difficult. Everyone started fighting with that figure. These figures were very strong. Many people couldn't even take a single blow before being sent flying. These people had probably been lucky enough to pass the 5th trial, but now they had no ability to resist the 6th trial. Shui Mei, Shui Baiqi, and the others did not have it easy either. They fought seriously with those figures. Shui Sandu's body continuously gave off a blood-red mist, forming a massive tentacle that vigorously whipped at a figure. The intense poison continuously corroded the figure. Shui Yorua fought with that figure. You punched, and I punched. Shui Mimi's body gave off a formless energy, causing the image to become distracted. Shui Mimi's sword quickly stabbed towards the image, piercing through its body. The image gradually disappeared, but another image quickly found Shui Mimi. Shui Qisha's power was comparatively greater. He sent one of the figures flying with a single punch, and the other figures pounced at him. Xianxia blocked them while counterattacking. He wasn't at a disadvantage. The one who had it the easiest was still Xiao Fu. But the figures surrounding him were the most numerous. Illusory figures surrounded Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu stood where he was and raised his finger, which gave off a blood-red sword light, making it look like a sword of light. One figure couldn't wait any longer and charged at Xiao Fu. Its hand turned into a claw, and it grabbed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's sword fingers easily cut that figure in two, and it dissipated. Another figure grasped this opportunity to attack from behind Xiao Fu. Its fist brought with it a powerful fist wind as it smashed at Xiao Fu's back. Xiao Fu swung his sword, slashing at that figure's head. The figures understood that they weren't a match for Xiao Fu, so they all charged at Xiao Fu. They attacked Xiao Fu from all directions. Their fists brought with them wind, their palms brought with them powerful palm energy, their claws brought with them cold light, and their fingers brought with them sharp attacks at different places on Xiao Fu. Boom! Xiao Fu placed his sword fingers in front of his chest, and a powerful energy spread out like a barrier. Countless figures charged at him were sent flying. Not a single one of them had the ability to resist. Those figures that were sent flying also slowly faded. After dealing with so many figures, not a single one of them dared to approach Xiao Fu. They turned to attack the others. A blood-red ring appeared above Xueqinggu's head. A powerful energy rapidly spread out, sending several figures flying. There were no longer any figures looking for him. This meant that he had passed this trial, and his strength was indeed the strongest among the 8. Bang! Blood 7 kills raised his fist, and a blood-red light covered his fist as he rushed towards the images. He sent them flying with a single punch, and he had passed this trial. As a member of the Blood Martial Gate, Xianxia had a bit of an advantage on this level. Based on the attributes of these illusory figures, he was able to take advantage of this opportunity to send them flying. He smoothly passed this trial. However, the others didn't have that kind of power, and they were all sent flying. In the end, there were only 30-some people left. The number of people who had died was frightening. The Blood Martial Gate shot out countless rays of blood-colored light that entered everyone's bodies. Everyone once more felt their power increase. Next, there was some rest time for everyone to recover from their injuries and physical strength. The next 2 most dangerous trials were the Blood-Killing Sect trial and the Blood Immortal Sect trial. Xiao Fu looked at Xianxia, who was struggling a bit. This kind of head-on battle was disadvantageous to her. She was more suited to not fighting head-on. Her strongest point was her bewitching arts. Xiao Fu smiled. "Senior apprentice sister, do you want me to help you?" Xianxia felt a warm feeling in her heart. She hadn't expected Xiao Fu to care about her at this time. She happily smiled. "No need. I want to rely on my own strength to pass as many trials as I can." Xiao Fu smiled and nodded. Xianxia said with some jealousy, "Why didn't you ask me?" Xiao Fu laughed. "As the Blood Martial Gate's heir, you'll find it laughable if you lose here." Xianxia snorted. The people on the viewing platforms all had smiles on their faces as they waited for the next 2 trials. What they were looking forward to the most was still Xiao Fu obtaining the Blood Dragon Gate's inheritance. They had been waiting for that moment, and they did not care about the other people's performances. Book 1, Chapter 138, End of Book 1. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a blood-red door giving off massive killing intent appeared in the sky. The surrounding temperature quickly plummeted, and everyone else felt their hair stand on end. The 7th Dao trial was the Blood Kill Sect trial. Whoosh! The blood-red door opened and a massive blood-red aura blew out, turning into a wild gale that blew towards everyone. Everyone hurriedly unleashed defensive barriers to defend. The power of the blood-colored gale was extremely strong. The ground was lifted up layer by layer and shot forward along with the gale. The scene was extremely terrifying. Countless traces of blood-red light came from outside, forming a thick wall of blood that blocked the gale and the flying rocks. Under such a terrifying gale, the people outside would be in great danger. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. The final 2 trials were on a completely different level to the previous ones. Just as the door opened, there was already such terrifying power. If it wasn't for the blood-red wall's protection, everyone outside would have been injured. Everyone's expressions became serious and serious. After the wild gale stopped, 3-meter-tall bald people with blood-red eyes walked out. They were no longer illusory images but corporeal bodies, and they gave off immense power, causing people to feel a trace of fear. Swish, 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 these people turned into rays of light and shot towards Xiao Fu and the others, tearing through the air. They were incredibly fast, and each of the bald people found a trial taker. There was also a bald person who gave off an intense killing intent as he rushed in front of Xiao Fu and punched towards Xiao Fu with shocking power. Xiao Fu's expression became serious and he also punched out. Bang, the two fists collided, resulting in a shockwave that blasted out. Xiao Fu did not take a single step back, but the bald person took 7 or 8 steps back. The bald person rushing at Xiao Fu and the others from Serum Valley was much stronger than ordinary bald people, and the bald person rushing at Xiao Fu was even stronger than the 8 people, having Emperor Heaven Realm strength. Now, there were only a few dozen people left, and the area was completely empty, allowing them to unleash large-scale attacks. Boom, the bald man punched the ground, causing it to crack open. A ferocious blood-red energy rushed towards Xiao Fu, causing the ground to crack. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of power surged out, forming a semicircular cover. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as the ferocious energy barrier collided with the semicircular energy barrier. The semicircular energy barrier shook and a few cracks appeared on it. Whoosh, in that instant, the bald man appeared behind Xiao Fu. His leg ferociously kicked towards Xiao Fu, causing the air to explode. Xiao Fu turned around and grabbed the leg. The strong wind blew Xiao Fu's hair backwards. Immediately, Xiao Fu grabbed the leg and threw it away. Following this, Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a 30-centipede-like insect beast shot out from Xiao Fu's palm, leaving behind an afterimage as it shot into the bald man's body. The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream in midair. The centipede that had shot into his body devoured his body wantonly. Then, it burrowed out of the bald man's body. Its body was even bigger than the bald man's body. The bald man died tragically and his body began to dissipate. Everyone looked quite shocked. It was the first time they had seen Xiao Fu use such a cruel method, and they felt some fear towards Xiao Fu. The other sect masters were also quite shocked. It was the first time they had seen Xiao Fu use such a method, and it did not seem to be the Blood Demon Legacy's power. Instead, it was an even more terrifying power. Xiao Fu defeated the bald man, and without the bald man looking for Xiao Fu, he had passed the 7th trial. Things did not go as smoothly for the others. A young man controlled the blood-red weapons around him and shot them at the bald man. The bald man gave off an intense blood-red light and did not look like he was going to dodge. He turned towards the blood-red weapons and sent them flying. The bald man arrived before the young man and punched out, sending the young man flying. A woman stretched out her hand and a large amount of blood-red fog flowed out, covering the bald man's body and forming a ball of fog. An intense poison started to corrode the bald man, but the bald man roared and exploded out with energy, blowing away the blood-red fog and defeating the woman. A person from the Blood Beast sect condensed a blood-red tiger above his head and controlled it to fight with the bald man. However, it was quickly destroyed by the bald man's palm, and the bald man sent that person flying with another palm. The person coughed up a large mouthful of blood and did not even have the strength to crawl back up. A man from the Blood Demon sect jumped up and down, releasing a bewitching power that caused the bald man to stay where he was. Although it was a man using a bewitching power on a man, it was still effective. It was a pity that the bald man's eyes shot out a ray of killing intent that broke the bewitching art, and the man was defeated. In the end, only Xiao Fu and the 8 people from the Serum Valley survived. Other than the one from the Serum Valley, the others were all slightly injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was not too surprised. The 8 people from the Serum Valley were the most eye-catching people from the Blood Demon sect, and everyone had already expected that they would pass the 7th trial. Next, they were given some rest time to let everyone recover their strength and recover from their injuries. The Clear Blood Valley's people sat cross-legged on the ground with serious expressions as they recovered their strength and mental energy, while Xiao Fu stood there casually, creating a stark contrast. Shui Yorua said softly, "Just how strong are you?" Xiao Fu smiled. "I don't know. I haven't met a match in the same realm." That's right, ever since Zhao Fu had awakened the god race's emperor star and raised his bloodline to the source bloodline, he had never met a powerful opponent. Before he had awakened his bloodline, Hao Dao had been the strongest opponent he had ever met. But after Zhao Fu had obtained the god race's emperor star, his power had greatly changed. Now, Hao Dao was no longer a match for Zhao Fu. Hao Dao was someone from the celestial world, and if he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, then who could be a match for Zhao Fu? More importantly, after Zhao Fu had awakened the spirit race's emperor star, he had become even stronger. Shui Yorua was also shocked by Zhao Fu's strength and did not doubt him. Boom, a massive explosion once more rang out, and a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Everyone felt their bodies sink as a blood-red gate slowly appeared. This was the 8th trial of the blood immortal sex inheritance. Swish, 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 the blood-red gate slowly opened, and a few rays of blood-red light shot out, bringing with them a destructive power as they shot towards Zhao Fu and the others. Everyone spread out their power, forming a blood-red barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, Xianxia and Shui Yomei's barriers were immediately destroyed. Their bodies trembled and blood flowed out of their mouths. Following this, the blood 3 poisons and the others' barriers also shattered, but they were not injured. Cracks appeared on it, and then it shattered. Only Zhao Fu's barrier didn't shatter. There were only a few small cracks on it. But Zhao Fu didn't agree. Looking up at the blood gate, he warned, an even stronger attack is about to come. Just as Zhao Fu spoke, a few blood-red spears shot out from the blood-red door, shooting towards Zhao Fu and the others like bolts of blood-red lightning. They were shockingly fast. Bang, this time, Zhao Fu's energy barrier was shattered by the blood-red spear, but the blood-red spear also dissipated and did not harm Zhao Fu. Shui Sandu, Xianxia, and Shui Yumei went all out to block, but they were sent flying by 3 spears. They vomited blood, their injuries not light. The others were also injured in order to block the spears. Zhao Fu walked over to Shui Yumei, who was lying on the ground. He poured his blood energy into her body, rapidly healing her injuries. Shui Yumei smiled. Thank you, junior apprentice brother. Zhao Fu smiled. You're welcome. Senior apprentice sister, you should withdraw. The next trial will be even more difficult. Shui Yumei smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu looked at the slightly injured Shui Yorua. You should withdraw as well. There's no need to continue. Shui Yorua also understood the situation and snorted. I know. It wasn't just the 2 of them who chose to withdraw. The others also understood that they couldn't endure the 8th trial, so they also chose to withdraw. In the end, only 3 people remained. One was Blood 7 kills, as he didn't want to give up. Blood Purity Valley had some confidence in passing the 8th trial. As for Zhao Fu, he didn't feel much pressure. Boom, at this time, the blood gate in the sky released countless rays of light, and 3 arms shot out of it. Those arms constantly extended, smashing toward Zhao Fu's group of 3. Blood 7 kills loudly roared and gathered all of his power into his fist. His fist gave off a brilliant light and punched out with a power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the fist and palm collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion. A large crater was smashed open in the ground, and the arm retreated into the sky while Blood 7 Kill's body was sent flying far away. It seemed that he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Blood Clear Valley gathered all of his power into his arm, causing countless traces of blood-red chi to wrap around his arm, giving off a shocking aura. Boom, the 2 palms collided, and a shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. Serum Valley was forced back a few steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His arm also retracted. One of Zhao Fu's hands gave off countless traces of blood-red aura, turning into a massive blood-red arm that slammed towards the incoming hand. Bang, the 2 hands collided in the sky and a powerful force blew out in all directions like a gale. Some of the sand and stones on the ground were blown into the air, creating a frightening scene. Now there were only 2 people on the field. Swish swish swish, 20 or so arms shot out from the blood-red door and continuously extended, bringing with them immense power as they slammed towards Zhao Fu and Blood 7 Kills. Blood Clear Valley's expression fell and he pressed his palms together, causing a massive blood-red aura flame to erupt around him. The massive blood-red aura flame turned into a 5-meter-tall general who only had the upper body of his body, He wore armor and had 4 arms, one held a saber, one held a spear, one held an axe, and one held a sword. The general's 4 arms held weapons and quickly slashed out, bringing with them countless blood-red arcs of light as they slashed out like a wild storm. Bang, 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 the countless blood-red saber lights continuously clashed against the incoming arms, resulting in massive sounds and shockwaves rippled out. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a large amount of blood flowed out, forming a blood-red sword. The first arm slammed towards Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu dodged. The first arm slammed into the ground, causing a massive handprint to appear. The second and third arms vigorously slammed towards Xiao Fu from the left and right. Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out with his sword, sending out an enormous blood-red sword light that slashed apart the 2 arms. Following this, the countless arms gave off terrifying power as they attacked towards Xiao Fu incredibly quickly, not giving him any time to react. Bang, 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 the countless arms slammed into Xiao Fu, causing blood-red light to shine out and massive sounds to ring out. No one could see what had happened. After the light dissipated, everyone could see a blood-red crystal slowly splitting open, revealing Xiao Fu's body. At this moment, the countless arms flew towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu used his true power and slashed out with the blood-red sword, sending out a 1,000-meter-long blood-red sword light that slashed towards the countless arms, cutting them all off in an instant. On the other side, Blood Clear Valley had also cut off many of the arms, but the number of arms attacking him was fewer than Xiao Fu's. After the arms were cut off, they slowly retracted back into the door, and no more arms shot out, causing everyone to let out a sigh of relief. 2 massive blood-red beams of light shot out from the door and entered Xiao Fu and Blood Clear Valley's bodies, increasing their power and improving their constitutions, as well as giving them a pure blood immortal's power. The 8th stage of the Blood Immortal Sex trial concluded, and Xiao Fu and Clear Blood Valley had both passed. Everyone outside started cheering, and the scene was very lively. The thing that attracted the most attention in the 8th trial was not Xiao Fu but the Clear Blood Valley. Everyone was sure that Xiao Fu would be able to pass the 8th trial, so they were not surprised at all. It was the Clear Blood Valley that had passed the 8th trial that was shocking. Shugu smiled and said to Xianxia, "This Blood Clear Valley's aptitude is also very good, you've trained him well." Xianxia smiled and nodded. He looked at the injured Blood Clear Valley. This time, Blood Clear Valley didn't disappoint him, and his previous training wasn't in vain. Tree Shade smiled and said, "When will Xianxia be free? My disciple isn't bad either. Let them compete and see who's stronger." Xianxia smiled and said, "No problem." The other Blood Immortal Gate's Gate Lords slightly sighed. The 8 trials had proven that the other 7 gates weren't as strong as the Blood Immortal Gate and were suppressed by the Blood Immortal Gate. Of course, although Xiao Fu also belonged to the Blood Immortal Gate, he had joined temporarily and didn't use the Blood Immortal Gate's power, so he was an exception. Everyone waited in place. After the 8 trials, it would be the Blood Immortal Gate's Gate Lord's trial. If they passed, they would become the Blood Immortal Gate's Gate Lord. The Blood Immortal Gate's trial hadn't appeared for a long time, so everyone was excited and looked forward to seeing the Blood Immortal Gate's trial again. Book 1, 140th. The heavens and earth started to change as world energy quickly gathered and a boundless, formless power started to form. Everyone felt incredibly small, as if they were a speck of dust within the boundless universe. Boom, 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 8 massive explosions sounded out as the 8 blood gates in different parts of the Blood-Long sect gave off boundless blood-red light, which turned into blood-red beams of light that shot into the sky. The sky trembled as a wave of blood-red light containing enough power to sweep through the world spread out. In that moment, the world seemed to stop and fall into silence. The 8 massive blood gates brought with them a boundless might as they slowly descended from the sky, causing the heavens and earth to become blood-red. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 8 huge blood gates in the sky. They only felt a wave of shock in their hearts. They stood there in a daze, motionless. Boom, the 8 blood gates gave off a faint blood-red light as a massive aura spread out like a wave. The Blood-Long sect's final trial had begun. Under the might of the 8 blood gates, Xianxia felt an unprecedented pressure, and beads of sweat appeared on his body. His body slightly trembled, and he looked like he was about to fall to the ground. The trial had only just released a bit of its aura, and he was already unable to bear it. Arg! Xueqinggu roared in unwillingness as a massive wave of blood immortal's power spread out, forming a powerful wind that blew out. Xueqinggu's body started to burn with a blood-red aura. Everyone looked at the power that Xueqinggu had exploded out with. The 8 blood gates might gradually pressed down on Xueqinggu's body, and Xueqinggu's gaze was resolute as he gritted his teeth and desperately resisted. However, after a few moments, the blood-red aura around Xueqinggu's body started to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to bear this might. Seeing this, Xianxia sighed. He had thought that Xueqinggu had a slight chance of becoming the blood-long sect master, but he had already failed. Xueshura said comfortingly, "Qinggu has already performed very well. Ordinary people do not have the qualifications to reach this step." Xue Baimei smiled as she said, "Qinggu is already much more powerful than ordinary geniuses." Xue Xiao said, "That's right. If the Bloodlong sect's final trial was so easy, it would not be so difficult to become the Bloodlong sect's sect master. My disciple did not even pass the 8th trial, and I did not say anything." Shugu said, "Now it all depends on the other person." Everyone's gaze retracted from the Blood Serum Valley and landed on Zhao Fu. Now, only Zhao Fu had the chance to become the leader of the Blood Dragon Gate. As that massive might descended, Zhao Fu did not feel any pressure at all. It was as if this might was a blood might, and Zhao Fu's bloodline was far superior to this blood might, so he was not greatly affected. However, Zhao Fu did not relax. As this pressure descended, Zhao Fu discovered that all other powers were restricted. Only the power of the Blood Demon sect could be used. It seems like the Bloodlong sect's trial requires the strength of the Bloodlong sect. The 8 blood-red doors each gave off a wave of blood-red power, which condensed into a massive blood-red ring of light. The ring of light brought with it an immense gravitational force, as if a massive mountain was pressing down, causing the space around it to twist slightly. Everyone felt their hearts jump. This gravitational force could easily crush them into mincemeat, and there was no way for them to resist. The ring of light slowly descended, and Zhao Fu, who was below, also felt a massive pressure. At first, Zhao Fu could use his own power to resist, but as the ring of light continued to descend, it became more difficult for Zhao Fu, and his body began to sweat. The Bloodlong sect's trial could not be underestimated, and Zhao Fu immediately put his hands together as strands of blood-red aura came out of his body. Strands of blood-red aura condensed above Zhao Fu's head and changed, forming a 2-meter-wide blood-red flower that looked like a peach blossom. It gave off a faint blood-red light, and it gave off an attractive power. Right now, Zhao Fu could only use the Blood Demon sect's power, and this was the Blood Demon flower. With the Blood Demon flower blocking above his head, Zhao Fu's body immediately relaxed, but the ring of light continued to descend. Every time it descended, the gravitational force would increase by many times. When the ring of light was only 12 meters away from Zhao Fu, the gravitational force became incredibly monstrous, and the ground continuously cracked. The Blood Demon flower above Zhao Fu's head also started to crumble. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he put his hands together, and his body continuously gave off a blood-red aura that floated into the Blood Demon flower, causing the collapsing Blood Demon flower to solidify and give off an intense blood-red light to resist the gravitational force. Everyone's eyes stared at Zhao Fu. It seemed that the Bloodlong sect's trial was not simple, and they all felt quite nervous. The blood-red ring of light continued to descend, and when it was 8 meters above Zhao Fu felt a corporeal gravitational force pressing down on his body, and a large crater appeared on the ground. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the crater, and the top of the Blood Demon flower's petals started to crumble. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he put his hands together, and his body continuously gave off blood-red aura as he continued to resist this massive gravitational force. Blood Serum Valley, who had already retreated out of the trial, had a look of shock on his face. He now knew how great the gap between him and Zhao Fu was. When the blood-red ring of light was only 3 meters away from Zhao Fu, the gravitational force became even more monstrous, and the space around it started to distort. Zhao Fu's body became quite hazy, and the Blood Demon flower above his head started to wither. In the end, the Blood Demon flower withered and disappeared, and the blood-red ring of light continued to descend. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and a massive blood-red mist flowed out of his body towards the blood-red ring of light above his head. The blood-red mist gradually passed through the ring of light, and traces of blood-red aura started to condense. It first formed a plant branch, which then grew a blood-red flower bud. The blood-red flower bud slowly bloomed, looking incredibly beautiful and giving off a soul-stirring feeling. The massive blood-red ring of light gradually collapsed, and the massive gravitational force gradually disappeared. This scene caused everyone to look shocked, feeling that it was both shocking and beautiful. Shui Baimei's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Fu. I've never seen him use the blood demon sect's power before. How did he suddenly unleash the blood demon flower's power to its peak? Shui Wuzong said in shock, apart from you, he's the second person to unleash the blood demon flower's power to its peak. However, you're a higher being while he's only at the Emperor Heaven realm. After some time, his control over the blood demon flower will definitely surpass yours. Hearing this, Shui Baimei nodded in agreement. The murderous blood bell said in admiration, only your blood demon sect has so many women. For that fellow to choose you, your blood demon sect is incredibly lucky. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a beautiful woman to invite him. Volume 1, Chapter 141. Tree Shade said with a smile, I was envious of why he came to your long blood gate. Why didn't he go to my green forest? The key is that he's not far away. The Long Blood Gang's people felt quite startled. Indeed, Tree Shade was right. Now that they thought about it, the Long Blood Gang was quite lucky that Zhao Fu had chosen them. If Zhao Fu had chosen to join another faction, the Long Blood Gang wouldn't have been so happy. They also learned about the cause and effect. They knew that Zhao Fu, Shi Qian, and Shui Wuya met in the Blood Demon ruins. When the trial is over, they should reward them. Without them, Zhao Fu wouldn't have come to the Long Blood Gate. Their eyes continued to look at the field. The blood-colored halo had completely collapsed, and the gravity had disappeared. In the sky, the 8 blood gates emitted a huge power, preparing for the next wave of the trial. Soon, the 8 blood-red doors gave off countless traces of blood-red aura. The blood-red aura flowed towards the center and condensed, forming a hexagonal blood-red crystal. It gave off a terrifying aura and felt quite dangerous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a blood-colored cold light flew out from the crystal and hovered down from the sky. It was extremely sharp, as if it could cut the air in half. Numerous blood-colored cold lights hovered and attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was solemn. He spread his arms, and a huge force spread out. A figure slowly appeared above Zhao Fu. It was a woman with a peerless beauty in the world. Her long blood-colored hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a blood-colored robe. Her beauty made the world dim. No woman could compare to her. Whether it was men or women, they stood there motionless. Pairs of eyes stared at the figure with an infatuated expression. They fell into endless love. Not only these people, but those powerful beings were also affected. Their eyes stared at the figure, slightly lost. This figure looked very similar to Zhao Fu because this figure was condensed from Zhao Fu. It was called the Blood Ghost Spirit Body, and it was a kind of power of the Blood Ghost sect. Zhao Fu originally had a flawless appearance, and after becoming a woman, he became even more beautiful and moving. Naturally, he could cause countless people to fall in love and go crazy over him. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and no one made a sound. Everyone was looking at Zhao Fu with infatuation. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds rang out as the beams of cold light that spiraled down towards Zhao Fu were blocked by an invisible force before dissipating. The noise caused some people to come back to their senses. They were shocked by Zhao Fu's strength. Shugu could not help but say, if such a beautiful woman really existed in this world, I would not be able to help but fall in love with her. Tree Shade said, that face is so enviable. Xiao xiao xiao, more blood-colored cold lights flew out of the crystal and spiraled towards Zhao Fu. They were very fast, and there were a lot of them. There were at least a few hundred of them. The figure behind Zhao Fu once again emitted an even more powerful force. Bang bang bang, the hundreds of cold lights were all blocked by an invisible force and stopped in mid-air. Then they directly dispersed and disappeared. This seemed to have directly angered the blood crystal. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red crystal gave off boundless light. Rays of rhombus-shaped blood-red light condensed around the blood-red crystal, numbering in the thousands and giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Whoosh, at that moment, all the diamond-shaped blood light shot down towards Xiao Fu. It was as if they were going to cut everything into pieces. Nothing could stop them. The figure behind Xiao Fu raised a slender hand. A huge wave of energy surged out, spreading out like waves of water. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the countless rays of blood-red light were once again blocked, and a shocking shockwave blew out, sending countless rocks and sand flying. This time, the many blood lights did not dissipate. Instead, they continued to hit the water wave, trying to break this defense. The figure raised his hand and pushed upwards, and an even more powerful force spread out. Bang bang bang, the countless rays of blood-colored light shattered, emitted a series of sounds, and then disappeared. The blood crystal in the sky was completely angry. It slightly vibrated, and a terrifying aura was constantly emitted from it, causing the wind and clouds to change. Boom, a huge blood-colored light beam with the power to cut the world shot down towards Xiao Fu like a thunderbolt. It brought a strong gust of wind, as if no one could stop it. The figure raised his hand, and an even more powerful force surged out. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and the blood-colored light swallowed Xiao Fu's figure. Everyone couldn't see what happened, but the ground was shaking violently. Waves of shockwaves continued to spread out. The cold, destructive aura made people feel like they had fallen into ice water. When the light slowly dissipated, everyone could clearly see the scene in front of them. A huge crater appeared on the field. It was thousands of meters wide and tens of meters deep. It was surrounded by scattered gravel and mud. However, Xiao Fu, who was standing in the center of the crater, was not injured. The figure behind him became very blurry. Bang, a crisp sound rang out, and the blood crystal in the sky turned into countless blood-colored light spots and dissipated. Xiao Fu had successfully passed this trial. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The blood-colored light that shot down just now was too terrifying. The handsome youth, Xiao, said in surprise, although this person only used the power of the blood demon sect, the power he displayed was actually so great. Your blood elder sect has gained another shocking talent. Tree Shade looked at Shui Baimei. Is your blood demon sect really that powerful? Shui Baimei rolled her eyes at Tree Shade. Of course. This is the blood demon sect's power, and he's fully unleashed it. Blood Shura asked, really? Now that Xiao Fu had unleashed the blood demon sect's power, the blood elder sect's people felt quite shocked. This was completely different to their impression of him. Shui Baimei said, if I use the blood demon sect's power, I won't be any weaker than him. Tree Shade lightly laughed, you're a higher being, and he's just a measly Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator? Don't you think it's funny? Shui Baimei said, you've all seen the blood demon sect's power, so I won't explain anymore. Also, he's my disciple, and I know him. White Moon said playfully, your relationship with your disciple isn't normal. Shui Baimei smiled and nodded, not seeming to mind the others. Hearing this, White Moon gave a trace of a smile. At that moment, Shui Qianyu suddenly said, next is the final trial. If he can pass it, he will become the future Blood Elder Sect's sect master. Everyone looked at Xiao Fu expectantly, they were about to witness the most important moment. Book 1, Chapter 142, Seal. The 8 blood-red doors in the sky gave off massive auras before slowly opening. 8 blood-red figures giving off massive power slowly walked out. There were men and women, and they all looked different. They were the people who had established the blood sect, and they were the first sect masters of the 8 blood doors. They were here to personally assess the final trial. Everyone looked at the 8 blood-red figures, who were like godly spirits that ruled over the heavens and earth. Sensing their massive power, they felt a sense of powerlessness. They were not existences that they could fight against. Swish, one of the 8 blood-red figures shot incredibly quickly towards Xiao Fu, leaving behind a blur. The figure behind Xiao Fu gave off a formless force field, protecting Xiao Fu's body. The figure was a well-built man, and he rushed in front of Xiao Fu. He raised his fist and punched out with massive power. Bang, the force field protecting Xiao Fu was blasted apart by the punch, and the force turned into a wild gale. Xiao Fu was not injured, but the figure behind him gradually disappeared. After breaking through Xiao Fu's defenses, the blood-red figure flipped its body and kicked towards Xiao Fu with massive power. Xiao Fu hurriedly dodged. Bang, the kick landed on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Countless gravel and sand were blown away like a strong wind. Xiao Fu's body appeared on the other side, having just dodged this attack. One of the 7 blood-red figures in the sky rushed towards Xiao Fu. It looked like a middle-aged man, and its palm brought with it a powerful gale as it slammed towards Xiao Fu's chest. Xiao Fu used his hand to block. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as Xiao Fu's body was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. Xiao Fu looked at the blood-red figure seriously. This person was incredibly powerful to be able to injure him. The people outside were also shocked. They had watched for a long time, but this was the first time they had seen Xiao Fu injured. This final trial was not an ordinary level of difficulty. The middle-aged man coldly looked at Xiao Fu and once again charged towards Xiao Fu. He was extremely fast, and his palm once again slapped towards Xiao Fu with immense power. A blood-red aura flame erupted around Xiao Fu as he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang, the fist and the palm collided, and a blood-colored shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack in an instant. At this moment, the man who kicked with his leg quickly rushed towards Xiao Fu. He arrived in front of Xiao Fu and kicked Xiao Fu horizontally. Xiao Fu's body leapt up, dodging this attack. An ugly woman in the sky also made a move. She stretched out her hand and a wave of blood-colored mist shot towards Xiao Fu. This woman was most likely the first blood poison sect leader, and the blood-colored mist that surged out was blood poison, which was extremely poisonous. Bang, Xiao Fu vigorously punched out, and a fist energy brought with it a gust of wind as it hit the blood-colored mist, causing it to dissipate. Xiao Fu's expression became serious as he looked at the many blood-red figures. There were only 3 people attacking, and if he used his current strength, he would definitely lose against 8 people. Moreover, the blood demon sect's strength was not suitable for direct combat. The middle-aged man and the other man gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Xiao Fu. Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from Xiao Fu's body, continuously spreading out like a flood, forcing the 2 attacking people to stop. Now, Xiao Fu had exploded out with all of the blood demon sect's power, and his body started to change. His nails became longer, his ears became sharper, and his appearance became gentler and more feminine. A vertical eye slowly grew out of his forehead. This vertical eye had 2 blood-red eyeballs that gave off a faint blood-red light, and it seemed to have a soul-stirring power. An enchanting woman in the sky sensed Xiao Fu's power and instantly attacked Xiao Fu. She flew towards Xiao Fu and gently slapped out with her palm, causing a few images of women to appear around her and give off a formless power as they attacked towards Xiao Fu. After exploding out with all of the blood demon sect's power, Xiao Fu was much more powerful than before. He raised a hand and a massive wave of power gathered in his palm. Swish, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as a thin blood-red beam of light containing terrifying power shot out, seeming to split the sky in 2. The women's images, which gave off massive auras, were also cut apart. The women's images dissipated, and the enchanting woman was forced back. On the ground, the 2 men quickly rushed at Xiao Fu from the left and right. After they reached Xiao Fu's side, the young man punched towards Xiao Fu from the left with shocking power, while the middle-aged man punched towards Xiao Fu from the right. Xiao Fu stood in the middle and the third eye on his forehead spun, causing a formless bewitching power to spread out. The gazes of the 2 men attacking Xiao Fu became slightly dazed. Bang, at that moment, Xiao Fu's body flew upwards as the young man and middle-aged man's fists and palms collided. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack. The 2 people were sent flying back, and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. The vertical eye on Xiao Fu's forehead was called the blood succubus demon eye, and it had the most powerful bewitching power. Seeing this scene, the people in the sky gave off massive auras as they rushed at Xiao Fu. Swish, swish. Swish, a gentle-looking young man gave off a massive blood-red aura, which quickly condensed into different weapons. The gentle-looking young man controlled these weapons to shoot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu stretched out. A hand and a formless energy spread out, blocking the incoming blood-red weapons. A young man's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fu and he raised his hand and vigorously slashed down, the terrifying power blasting apart Xiao Fu's defenses. Roar! A loud roar rang out from the strong one on the ground. The muscular man on the ground gave off a massive wave of blood-red energy, which formed a massive and mighty lion. The man punched out, and the blood-red lion gave off a shocking aura as it attacked towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu turned and charged towards the blood-red lion, which reached Xiao Fu and opened its massive mouth as it bit towards Xiao Fu, seeming as if it could devour Xiao Fu in one gulp. Xiao Fu's fist contained terrifying power as it punched out. Bang! The blood-red lion was blasted apart by the punch, and it turned into a blood-red gale that blew out in all directions. A skinny, bald young man suddenly appeared behind Xiao Fu, and his palm was like a saber as he slashed towards Xiao Fu with immense killing intent. Xiao Fu's body was split in half by that palm. Seeing this scene, everyone felt quite startled, but the two halves of Xiao Fu's body dissipated. It was evident that it was not Xiao Fu's main body, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Following this, Xiao Fu appeared on the other side. A few people rushed towards Xiao Fu and surrounded Xiao Fu. Book 1, Xiao Fu. A person vigorously punched out, bringing with it a powerful wind. A woman's palm gave off terrifying power as it slapped towards Xiao Fu. A person's hand gave off immense power as it grabbed towards Xiao Fu, and a person controlled a large blood-red saber as it slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's pupil spun and a formless bewitching power spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as an intense explosion sounded out in the sky. Countless traces of blood-red light spread out as the four people's bodies flew backwards, receiving heavy injuries. Xiao Fu's body appeared on the other side, and countless traces of blood-red fog flowed towards Xiao Fu from all directions, giving off ferocious sounds. At that moment, Xiao Fu put his palms together and images of women flew out from Xiao Fu's body, passing through the blood-red fog and appearing in front of the hideous-looking woman. They gave off immense power as they slammed towards the hideous-looking woman. Bang! The hideous-looking woman was not prepared and was sent flying backwards by this massive power. Her body turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. Xiao Fu breathed out. He had finally dealt with one and there were still 7 left. The middle-aged man appeared in front of Xiao Fu and his gaze was cold as he ferociously slammed his palm towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not move and looked into the middle-aged man's eyes through the third eye on his forehead. A massive bewitching power flowed into the middle-aged man's body, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to glaze over and his palm to stop attacking Xiao Fu. The bald man raised his fist and gave off a blood-red light as he punched towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu dodged backwards, avoiding this attack, and he controlled the middle-aged man to attack the bald young man. The two of them intensely fought, sending out waves of energy. Boom! The bald young man's hand gave off countless traces of blood-red aura flames, which turned into a massive hand that grabbed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu had wanted to once again dodge, but the countless blood-red weapons containing terrifying power shot towards him from below. Boom! A massive power quickly surged out from Xiao Fu's body, forming a massive blood-red energy shield that enveloped his body. The blood-red weapons and blood-red hands slammed against the barrier, causing a shocking aura to spread out. A few long cracks appeared on the barrier, but it was not broken. Bang! The muscular man appeared and shattered the energy barrier with a punch. His fist brought with it a powerful force as it continued towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not move, and the pupil between his eyebrows gave off a formless charm, causing the well-built man's eyes to become dazed. However, the fist continued to punch towards Xiao Fu with great power. Xiao Fu dodged to the side, and the moment they brushed past each other, he straightened his palm and punched forward. His palm pierced through the strong youth's chest, and the strong youth's body turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. Another one was taken care of, and there were still 6 left. Bang! The middle-aged man controlled by Xiao Fu was not a match for the bald young man and was sent flying, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The bald young man did not continue to attack and instead prepared to rush at Xiao Fu, planning to attack Xiao Fu first. Xiao Fu immediately controlled the middle-aged man to rush at the bald young man and hug him. The bald young man tried to break free from the middle-aged man's embrace, but seeing that the bald young man could not break free, Xiao Fu immediately had the middle-aged man self-destruct. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of light blasted out. A large crater was blasted open in the ground, and the bald young man's body was blasted flying backwards before turning into motes of light and dissipating. After dealing with another 2, there were still 4 left. Seeing Xiao Fu continuously kill a few people in front of him, a look of fury appeared on the young man's face. He grabbed out with a hand, and countless traces of blood-red energy flowed out, forming a spear that he vigorously stabbed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu immediately used his power to condense a blood-red sword and vigorously slashed forwards. Shing, the two of them collided, resulting in a metallic collision sound, and a massive shockwave spread out. The young man continuously stabbed out with his spear, causing Xiao Fu to deflect the incoming spear. However, a person suddenly appeared behind Xiao Fu, and a claw gave off 5 rays of blood-red light as it ferociously swiped at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu tried to dodge to the side, but a bloody gash appeared on his arm. The person continued to rush at Xiao Fu, and his claw gave off blood-red light as it shot towards Xiao Fu's throat. Xiao Fu did not dodge, and he gathered massive amounts of power at his forehead. Swish, a blood-red beam of light shot out from Xiao Fu's forehead, containing shocking power as it shot towards that person. It quickly pierced through that person's chest, and that person's body turned into motes of light and dissipated. Boom, the young man vigorously stabbed out with his spear, and a massive blood-red spear image containing terrifying power stabbed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu used his sword to block, but his body was sent flying. Another man controlled many blood-red weapons to shoot towards Xiao Fu, while Xiao Fu continuously swung his sword, leaving behind afterimages as he shattered the incoming blood-red weapons. The final seductive woman stretched out a hand towards Xiao Fu, and a powerful beam of light shot out towards Xiao Fu, giving off terrifying sounds. Shing, Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp blood-red sword arc that slashed apart the beam of light. This time, Xiao Fu attacked, and he quickly rushed towards the seductive woman. The woman did not show any fear, and she gave off powerful power as she rushed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu sent a massive amount of power into the sword in his hand, causing it to give off an intense blood-red sword light. He vigorously slashed out, bringing with it a massive blood-red crescent as it slashed towards the woman. The seductive woman's expression fell, and she sent out a palm containing a powerful aura towards Xiao Fu, as if it could shatter a mountain. Bang, the massive aura was instantly slashed apart by the crescent, which continued to fly forwards. In that instant, the woman's body was also slashed apart by the crescent, and her body turned into motes of light and dissipated. Now, there were only 2 people left. The strongest was the young man, because he was the blood immortal sect master. Xiao Fu rushed towards the other man, and Xiao Fu planned to deal with the strongest young man. The young man saw Xiao Fu's goal and waved the spear in his hand, sending out a massive force towards Xiao Fu. This caused Xiao Fu to stop defending. The other man stretched out a hand, and countless traces of blood power surged out, turning into a blood-red rope that shot towards Xiao Fu, binding Xiao Fu's waist. The man vigorously swung the blood-red rope, throwing Xiao Fu to the side. The young man rushed towards the other man, and the spear in his hand stabbed out ferociously, as if it could pierce through anything. Xiao Fu also vigorously stabbed out with his sword. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the 2 of them collided, and a powerful force spread out, forcing both of them back. Xiao Fu turned to look at the man, grabbed the blood-red rope, and pulling the man in front of him. He swung his sword, and a sword light cut off the panicking man's head, causing the man's body to turn into motes of light and dissipate. Book 1, Chapter 144. Boom, an even louder explosion sounded out as the young man looked furious. His body continuously grew until he was 100 or so meters tall. He had 6 arms and 3 heads, and he held different weapons. He gave off a massive aura. Whoosh, the giant swung the weapons in its 6 arms, and 6 powerful waves of energy blasted out, turning into an even more powerful gale that blasted towards Xiao Fu. The gale was incredibly powerful, and it tore apart the ground and caused countless rocks and sand to fly into the air. Xiao Fu gave off a massive wave of energy that once again formed a massive blood-red energy barrier, blocking this powerful gale. Bang, the giant suddenly stepped forwards and swung its 6 weapons towards Xiao Fu, smashing Xiao Fu into the ground and opening up a large crater. The defensive barrier started to crack, and a trace of blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's lips. Xiao Fu's expression became cold as he wiped away the blood from his lips and pressed a hand against the ground. Boom, a massive blood-red aura exploded out from the giant's feet, forming a massive pillar of air and giving off a shocking aura. Countless branches suddenly emerged from the pillar of air, wrapping around the giant's body as if they were trying to break it. The intense pain caused the giant to howl miserably and struggle with all its might. However, after struggling for a while, the giant was unable to break free, and the branches tightened even more, causing the giant's body to bulge. The branches absorbed the giant's power, and blood-red flower buds started to grow at the top of the branches. Boom, boom. Boom, 6 loud booms rang out as the giant's 6 arms struggled to raise the weapons in their hands. 6 bolts of blood-red lightning struck down from the sky, causing the ground to crack and lightning to shoot out in all directions. It was as if everything was going to be destroyed in an instant. The scene was extremely terrifying. The branches wrapped around the giant were cut off, and Zhao Fu retreated into the distance in the face of the lightning. The blood-red giant coldly looked at Zhao Fu and vigorously stabbed out with its 6 weapons. 6 massive blood-red beams of light containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu, bringing with them ferocious gales. The peerlessly beautiful figure once again appeared behind Zhao Fu, and she stretched out a slim, white arm as a massive wave of power rippled out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 6 blood-red beams of light slammed into the wave, causing blinding light to spread out as a shocking aura spread out. The blood-red light disappeared as Zhao Fu blocked the attack, and the figure behind him disappeared. By now, the giant had arrived in front of Zhao Fu, and its 6 arms swung at Zhao Fu with different weapons. Zhao Fu could only defend and dodge. The giant's strength was extremely great. When his weapon struck the ground, it caused the ground to shatter. When it struck the stone wall collapsed. The scene looked extremely dangerous. Bang, the giant raised a blood-red sword and sent Zhao Fu flying back with immense power. Just as Zhao Fu's body stopped, the giant gave off a massive aura and rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the giant and did not plan on dodging. He stood there and gathered all of his power at his forehead, causing the eyeball on his forehead to give off a blood-red light. An extremely terrifying power spread out, and traces of blood-red aura flowed out. By now, the giant had reached Zhao Fu, and its 6 arms raised different weapons as it vigorously slashed down at Zhao Fu. Boom, a thin blood-red line shot out from between Zhao Fu's eyebrows and tore through the sky. It was not obstructed at all, and it pierced through the giant's forehead. The scene seemed to freeze, and the giant's body turned into motes of blood-red light and disappeared. The people outside could not help but cry out. This was the Bloodlong sect's final trial, and now that Zhao Fu had passed, he would become the future Bloodlong sect's sect master. With Zhao Fu's current fame, status, and power, he would definitely become the Bloodlong sect's sect master. Becoming the Bloodlong sect's sect master was a joyous matter. The sect masters were also smiling. Zhao Fu had not disappointed them. He had truly become the Bloodlong sect's sect master. Shui Yume, Shui Yorua, and the other women who were related to Zhao Fu also had smiles on their faces. They were happy that Zhao Fu had become the Bloodlong sect's sect master. The blood-red doors in the sky once again slowly closed, and the 8 blood-red doors gave off a boundless wave of blood-red power that covered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu was startled. He felt that this blood-red energy was harmless, and he did not resist. The blood-red energy enveloped Zhao Fu's body and brought him up to the 8 blood gates. Sensing their auras at such a close distance, Zhao Fu was shocked. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. The boundless luck of the entire Bloodlong sect also gathered like a flood and poured into the 8 blood gates. The 8 blood gates released a faint blood-red light. The blood-red energy enveloping Zhao Fu's body released an intense blood-red light. Heaven and earth's energy, the Bloodlong sect's karmic luck, and the inheritance's energy poured into Zhao Fu's body. This energy was much stronger than the Blood Devil inheritance. Sensing this energy, Zhao Fu smiled. As Zhao Fu absorbed this energy, the first evil immortal's bloodline also grew stronger. That was because the Bloodlong sect's inheritance energy was also related to blood. Zhao Fu felt that although his method of using essence blood to obtain his bloodline wasn't as good as the first evil immortal's bloodline, if he used all kinds of inheritance energy to increase it, it wouldn't be any weaker than the first evil immortals. The energy that flowed into Zhao Fu's body formed 7 blood gates. Before, Zhao Fu had obtained the Blood Ghost sect's inheritance and condensed a small blood gate within his body. Now that he was absorbing the other 7 blood gates' inheritance energy, he also condensed 7 blood gates. The 8 small blood gates were located in 8 different locations within Zhao Fu's body, forming a circle. As massive amounts of power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, the 8 small blood gates gave off intense light and formed a small sphere at the center. Even though this sphere was small, it gave off the blood-long sect's purest power. Massive amounts of inheritance energy continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing the small sphere to continuously grow larger and the power it gave off to become more and more terrifying. Finally, it reached its limit. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu stood in the sky, giving off boundless blood-red light and giving off an aura that seemed to rule over heaven and earth. Zhao Fu's appearance also changed. His long hair became blood-red, and his eyes also became blood-red. His entire body emitted a dense blood qi, causing others to feel afraid. Everyone in the Blood Elder Gate felt a formless pressure. Apart from the elders and the Gate Master, everyone uncontrollably knelt down, respectfully welcoming the birth of the Gate Master. In the end, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off weakened, and the abnormal signs also disappeared. Zhao Fu had successfully obtained the Blood-Long sect's inheritance, becoming the sect master. Book 1, Chapter 145. The people from the other factions were envious. The leader of the Blood-Long sect was such a peerless genius. Under his leadership, the Blood-Long sect would definitely prosper and reach the pinnacle. Zhao Fu flew down from the sky with a smile on his face. Finally, the matter with the Blood-Long sect was settled. Now, he could openly use the Blood-Long sect to collect blood essence for him. Xianxia smiled. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Blood-Long sect. Zhao Fu smiled and replied, thank you. Xianxia smiled and said, you don't have to be so courteous with me now. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass ours. At that time, we will have to listen to you. That's right. You are the future hope of our Blood-Long sect. Now, you only need to stay in the Blood-Long sect. We will do our best to help you cultivate and make you an existence that surpasses us. Zhao Fu said, I'm sorry. I might have to leave this place soon. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the position of the Blood-Long sect master, many sect masters and elders were willing to support him. Zhao Fu had everything he wanted in the Blood-Long sect, he should have stayed in the sect. Why did he want to leave right after obtaining the position? Shui Baimei frowned, did I hear wrongly? Zhao Fu said seriously, yes, I might leave immediately. Even though Zhao Fu had become the gate master of the Blood-Long Gate, Zhao Fu could not stay there forever. He needed to obtain other legacies and powers to awaken the highest emperor star in the outer world. As for the matter of collecting the blood essence, Zhao Fu would come back to collect it every once in a while. There was also the matter of the bronze shards. They could not let the Blood Elder Gate collect them, as everyone knew that the Chaos Child was collecting a large amount of essence blood and bronze shards. Zhao Fu collecting countless amounts of essence blood was already quite suspicious, and if he collected bronze shards, they would be able to confirm Zhao Fu's identity. Shui Baimei said unhappily, why are you leaving? Zhao Fu replied, I have my own matters to attend to. I cannot stay in the Blood-Long sect forever. What do you want? The bell asked. Zhao Fu said apologetically, I can't tell you this. Shui Baimei's beautiful eyes stared at Zhao Fu as she said angrily, just who are you? Previously, you said that you don't belong to any faction, but I feel that you always have a purpose and a plan. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xianxia smiled and said, he only left because he had something to do. It's not like he cut off all ties with the Blood-Long sect. I think he has his own difficulties, and we should understand him. Shui Baimei snorted and looked at Zhao Fu, I don't want him to leave. The fierce blood bell said softly, forget it. We can't keep him, so we might as well let him leave. Next to him, Tree Shade said with a smile, where are you going? If it's possible, I'd like to invite you to my place. Zhao Fu was a little tempted. He did not know what kind of inheritance and power he would receive if he went to their faction. Tree Shade smiled and continued to ask, how is it? If you want to go, I don't mind accompanying you. Zhao Fu glanced at the people from the Blood-Long sect. He had just become the Blood-Long sect master. It was inappropriate for the Blood-Long sect to go to other factions. Moreover, Zhao Fu still needed the Blood-Long sect to collect fresh blood. So he couldn't offend the Blood-Long sect, so he refused, I'm very sorry, but I have other places to go. Tree Shade was a little disappointed, but he smiled and said, it's fine. You can come to my place whenever you're free. Tree Shade also smiled and said, my faction also welcomes you anytime. The people from other factions also smiled and politely invited Zhao Fu. It could be seen how popular Zhao Fu was. The Bloodlong sect master breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually quite worried that Zhao Fu would go to another faction and become the sect master again. If that happened, the Bloodlong sect would only be one of the inheritances he obtained, which was not very important to him. After the trial ended, everyone excitedly left. This trial was very exciting. Not only did everyone perform well, but they also witnessed the birth of the Bloodlong sect master. After the trial ended, Zhao Fu found the other sect masters and asked them to help him collect fresh blood. He also told them that he would come back every once in a while. The sect masters happily agreed. Knowing that Zhao Fu would come back, they felt more at ease with Zhao Fu. They didn't wonder why Zhao Fu needed so much essence blood. After all, the Bloodlong sect's cultivation technique and the blood demon inheritance both required a large amount of blood. After that, there was a warm celebration, mainly for Zhao Fu becoming the Bloodlong sect master. The women knew that Zhao Fu was about to leave, so they were very reluctant. But Zhao Fu didn't want to bring them with him because there were too many people. The Blood Charm Gate had dozens of senior and junior apprentice sisters, the Blood Poison Gate had a few beautiful women, the Blood Beast Gate had a few, and the Blood Crowd Gate had over 10, as well as Shui Yorua. Adding all of them together, Zhao Fu couldn't bring so many people to roam the world. Furthermore, Zhao Fu was planning on having the Blood Devil Guards, as well as the women from the Blood Devil Ancient Remnant. Their cultivation required fresh blood. Staying with a large faction like the Bloodlong sect was better than staying by his side. It would also reduce their numbers. Junior apprentice brother. Are you really going to leave? Shui Yomei's eyes were glistening with tears. She seemed very reluctant to see Zhao Fu leave. It seemed that she had truly fallen in love with Zhao Fu. Regretfully, Zhao Fu wouldn't stay for her. Zhao Fu nodded. Shui Yorua softly said, come back early. Be careful. Although you used such a method to obtain me, I'm not that angry. You're the man of my life, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Zhao Fu looked at Shui Yumei and Shui Yorua. The two of them had a deeper relationship with Zhao Fu than the other women. If it wasn't a relationship of wealth, then it was a relationship of body. The three gate masters were even more uncontrollable. It was even possible that they would kill him in a fit of rage. Zhao Fu smiled. I know. Once I'm done with everything, I'll bring you with me. We'll be together forever. Shui Yumei smiled. Yes. I trust you. Shui Yorua also smiled. Remember your words. Don't forget them. Zhao Fu seriously nodded. Following that, Zhao Fu left the Bloodlong sect and returned to the place. He had arranged with Ericina and the others. It had been a while since he had seen them, and they all missed Zhao Fu greatly. Ericina bitterly pinched Zhao Fu a few times. She knew about Zhao Fu's affairs in the Bloodlong sect and how he had left them in the cold. Zhao Fu hugged her with a smile. After a day of entanglement, Zhao Fu had the Blood Devil Guards remain in the Bloodlong sect. He brought Ericina, the others, and the Lan Banyuan brothers to the next region. Apex Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. The first thing he did after leaving the Bloodlong sect was to refine a large amount of essence blood. Before, Zhao Fu had used the Bloodline Legacy to raise the first evil immortal bloodline to stage 4, and he had obtained 10,000 essence blood from Shui Wuya. However, because it would cause abnormal signs, he did not fuse it. After obtaining 100,000 essence blood from Shui Wuzong and the Bloodlong sect's legacy power, Zhao Fu was able to raise the first evil immortal bloodline to stage 5. Zhao Fu first found a hidden place and sat cross-legged on the ground as he took out 10,000 bottles of essence blood. Shattering sounds could be heard as countless bottles shattered and the blood within flew towards Zhao Fu and fused into Zhao Fu's body. Within Zhao Fu's body, countless insect beasts once again appeared. There was also a demon with a blood-red horn on its head and 3 blood-red eyes. It had a muscular body and a pair of blood-red wings on its back. This was the Blood Demon Legacy power, and Zhao Fu planned to fuse it into the first evil immortal bloodline as well. Roar! 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 Countless roars sounded out as the 10,000 or so insect beasts madly rushed at Zhao Fu. They did not want to be devoured by Zhao Fu and instinctively resisted Zhao Fu. Roar. The blood demon roared furiously and gave off a massive aura. However, it did not attack Zhao Fu but the insect beasts. Zhao Fu was the blood demon legatee and could do whatever he wanted with the legacy power. Moreover, the legacy power would not resist. The blood demon legatee slashed out with its bloodline claws, and 5 blood-red claw marks containing terrifying power slashed towards the insect beasts, tearing many insect beasts' bodies apart and causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The dismembered corpses and fresh blood fell into the blood pool, directly turning into blood and disappearing without a trace. Zhao Fu controlled the blood pool to devour the insect beasts, and after dealing with the countless insect beasts, he allowed the blood demon legatee to enter. Boom! A shocking sound rang out as Arsena and the other women guarding nearby saw a blood-red ray of light give off a powerful aura as it shot into the sky. Waves of blood-red light rippled out in the sky, causing shocking ripples to spread out. Arsena was shocked. Why is this phenomenon so big? This time, the phenomenon caused by the 4th stage was more than 20 times that of the 3rd stage, and the range of effect was also very large. Just as Arsena expected, the people in the distance saw the sky turn blood red, and it was still spreading towards them. They understood that something must have happened. Some people wanted to go and take a look out of curiosity, while others returned home in fear. The fluctuation didn't stop. The blood-colored sky was like a blood-colored quilt as it continued to move forward. It had already reached the vicinity of the Blood Dragon Gate. The people of the Bloodlong sect looked at the blood-red sky strangely, not knowing what was going on. The sect leader's expressions became serious because the area covered by the abnormal sign was so large, meaning that this was not a small matter. None of them had expected Zhao Fu to be the one who had caused such a huge phenomenon. Not only the Bloodlong Gate's people, but the forces near the Bloodlong Gate, such as Lonely Tree and Tree Shade, were also looking at the bloody sky with a serious expression. What happened in that direction? The experts all felt a sense of unease, and after thinking about it, they flew in that direction. Hiss, 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 countless loud hissing sounds suddenly resounded through the sky. The sound waves spread out, and the people who were flying forward suddenly stopped. They felt a creepy power, and looked at the sky in shock. There seemed to be eyes growing in the sky. There were human eyes, insect eyes, beast eyes, bird eyes, each eye was emitting a crazy, twisted, bloody, perverted, and evil aura, densely covering the entire sky. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. Under the gaze of so many eyes, even Lonely Tree, Xianxia, and the other experts felt like they were being seen through. There was an instinctive trace of fear in their hearts. As for the weaker people, their hearts were filled with fear, and their bodies were trembling. The people further away also showed a terrified expression when they saw the eyes growing in the sky. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying scene. The experts in different parts of the chaotic world felt this fluctuation, and their faces changed. They knew what kind of power this was. After such a long time, the number 1 evil celestial's legacy has finally appeared again. I've been searching for him this entire time, but ever since he gave off those ripples, I haven't been able to find any information about him. I wonder who it was that obtained such a terrifying legacy. From these ripples, it's not any weaker than the number 1 evil celestial from back then. This legatee's potential is incredibly terrifying, and if he matures, he'll definitely be even more dangerous than the number 1 evil celestial. I also sensed a bad omen from these ripples. No matter who this person is, they must die, or else they'll cause a bloodbath in the chaotic world. This crazy, perverted power is really disgusting. Only a super perverted lunatic can inherit this power. Of course, this kind of person must die. Just thinking about what kind of person can obtain this kind of ultimate power is really frightening. AI. Troubled times, troubled times. The owner of the Heaven Awaken World's 8 Emperor Stars has descended, the chaotic world's primal chaos child has appeared, and now, the number 1 evil celestial's legatee has appeared. The various experts did not hesitate and gave off terrifying auras as they flew over. Countless people took the matter of the number 1 evil celestial seriously. The four alliances quickly sent out orders that they had to find the number one evil celestial's legatee no matter what price they had to pay. The town security in the surrounding alliances immediately received orders and did not hesitate to hurry over in Zhao Fu's direction. Within the blood-red pillar of light, Zhao Fu's body started to go through changes, and an even more powerful power spread out from his body. Ericina and the others felt quite worried. They could already sense many people giving off terrifying auras flying over. Zhao Fu also sensed many experts, but it would still take some time for him to reach stage 4. Zhao Fu thought about it and thought about how he had controlled the abnormal signs in the spirit domain. He wondered if he would be able to control abnormal signs this time. Last time, they had acted against the heavens and had been punished by the heavens. This time, they had just rushed over, so it would be quite difficult for them to use heaven and earth power. Moreover, this was the chaotic world, so there would be some restrictions on what Zhao Fu could do. After giving it a simple try, Zhao Fu found that it was not possible. This abnormal sign was controlled by the chaotic world's heaven and earth power, so he could not forcibly control it. If he used the spirit race's Emperor Star's laws, it would be possible, but Zhao Fu was going against the will of the heavens and would be punished by the heavens. Right now, he could only speed up his body's transformation. Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense blood-red light, and his transformation sped up. Book 1, Chapter 147, End of Book 1. Time passed bit by bit, and Blood Azure Tree and the other higher being experts arrived first. Their gazes fell on a piece of flat land. Now that the abnormal sign had disappeared, they did not see anyone. There was a terrifying aura lingering on that piece of flat land. That person should have caused the abnormal sign there. Xianxia and the others did not see anyone and were about to leave in disappointment. They really wanted to know who had caused such a huge abnormal sign. At this moment, the people from the various alliance cities arrived. Xianxia and the others did not pay much attention, but the people from the alliance cities stopped them and told them about this. Xianxia looked quite confused. Even though he knew about the first evil immortal, he had never thought that the first evil immortal's inheritor would appear so close to them. Moreover, they had never thought that Zhao Fu was the first evil immortal's inheritor. The news of the first evil immortal's inheritor appearing here quickly spread, and the various factions were all very shocked. They guessed what kind of person that inheritor was, and whether they had seen him before. Zhao Fu and the others quickly left that area without stopping, and they only stopped to rest after they were far away from that area. Ziyu panted as she said with some lingering fear, "It was so scary, so many experts swarmed over." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You guys find a place to stay first. I still need to refine other essence blood to raise the first evil immortal's bloodline to stage 5. I often encounter these kinds of things, so I'm not too worried. You guys can also go to the Blood Elder sect, and I'll come and find you after everything is over." Ziyu lightly harumphed, "I don't want to be separated from you." Ericina said, "However, we should stay away from Zhao Fu in the future. With Zhao Fu's abilities, he can easily escape, and we will only implicate him." The women nodded. Following this, the women left and came to a nearby city, while Zhao Fu stayed behind to refine 100,000 essence blood to raise the first evil immortal's bloodline to stage 5. A few hours later, Zhao Fu once again found Ericina and the other women. The women all looked confused, and Ericina asked, "Didn't you want to refine essence blood? How did you do it so quickly?" Furthermore, there were no anomalies. Zhao Fu had an awkward look on his face as he explained, "Raising one's bloodline isn't as simple as I thought. Previously, because of my powerful bloodline, I was able to raise it from the first stage to the 4th stage without any obstructions. But I can't raise it to the 5th stage, because I haven't fully comprehended the power of the 4th stage, so I can't refine essence blood to raise it to the 5th stage." Ericina said with a smile, "So what do we do next?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment. "I want to control the power of the 4th stage first. Otherwise, collecting fresh blood will be useless." Firstly, the evil immortal bloodline had been upgraded to the 4th stage, and Zhao Fu had gained a new ability. This ability was known as the Evil Immortal Domain. It was an illusory world that was created using the power of the Evil Immortal. This domain was almost the same as a real world. As for what it looked like, it would have to be created by the user himself. It could create a beautiful world, or it could create a bloody and twisted world. The evil immortal domain could also fuse with the real world, allowing it to control heaven and earth and unleash a power that could alarm gods and ghosts. Xiaofu wanted to control the evil immortal domain, which was why he could raise it to the 5th stage. Aracena said, "Shall we find a place to wait for you to comprehend it?" Xiaofu smiled and said, "No need, this domain is not something that can be comprehended immediately, it will take time." Aracena continued to ask, "Then where are we going? Or are we going to casually walk around and ask around about the bronze shards?" Speaking of the bronze shards, Xiaofu felt that it was a pity. The Bloodlong sect was such a big faction, but Xiaofu had not been able to find the bronze shards. Otherwise, with Xiaofu's status as the sect master of the Bloodlong sect, he would have been able to obtain the bronze shards. Now, Xiaofu had obtained 5 bronze shards, which were very important to Xiaofu. Not only could they allow him to obtain primal chaos source energy, but they were also one of the keys for Xiaofu to awaken the primal chaos emperor star. Who knew how many pieces the bronze mirror had broken into? After thinking about it, Xiaofu really wanted to go back to that place because there were 5 bronze shards in that place. Maybe there were more. Xiaofu thought about it again. The Yaoming Merchant Group's shard was obtained in a historical site, and the 3 shards of the blood-flying fish were also obtained from a historical site. It was not because of that place. Moreover, Xiaofu had already carefully searched that area, but he did not find any bronze shards. Therefore, Xiaofu decided not to go back. That place was also very dangerous. Even if there were no almighty experts guarding there would still be many spies. Xiaofu said, "Since there is no way to improve my bloodline now, I will focus on finding the bronze shards." The group continued forward and found a level 8 alliance city. This level 8 alliance city was a higher level alliance city. The managers here were all emptiness realm experts, so they could obtain more information here. Now, many people were collecting information about the bronze shards. If Xiaofu asked around, it would not arouse suspicion. In the end, there was a lot of information about the bronze shards. However, it was difficult to determine whether the information was true or false. Some people claimed that they had bronze shards and could guarantee it with their lives. However, they could not be sure if the bronze shards were the shards that Xiaofu needed. The matter of Xiaofu collecting the bronze shards had completely muddled the waters. If the news had not been leaked, it was possible to collect some information about the bronze shards. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiaofu's mind. Since there was no way to obtain useful information, it was better to find out the origin of the bronze mirror and how it had broken. Maybe he could find the whereabouts of the other bronze shards. However, Xiaofu collected information about the ancient origin clan, but he still did not find anything. There were 3 possibilities. First, the bronze mirror had existed for too long, so there was no way to obtain useful information. Second, the bronze mirror belonged to a certain origin clan. That origin clan's identity was secretive, so there was no information about the bronze mirror. Third, the power of a level 8 alliance city was limited, so it could not obtain more secretive information. No matter which possibility it was, the result would be disadvantageous to Xiaofu. Since there was nowhere else to go, Xiaofu asked the flying bloodfish, "Where did you obtain the shards in the past?" The flying bloodfish understood Xiaofu's meaning and said, "That place no longer exists, and it is very far away. Do you still want to go and take a look?" Xiaofu nodded and said, "Yes. I have nowhere else to go, so I can comprehend the evil immortal's domain as I walk." Following this, the group continued on their journey towards the center of the chaotic world. Book 1, Chapter 148 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. A few days later, Xiaofu and the others stopped in a city. This was the center of the primal chaos world, and experts could be seen everywhere. The buildings were luxurious, and the streets were bustling with people. Blood-flying fish once ran into a familiar person. It was an old man with a very long beard and wearing long robes. He gave off a sage-like air. This old man was called Feng Su, and he had reached the emptiness realm. He was the son of Blood-flying fish's friend. He was surprised to see blood-flying fish because he had heard that blood-flying fish had died. He had never thought that he would meet blood-flying fish again. Blood-flying fish was surprised as well. She remembered that this old man had been a youth back then, but he had now become an old man. The two of them chatted for a while and got to know each other. Blood-flying fish found out that her friend had died, and she sighed inwardly. However, she also learned some useful information about the bronze shard. Feng Su's father, who was blood-flying fish's friend, had once obtained a bronze shard. The bronze shard was abnormally tough, and her father felt that it was extraordinary, so he kept it. Now, the shard was not in Feng Su's hands. Her father had been killed by an ancient demonic dragon, and his belongings had been obtained by that ancient demonic dragon. That ancient demonic dragon was an evil dragon that liked to plunder and kill, and it had collected countless treasures. In the past, that ancient demonic dragon had been a powerful existence. Now that so much time had passed, its strength had become even more terrifying, and it might have even reached the half-immortal realm. After hearing this, Zhao Fu felt troubled. That demonic dragon was not a good dragon, and if he went, he might be eaten. It was impossible for him to obtain the bronze shard. However, things were different from what Zhao Fu had expected. That dragon had done too much evil, and in the end, it had angered an even more powerful existence. As a result, it had been sealed in a place for many years. In other words, Zhao Fu still had a chance to obtain the bronze shard. Zhao Fu asked excitedly about the location of the sealed place. Feng Su replied, "That place is extremely dangerous. Even with my strength, I cannot enter it. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhao Fu nodded seriously. Feng Su said, "All right, I will tell you where the sealed place is and how to enter." That sealed area was located in a huge basin in the east. Because the primordial demon dragon had collected countless treasures, there were many people who wanted to go there to search for treasures. However, there was also a powerful barrier protecting that place. If one wanted to enter that place, they would have to wait for the full moon. The full moon was the time when the 12 moons were the brightest in the night. At that time, a gap would appear in the barrier, and one could enter the barrier. Zhao Fu's group immediately left this place and headed towards the sealed area. Zhao demonic techniques. Chen. And. Zhao, 1, 2, 1, and 1, and Fu, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, 3, Zhao, 2, Mo, and Su, Dem, 1, Fu, 4, 10, Hao, Chen, 2, Hao, and Hao, and Chen, Hao, 1, Feng, and Hao, 2, Feng, 10, 1, and 1. After a day, Zhao Fu arrived at the sealed area. This time, Zhao Fu came here alone because this place was very dangerous and he could not bring so many people with him. Arriving here, Zhao Fu felt a little strange. Didn't they say that many people came here to search for treasures? Why were there only 2 or 3 people standing here waiting for Hao Yue? Those people did not look like ordinary people. They all had dragon horns on their heads and the auras they gave off were even more powerful than ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. One of them, a tall man, smiled and said, "Sir, you're here to look for treasures, right?" Zhao Fu nodded. The man smiled and said, "Then why don't we team up and enter together? With a member of the desolate ancient dragon race around, it should be much more convenient for you." Primordial dragon race? Zhao Fu had never heard of this name before, but that demon dragon was called the desolate ancient demon dragon. They were also called the desolate ancient dragon race, which should be related to the desolate ancient demon dragon. A cold-looking man beside him said unhappily, "Big bro. Why do you want to join him?" The tall man smiled as he said, "He's actually a member of the dragon race, but he's not from the desolate ancient dragon race. Moreover, I feel that he's not weak and will be of some help to us." Hearing the man's words, the others looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would also be from the dragon race. Since he was from the dragon race, he was on their side, so no one had any objections. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that these people had come prepared, so he also joined them. The tall man smiled and introduced himself to Zhao Fu. He was called Long Hao, the cold-looking young man was called Long Jiang, a valiant-looking young man was called Long Shao, and an ordinary-looking young man was called Long Ying. Zhao Fu told them that he was called Blood Demon. After a simple conversation, Long Hao felt quite curious as to what sort of dragon Zhao Fu was. There were all sorts of dragons in the outer world, such as wood dragons, fire dragons, wyverns, and the most powerful dragon race was the desolate ancient dragon race, which had existed since the outer world had been born. Xiaofu did not know what sort of dragon he was, because he was from the human race. However, he could turn into a dragon and had the sovereign power of the Heaven-Awakened World's dragon race. Was he not sure if the sovereign power of the Heaven-Awakened World's dragon race was stronger? Or was the desolate ancient dragon race's power stronger? In response to Long Hao's question, Xiaofu thought about it and said, I belong to the sovereign dragon race. Long Jiang could not help but laugh. Sovereign dragon race? Doesn't that mean you're stronger than the desolate ancient dragon race? Long Xiao laughed as he said, even the desolate ancient dragon race, the most powerful dragon race in the outer world, is not called the sovereign dragon race, yet your race dares to call itself the sovereign dragon race? Long Hao smiled as he said in confusion, apologies. I've never heard of your race. Xiaofu was not wrong. If Xiaofu belonged to what sort of dragon, it would be the sovereign dragon race. He had the sovereign power of the dragon race and the devil race's supreme emperor star. Facing these people's mockery, Xiaofu did not feel angry and replied softly, it's just a small dragon race. It's just that its name is a bit exaggerated. Long Hao smiled and did not say anything else. What he cared about was Xiaofu's own strength, and he did not care much about the sovereign dragon race. Perhaps it was just as Xiaofu had said, it was just a way of calling itself the sovereign dragon race. Everyone started to look down on Xiaofu and did not place much importance on Xiaofu. They felt that Xiaofu did not have the right to compare to their most powerful race, the desolate ancient dragon race. Everyone waited outside the barrier until late at night. The 12 moons gave off bright moonlight, and 12 moon marks appeared in the air in front of them. The 12 marks slowly merged together, forming a 3-meter wide hole of light. Book 1, Chapter 149. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. After walking in, they saw that they had arrived in a black world. The sky was filled with demonic qi, and the ground, trees, grass, and rocks were all black. It was deathly silent, and it was quite terrifying. A black aura flowed towards them, bringing with it a powerful dragon's might. Long Hao explained, this is the dragon qi of the ancient demon dragon race. The dragon qi of the ancient demon dragon race is extremely domineering and ferocious. If an ordinary person comes in, their body will be corroded by the dragon qi and become a dragon-shaped monster. However, to the dragon race, this is a good place to cultivate. You can absorb some of the dragon qi to increase your power. Xiaofu lightly nodded and listened to Long Hao's words as he started to absorb the black dragon qi. Long Jiang and the others' gazes turned from condescension to condescension. They did not want to absorb this weak dragon qi, but this person quickly absorbed it. Xiaofu was quite interested in the primordial dragon race, so he wanted to absorb some dragon qi. He wanted to understand what kind of dragon race the primordial dragon race was and how it was different from the Heaven-Awakened World's sovereign dragon race. In the end, he found that this dragon qi was hundreds of times weaker than the dragon race's supreme power that Xiaofu controlled. Xiaofu thought that this was most likely just a high-grade ancient demon dragon race's supreme dragon power and not the supreme ancient demon dragon race's legatee. Roar! Roar, roar. Dragon's roars sounded out as 10 or so monsters rushed out. These monsters had human bodies and were covered with jet-black scales. Their heads looked like dragons, and these were the monsters that Long Hao had said had been corroded by the dragon qi. They were very powerful and were all at the Emperor Heaven realm. Long Hao and the others did not feel any fear at all. Their hands turned into dragon claws and gave off immense power as they rushed at the group of dragon-shaped monsters. Boom! Long Hao rushed in front of the monsters and gave off a dragon's might that belonged to the desolate ancient dragon race. This dragon's might gave off a desolate, ancient, and powerful aura, causing the monsters to reveal looks of fear and start to panic. Bang! Long Hao slashed out with his claws, sending out 5 white claw marks that easily sent a monster flying. 5 gashes appeared on the monster's chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. The white dragon qi continued to corrode the wounds, causing more and more blood to flow out. The ancient demon dragon race's dragon qi was indeed domineering and powerful. Long Zhang's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through a weaker monster's chest and taking out a fresh heart. Long Zhang's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the chest of a weaker monster and taking out a fresh heart. Long Hao said, Big Brother, Long 7 Dragon, Zhao, and 10 Mo, Dragon Formation, and and Long 5 Dynasty Emperor, and 173 Spirit, and World, and 1, and A, 1, and 2, MO, and MO, and 2, Spirit, Chen, and 1, and Chen, and How I, and. Hearing Long Zhang's words, Zhao Fu said apologetically, "You were too strong just then, and I didn't have a chance to act. Next time, I'll act as soon as possible." Long Xiao was quite satisfied with this flattery, and he smiled as he said, "You were lucky to have met us. Next time, we'll leave the weaker monsters to you, we won't be bothered to act." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Long Hao did not say anything and said, "Let's dig out their hearts." Long Jiang and the others took out the hearts from the monsters' corpses, and Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What are these hearts for?" Long Hao replied, "These hearts have been corroded by dragon energy, and even though they can't compare to real dragon hearts, eating them is still quite useful, and it can increase our constitution and power." Long Jiang said, "You didn't act just then, so don't even think about getting a single one of these." Zhao Fu did not mind and nodded. After walking for a while, they encountered another group of dragon-shaped monsters. This time, Zhao Fu took out a sword and prepared to rush over. Long Hao said in surprise, "As a member of the dragon race, why don't you use your body to fight?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled. The dragon race's bodies were abnormally strong, and ordinary members of the dragon race liked to fight with their bodies. However, Zhao Fu was not used to it, and he did not want to reveal his strength, so he said, "My body is not strong, so I need to rely on weapons." Long Jiang laughed. As a member of the dragon race, his body was so weak that he did not dare to fight with his body. Long Hao felt quite speechless and once again wondered if he had misjudged Zhao Fu. In actuality, Zhao Fu's body was also extremely strong, and even without the dragon race's bloodline, he could crush everything with his source bloodline. They did not say anything else and started to fight with the monsters. Zhao Fu rushed in front of a monster and vigorously swung his sword. The sword slashed against the monster's scales, and he felt that the scales were abnormally tough. They were even tougher than the scales of ordinary dragons. The desolate ancient dragon race was indeed proud of their abilities. These monsters had only been corroded by the desolate ancient dragon chi and were not from the true desolate ancient dragon race. If they were from the true desolate ancient dragon race, their scales would be even tougher. The monster roared in pain and swiped at Zhao Fu with its sharp claws. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and wanted to stab through its heart, but he remembered that the heart was still useful. As such, he slashed out, and an arc of light sliced open the monster's throat, causing blood to fly everywhere. However, the monster's life force was abnormally strong, and its wound quickly healed. Its sharp claws continued to swipe at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu dodged to the side before rushing forwards and stabbing through the monster's chest with his sword. This time, Zhao Fu used some of his strength and pierced a large hole in the monster's chest. Only the monster had died like that. Seeing that Zhao Fu had only killed one monster after so long, the people from Longjiang Bay City felt even more disdainful. They did not continue to pay attention to Zhao Fu and focused on killing the other monsters. Zhao Fu also attacked another monster. 10 or so minutes later, the group finished dealing with the monsters. Zhao Fu had killed 2 monsters, while Longjiang and the others had killed around 20. The group dug out the monster's heart. Zhao Fu looked at the warm beating heart in his hand and took a bite. It was quite chewy, and as soon as it entered his body, it turned into a wave of energy that spread throughout his body, strengthening his body. This was not very effective for Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu's origin constitution was too powerful. If he gave this to someone else, it would be quite effective, so Zhao Fu smiled and put it away. The people from Longjiang Bay City could not be bothered to talk to Zhao Fu. It was a waste of time, so they did not say anything else. Longjiang Bay City felt a bit awkward. He had not expected Zhao Fu to be so weak. He had hoped that Zhao Fu would be able to help, but because of his pride, he could not just tell Zhao Fu to leave. As such, he could only endure it. He could only hope that Zhao Fu would be tactful and not cause any trouble, and that he would leave on his own. Book 1, Chapter 150 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. After all, anyone could enter the sealed region, and the treasures in the outer regions had long since been taken by others. After coming to the central region of the sealed region, they found that it was much more dangerous than the outer regions. Zhao Fu had planned to look around to see if there were any treasures, but what made Zhao Fu feel strange was that Long Hao and the others had been wanting to go deeper into the sealed region. They most likely had other goals for coming here. Zhao Fu asked. There should be some treasures here, why don't you continue exploring? Long Jiang coldly harumphed, if you want to explore, go by yourself, we have important things to do. Zhao Fu asked, what is it? Long Ying stopped Long Jiang and said, it's best not to tell anyone about this. Long Jiang coldly nodded and did not say anything else. Long Hao smiled as he said, it'll be quite dangerous from here on out, you can stay here and see if you can obtain some treasures. Zhao Fu shook his head, no need. I also want to go deeper and have a look, there should be many treasures there. Long Jiang coldly said, up to you. However, if something happens to you, I won't save you. Zhao Fu nodded. SSSS, a loud hiss rang out as a massive dragon snake appeared in front of them. This dragon snake had a snake-like body and was covered in black scales. Its head was somewhat similar to that of a dragon and a snake, and it had a sharp horn on its head. The dragon snake gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed towards them, knocking down all the trees and rocks in its path. The sound it made was incredibly loud, making everyone feel quite afraid. Long Hao called out, this dragon snake is very powerful, everyone, be careful. Long Hao and the others gave off powerful auras, and not only did their hands become dragon claws, but their bodies also grew many scales as they rushed towards the massive dragon snake. Zhao Fu stood there, not wanting to act. The dragon snake opened its massive mouth and bit towards Long Hao and the others. Long Hao gathered a massive amount of power in his fist, which gave off an intense white light as he punched out, and a white fist mark containing shocking power flew towards the dragon snake. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the white fist imprint struck the dragon snake's head. The dragon snake's huge head was deflected and did not bite Long Hao and the others. Long Jiang and the other two flew to different parts of dragon snake's body and attacked it. Hiss! The dragon serpent let out a loud hiss in pain. Its tail swept to the side with a terrifying force, and the trees on the ground were instantly swept away. The three from the Longjiang base city quickly dodged the attack. The dragon serpent looked at Long Hao savagely and opened its massive mouth. Countless rays of black light shot out, and a massive black beam of light shot out with shocking power towards Long Hao. Long Hao did not plan on dodging and turned into a white dragon. He opened his mouth and spat out a white beam of light, which contained immense power as it shot towards the dragon snake. Bang! The two beams of light collided together, resulting in a loud explosion. The two beams of light collided in midair, causing light to radiate out and terrifying shockwaves spread out. Century roar! Long Hao let out a dragon roar as the beam of light shot out from his mouth became even more intense. It continued to fiercely shoot towards the dragon snake. The black beam of light that the dragon snake shot out in the air was gradually losing. Bang! The beam of light from Long Hao's mouth hit the dragon snake's body and the dragon snake was sent flying. It fell to the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble and sand and stones to fly everywhere. The dragon snake was also quite injured and blood continuously flowed out from its head. The intense pain caused it to go mad and it raised its head to the sky and let out a loud hiss. A black barrier instantly spread out, covering the surrounding 100 kilometers. Countless traces of black gas rose up from the ground, forming small black snakes that flooded towards the group. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised, he had never thought that the dragon snake could control a 10,000 snake domain. Within the domain that it had created, it could create countless snakes. Zhao Fu had been comprehending the evil immortal domain this entire time and had created a small evil immortal domain. It was only the size of a fist and was blood red in color. It was filled with blood chi and did not have anything, it was just the most basic domain. Seeing the dragon snake unleash his domain, Zhao Fu wondered if he could devour the 10,000 snake domain to strengthen his evil immortal domain. That way, it would be easier for Zhao Fu to control the evil immortal domain. Long Jiang and the other two waved their sharp claws, creating countless claw marks that shattered the countless small snakes that surged over. Roar! Long Hao let out a loud dragon roar as his body emitted countless intense white lights. The white light shone on the countless small snakes, causing their bodies to collapse and turn into countless black chi that dissipated. The dragon snake's body suddenly shot out and bit towards Long Hao's throat like lightning. Long Hao turned his head and bit down fiercely. He was even faster than the dragon snake and bit the dragon snake's throat first. The dragon snake cried out in pain and twisted its body, wanting to wrap around Long Hao's body. Long Hao bit the dragon snake's throat and forcefully swung it, sending the dragon snake's body flying and tearing off a large piece of flesh. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain, and the dragon snake crawled up from the ground, wanting to attack Long Hao crazily. At that moment, a person suddenly appeared above his head. The dragon snake did not care and rammed its head forward, wanting to send that person flying. It also continued to rush towards Long Hao. It understood that Long Hao was its greatest opponent. Zhao Fu looked at the dragon snake that was rushing over and smiled. He raised a hand and hit the dragon snake's huge head. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out and the dragon snake's raised head was smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Blood flowed out of the dragon snake's mouth and eyes, and it could not resist at all. This attack had beaten the dragon snake to a half-dead state. Long Hao and the others were astonished. They did not expect Zhao Fu to suddenly explode with such a powerful battle power. Zhao Fu stood on the dragon snake's head. The dragon snake looked at Zhao Fu with fear in its eyes. This was the first time it had met such a terrifying expert, and it could feel the aura of death. Zhao Fu pressed a hand on the dragon snake's head and countless traces of blood-red aura flowed into the dragon snake's head. The dragon snake felt immense pain and felt countless spikes stabbing into its head. A black bubble-like thing was pulled out by Zhao Fu and it gave off a faint black light. It did not look corporeal and was like an illusion. This was the dragon snake's 10,000 snake domain. Zhao Fu fused the 10,000 snake domain into his body and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The dragon snake died because the domain was pulled out. Long Hao turned into his human form and came in front of Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "Friend, so you're so strong. I almost couldn't tell." Long Jiang said with a trace of displeasure, "Our big brother heavily injured the dragon snake, but you suddenly attacked and killed it. What did you pull out of the dragon snake's head?" Book 1, Chapter 151 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mikeir. Zhao Fu apologetically smiled as he said, "I'm sorry, I only extracted a portion of the dragon snake's spiritual power, I don't want the rest of the materials." Long Jiang said, "You're quite tactful." Long Hao smiled as he said, "You killed this dragon snake, so you should be the one to deal with it." This dragon snake was of the same level as them, and the materials on its body were of great use to them. Long Jiang called out unhappily, "Big brother." Long Hao glanced at Long Jiang and said in a serious tone, "Leave this to me. Also, be more polite to this friend in the future." Long Hao was sure that his intuition was right. Right now, his main goal was to befriend Zhao Fu. He did not care about this dragon snake, and he needed Zhao Fu's help to enter the depths of the seal. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "This dragon snake is not of much use to me, so I'll leave it to you." Seeing that Zhao Fu was determined, Long Hao smiled embarrassedly, and they started to cut up the dragon snake's corpse. The most valuable part of the dragon snake was the dragon snake pearl, which contained most of the dragon snake's power. Devouring it would allow one to obtain a portion of the dragon snake's power, and it could also quickly increase one's power. As they dealt with the dragon snake's corpse, Zhao Fu stood there and started to have the evil immortal domain devour the 10,000 snake domain. The blood-red bubble within Zhao Fu's body slowly moved towards the black bubble, causing the black bubble to instinctively tremble in fear as it floated backwards. The blood-red bubble gave off a suction force and sucked the black bubble over, causing it to be slowly sucked over before fusing into the blood-red bubble. After the black bubble fused into the blood-red bubble, it shattered and turned into countless traces of black aura that condensed into a small black snake. The small snake seemed to have a life of its own, twisting about within the blood-red bubble. The evil immortal domain's devouring power was extremely powerful, and its devouring domain was also very simple. Long Hao and the others had already cut up the dragon snake's corpse, and Zhao Fu had devoured the 10,000 snake domain as they continued onwards. As they continued onwards, the dragon chi became denser and denser, and the dragon chi's corrosion became stronger and stronger. Even the desolate ancient dragon race was injured. Long Hao and Zhao Fu were not affected, but Long Jiang and the others were. They used their own dragon power to resist the corrosion of the dragon power. Everyone came to a small mountain, and there was a two-headed dragon person lying in front of them. This dragon person was 3 meters tall and had 2 dragon heads, one with black scales, and the other with a dragon tail. It gave off an incredibly powerful aura, and it was much more powerful than the dragon snake they had encountered before. A 1-meter-tall tree grew beside him. The tree's trunk was purplish red, and its leaves were also purplish red. A blood-red fruit the size of a lychee grew at the top. Long Hao said, "That fruit is called the dragon shed fruit. Eating such a fruit can cause the body to undergo a huge change. It is an extremely precious treasure, and is especially attractive to our dragon race. However, that two-headed draconian might be even stronger than me, so it will be very difficult to obtain such a fruit." Long Xiao said, "Brother, let's give it a try. Let's go if we can't." Long Hao nodded, "I'll attract the twin-headed draconians, you guys are responsible for stealing that fruit." Everyone nodded seriously. Long Hao became a draconian, and his body was covered with white scales. His hands and feet had become dragon claws, and he also had a white dragon tail. He gave off a powerful dragon's might as he quickly rushed at the two-headed draconian. The two-headed draconian, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes. Seeing Long Hao rush at it, it gave a furious roar and rushed at Long Hao. The two of them were soon only 3 meters apart. Long Hao sent a powerful wave of power into his dragon claw, causing it to give off an intense white light as he vigorously slapped at the two-headed draconian. The two-headed draconian also sent a wave of power into its dragon claw, causing it to give off an intense black light and ferociously clawed at Long Hao. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 dragon claws collided, causing a wave of light to spread out and the ground to crack. The two-headed draconian took 2 steps back, while Long Hao took 5 steps back. The two-headed draconian was slightly stronger than Long Hao. Long Hao loudly roared and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at the two-headed draconian. The two-headed draconian's expression was savage as he also rushed at Long Hao. The two of them started to fight intensely, and powerful shockwaves spread out, causing many trees to sway. Long Jiang and the others stealthily headed towards the dragon transformation fruit. Their goal was not to kill the two-headed draconian but to obtain the dragon transformation fruit. Zhao Fu stood there and did not move, he was not very interested in the dragon transformation fruit. Long Hao continued to fight with the two-headed draconian while Long Jiang and the others stealthily came near the dragon transformation fruit. Just as they were about to pick the dragon transformation fruit, the two-headed draconian sensed them and instantly disappeared before reappearing in front of him. The two-headed draconian vigorously slashed out, leaving behind 5 massive claw marks that seemed to be able to shatter space. Long Jiang and the others hurriedly blocked, but they were still sent flying by the claw. The two-headed draconian wanted to continue to attack and kill Long Jiang and the others, but Long Hao appeared behind him and sent the two-headed draconian flying with a sneak attack. Long Hao immediately told Long Jiang and the others to leave. Long Jiang and the others understood that they could not help, so they hurriedly left the battlefield. The two-headed draconian crawled up from the ground with a furious look on his face. He strode forwards, shattering the ground with each step as he gave off a ferocious aura and rushed towards Long Hao. Long Hao's body gave off a white light as he also rushed towards the two-headed draconian. The two-headed draconian punched towards Long Hao, and Long Hao took this punch head-on and grabbed an opportunity to kick the two-headed draconian's abdomen. The two-headed draconian punched Long Hao's chest, and Long Hao also punched the two-headed draconian's abdomen. Bang! Bang! The two of them continuously punched each other, causing loud sounds to ring out and strong gales to blow out. It looked quite shocking, and the two of them were both slightly injured. This was a battle of physical strength, and Zhao Fu felt quite interested. It was rare for him to see such a direct battle. Long Jiang and the others looked quite worried because it seemed that Long Hao's injuries were more serious. They prepared to help Long Hao at any moment. Bang! A massive sound rang out as their fists landed on each other's chests, and the terrifying power sent both of them flying back. Long Hao crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A trace of blood leaked out of the two-headed draconian's mouth, and he quickly stood up. It was evident that the two-headed draconian had won. Looking at Long Hao on the ground, the two-headed draconian gave a savage smile and walked over. Long Jiang and the others hurriedly rushed out and blocked in front of Long Hao. Many scales appeared on their bodies, and they turned into 3 draconian people, giving off powerful auras. Long Hao got up from the ground and looked at the two-headed draconian seriously. He did not have much confidence in this battle. Book 1, Chapter 152 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. Facing the four dragon people, the twin-headed dragon person did not feel any fear and rushed forwards. Long Hao immediately called out, "Spread out and activate the four-sided dragon formation." Long Jiang and the other two ran to the sides, and the four of them surrounded the twin-headed dragon person from different directions. The twin-headed dragon person sensed danger and stopped. Long Hao and the other three raised a hand and a massive power spread out as a dragon pearl appeared above their palm. The four dragon pearls gave off a white light that resonated with each other, and an enormous white square-shaped barrier of light appeared, covering the twin-headed dragon person. The white barrier of light brought with it immense gravity, and the twin-headed dragon person's body sank. Long Hao and the other three controlled the white barrier of light to continuously shrink, and as the white barrier of light shrank, the white barrier of light became stronger and stronger. The twin-headed dragon person had to bear even greater gravity and vigorously struggled within. The white barrier of light continuously shrank, and the four of them looked quite nervous as they looked at the struggling twin-headed dragon person. Roar! The twin-headed dragon person furiously roared, and its two heads faced the sky. Boundless power gathered, and two terrifying black beams of light shot out from its mouth, shooting towards the top of the square-shaped barrier of light. Following this, the black light spread out and filled the square-shaped barrier of light. The four of them's expressions fell, and they felt that the situation was not good. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the barrier of light exploded, and countless rays of light spread out as an explosive power spread out. A large crater was smashed into the ground, and at the center stood the injured twin-headed dragon person. There were many wounds on its body, and it looked quite injured. Long Hao and the other three were lying in four directions, and blood flowed out of their mouths. The twin-headed dragon person furiously walked towards Long Hao. Long Hao stood up from the ground and attacked first. He rushed in front of the twin-headed dragon person and vigorously slammed his claw towards the twin-headed dragon person's head. The twin-headed dragon person stretched out a hand to block Long Hao's attack, while the other claw ferociously slashed towards Long Hao's abdomen. Long Hao dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. The twin-headed dragon person leaned forward and wanted to continue attacking Long Hao, but at that moment, the dragon eagle appeared on its body and clawed at the twin-headed dragon person's shoulder, creating 5 bloody holes. The twin-headed dragon person cried out in pain and swung its tail to send the dragon hawk flying. Long Jiang grasped this opportunity and attacked from the side, ferociously kicking the twin-headed dragon person's waist. The twin-headed dragon person actually resisted this attack and grabbed onto Long Jiang's leg. Long Hao's face changed and he hurriedly rushed over. The two-headed draconian grabbed Long Jiang's leg and threw him towards Long Hao. Long Hao hugged Long Jiang's body and fell to the ground to withstand the impact. The dragon hell came from behind again. The twin-headed dragon man turned around and punched the dragon hell away. The two-headed draconian swept a ferocious glance at the 4 people lying on the ground. At this moment, Long Hao's face turned a little ugly. Even if the twin-headed dragon man was injured, he would not have much of an advantage. The twin-headed dragon person's gaze landed on Long Hao. Just as he was about to walk towards Long Hao, his expression immediately turned solemn. Long Hao also looked behind him strangely, only to see a cloaked person slowly walking out. Roar! The twin-headed dragon being felt fearful and let out a loud roar, warning that person not to come close. Long Hao's group of 4 was shocked. The twin-headed dragon person's attitude towards them was completely different from how it treated Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not care about the twin-headed dragon person's attack at all and continued to walk towards the twin-headed dragon person. The twin-headed dragon person was infuriated. With a powerful aura, he rushed in front of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu with a ferocious fist that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boom! A loud sound rang out and a ferocious gust of wind blew out. Zhao Fu simply stretched out a hand and easily caught that fist. The twin-headed dragon person looked at how easily Zhao Fu had blocked his full-powered attack, and he had a look of astonishment on his face. At this moment, Zhao Fu grabbed the twin-headed dragon person's fist and pulled back, causing the twin-headed dragon person's body to fall forward. Zhao Fu kicked out with one leg, striking the twin-headed dragon person's abdomen. Boom, a muffled sound rang out as the twin-headed dragon person's body flew backwards, knocking down a few large trees before stopping and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The four of them looked shocked. The power that Zhao Fu had displayed was clearly stronger than Long Hao's. The twin-headed dragon person savagely crawled up from the ground and opened its mouth. Two terrifying waves of power surged out and condensed between its two heads, forming an egg-sized black orb of light that gave off a destructive aura. Swish, the twin-headed dragon person raised its head and the black orb of light quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. In that instant, the orb of light appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power surged out, wrapping around the black orb of light. He then raised his arm and flung the black orb of light into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion rang out and countless rays of black light shot out in the sky, seeming to cover the entire sky. The twin-headed dragon person looked quite startled before turning to run. He understood that he was definitely not a match for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You still want to run?" Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared in front of the twin-headed dragon person. The twin-headed dragon person revealed a terrified expression, and before he could react, Zhao Fu punched his chest. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive force passed through the twin-headed dragon person's body, shattering all of his internal organs. The force then passed through the twin-headed dragon person's body and turned into a gust of wind that blew out. The twin-headed dragon person's body powerlessly fell to the ground, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised that the twin-headed dragon person was still alive. The dragon race's bodies were quite powerful, and ordinary people would have died by now. Zhao Fu raised his leg, planning to give the twin-headed dragon person a final blow. The twin-headed dragon person said fearfully, "Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded. Normally, as long as anyone surrendered, Zhao Fu would let them off and would not kill them, unless there were some special circumstances. Long Hao and the others walked over. Long Zhong's expression was quite unsightly, only now did he know how terrifying Zhao Fu's strength was. If Zhao Fu wanted to kill him, it would be an incredibly easy matter. The other two's expressions were also quite unsightly, they had both looked down on Zhao Fu. Long Hao smiled as he said, "Friend, your strength is so great that we can't help but admire you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "It's just SOSO. Long Hao said to Long Jiang, "Second brother, immediately bring the dragon transformation fruit and give it to this friend, as well as properly apologize to him." Long Jiang nodded and did not have any objections. Zhao Fu did not mind as he said, "No need, just take the dragon transformation fruit. There's no need to apologize." Long Jiang inwardly sighed and bowed to Zhao Fu, "I was disrespectful to you, so I apologize. Thank you for not taking it to heart." Book 1, Chapter 153, End of Book 1. Zhao Fu nodded before asking, "Just what is your purpose for coming to this sealed region?" Before, Zhao Fu had been quite curious about Long Hao and the others' purpose, but they had not told Zhao Fu. Long Jiang and the others looked at Long Hao, and Long Hao thought that he might have to rely on Zhao Fu's power in the future. As such, he said, "We were ordered by our young master to look at the seal." Zhao Fu asked in confusion, "Why did your young master send you to look at the seal? Could it be that your young master wants to undo the seal and release this evil dragon?" Long Hao and the others belonged to the primordial dragon race, and this evil dragon also belonged to the primordial dragon race, which was why Zhao Fu had guessed this. Long Hao said apologetically, "We don't know, we were just following orders." Zhao Fu then asked, "Who is your young master?" Long Hao and the others were quite powerful, so their young master would most likely be even more powerful. Perhaps he was a famous genius. Hearing this, Long Hao gave a prideful smile, "Our young master is called Long Huiling, and he is the young master of the primordial dragon race. He is a famous genius in the outer world." Zhao Fu understood and nodded and did not continue to ask. They waited for a while to allow the two-headed dragon person to recover from his injuries. Just then, Zhao Fu had almost killed him, so his injuries were quite severe. Long Hao embarrassedly accepted the dragon transformation fruit, and as for the dragon transformation tree, Zhao Fu also put it into his spatial ring. After waiting for half a day, the two-headed dragon person's injuries had somewhat recovered, but he could not use much of his power. That attack from Zhao Fu had injured him too heavily, and he could not recover in a short period of time. The two-headed dragon person did not have a name, so Xiao Fu casually gave him a name, Long Shuang. The three of them continued onwards and came to the depths of the sealed region. The black dragon chi here was even denser, and some places were filled with black fog. Everyone felt a massive might, causing the weaker Long Jiang and the others to feel immense pressure. Long Hao also used his power to resist the corrosion of the tyrannical dragon power. Xiao Fu was still not affected. Although the dragon chi was very overbearing and powerful and wanted to invade Xiao Fu's body, it could not enter Xiao Fu's body at all. It was blocked by an invisible force. Xiao Fu reminded them, "This is the sealed area. It's very dangerous in the depths. Be careful." Long Hao and the others nodded their heads. Long Hao was glad that he had brought Xiao Fu in. Otherwise, with their strength, it would have been even more dangerous. Everyone walked forward. Several black dragons suddenly rushed out from the side and attacked Xiao Fu. These black dragons were only a few dozen meters long and had 3 claws. Their horns were also single horns, and their bodies were covered with black, steel-like scales. Even though they had been corroded by dragon power, they were not much different from real dragons and were extremely powerful. Long Hao and the other 3 also turned into 4 white dragons and rushed towards the black dragons. The dragons clashed, using their dragon fangs and claws to tear at each other. Long Hao and the other 3 had a greater advantage and were able to suppress the black dragons. Xiao Fu stood there and did not do anything. Long Hao and the other 3 could deal with these black dragons. One of the black dragons looked at Xiao Fu and gave off a powerful aura as it rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu lightly laughed and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of power flowed out and formed an enormous blood-red hand that grabbed the black dragon. The black dragon roared and struggled, but it could not break free from Xiao Fu's hand. Roar! A massive explosion sounded out in the sky as a 1,000-meter-long black dragon appeared in the sky. It looked just like the black dragons and gave off a boundless dragon's might, causing the surroundings to become deathly silent. The black dragon coldly stared at Xiao Fu and said in a hoarse voice, "Let him go." Long Hao and the other 3 returned to their human forms and came to Xiao Fu's side, looking at the black dragon seriously. This black dragon was much more powerful than the two-headed dragon person, and they were not a match for it. They could only rely on Xiao Fu's power. Xiao Fu calmly smiled as he asked, "What's in it for letting him go?" The black dragon furiously said, "I can give you a quick death." Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Got it." Bang! Xiao Fu's hand exerted force, and the massive blood-red hand also gripped, causing the black dragon to explode and causing blood to fly everywhere. Roar! In the sky, the black dragon furiously roared as it opened its mouth and breathed out a black flame, which rushed towards Xiao Fu and the others as if it wanted to burn everything. The plants in the surroundings immediately withered, but they did not feel any heat. Instead, they felt the corrosion of dragon fire. This dragon fire was different from ordinary flames. It relied on corrosion to burn things rather than burning them. The black dragon furiously breathed out black flames for more than a minute before stopping. However, after the flames dissipated, a blood-red energy barrier appeared. The blood-red energy barrier covered Xiao Fu and the others, preventing them from being injured. However, the ground around them was in a terrible state, turning into black dust. The black dragon looked quite startled and gave off massive power as it rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu said, "Leave this black dragon to me, I'll leave the small dragons to you." Long Hao and the others nodded and turned into 4 white dragons as they flew to the side. The massive black dragon gave off massive power as it smashed towards Xiao Fu like a hot knife through butter. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of power flowed out, forming a blood-red wall. Boom! The black dragon slammed into the blood-red wall and a wave of energy spread out, causing its body to stop. However, Xiao Fu's body was forced back 2 steps. This black dragon was not weak, so Xiao Fu started to take it seriously. The black dragon coldly looked at Xiao Fu and opened its mouth, causing countless traces of black light to flow out. Boom! An enormous black beam of light shot out from the black dragon's mouth, and Xiao Fu flew into the sky, dodging this attack. The black beam of light blasted out a ravine that was hundreds of meters long, and the surroundings were filled with fallen trees and rocks, creating a shocking scene. Xiao Fu immediately flew towards the black dragon and punched its head, smashing the black dragon's body into the ground and causing it to crack. The black dragon furiously swung its 5 claws, bringing with it a gust of wind as it clawed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again flew upwards, dodging the black dragon's attack. The black dragon's body gave off a wave of black chi and it ferociously charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released a blood-red energy barrier, but he was still sent flying by the black dragon. The black dragon continued to rush at Zhao Fu, and its body gave off a lot of black chi, causing the aura it gave off to become even more terrifying. Zhao Fu stood where he was and took out a sword. He slashed out an enormous sword light towards the black dragon. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the black dragon was sent flying 10 or so meters. However, there was only a shallow wound on its head, which was not very serious. Apex Book 1, Chapter 154, Seal. The black dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood his ground and slashed out twice with his sword, sending out 2 massive blood-red sword lights that gave off immense power as they crisscrossed and slashed towards the black dragon. One of the black dragon's claws gave off a cold light as it ferociously slashed out, sending out 5 massive claws that gave off enough power to destroy steel. The 2 blood-red sword lights were directly shattered by the claws, turning into countless motes of blood-red light and dissipating. Roar! The black dragon then spat out a black aura flame that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again unleashed a blood-red defensive barrier, blocking the terrifying black aura flame. Just as the black aura flame dissipated, the massive black dragon appeared in front of Zhao Fu and opened its massive mouth as it ferociously bit down on Zhao Fu's defensive barrier. Under that powerful bite, cracks started to appear on the defensive barrier. Zhao Fu's expression fell. The black dragon circled in the sky with a ferocious look on its face as it bit down, wanting to shatter Zhao Fu's defensive barrier and turn Zhao Fu into meat chunks. Under the massive bite, more and more cracks appeared on the defensive barrier, and Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. Right now, it was not suitable for him to use the Heaven Awakened World's power, but Zhao Fu had other powers. Zhao Fu's body turned into countless traces of blood that flowed out of the black dragon's mouth, and he became a massive blood-red demon. This demon had 3 eyes and a pair of blood-red bull horns. It was tall and had a pair of blood-red wings on its back, and its entire body was blood-red. It gave off a massive bloody aura. The black dragon paused for a moment before ferociously opening its massive mouth and continuing to bite towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and grabbed the black dragon's upper and lower jaws, forcefully pulling them apart. The black dragon felt immense pain, and its claws gave off an intense cold light. However, before it could do anything, Zhao Fu forcefully flung the black dragon's body away, stirring up a huge gust of wind. Just as the black dragon's body stopped, Zhao Fu spread his wings and rushed in front of the black dragon, punching the black dragon's head with terrifying power. Roar! The black dragon cried out in pain as its head was smashed. Fresh blood flowed from the wound. The black dragon furiously shot out countless rays of black light from its mouth, and a powerful ray of black light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu spread his wings and flew into the sky, dodging the attack. The black dragon glared angrily at Zhao Fu, but it didn't dare to continue attacking. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and slashed out with a claw, sending countless traces of blood-red chi towards the black dragon with great power. The black dragon's body flew to the side, trying to avoid the blood-red chi. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and the blood-red chi changed directions and continued to flow towards the black dragon. The black dragon had not expected this, and its body was bound by the blood-red weapon. The blood-red fog was like ropes binding the black dragon's body, and the black dragon roared as it struggled. The blood-red fog started to slowly dissipate as the black dragon struggled. At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared behind the black dragon and grabbed its tail, smashing the black dragon's head into the ground. A massive sound rang out, and a large crater appeared in the ground. Even more blood flowed out of the black dragon's head, making it look quite terrifying. The black dragon immediately turned and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu vigorously swung, sending the black dragon's body flying. The black dragon crashed into a small mountain, causing it to collapse. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and dust spread out. The black dragon lay on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu with intense killing intent. Countless traces of black chi flowed towards him, and its body gave off countless traces of black light as a shocking power spread out. Swish, 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 countless sounds of the air being torn could be heard as countless rays of black light shot out from the black dragon's mouth, seeming to pierce through the sky. The ripples they gave off were incredibly shocking. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he spread his wings to cover his body, giving off a blood-red light as he blocked the incoming rays of blood-red light. Bang, bang. Bang, sounds rang out as Zhao Fu's wings blocked the incoming rays of black light. However, his wings were slightly damaged, and there were holes in some places. Swish, just as he spread his wings, the massive black dragon appeared above his head and ferociously charged at Zhao Fu, biting down on Zhao Fu's shoulder. Zhao Fu looked slightly pained as he grabbed the black dragon's body with both hands, wanting to throw it away. The black dragon firmly bit onto Zhao Fu's shoulder and wrapped its body around Zhao Fu's body, forcefully strangling Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu looked furious and exploded out with all of his suppressed power. A blood-red aura flame appeared around his body, and his hands slowly broke free from the black dragon's bindings. The black dragon looked at the power that Zhao Fu had exploded out with, and it gradually broke free from its body. Zhao Fu broke free with one hand and grabbed the black dragon's head. He tore off its head and pressed it against the ground as he continuously punched the black dragon's head with terrifying power. Massive sounds rang out and he gave off a shocking aura. Long Hao and the others had already dealt with the small black dragons. Seeing Zhao Fu press the black dragon to the ground and continuously punch it, they felt a wave of shock and terror. After Zhao Fu punched the black dragon countless times, Zhao Fu finally stopped. The black dragon's body was a bloody mess, and it was already dead. Zhao Fu stabbed a hand into the black dragon's body, took out an enormous black dragon pearl, and swallowed it. Zhao Fu was quite interested in the primordial dragon race, and he wanted to obtain the primordial dragon race's power. Zhao Fu was not interested in ordinary dragon pearls, and only a powerful dragon pearl like the black dragon was of interest to Zhao Fu. After swallowing the dragon pearl, Zhao Fu's body was quickly refined, and a massive wave of primordial dragon race's power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's massive body gave off countless traces of a black aura and a massive dragon's might. This primordial dragon race's power was indeed quite powerful, and it was even more domineering and corrosive. If it was a legatee of the primordial dragon race, it would be even more powerful, and Zhao Fu guessed that it would not be any weaker than the Heaven Awakened World's sovereign dragon race's power. Zhao Fu thought to himself, I wonder what will happen if I fuse the Heaven Awakened World's sovereign dragon race's power with the primordial dragon race's power. Right now, Zhao Fu had only obtained a high-grade primordial dragon race's power. If he wanted to obtain the legatee-grade primordial dragon race's power, he would need to obtain the primordial dragon race's legacy. If he devoured the primordial dragon race's legatee, he would be able to obtain the legatee-grade primordial dragon race's dragon power. Long Hao and the others looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He had devoured such a large dragon pearl in such a short period of time, and from the aura he gave off, he seemed to be someone from the primordial demon dragon bloodline. If they had not personally seen this, they definitely would not have believed it. After all, even if ordinary people obtained a bloodline after fusing with a dragon pearl, it would be a weak mixed bloodline. Book 1, Chapter 155. They didn't know how Zhao Fu had done it. They felt that Zhao Fu's identity had become mysterious. Zhao Fu put away the massive black dragon's corpse, and his body slowly became smaller until he returned to his original size. He smiled and said to Long Hao and the others, let's continue onwards. Long Hao and the other three nodded their heads, unknowingly treating Zhao Fu as someone far above them. Everyone continued onwards and did not encounter any more monsters. The massive dragon's might became stronger, and Long Hao and the others used their defensive barriers to defend as they advanced. In the end, Zhao Fu's group of 4 arrived at the place where the primordial demonic dragon was sealed. There was a massive black dragon lying on a massive basin. This black dragon had 3 blade-like horns, and its body was incredibly powerful. It was covered with black, steel-like scales, and it gave off a dragon's might that covered the surroundings. The black dragon crawled in the basin with his eyes closed. There were slender wooden pillars around his body. There were hemp ropes extending from the wooden pillars, binding the black dragon's body. This seal looked very simple and crude, but to be able to seal such a powerful demonic dragon, it was definitely an extremely powerful seal. No one knew what kind of expert laid it down. Zhao Fu looked at Long Hao and the other 3, what do you plan to do now? Long Hao replied with a serious expression, we will first test the power of the seal, and then see if we can awaken the mystic dragon. Zhao Fu asked seriously, do you know what the terrible consequences will be? Long Hao said, I know, but we came prepared. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, wait for me, let me see if there's anything I need here. This time, Zhao Fu's purpose for coming here was for the bronze shard. He did not want to cause any big trouble. If Long Hao and the other three caused any trouble, it would definitely put Zhao Fu in danger. Therefore, he told them to wait for a while before starting. Long Hao nodded without hesitation. A large part of the reason why they were able to reach the depths of the sealed land so easily this time was because of Zhao Fu. They were not in a hurry anyway. Zhao Fu quickly left the place and searched the surroundings to see if he could find the treasures collected by the demon dragon. After a few hours, Zhao Fu frowned and returned to his original spot. He didn't find anything. What was going on? There should be some treasures in the outer and central regions, but why weren't there any in the depths? Zhao Fu had already carefully searched the surroundings, but he did not find anything. Zhao Fu looked at the dragon lying on the ground. Could the most precious treasure be sealed together with this black dragon? Long Hao looked at Zhao Fu's expression and asked, what's wrong with friends? Did you find what you needed? Zhao Fu shook his head. Long Hao continued to ask, then how long do we have to wait for you? Zhao Fu said, no need. You guys do what you need to do. Perhaps there will be some changes when you touch the seal. Long Hao replied, N. Then stay away from me. We'll start planning right away. Following this, Zhao Fu retreated into the distance. Long Hao and the others stood in 4 different positions, their bodies giving off a faint white light. Long Hao and the others took out snow-white dragon bones and sent their power into the dragon bones. The dragon bones gave off white light and floated into the air. Countless rays of blinding light shined out as a massive white dragon appeared in the sky. This white dragon was slender and beautiful. It had 5 claws and was covered with snow-white scales. It had a pair of dragon horns that looked like white wood and a pair of snow-white dragon eyes. It gave off a sacred feeling and gave off an immense dragon's might. Zhao Fu also looked quite shocked. This white dragon contained a trace of a higher being's power. Long Hao controlled the white dragon to fly towards the basin. At first, nothing happened, but just as the white dragon was about to enter the basin, the wood gave off powerful auras, as if warning the white dragon. Long Hao and the others did not hesitate and controlled the white dragon to rush towards the basin. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive shockwave rippled out from the basin. Rope shot out from the ground and shot towards the white dragon. Boom, a massive power exploded out from the white dragon's body as it gave off a boundless white light, dyeing the sky white. The countless hemp ropes that shot over were blocked by an invisible force and stopped in midair, unable to advance another inch. The white dragon gave off a massive aura as it slowly flew towards the basin. Ropes continuously shot out from the ground, giving off shocking power as they shot towards the white dragon in the sky. However, they were all blocked by the white light. Seeing that the ropes had been blocked, Long Hao and the others let out a sigh of relief and controlled the white dragon to continue flying forwards. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions suddenly sounded out as the slender wooden pillars gave off boundless yellow light. Massive slender wooden pillars appeared in the sky and gave off power that seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth as they stabbed towards the white dragon. Roar. The many wooden pillars brought with them an astonishing power as they instantly broke through the white dragon's defenses. Following that, the wooden pillars pierced through the white dragon's body. It was as if the white dragon had been skewered in the sky. The white dragon roared out in pain and its body started to slowly collapse. Long Hao and the others' bodies trembled and they coughed up a large mouthful of blood as if they had suffered a backlash. However, it did not seem as if their lives were in danger. After killing the white dragon, the surroundings gradually returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Fu walked over to Long Hao and the others and asked, "Are you guys alright?" Long Hao said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just suffered some backlash. The power of the seal is still so strong after so many years. If a real expert went there just now, I'm afraid it would be very dangerous, not to mention unlocking the seal." Zhao Fu nodded. The power from the wooden pillars had caused him to feel a wave of terror, causing his hairs to stand on end. Suddenly, Xiao Fu and the others felt a massive pressure as a terrifying aura seeped into their bodies. Xiao Fu and the others turned to look at the basin and saw that the massive black dragon slowly opened its eyes and looked at them. Long Hao and the others immediately knelt on the ground in fear and called out respectfully, "Greetings, revered dragon." Xiao Fu stood on the spot and looked at the black dragon, but he did not kneel. This black dragon gave Xiao Fu a feeling that it was incredibly powerful, much more powerful than ordinary higher beings. It seemed to be only slightly weaker than a half-step celestial. The black dragon's gaze fell on Xiao Fu's body and it said in an evil woman's voice, "Boy, you're quite strange. You're really strange, containing a lot of fear that even makes me feel a little afraid. Tell me, who are you?" Because of the immortal concealment token, anyone below the half-step celestial level would not be able to see through Xiao Fu's true identity. However, the black dragon was incredibly powerful and it could sense that Xiao Fu had something terrifying. Book 1, Chapter 156. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Xiao Fu said seriously, "I can't tell you my identity." The black dragon said with a sinister smile, "Brat. If I wasn't sealed, I would have eaten you. I wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with you." Xiao Fu said, "The point is, you are sealed now." The black dragon was angry and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. If anyone dared to talk to her like this, she would have skinned him and roasted him over the fire. Seeing that Xiao Fu and the black dragon were in conflict, Long Hao interrupted and shouted, "Lord Zun Dragon. We are following the young master's order to find you." The black dragon turned to Long Hao, "Why are you from the divine dragon bloodline looking for me?" Long Hao said respectfully, "The wizard spirit immortal who sealed you has ascended to the celestial realm for many years. Now, we can help you to remove the seal." Hearing that, Xiao Fu thought to himself, "Sure enough, Long Hao and the others are here to remove the seal." The black dragon said bitterly, "That bitch has ascended to the celestial realm. Don't let me see her again. Otherwise, I will make her suffer." The black dragon looked at Long Hao, "Will the divine dragon bloodline be so kind as to help me remove the seal? Tell me, what do you want?" Long Hao replied, "As long as Lord Zun Dragon accepts our young master as your master." The black dragon sneered, "In your dreams. Do you think I will surrender to the young master of the divine dragon bloodline?" Long Hao replied, "The demonic dragon bloodline doesn't care about you anymore. The other bloodlines won't save you either. Only the divine dragon bloodline is willing to help you." The black dragon snorted, "Then I would rather be sealed than surrender to anyone." Long Hao said seriously, "Lord Zun Dragon, you have to think this through. The seal is powerful enough to seal you for countless years. As long as you are willing to surrender to our young master, the divine dragon bloodline will help you remove the seal immediately." The black dragon said indifferently, "Anyway, I have a long life. Maybe I can remove the seal after a nap. Maybe I can reach the half-celestial realm and break the seal. I don't need to rely on you." Long Hao said reluctantly, "Lord Zun Dragon, please consider it." Black Dragon stared at Long Hao with a cold look in his eyes. "What? Didn't you hear what I said? Also, if you want to subdue me, ask your young master to do it himself." Long Hao felt an intense fear, and his body slightly trembled as he said, "Yes." At this moment, Xiao Fu asked, "Where is your treasure?" The black dragon said with a smile, "So, you're after my treasures? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Most of the treasures I collected were snatched away by that bitch." Wu Ling. Xiao Fu was shocked. The person who had sealed the black dragon was an immortal. Moreover, she had already ascended to the immortal realm. It was impossible for him to obtain the bronze fragment from her. Did that mean he had no way of collecting all the fragments? However, the black dragon had snatched away most of the treasures, not all of them. There was still a sliver of hope. Xiao Fu asked, "Where are the rest of your treasures?" The black dragon said in an evil and tempting manner, "My remaining treasures are below me. If you want them, you can come and get them." Xiao Fu was not that stupid. Xiao Fu had personally seen what had happened to the white dragon after it had entered the seal. Xiao Fu looked at the platform in front of the seal. This platform was definitely not formed naturally, so it definitely had its uses. Xiao Fu thought for a moment and flew to the platform. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as countless powers gathered in the surroundings and formed a sorcerer mask above the platform, giving off a grayish-white light. After the mask was formed, it slowly floated towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not resist and allowed the mask to touch his face. A massive power burst out from the mask, and Xiao Fu's consciousness was pulled into a world. This world was the same as an ordinary world. It had dense forests, a deep blue sky, green grass, and flowers blooming on the roadside. Xiao Fu felt quite strange. How had his consciousness entered this place? He looked around before walking forwards. A few minutes later, Xiao Fu saw a platform with many thin wooden pillars. It seemed that this place was the core of the seal. Xiao Fu walked forwards. An image appeared above the wooden pillars. It was a woman wearing sorcerer clothes. Her figure and appearance were blurry, but she gave off an extremely terrifying power. Xiao Fu's expression became serious as he stopped. This image was most likely the person who had sealed the black dragon. The image looked at Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu felt as if his body had been seen through. Fortunately, this image was only a portion of that person's power and not the true body. Otherwise, Xiao Fu would not be able to hide any secrets from this person at all. The immortal concealment token, the most important thing for Xiao Fu to hide his identity, had no effect. It was a pity that Xiao Fu did not have anything better to hide his identity. This immortal concealment token had been given to him by someone else. The image stretched out a hand and pressed down in the air. Boom, a massive pressure pressed down on Xiao Fu's body, causing Xiao Fu's body to sink. This power was too terrifying, causing Xiao Fu's knees to fall to the ground. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed. This was a world of consciousness, and there was no way to hide any power. A wave of pure source energy exploded out from Xiao Fu's body, and an aura that seemed to be the origin of all things emanated from Xiao Fu's body. He immediately blocked that terrifying pressure. The image looked astonished, as if she had never thought that Xiao Fu would be able to block that pressure so easily. Following this, she stretched out a hand and pressed down again, causing an even greater pressure to fall on Xiao Fu's body. Boom, strands of black aura radiated out from Xiao Fu's body, and the waves of source energy rippled out, giving off an astonishing aura. That pressure was like a gigantic hand pressing down on Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu did his best to resist that pressure, and the ground started to crack bit by bit. This pressure was truly terrifying. It was so difficult for Xiao Fu to release his source energy, and the difference in their cultivations was simply too great. After a while, the image retracted her hand, and the pressure dissipated. Xiao Fu breathed a sigh of relief. The image looked at Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu immediately felt an intense sense of danger. Xiao Fu stretched out both his hands, and waves of black energy gushed out from Xiao Fu's palms, forming an extremely thick black barrier of light that gave off an indestructible aura. The image slowly raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Fu. Boom, an unbelievably great power rushed towards Xiao Fu, and nothing could block it. In front of this power, all other powers seemed extremely weak. Bang, a loud sound rang out as the great power slammed against the black barrier of light, causing it to slowly split apart. Xiao Fu's body was forced back a step, but thankfully, he was not injured. Book 1, Xiao Fu. The image once again raised its hand, and Xiao Fu sensed an even greater sense of danger. A massive wave of celestial energy flowed out of Xiao Fu's palm, forming a black and white Tai Chi symbol. It was 2 meters wide and gave off shocking power. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the image stretched out a hand and once again tapped towards Xiao Fu, and an even greater wave of power flowed towards Xiao Fu. Bang, the terrifying power slammed against the Tai Chi, causing a shockwave to spread out. Xiao Fu sent some of his power into the Tai Chi, causing it to quickly spin like a light disc. It dissipated the massive power, causing shocking ripples to spread out. The terrifying power was incredibly powerful and continued to slam against the Tai Chi symbol. The Tai Chi symbol was not spinning very quickly, and it was unable to disperse the massive power. Some cracks appeared on the Tai Chi symbol, and the terrifying power seeped through the cracks towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu immediately stretched out his other hand and pressed it against the Tai Chi symbol, causing an even greater wave of power to flow in. The Tai Chi symbol gave off boundless light and gave off a massive wave of power as it quickly spun, causing the ground to crack. Gradually, the power weakened, and the image retracted her hand. However, she continued to look at Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu sensed an even more terrifying sense of danger. This time, Xiao Fu did not dare to underestimate her at all, and he lightly cried out, "Celestial mode." Activate. Boom, a massive wave of celestial chi flooded out, and a Tai Chi symbol appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. His eyes gave off light, and a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared around Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to give off the aura of a true celestial. The image stretched out her hand and once again tapped out. In that instant, time and space seemed to have stopped. A finger force slowly shot towards Zhao Fu, as if it could destroy everything. Zhao Fu's expression was solemn. His body seemed to be imprisoned by the power of that finger. He immediately released a powerful celestial force, and the 7 colored runes around his body slowly rotated. A powerful twisting force spread out, causing the power of that finger to slowly shift. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the finger landed on the ground behind Zhao Fu. A terrifying explosion spread out, causing the ground, boulders, trees, and flowers in the surroundings to instantly explode. A violent gust of wind blew countless gravel and debris into the air. When the dust settled, a 1,000-meter-wide crater could be seen. If Zhao Fu had not deflected that attack, he would have been heavily injured. The phantom continued to look at Zhao Fu. At this time, Zhao Fu did not feel any danger. Countless motes of light condensed in front of the phantom, forming a sorcerer mask made of wood, which floated towards Zhao Fu. The phantom spoke in a light voice, "Take this sorcerer spirit mask and you will be one of the sorcerer's sons. You can go to the sorcerer land to compete with other sorcerer's sons and become a member of the sorcerer race. You will also be able to obtain the legacy that I have left in this world." Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not refuse. The sorcerer race could give birth to a celestial, so the legacy power would definitely not be weak. Zhao Fu needed all sorts of powerful legacies, so he naturally would not refuse. Zhao Fu put the mask on his face, and the wooden mask fused into his face and disappeared. A massive wave of sorcerer power spread out from Zhao Fu's body. This was celestial sorcerer power. It was not any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon race's power. Zhao Fu happily absorbed the celestial sorcerer power, and Zhao Fu's body started to change. Some runes started to appear on Zhao Fu's body. His aura also became mysterious and ancient. After absorbing the sorcerer power, Zhao Fu's power became a bit stronger. He also obtained many abilities related to sorcerers, such as healing, summoning ghosts and gods, avoiding disasters, casting curses, and other abilities. Because there were too many, I will not go into detail. Now that the mask had fused with Zhao Fu, it could transform when he used it. Not only could it prove that Zhao Fu was a sorcerer's son, but it was also the source of the sorcerer power in Zhao Fu's body. Without the mask, the sorcerer power in Zhao Fu's body would also disappear. Also, this mask had the support of celestial force, so it had a better effect of hiding one's aura. Ordinary half-celestials would not be able to discover Zhao Fu's identity, and there was even a small chance that he could hide it from celestials. However, this was only a small chance. If he attracted the attention of celestials, Zhao Fu's identity would most likely be exposed. Although Zhao Fu did not know what the sorcerer's land was, he was very interested in it. After dealing with all sorts of things, Zhao Fu planned to go to the sorcerer's land to take a look. Looking at the platform, Zhao Fu walked onto it. There was no power stopping him. Following this, Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to his body, and a thin wooden pillar appeared in front of him. The black dragon had a look of astonishment. "How did you control the seal?" Long Hao and the other 3 looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They understood that Zhao Fu controlled the seal and could release or continue to seal the black dragon at any time. Just now, when Zhao Fu's consciousness had been pulled into another space, no one knew what had happened. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Is it very strange?" The black dragon said with a smile, "Yes, I didn't expect you to control the seal. Don't you want the treasures? You can choose any of my treasures as long as you can undo the seal and release me." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You don't have the right to negotiate with me right now." The black dragon's power was incredibly terrifying, and she was quite evil. If she was released, she would not be under Zhao Fu's control. Moreover, if Zhao Fu obtained the shaman spirit's shaman power and became one of the shaman's sons, the black dragon might just kill him. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the black dragon's gaze became cold. "You still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Be good and undo my seal, and I promise not to kill you." Zhao Fu coldly laughed and did not reply to the black dragon's words. He stretched out a hand, and a formless energy flowed out. The thin wooden pillars floating in front of him seemed to be controlled and gave off a faint light. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sky gave off countless rays of light. Massive slender wooden pillars slowly stretched out from the sky, giving off a boundless power. The scene was quite shocking. The black dragon sensed danger and her expression became quite unsightly as she cried out, "What are you doing?" Xiaofu did not say anything and coldly smiled as he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Swish, 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 the wooden pillars gave off terrifying power as they shot down from the sky like bolts of lightning, piercing into the black dragon's body. Blood flew everywhere as the black dragon held in pain. Long Hao and the others looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Xiaofu would dare to act against such a terrifying black dragon. They could only look up to the black dragon in fear and did not have any thoughts of acting against them. Xiaofu was the first person they had seen, and he was even more courageous than their young master. Book 1, Chapter 158 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Miker. The black dragon's expression was savage and her eyes were filled with killing intent as she said, "Boy, you're dead for sure. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and destroy your soul." Xiaofu coldly harumphed, "Do you think I'm afraid of you now? Hand over your treasures and you'll suffer less." The black dragon furiously cried out, "Keep dreaming. I'll definitely kill you." Xiaofu did not say anything else and his expression was cold as he pushed forwards with his hand. A wave of energy flowed out, and the wooden stakes floating in front of Xiaofu gave off an even more intense light. The slender wooden pillars that were stabbed into the black dragon's body were slowly pulled out, and then rose into the air, bringing with them an even more powerful force as they fell from the sky. The black dragon held in pain as her body was once again pierced by the wooden stakes, causing blood to continuously flow out. The wooden stakes were once again pulled out and gave off terrifying power as they pierced through the black dragon's body. The black dragon held in pain as there were many bloody holes on her body and blood continuously flowed out, dyeing the ground blood red. Xiaofu said, "I'll give you one more chance, hand over your treasures." The black dragon savagely looked at Xiaofu, wanting to kill Xiaofu. However, she still gave in because she did not want to endure such intense pain. After a moment of silence, the black dragon asked, "What are the benefits of handing over my treasures?" Xiaofu thought for a moment before saying, "Apart from undoing the seal, what do you want?" The black dragon's expression became cold. What she wanted the most was undoing the seal, but Xiaofu had rejected her immediately. Apart from undoing the seal, she did not want anything else, so she said, "I just want to undo the seal, I don't want anything else." Xiaofu frowned and once again pushed out with his hand, causing the thin wooden stakes to come out of the black dragon's body and float in the air, giving off a shocking aura. The black dragon said angrily, "You can continue. This seal will only make me feel pain for a while. It can't kill me, and you can forget about obtaining the treasure." Hearing this, Xiaofu stopped. This seal was mainly used to seal the black dragon. It could not kill the black dragon. Now, the black dragon's injuries would quickly recover. Xiaofu pondered for a moment. "I can undo the seal, but I have to wait for 100 years. The black dragon immediately agreed. All right. The black dragon had been sealed here for thousands of years. Now, it only needed to wait 100 years. The black dragon felt that it was very easy. Xiaofu said, "Now, hand over the treasure." The black dragon looked at Xiaofu and said, "How can I trust you? What if you don't come to touch the seal after 100 years? Xiaofu said, "I will leave a restriction in the core of this seal. After 100 years, the restriction will be unlocked and you will be released." The black dragon nodded in satisfaction and smiled as she said, "Leave the restriction first." A wave of power flowed out of Xiaofu's hand and entered the thin wooden stakes, forming restrictions that covered the wooden stakes. Xiaofu looked at the black dragon and said, "Is this okay now?" The black dragon smiled and climbed up from the ground. A black hole that was a few meters wide had appeared below her head. This was most likely the black dragon's treasure. Even though the black dragon had a harmless smile on her face, she was thinking about how to kill Xiaofu after the seal was unlocked. She wanted to use her teeth to chew Xiaofu's body into mincemeat. Xiaofu knew that the black dragon would not let him off so easily, and he knew the consequences of unlocking the seal. However, Xiaofu still did this. This was because Zhao Fu was not someone from the primal chaos world, so the black dragon would not be able to find Zhao Fu even if she wanted to take revenge. Moreover, now that Zhao Fu was a higher being, he would not be afraid of the black dragon. As for this restriction, Zhao Fu could not undo it. Once Zhao Fu tried to undo it, the seal would be unlocked. If Zhao Fu did not do this, the black dragon would not believe that he would hand over the treasure. Zhao Fu stood on the platform and looked at the black hole as he said, "Take out everything." The treasure was within the seal, and if Zhao Fu stepped into it, the black dragon would attack him. As such, to be careful, Zhao Fu would not enter the seal. The black dragon lightly laughed, "Don't worry, I won't attack you. It's fine if you don't want to come in." After speaking, the black dragon swung its claws, sending out a few cold lights that tore the black hole apart. Crackle, countless treasures fell from the void like it was raining. There were gold coins, weapons, armor, bottles, jars, and all sorts of jewels. The treasures piled up into a small mountain that was more than 20 meters tall and gave off all sorts of treasure lights, illuminating the area within 100 meters. Even though most of the things had been taken away by the shaman spirit, there were still a lot of things left. Among them, there were many shiny gold coins. Many dragons liked this type of shiny gold coins. Apart from these gold coins, the rest of the items were not ordinary. They were all very precious treasures. Zhao Fu did not care about these things because Zhao Fu's main goal was the bronze shards. If the bronze shards were taken to the immortal world by the shaman spirit, then it would be impossible for Zhao Fu to collect all of them. Zhao Fu felt nervous and sent a wave of power into the other shards in his body. The treasure mountain gave off a faint fluctuation, causing Zhao Fu to heave a sigh of relief and smile. This treasure mountain had things that Zhao Fu wanted. Without saying anything, Zhao Fu waved his hand and put everything into his storage ring. Zhao Fu looked at the black dragon. With the black dragon's power, her legacy power would definitely be very powerful. Moreover, Zhao Fu also wanted to obtain higher-grade primordial dragon power. Zhao Fu said, "I also need your legacy power." The black dragon looked surprised and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, "What do you want my legacy power for?" Zhao Fu said, "You don't have to worry about that." The black dragon lightly harumphed, "I'll give it to you, but you have to enter the seal. Do you have the guts to come in?" Zhao Fu hesitated before making a decision and saying, "I can." Zhao Fu walked towards the seal while controlling the wooden pillars on the platform. If the black dragon dared to attack him, he would use the seal to block it. Even so, entering was still a very dangerous thing. After entering the seal, Zhao Fu looked at the black dragon and said, "Give me your legacy power." The black dragon looked at the tiny Zhao Fu in front of her and wanted to raise her claws and slap Zhao Fu into meat paste. However, she held back. Killing Zhao Fu was just to vent her anger and would not bring her any benefits. Giving him the power of inheritance meant that he was also her successor. She did not lose anything, and she could rely on the power of inheritance to find him. Once the seal was removed, it would be time for her to take revenge. No matter what she did, she would properly vent her anger. Book 1, Zhao Fu's Legacy Power. The black dragon raised a mountain-like dragon claw and countless traces of legacy power gathered. The claw gave off boundless black light as a massive drop of dragon blood flowed out from the claw. This drop of dragon blood continuously condensed and turned into a 2-meter-long black dragon that gave off a shocking aura as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood there and did not move, allowing the black dragon to enter his body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as countless traces of black light shot out from Zhao Fu's body. A massive wave of ancient demon dragon power exploded out, and under this wave of dragon power, Zhao Fu's body quickly dragonified. Black dragon horns grew on his head and black scales grew on his body. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed this legacy power and also fused with the ancient demon dragon's bloodline. This ancient demon dragon's bloodline was extremely pure. Boom, Zhao Fu gave off massive power as he turned into a black ray of light and flew into the sky. Countless rays of black light shot out as Zhao Fu turned into a 10 or so meter long black dragon, and a massive dragon's might spread out, covering the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Zhao Fu now looked almost like the black dragon. He had 3 blade-like dragon horns on his head, a pair of pure black dragon eyes, and his body was covered with black steel-like scales. However, Zhao Fu's body was much more slender and did not seem as powerful as the black dragon's, and the aura that he gave off was incredibly domineering and powerful. The black dragon looked quite confused. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to perfectly absorb her bloodline and legacy power. The aura that Zhao Fu gave off was like that of a true ancient demon dragon, but it was difficult to imagine that this person was not an ancient demon dragon. Seeing this scene, Long Hao and the others felt incredibly shocked and felt that Zhao Fu was simply too powerful. He had instantly turned into someone from their race. Zhao Fu first sensed the power in his body before smiling and returning to his human form and standing in the sky. Black Dragon looked at Zhao Fu seriously. She had felt that Zhao Fu was quite extraordinary, so she asked, "Just who are you, boy?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Who do you think I am?" The Black Dragon said, "You're at least a son of saint, right?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Probably." Of course, Zhao Fu would not reveal his identity. Moreover, Zhao Fu used to be a son of saint. Now, he was a son of origin. The Black Dragon frowned and asked, "Probably?" Zhao Fu did not reply to the Black Dragon and said, "You've given me a treasure trove and a legacy. I don't plan on doing anything else to you. I hope you understand this and don't force me to do anything to you." The Black Dragon was displeased. This brat actually dared to warn her. She would only deal with this brat after the seal was removed. He was just a saint's son. She was not afraid. At most, she would eat him and escape from the primal chaos world. The Black Dragon's expression was cold and she did not reply to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Long Hao and the others and said, "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Long Hao smiled as he said, "Thank you for this time." "Thank you for this time. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we brothers will come and thank you again." Zhao Fu nodded and turned into a ray of light as he shot over the horizon and disappeared. Long Hao and the others looked at the Black Dragon and understood that their plan had failed. They had not convinced the Black Dragon to submit to their young master, and the Black Dragon would break out in 100 years. Bookstore. This matter was incredibly important, and Long Hao felt that he had to tell the young master about it in detail, especially about Zhao Fu. The Black Dragon did not have time to pay attention to Long Hao and the others, and she lay on the ground and continued to sleep as her injuries quickly healed. Following this, Long Hao and the others left and returned to the primordial dragon race. After arriving at the Alliance City where he had agreed to meet with Aracina and the other women, the women smiled when they saw that Zhao Fu had returned. They asked about what had happened and if there were any bronze shards inside. Zhao Fu smiled as he told them about what had happened inside and took out the bronze shard that was as big as a finger. This was the 6th bronze shard that Zhao Fu had obtained, and after refining it, Zhao Fu's primal chaos source energy would become slightly stronger. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu called over the elder, Feng Su. This time, he had told Zhao Fu about the bronze shard and Zhao Fu how to enter the sealed region. Zhao Fu had also agreed to help him find his father's relics. Within the many treasures, Zhao Fu found a halberd that had a bloodline aura similar to Feng Su's. It was most likely Feng Su's father's relics. Zhao Fu handed the halberd to Feng Su. Feng Su recognized his father's weapon at first glance. His body trembled as he took the halberd and touched it carefully. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said to Zhao Fu gratefully, "Thank you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You're welcome." Flying Blood Fish looked at the elder and said, "Why don't you submit to him as well? This is a great opportunity for you." Zhao Fu looked at the elder. Subduing an emptiness realm expert would be beneficial to Zhao Fu. The elder said apologetically, "Blood Sovereign, I'm sorry. I still have family to take care of, so I can't follow you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's nothing. You don't have to apologize." Following this, Zhao Fu and the others bid farewell to Feng Su and continued towards the relic where Flying Blood Fish had obtained the bronze shard. Zhao Fu felt that he was heading in the right direction. If he hadn't gone to this place, Zhao Fu wouldn't have obtained the 6th bronze shard and made progress in comprehending the evil immortal's domain. After traveling for 7 to 8 days, Zhao Fu and the others finally arrived at the location of the relic. Before them was a stretch of ruins. Weeds grew everywhere, and some small animals were hopping around. They looked very ordinary and didn't emit any dangerous aura. According to Flying Blood Fish, the relic had appeared suddenly and hadn't existed for a long time. Moreover, the relic had only appeared because it was on the verge of collapse. Flying Bloodfish and the others hastily flew into the relic and explored it. Now that a long time had passed, there shouldn't be anything left behind. Even if there were, it would have been taken by others. Xiao Fu arrived at the center of the relic and pressed his hand on the ground. The 6 bronze shards in his body emitted an intense radiance, and a tremendous amount of primal chaos origin power gushed out from Xiao Fu's hand, spreading outwards like waves of golden radiance. If there were any bronze shards left here, Xiao Fu would have sensed them. However, there was no reaction, which meant that there were no bronze shards left here. Xiao Fu wasn't disappointed. He had already expected this. Flying Bloodfish looked at Xiao Fu's expression and knew that there was nothing left. He said, "I already said that the relic doesn't exist anymore. What should we do now? Where should we find the bronze shards?" Xiao Fu thought for a moment and said, "Let's search the nearby area. If we can't find it, we can only leave this place. As for where we should go next, I don't know. We can only take one step at a time." Book 1, Chapter 160 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Longhouse Group of 4 returned to the desolate ancient dragon clan and entered a hall made of white stone. At the head of the hall sat an extremely beautiful woman in white clothes who gave off a holy aura. She was the young lord of the desolate ancient dragon clan, and she was called Long Huiling. Long Huiling was talking to a handsome man with long azure hair and wearing azure clothes embroidered with dragon patterns. He gave off a gentle aura. This man was called Long Qinghong, and he was the young lord of the desolate ancient wood dragon clan. Seeing Long Hao and the others return, Long Huiling looked at Long Hao and asked, "How did it go?" Long Hao looked at Long Qinghong. Long Huiling said, "Go ahead. He's my good friend, so it's fine." Long Hao bowed as he said, "There's been a big change." Long Huiling's expression became serious as she asked, "What change?" Long Hao replied, "When we entered the sealed region, we encountered a mysterious person wearing a cloak. He was very powerful, and we relied on his power to reach the depths of the seal." Hearing this mysterious man, Long Huiling frowned. Long Hao continued, "We've completed what young lord told us to do. The seal's power is still very powerful, and ordinary higher beings can't undo it. Lord Dragon Sovereign refused to submit to young lord." Long Huiling nodded. She had already expected this, so she was not surprised. She asked in confusion, "What do you mean by a big change?" Long Hao said, "It's that mysterious person who became a shaman's son and controlled the seal. He made a deal with Dragon Sovereign, and the seal will be undone in 100 years. Hearing that, Long Huiling and Long Qinghong's expressions became serious. If the demonic dragon broke out of the seal, it would be a big deal. Because the demonic dragon caused trouble everywhere, she had offended many dragon clans. However, the demonic dragon was so powerful that ordinary dragon clans couldn't suppress her. If she broke out of the seal, they would more or less have some trouble. If Long Huiling didn't want to subdue the demon dragon, she wouldn't have let such a disaster out. Long Hao said, "That's right. That mysterious person even obtained the legacy of the revered dragon and became a member of our desolate ancient dragon clan. What's shocking is that his bloodline aura is extremely pure." Long Huiling was surprised. Even if ordinary people obtained their bloodline, it would be a mixed bloodline. How could they obtain their pure dragon bloodline? This person was very special and definitely not ordinary. The dragon emblem spirit immediately said, "Tell me everything you know." Long Hao replied, "Yes. When we entered the sealed area, I noticed a trace of dragon chi on his body. He said that he was from the Supreme Dragon Clan. I wonder if young master has heard of this dragon clan?" Long Huiling shook her head and looked at Long Qinghong. Long Qinghong had a strange look on her face. "When did such a dragon appear? I've never heard of it before." Long Hao said, "We don't know if what he said is true or false. Although he's from the dragon clan, he's been using other powers, and he might be the legendary Holy Sun. The revered dragon asked about his identity, and he doesn't fear the revered dragon at all. He even used the seal to torture the revered dragon, so his identity might be true." Long Qinghong said seriously, "The demon dragon bloodline hasn't chosen a young master yet. This person obtained the demon dragon bloodline and the legacy of the revered dragon, and he might be the legendary Holy Sun. He's the most suitable candidate for the demon dragon bloodline's young master." Long Huiling nodded. This matter is indeed very important, we need to discuss it properly. Zhao Fu and the others went to a nearby alliance city to collect information. They heard some information about this relic, and they learned a lot about what had happened after the relic had been destroyed. The historical remnant seemed to be a fragment of a small world. It had existed for a very long time and had always been hidden within the void. There was no way to enter it, so no one knew of its existence. It was only when the power protecting the historical remnant disappeared and the historical remnant was about to collapse that it appeared before everyone. Back then, many people had entered the relic, and some of them had obtained quite a bit of good stuff. Zhao Fu knew that the flying bloodfish was one of them. Since the flying bloodfish could obtain fragments from it, and his friend had obtained one, did the others obtain it? There was a high possibility of that. Zhao Fu felt that he could find these people, and he might be able to obtain a few bronze fragments from them. This bit of gain made Zhao Fu reveal a happy smile. After the relic collapsed, something happened. Where the relic fell, there seemed to be a special power that caused some plants and bug beasts to undergo changes. Those plants and bug beasts grew rapidly, and they even easily turned into human forms. After the desolate race absorbed all the energy in that area, they left. It was unknown where they went, and they disappeared for a long period of time. The relic eventually turned into its current state, and there was nothing special about it. Zhao Fu believed that they were affected by the power of origins, which resulted in such a change. It was unknown if they had bronze fragments in their hands. That was also possible. Now, Zhao Fu needed to place his sights on these two types of people, and he should be able to find something. However, after so many years, these people were very difficult to find. Most importantly, it was unknown how many people had entered, so it was not an easy task. Zhao Fu planned to start his search from the vicinity. Many of the people who entered the relic back then were from the vicinity. Zhao Fu did not plan on searching them one by one, as it would be a waste of time. Not only would he not be able to find them, it might even be useless even if he found them. They needed bronze fragments in their hands. With a little thought, Zhao Fu thought of a method. This method was very simple, and it was to directly use money to buy it. Zhao Fu immediately got people to pull up a banner in the square. He also got people to bring out a table and some chairs, and sat under the banner. The banner wrote, "Search for the relic left behind by the ancestors in the relic. It is an abnormally hard bronze fragment. Whoever finds it will receive 1,000,000,000 alliance gold coins." The square immediately went into an uproar. 1,000,000,000 alliance gold coins would pile up into a small mountain, so much so that a few rooms wouldn't be able to contain it. With so much money, even spirit realm cultivators, who were stronger than emptiness realm experts, would be tempted, much less ordinary people. Countless people surrounded Zhao Fu, excitedly asking if it was true. If they found that bronze fragment, they would receive 1,000,000,000 gold coins. Zhao Fu said, "It's true. Whoever finds the relic of the ancestor and hands it to me will receive 1,000,000,000 gold coins. I don't know how many pieces the relic of the ancestor is in. If you find one piece, I will give 1,000,000,000. If you find 2 pieces, I will give 2,000,000,000. If you find 10 pieces, I will give 10,000,000,000. The scene immediately became even more lively. Countless people's hearts were beating rapidly. They became extremely excited and agitated. They immediately went to search for the bronze fragment. Book 1, Zhao Fu, Zhao Fu, Zhao Fu. If he was lucky enough to obtain one, he would receive 1,000,000,000 gold coins. He would not be able to spend that much money in his lifetime, and with that much money, he would be able to build his own faction. With that much money, he would be able to buy all sorts of precious treasures to increase his cultivation. With so much money, everyone felt incredibly excited and almost went crazy. Soon, the entire city heard about this, and it became quite lively as everyone searched for the bronze shards. The news quickly spread to nearby cities, causing them to excitedly search for the bronze shards. To Zhao Fu, money was everything. If he could use money to buy a bronze shard, let alone 1,000,000,000, he would even be willing to spend several billion. If anyone wanted a bronze shard, they would most likely come to trade, as bronze shards were useless to them. Of course, buying a bronze shard for 1,000,000,000 gold coins would make people suspicious, but since Zhao Fu said that it was an ancestor's relic, everyone could understand. This location was quite remote, And no one would think that the bronze shard that Zhao Fu was looking for was something that other people were looking for, making them even more relaxed. Zhao Fu sat on a chair in the square and waited. Zhao Fu did not know if this method would allow him to obtain a bronze shard, and it would be too difficult and a waste of time to look for them one by one. Soon, many people gathered around with bronze shards in their hands. They excitedly asked if the shard in their hands was the one that Zhao Fu was looking for, causing the scene to become quite chaotic. Zhao Fu called out, "Line up one by one." Everyone immediately started to line up, and Zhao Fu had Aracena and the other women maintain order so that the scene would not become chaotic. The first was a big man with a beard. He held a bronze shard that was as big as a palm, and after it was about an inch long, he excitedly asked, "Is this the bronze shard that you found?" Zhao Fu did not even want to look at such a big piece and directly said, "This isn't the bronze shard that I found." The big man said unwillingly, "Take another look. Maybe it's the fragment you're looking for. Let me tell you, this fragment was passed down by my grandfather for many years. In fact, this bronze fragment was something that the burly man had just knocked off a bronze chariot. The burly man looked very old, so he wouldn't be able to fool Zhao Fu with it. If he could trick it, he would be able to obtain 1 billion gold coins, and he would be rich." Zhao Fu said, "That's really not it." Next. Seeing that he couldn't fool Zhao Fu, the big man didn't waste any more time. He immediately left to search for the bronze shard. The next one was also a strong young man. Just now, when they said that they would have to queue up, the strong people all rushed to the front. In actuality, they didn't have to fight over it. As long as it was real, Zhao Fu would definitely take it. Even if it was fake, he wouldn't want it. Zhao Fu had already explained it, but these people just wouldn't listen and wanted to stand at the front. The second person brought a thin bronze shard that was as big as a leaf. It looked quite ancient, and Zhao Fu carefully sensed it, but the bronze shard within his body didn't have any reaction. This meant that this bronze shard wasn't what Zhao Fu was looking for. Zhao Fu said, "Apologies, this isn't it." "That's not it." Next. Hearing this, the young man looked quite disappointed and turned to leave. He planned to continue searching, as 1 billion gold coins was simply too tempting. The third person was a tall man who handed a bronze shard to Zhao Fu. This bronze shard seemed to have just been melted and looked quite new. This person was even more perfunctory than the first person, wanting to use a new bronze shard to trick Zhao Fu. Did he think that Zhao Fu was an idiot? Zhao Fu frowned and said, "This isn't it." Next. The man said somewhat shamelessly, "Why isn't this one?" "This is something that I found after searching for a long time. It's definitely the bronze shard you're looking for." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, rippling out like water, causing everyone to feel an intense fear. The tall man looked at Zhao Fu in fear before turning and running away. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he stood up and said, "As long as it's a real bronze shard, I'm willing to spend 1 billion gold coins to buy it. However, don't try to trick me with a fake, or don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, some people lowered their heads and quickly left. It was evident that they wanted to trick Zhao Fu, but after sensing Zhao Fu's power, they no longer had any courage. The remaining people most likely weren't trying to trick Zhao Fu. This saved Zhao Fu a lot of time. The fourth person was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. Facing Zhao Fu, she looked quite nervous as she handed a bronze shard to Zhao Fu and said, "Do you think this is it?" Zhao Fu looked at it. This bronze shard was most likely a bronze cauldron shard, and he said, "Sorry, it's not." "Oh." The middle-aged woman nodded before taking the bronze shard and preparing to leave. Seeing that everyone was afraid of him, Zhao Fu's expression softened and he smiled as he said, "Everyone, you don't need to be afraid of me. As long as you don't try to trick me, I won't harm you. It wasn't easy for you to find the bronze shard, so anyone who finds the shard will receive 100 gold coins as a reward." Everyone immediately became happy. Even if it wasn't, there would still be a reward. Even though it wasn't a lot, it was still something to be happy about. Everyone was no longer afraid of Zhao Fu, and the scene became livelier as everyone excitedly lined up. The middle-aged woman turned and asked, "Do I have it now?" Zhao Fu nodded and waved his hand, causing 100 gold coins to appear on the table. The middle-aged woman put away the gold coins and thanked Zhao Fu before turning and leaving. The fifth person was a valiant-looking young man. He impatiently walked up and smiled as he asked, "Sir, please take a look at mine." Xiaofu looked at it and said, "It's not." The young man felt quite disappointed and smiled as he nodded. He had already expected this outcome and knew that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the 1 billion gold coins. Xiaofu waved his hand and gave him 100 gold coins. The young man put away the gold coins and thanked Xiaofu before turning and leaving. The news quickly spread that anyone who participated would receive a gold coin reward. This caused everyone to feel quite shocked, and they felt that Xiaofu had a lot of money. If hundreds of thousands of people went, they would have to give away tens of millions of gold coins, which they would be quite reluctant to do. Seeing how rich Xiaofu was, some people who were worried that Xiaofu didn't have that much money felt completely at ease. At the same time, everyone was quite curious about Xiaofu's identity. Xiaofu's actions won the favor of many people, and with the gold coins, many people took their bronze shards to Xiaofu to see if they were what Xiaofu needed. This method collected almost all of the bronze shards nearby, and it was much easier for Xiaofu to find them himself. Apex Book 1, Xiaofu. Half a day later, even though there were many bronze shards, none of them were what Xiaofu wanted, causing Xiaofu to feel quite disappointed. Only half a day had passed, and there were still many people who had not arrived yet. As such, Xiaofu still felt some hope. Ericina said caringly, "Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiaofu replied, "No need, it's not tiring, it's just a bit boring." The next person was an elderly man who handed an ancient-looking bronze shard to Xiaofu. Xiaofu tried to sense it but could not sense anything, so he said, "I'm sorry. This isn't it." The elderly man gave a disappointed laugh and took the 100 gold coins and left. Another decent-looking woman happily handed a bronze shard to Xiaofu. However, Xiaofu still could not sense anything, so he once again said that it wasn't it. Within the Alliance City, Xiaofu did not dare to sense too much, as the energy ripples he gave off were the auras of source energy. If he used this energy, his identity would be revealed. Otherwise, Xiaofu would be able to sense countless people at once, and he would not have to do this one by one. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old fair-skinned and cute boy walked over to Xiaofu and grinned as he said, "Big brother, take a look, right?" Xiaofu looked at the shard in the boy's hand. It was 3 inches long and 2 fingers wide, and there were traces of rust on its surface. It looked quite ancient. After sensing it, the shard within Xiaofu's body slightly trembled and actually reacted. This was the bronze shard that Xiaofu had been looking for. Xiaofu gave a delighted smile as he stretched out his hand and took the shard. He felt much more at ease and smiled as he said to the boy, "This is the bronze shard that I've been looking for." Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. They had never thought that someone would actually be able to find a bronze shard, which was worth 1 billion gold coins. Everyone's gazes fell on the little boy, and their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. With 1 billion gold coins, no matter who it was, they would become rich. They could buy anything they wanted. The little boy stood there in a daze. He had come to try and buy snacks with the 100 gold coins, but he had never thought that the bronze shard would be what Xiaofu was looking for. To him, 100 gold coins was a lot, but how much was 1 billion gold coins? Xiaofu smiled and said gently, "Do you have more fragments like this? If there's more, I'll get 1 billion gold coins." The little boy shook his head, "No." "And how much is 1 billion gold coins?" Xiaofu said with a smile, "It's a lot of money. You won't be able to spend it all. Tell me, how did you get this bronze fragment?" The little boy looked very happy and said with a smile, "I think my father picked it up from outside. I didn't know it was what you were looking for." Xiaofu continued to ask, "What about your dad?" The little boy said somewhat sadly, "My dad died a long time ago, and I'm with my mom now." Xiaofu wanted the little boy to tell his mother to come and get the money, but seeing the greedy gazes of everyone else, he felt that it would be dangerous for the little boy to go back by himself. As such, he smiled and said, "Where's your home? I'll give the money to your mom, and there are some things I want to ask her." The little boy smiled and nodded, saying, "All right. I'll take you home." Xiaofu left the matters here to Ericina and followed the little boy to his home, which was a small courtyard. The little boy happily ran in and called out, "Mom, I'm back." A beautiful woman walked out of the room, and her beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body. She didn't know why Zhao Fu had come to her home. The little boy smiled and hugged his mother with both hands. The beautiful woman softly smiled as she asked, "Where did you go to play?" The little boy smiled excitedly as he said, "Mom, I took father's bronze shard to the square. That's the shard this big brother was looking for. Mom, we have 1 billion gold coins." The beautiful woman looked incredibly shocked. She had heard about this before, but she had not thought much about it. She had never thought that her home would have that bronze shard, and 1 billion gold coins was an astronomical figure to her. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll give you 1 billion gold coins, but I need you to tell me some things." The beautiful woman came back to her senses and hurriedly invited Zhao Fu into the house. After walking in, Zhao Fu sat on a stool at the table. Just as the beautiful woman was about to bring some tea and snacks, Zhao Fu said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." The beautiful woman apologetically smiled as she said, "I'm sorry, we don't have anything good to entertain you at home. If you have anything to ask, I'll tell you everything I know." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "How did you obtain that bronze shard?" The beautiful woman thought about it and said, "I've forgotten about that. It seems that my husband found it in the ruins in the west and left it at home." The ruins in the west were where the historical remnant had been, and Zhao Fu's guess was correct. After the historical remnant had been destroyed, some things had been obtained by nearby people. Zhao Fu asked, "Do you have any more bronze shards like that? If you do, I'll give you another 1 billion gold coins." The beautiful woman shook her head, "Only this one, there's nothing else." Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and handed a spatial ring to the beautiful woman as he said, "There's 1 billion gold coins in here, take it." The beautiful woman hurriedly shook her head. Zhao Fu felt quite curious as he asked, "What is it?" This was 1 billion gold coins, and even though the beautiful woman felt quite tempted, she could not keep such a large sum of money. It was possible that as soon as Zhao Fu left, someone would come to rob him, and she and her son would lose their lives. As such, she did not dare to accept it. Moreover, compared to so much money, she had more important things to do. She called the boy over and asked, "Sir, what do you think of my son?" Zhao Fu looked at him and replied, "He's quite lively." The beautiful woman respectfully bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "I hope that sir can accept my son and have him follow by your side." A person who could casually take out 1 billion gold coins had an unimaginably noble status. If her son followed by his side, his future would be very bright. This was more important than 1 billion gold coins. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he looked at the beautiful woman. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the beautiful woman understood Zhao Fu's meaning. She hesitated before calling the boy out. The boy felt quite strange but still went out to play. An hour later, the beautiful woman lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with a red face. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "You and your son can come with me. I'll agree to your request and do my best to nurture your son." The beautiful woman was called Huang Minmin, and her son was called Huang Ran. Huang Minmin said gratefully, "Thank you. I'll take good care of you in the future." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He did not have any resistance towards such a beautiful woman. After being affectionate for a while, Zhao Fu brought the mother and son back to the square and continued to search for another bronze shard. Book 1, Chapter 163 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 After returning to the square, Zhao Fu looked at the people waiting here and smiled as he said, "Apologies. Let's continue looking at the bronze shard." A simple and honest-looking middle-aged man smiled as he said, "It's all right, take a look at my bronze shard." Zhao Fu smiled as he took the shard and sensed for any reactions before letting the next person come up. A few days passed, and Zhao Fu did not find anything. The news had spread far and wide, and many people had come here with the bronze shards they had found. They wanted to see if the bronze shard was what Zhao Fu was looking for, and it seemed that the 1 billion gold coins were quite tempting. Zhao Fu thought to himself that if he did not find anything in 2 more days, he would have to leave. If there was a bronze shard, it would have been found, but since it had not been found, it meant that there was no bronze shard here. This was what Zhao Fu guessed, and he was not too sure. Another day passed, and Zhao Fu still did not find anything. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and decided to leave after 1 more day. He wanted to collect information on the people who had entered the historical remnant that year, especially those who were more powerful. That night, Zhao Fu was sleeping on his bed with Huang Minmin lying in his embrace. Because he had just obtained Huang Minmin, Zhao Fu doted on her a bit more. The other women were lying by his side. At that moment, a few people hid their auras and stealthily headed towards Zhao Fu's room. Before they even got close, Zhao Fu could sense them. The auras that they gave off were quite special, and they were not ordinary people. The few people arrived outside Zhao Fu's room. A feminine-looking man said, "Be careful and don't alarm him, we only want that shard." The others nodded. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had thought that these people had come for his money, and he had never thought that they would come for the bronze shard. However, what did they want the bronze shard for? Could it be that they knew what the bronze shard was? The feminine-looking man took out more than 10 ladybugs, but they were grayish-white in color. They were very small, even smaller than a grain of rice. He placed these bugs at the door, and they entered the room through the crack in the door, flying towards Zhao Fu and the others on the bed. Painted skeletal eyebrows, blood-flying fish, Aracena, and the other women all sensed this and opened their eyes. Seeing that Zhao Fu had woken up, they relaxed and laid on the bed motionlessly. The insects flew in front of Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, causing a wave of energy to cover the insects. These insects were sleeping bugs, and as long as they stayed on a person's body, they would cause that person to fall into a deep sleep. Because they were small and could hide, people would fall into a trap if they were not careful. The feminine-looking man outside listened to the body in the room and said in a low voice, "All right, let's go in." They slowly pushed open the door. At this moment, numerous blood-colored chains shot towards the few of them. The few of them were shocked and wanted to escape. But with their strength, how could they escape? The chains quickly bound a few of them, and Zhao Fu walked in front of them and asked, "Who are you?" The feminine-looking man did not reply. Zhao Fu frowned and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I'll know. However, you'll definitely die, so tell me who you are." Another young man next to him said with some fear, "Let's just tell them." The feminine-looking man thought about it and said, "We're from the Ancient Spirit Clan." Zhao Fu's expression froze. He had heard of the Ancient Spirit Clan before. The Ancient Spirit Clan was formed from plants, insects, and beasts that had been affected by the historical remnant, and they called themselves the Ancient Spirit Clan. The Ancient Spirit Clan had disappeared from this place for a long time, so why had they reappeared? Their goal was the bronze shard on him. Zhao Fu stared at them and asked, "Do you know what the bronze shard is?" The feminine-looking man replied, "Of course. It's our clan's holy relic." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked, "Does the Ancient Spirit Clan also have bronze shards?" The feminine-looking man replied, "Of course we do. Now show us the shard you have. If it really is our clan's holy relic, we're willing to pay any price for it." Although the Ancient Spirit Clan had long since left this place, they had been paying attention to what had happened here. After learning that Zhao Fu had collected many shards, and that he had obtained a very special kind of shard, the feminine-looking men thought that Zhao Fu had obtained the shard of their holy relic, so they had come to steal it. Zhao Fu said with a smile as he took out the bronze shard to see if the other shards in their hands were what Zhao Fu was looking for. "Is this what you're looking for?" The feminine-looking man said, "Let go of me." Zhao Fu loosened the chains that bound them, and the feminine-looking man carefully examined the bronze shard before making a cut on his finger and letting some of his blood essence slowly drip onto the shard. The blood dripped onto the shard and soaked it, causing it to slowly give off an extremely faint light. The feminine-looking man and the others looked pleasantly surprised. They had found their clan's holy relic. Zhao Fu was also quite surprised that these people could make the bronze shard react. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had seen someone else do this. The feminine-looking man said excitedly, "This is our clan's holy relic, please give it to us. Any request is fine. If you want money, we're willing to buy it for 20 billion gold coins." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Do you think that's possible?" The feminine-looking man did not want to hand over the shard and continued to say, "This shard is of no use to you, only our clan can use it. You might as well give it to us." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Take me to where you're at and I'll consider letting you go." Hearing that Zhao Fu did not plan on letting them off, everyone felt that things were not good. The feminine-looking man said, "Our Ancient Spirit Clan already has a higher being expert. If you harm us, he won't let you off easily." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, just a higher being? In actuality, the ancient spirit clan had developed quite quickly. Being able to produce a higher being after being affected by the historical remnant was already shocking enough. Ordinary clans and factions would not be able to do this even if they had many times the time. Apart from higher beings, there were also many Tao realm, spirit realm, and void realm experts. It was a pity that they had encountered Zhao Fu. Before, Zhao Fu had been attacked by hundreds or even thousands of higher beings, so he did not care too much about this puny higher being. Hearing how arrogant Zhao Fu was, the feminine-looking man asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Me? I'm the true owner of this bronze shard." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and the shard in the feminine-looking man's hand gave off an intense golden light. It broke free from the feminine-looking man's hand and flew into Zhao Fu's hand. The feminine-looking man and the others looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that something like this would happen. Book 1, Zhao Fu asked in shock, "How did you do it?" The feminine-looking young man said in shock, "How did you do it?" Even though the ancient spirit clan could use a small portion of the bronze shard's power, they did not have the ability to control it, much less refine it and make it their own. However, this person had done it and made the bronze shard recognize him as its master. The feminine-looking young man and the others felt a massive impact on their hearts. It should have been their clan's holy artifact, but someone else could easily control it. They had never thought that something like this would happen. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I already said that I am the current owner of the bronze shard. Even though you've been affected by the historical remnant and your bodies have developed a trace of the bronze shard's power, you cannot become its master. As such, your clan should hand the bronze shard over to me." The feminine-looking young man's expression became unsightly as he asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm someone you can't come into contact with." "Alright, enough with the nonsense. I need you to take me to your clan's territory." The feminine-looking young man said seriously, "No, outsiders can enter our clan's territory. Also, the bronze shard is our clan's holy artifact, we definitely cannot hand it over to you." Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he said, "Then don't blame me." Boom, a massive wave of blood-red aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, turning into blood-red tentacles that quickly shot towards the feminine-looking young man and the others. The feminine-looking young man and the others hurriedly ran out, but the tentacles were even faster. They shot into their bodies from their backs, and massive amounts of evil blood-red aura continuously entered their bodies. The feminine-looking young man and the others' expressions gradually became wooden as they stood there blankly. Right now, Zhao Fu was using the first evil immortal's power to control the feminine-looking young man and the others, planning to have them lead him to their clan's territory. Zhao Fu immediately wanted to head to the ancient spirit clan's territory, so he turned and said to Ericina, "You stay here and wait for me." Ericina understood Zhao Fu's intentions and nodded. Zhao Fu controlled the cold-looking young man and left the tavern, following behind the feminine-looking young man and the others. Now, the feminine-looking young man and the others were like puppets, following Zhao Fu's orders. In another room in the Alliance City, a young man with a noble aura frowned and asked the person beside him, "Where did my brother go?" An old man next to him said, "The second young master seems to have gone to fight for the bronze shard. I heard that someone in the city obtained a bronze shard. That bronze shard might be our clan's sacred relic." The noble-looking young man said, "How could a holy relic be so easily obtained? Back then, our ancestors searched for many years but could not find another piece. There is no more holy relic here, so there is no need to waste time here. Let's ignore him and go back first." The old man nodded. Zhao Fu ran behind the feminine-looking young man and the others. He didn't know where their clan was, but he hoped that it wasn't too far away. A few hours later, 8 suns rose from the east, illuminating the world with their strong sunlight. Clang, a saber light containing great power slashed towards Zhao Fu from behind. Zhao Fu waved his hand and easily shattered the incoming saber light. His body also stopped as a group of people charged at him from behind. The noble-looking young man looked furious. "What did you do to my brother?" The noble-looking young man had thought that his brother was in the Alliance City, but on the way back, he saw that they were being controlled like puppets. As such, he angrily rushed over with his people. Zhao Fu looked at the noble-looking young man and his people and smiled as he said, "I didn't do anything to your brother, I just controlled him to go to where your clan is. The noble-looking young man said coldly, now, let my brothers go. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, that's impossible. Unless you can use your clan's sacred relic to exchange for it, I can consider letting them go. The old man said, eldest young master, this person should be the one who obtained the bronze shard. Now that he's asking about our clan's sacred relic, it's very likely that he has a real sacred relic. Also, this person is very powerful, so eldest young master, you have to be careful. The noble-looking young man nodded and looked at Zhao Fu, hand over our clan's sacred relic and let my brothers go, and I can let this matter go. Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh as he said, who gave you such confidence? The noble-looking young man's expression became cold, and just as he was about to give the order to attack Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of him. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed the noble-looking young man's throat, lifting him up. Everyone was greatly shocked and hurriedly tried to save the noble-looking young man. Boom, Zhao Fu exploded out with a massive power, sending everyone flying back, and an invincible aura spread out. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. How could this person be so powerful? The noble-looking young man's face became pale as he looked at Zhao Fu in terror. He vigorously struggled, wanting to break free from Zhao Fu's grasp, but he was unable to do so at all. He was like a little chick that had been lifted up. The old man hurriedly said, don't kill our young master. Zhao Fu turned to look at the old man and said, then give us your clan's sacred relic in exchange. The old man said awkwardly, we can't do that, the sacred relic has always been placed in the ancestral shrine, and apart from the clan leader and some great elders, no one else can go there. Zhao Fu looked at the old man and asked, how many bronze fragments do you have? The old man replied, 3 in total. Zhao Fu grinned, he had found 3 in such a short time, and his progress had greatly improved. He had to go to the ancient spirit clan and obtain those 3 bronze fragments. Zhao Fu looked at the old man and said, I want to know some information, if you answer me truthfully, I can spare your lives. The old man looked at his young master and nodded, I can tell you. Zhao Fu asked, what is your young master's identity? The old man replied, our young master's name is Ling Ke, and he is the son of a great elder. So he was just the son of an elder, no wonder he was so weak. Zhao Fu said, I heard that you have a clan leader, what children does your clan leader have? The fragment was in the ancient spirit clan's ancestral shrine, and Zhao Fu wanted to obtain the most orthodox bloodline of the ancient spirit clan. With this bloodline, he should be able to enter the ancestral shrine and obtain the bronze fragment. The old man replied seriously, our clan leader has a son called Ling Xian, and he is the strongest genius in the history of the ancient spirit clan. Now that he has acknowledged a half-immortal as his master, he is also one of the top 10 geniuses in the primal chaos world. Zhao Fu was somewhat surprised, for Ling Xian to be one of the top 10 geniuses in the primal chaos world, his strength must be very terrifying. Moreover, for an ancient spirit clan to have such achievements, it was enough for him to be worshipped and respected by the entire ancient spirit clan. Hearing about Ling Xian's achievements, Zhao Fu was only a little surprised at first, but then he did not care anymore, as there was no way for him to obtain Ling Xian's essence blood. Now, Zhao Fu just wanted to obtain the bloodline to enter the ancestral shrine. As for the geniuses, with Zhao Fu's current strength and talent, he would not be afraid of any of them. Book 1, Chapter 165 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu looked at the elder and asked, do you have your chief's essence blood? Or his relative's blood? The elder had spoken in such detail because he wanted to use Ling Xian's reputation to make Zhao Fu feel fear and not dare to harm their young master. However, he felt that Zhao Fu did not care at all. Who was this person? How could he look down on such a terrifying person like the chief's son? He did not know that Zhao Fu was far more terrifying than the chief's son and was someone who could shake the world. The elder thought, what do you want the essence blood for? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you don't have to worry about it. Tell me, do you have it? The elder replied, yes. As long as you let our young master go, I'll give you the essence blood. Zhao Fu grabbed the young man's throat, causing him to feel as if his throat was going to break. He struggled even more as Zhao Fu said, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Hurry up and hand over the essence blood. The elder hesitated and looked at the young man before taking out a bottle of blood and throwing it to Zhao Fu. This is the chief's essence blood. Zhao Fu caught the bottle of blood and sensed its aura. The aura of this blood was much purer than the young man's bloodline aura. Even if it was not the chief's blood, it was most likely the great elder's blood. Zhao Fu accepted it in satisfaction. The elder asked, "Can you let our young master go now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's one last question. If you can answer it, I won't kill everyone." The elder said, "Speak." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Tell me the location of your clan." The elder could tell what Zhao Fu was trying to do. If he told this information to Zhao Fu, with Zhao Fu's terrifying power, it would cause many disasters, so the elder hesitated. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold. "You don't have to tell me, but I can use my own methods." The elder helplessly said, "Fine. I'll tell you. Our ancient spirit clan needs special medallions to enter the secret realm in the southeastern mountains." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and asked for the medallions. He then used blood-red chains to bind those people and quickly flew towards the southeastern mountains. The people on the ground all had grim expressions. The old man said with a guilty expression, "Please punish me, eldest young master. I was the one who leaked important information." The noble youth sighed. "You can't be blamed for this. What I'm worried about now is what terrible things will happen if he enters our clan. This person can make the bronze shard recognize him as their master and can also use it. This person can make the bronze shard recognize him as its master, and he can even use the power of the bronze shard." The young man looked incredibly shocked and said, "Fu, Zhao, and great." The elder said, "Saint, and ancient Chen, ancient 2, 1, ancient Ao, and the clan, 1 dynasty, 1 by 1, 1. And Fu, 1. The young man's expression was quite grim as he said, "That person is too terrifying. If he enters our clan, he'll definitely cause something terrifying." Elsewhere, Zhao Fu spent half a day and arrived at the foot of a large mountain. Zhao Fu first opened a blood bottle and drank the blood essence before refining it and obtaining this bloodline. Zhao Fu then took out the medallion and placed it on the ground. The medallion gave off an intense light and the ground started to tremble as a stone door slowly rose up from the ground. This was the entrance to the ancient spirit clan's territory. Zhao Fu walked through the stone door and arrived at another world. The sky was light blue, white clouds were leisurely, and the grass was lush and green. There were winding streams and colorful butterflies dancing in the air. This world was quite beautiful, and it made one feel relaxed. Zhao Fu looked around and walked forwards. There was a higher being in the ancient spirit clan, and facing him, Zhao Fu could not fight back at all. As such, he had to be careful. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to enter the ancestral shrine, and he first started to observe the surroundings. The ancestral shrine was located at the center of the city, and there was a wall separating the ancestral shrine from the people outside. There were also various restrictions and magic formations set up, and anyone who trespassed would be fiercely attacked. There were also people patrolling outside the ancestral shrine. Zhao Fu stood in the crowd, and his body gave off the aura of the ancient spirit clan. Although he was wearing a cloak, no one paid any attention to Zhao Fu. After observing, Zhao Fu found that it was easy to sneak into the ancestral shrine. Perhaps because no one had ever trespassed into the ancestral shrine before, the defenses were not very strict, and this person increased the possibility of Zhao Fu obtaining the bronze shard. Now that there were people outside, Zhao Fu decided to wait until nightfall to try again. "What are you sneaking around for?" Just as Zhao Fu was about to turn and leave, he heard a figure. He turned his head and saw a few young men and women, and the one who spoke was a beautiful young woman. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Nothing much." The young woman asked, "Then who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "There are so many people coming and going here, so it's natural that you don't know me." A chubby young man next to him said, "You don't know, but our big sister is very powerful and is very familiar with everyone's aura. If she says she hasn't seen you before, then she has." Another lively young woman looked at Zhao Fu with her big eyes and asked curiously, "You're not someone who trespassed into our world, are you?" Zhao Fu was startled. If his identity was exposed in the city now, it would be very dangerous. At this moment, the beautiful young woman said, "He's not someone who trespassed. Although his aura is very strange, the bloodline aura he gives off is the aura of our ancient spirit clan. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I rarely come out, so it's normal that you haven't seen me before. The beautiful young woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, Tell me, what are you sneaking around for? Zhao Fu was speechless, and replied, I'm just looking around. How is that sneaking around? Also, don't bother me, or else I'll teach you a lesson. The chubby young man cried out in surprise, You still have the guts to teach us a lesson? Do you know who our big sister is? She's the precious daughter of our spirit elder. Zhao Fu's heart sank, and he felt that he was in trouble. The spirit elder was the almighty expert of the ancient spirit clan. The beautiful young woman stared at Zhao Fu, You're really suspicious. Zhao Fu didn't want to continue with them, and walked to the side, I'm leaving, I don't have time to talk with you kids. Hearing this, the young men and women became a bit angry. The lively young woman shouted angrily, Stop. Otherwise, I'll call for help. Zhao Fu stopped, feeling a headache, What do you want? Are you bored and looking for trouble with me? The chubby young man nodded blankly, We are very bored, we can't find anything to play with, and we don't know what to do. Zhao Fu sighed, I'll give you some things from the outside world, don't look for trouble with me. With that, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a pile of things flew out. The young men and women's attention was quickly attracted by it, as they had never gone out since they were young, and were very curious about the things of the outside world. Top Book 1, Chapter 166 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Seeing that the young man and women's gazes were attracted, Zhao Fu threw the things to them and turned to walk away. The young man and women happily caught the things, and the elegant young woman looked at Zhao Fu as he left. She wanted to call out to Zhao Fu, as she felt that Zhao Fu was quite suspicious. The chubby young man next to her handed a large piece of fruit candy to the elegant young woman and smiled as he said, Big sis, try this, it's super delicious. Hearing this, the elegant young woman withdrew her gaze and took the fruit candy. A while later, the young men and women returned home with the things, and the elegant young woman returned to her courtyard. An elegant woman with a voluptuous figure smiled as she said, How did you bring back so many things? She was the ancient spirit clan spirit elder, the most powerful person in the ancient spirit clan. She was called Ling Wan, and her daughter was called Ling Luo. Ling Luo replied, A strange person gave them to us. Ling Wan laughed and did not pay too much mind. After all, ancient spirit people would go out on missions and bring back things from the outside world. She said, Mom prepared a few sets of clothes for you, try them on and see if you like them. Ling Luo smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu waited until late at night. By now, there was no one around the ancestral shrine, and it was quite empty. Zhao Fu stealthily went to the ancestral shrine. There was a group of soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the ancestral shrine. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a blood-red aura rose up, forming rice grain-sized insects. He waved his hand, and the insects quickly flew towards the guards without making any sound or ripples. The insects flew onto the guards' bodies, and the guards were caught off guard. The insects directly drilled into their bodies, and a wave of blood-red aura spread through their bodies, entering their brains. Zhao Fu immediately took control of the guards. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and walked out from the side, openly walking towards the ancestral shrine. There was a powerful bloodline restriction on the door, and only those with high-grade ancient spirit race bloodlines could enter. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and placed it on the door, but the restriction did not react at all. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and saw that there was no reaction from the restriction. Zhao Fu smiled as he pushed open the doors and walked in. The inside was quite big, and it was thousands of meters long and wide. The ground was made of stone bricks, and there was only a single building at the center. That was most likely where the bronze shards were stored, and there were 3 of them. Zhao Fu suppressed his excitement and stepped forwards. Zhao Fu's surroundings quickly changed, and he soon arrived at a wilderness. There were tall trees, weeds, and many wild beasts. Roar! Zhao Fu did not move, and as the leopard bit at him, his palm gave off blood-red light, and he stabbed out the leopard, and at Zhao Fu, and it pierced through the leopard's body. Zhao Fu stood there without moving. The instant the leopard bit at him, his palm shined with a blood-red light, and he stabbed out, piercing through the leopard's body. The leopard howled in pain and turned into countless strands of red aura that dissipated. Glancing around, Zhao Fu realized that he had come to a realm that belonged to the ancient spirits, whose purpose was to protect the ancestral shrine. Roar, wild beasts roared, including massive rats, long centipedes, ox-like beasts, and rhinoceros-like beasts. They gave off immense power as they started to attack Zhao Fu. Many wild beasts pounced on Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu just stood there and smiled. He did not look afraid at all. Swish swish swish, countless blood-red rays of light shot out like countless thorns, piercing through the bodies of the many beasts that pounced over. Some of the beasts were frozen in the air, while others were frozen on the ground. They revealed expressions of pain, and the scene seemed to pause for a moment. It was extremely bloody and cruel. The wild beasts turned into countless strands of aura and dissipated, and the surroundings became peaceful once again. Zhao Fu had dealt with all of the wild beasts in an instant. Zhao Fu looked at this domain, and Zhao Fu was currently looking for domains to devour to strengthen his evil celestial domain so that his bloodline could break through to the 5th stage. This ancient spirit domain was not weak, and it was a domain that relied on the primal chaos world's weak source energy to cover it. It satisfied Zhao Fu's requirements. Standing there, Zhao Fu gave off waves of evil celestial power. Waves of blood-red light spread out from beneath Zhao Fu's feet, and the wild world gradually became blood-red. Roar! Roar, roar! Sensing danger, the domain instinctively started to resist. Wild beasts gave off powerful auras as they flooded towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move and smiled as he looked at the wild beasts. The blood-red light that spread out formed many blood-red thorns that pierced through the incoming wild beasts. This was a one-sided massacre, and the wild beasts were unable to resist at all. The wild beasts did not feel any fear, and they gave off massive auras as they continuously leapt at Zhao Fu. However, in the end, they were still slaughtered by Zhao Fu like ants. Perhaps the domain knew that it was unable to stop Zhao Fu from devouring, so it started to gather all of the domain's power, forming a 1,000-meter tall figure of white light that gave off a massive aura, making it difficult for people to breathe. The figure of white light furiously looked at Zhao Fu and raised a foot, giving off earth-shattering power as it stepped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move, and just as the massive foot was about to step on Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense blood-red light, forming a massive blood-red thorn that pierced through the foot. The figure of white light gave off a massive howl, shaking the sky. The figure of white light wanted to pull the foot out, but Zhao Fu gave a condescending smile. The blood-red thorn turned into a blood-red vine that wrapped around the foot, and an even more powerful blood-red light came out of Zhao Fu's body, corroding the figure of white light's body. The figure of white light's foot started to become blood-red. As long as he could corrode this figure of white light, Zhao Fu would be able to devour the ancient spirit domain. The figure of white light panically tried to pull its foot out, but after finding that it could not, it squatted down and slammed its hand towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it an intense wind. Zhao Fu continued to stand there, and the countless traces of blood-red light once again condensed into a blood-red thorn, piercing through the figure of white light's hand and turning into a blood-red vine that wrapped around the figure of white light's hand. The figure of white light held as it lost its balance and fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fill the air. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the figure of white light on the ground. Countless rays of light shot out from all directions, forming blood-red thorns that stabbed into the figure of white light's body, turning into blood-red vines that wrapped around the figure of white light. The figure of white light held in pain and vigorously struggled, but it was unable to break free. Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out a hand, and massive amounts of blood energy entered the figure of white light's body through the blood-red vines, causing the figure of white light's body to gradually become blood-red. As its body became blood-red, the entire world seemed to be dyed blood-red. Book 1, Chapter 167. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. In the end, the light figure was completely corroded and turned into a blood-colored light figure. Zhao Fu had successfully corroded this domain and turned it into his own. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings rapidly shrank and merged into Zhao Fu's body like a tide. In the next second, Zhao Fu returned to the ancestral shrine. Zhao Fu was about to step forward. Sensing the disappearance of the ancient spirit domain, Ling Wan frowned. Her body turned into a streak of light and shot toward the ancestral shrine. Not only her, but the other higher-ups also sensed the changes and quickly flew over. Zhao Fu also instantly felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately left the ancestral shrine. Ling Wan was the first to arrive at the ancestral shrine. Seeing that it was empty, a strange expression appeared on her face. Then, a cold-looking middle-aged man also arrived. He was the patriarch of the ancient spirit clan, Ling Kong. Ling Kong bowed to Ling Wan and asked doubtfully, "Venerable Ling, what happened here? Why did the ancient spirit domain disappear?" Ling Wan said, "I don't know either. It seems that something devoured the ancient spirit domain we set up here." Ling Kong was a little surprised. This ancient spirit domain is something we use to test our clansmen. It has no other use. How could it be devoured? Ling Wan said with a serious face, "No matter what it is, it must have a purpose for sneaking into our ancestral shrine. Immediately send people to search the city and find that thing." Ling Kong nodded. Ling Wan flew into the ancestral shrine. There was a wooden platform with memorial tablets on it. 3 bronze fragments were floating above the tablets. Although these bronze fragments were as simple and rusty as the others, they emitted a faint golden light. This was something the other fragments didn't have. When the ancient spirit clan had obtained these 3 bronze fragments, they had nourished them with their own power every day. Because they were of the same kind as the bronze fragments, although their power was extremely weak, it still affected the bronze fragments. The 3 bronze fragments had been nourished by the ancient spirit clan for countless years and had recovered a little. The ancient spirit clan had also increased their strength by a lot. Ling Xian, a peerless genius of the ancient spirit clan, had been nourished by the 3 bronze fragments since he was a fetus. That was why he had such amazing potential. In addition to worshipping the ancestors and nourishing the bronze fragments, one could also obtain the legacies of the ancient spirit clan. What did that thing come for? There were only 2 possibilities. One was the bronze fragment, and the other was the legacies of the ancient spirits. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use the first kind of bronze fragment, since they wouldn't be able to use it at all. Ancient spirits would only be able to use a small part of it. That person had come for the legacy of the ancient spirits? That was possible. Those who entered the ancestral shrine had to be ancient spirits. He wondered which ancient spirit was trying to steal the legacies of the ancient spirits. Ling Kong walked in from outside and said, "I didn't find anything." The guards at the door were controlled by a power. After the power was removed, they didn't suffer any damage. Spirit Cuckoo said in a grim voice. "It might be an ancient spirit's doing." A hint of anger appeared on Ling Kong's face. "I'll go and investigate immediately. Let's see who dares to be so bold." Ling Wan nodded softly. The next day, everyone found out that someone had snuck into the ancestral shrine. They discussed it and guessed who it was. Ling Luo could not help but think of Zhao Fu. She immediately felt that Zhao Fu was extremely suspicious, so she went to look for her mother. "Mother, I might know who that person is." Ling Wan smiled in surprise as she asked, "How do you know?" Ling Luo said, "Those things that I brought back yesterday were given to me by that person. Back then, I saw him sneakily standing in a corner, looking at the ancestral shrine." Ling Wan asked, "What did that person look like?" Ling Luo shook her head, "I'm not sure. That person was wearing a cloak, but the bloodline aura he gave off was very pure." Ling Wan thought to herself that it was indeed the doing of someone from her clan. She heaved a sigh of relief. If it was an outsider who barged in under her eyes, it would be a very troublesome matter. Since it was someone from her clan, it would be much simpler. What they did not know was that Zhao Fu was an outsider and not someone from the ancient spirit clan. Zhao Fu had long since escaped outside the city to hide, and it was incredibly difficult to steal things from a higher being. Just a small ripple would attract her attention. Luckily, he had the celestial concealment token to hide his aura, or else Zhao Fu would have been instantly found. Zhao Fu did not go into the city, and he knew that many people were looking for him. The situation had become quite dangerous, but Zhao Fu definitely would not give up on those 3 bronze shards. After waiting outside for a while, Zhao Fu once again stealthily snuck into the city. Ling Kong captured many people for Ling Luo and the others to confirm, but it was a pity that not a single one of them was Zhao Fu. Ling Kong continued to order people to capture those suspicious people, causing the people within the city to feel uneasy. Everyone was worried that they would be implicated. Zhao Fu came near the ancestral shrine and found that its defenses had been strengthened and there were many restrictions around it. Wanting to enter again would be many times more difficult than before. What should he do now? Just as Zhao Fu was thinking to himself, he saw Ling Luo and her friends walk out, and Zhao Fu gave a trace of a despicable smile. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a blood-red dragon formed from many insect beasts appeared in the sky. It looked incredibly terrifying and gave off a massive dragon's might. Ling Wan and Ling Kong immediately led their people out and looked at the blood-red dragon in the sky. Everyone could sense that the blood-red dragon only had Emperor Heaven Realm power and looked slightly condescending. Everyone present could easily deal with this blood-red dragon. Ling Wan coldly asked, "Who are you?" The blood-red dragon was formed from the black dragon's corpse that Zhao Fu had killed before and the corpses of many insect beasts. It had a portion of Zhao Fu's power and could be considered a clone of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "Hand over your holy item and I can spare your daughter and the others." Ling Wan felt quite surprised. It turned out that this person's target was not the ancient spirit race's legacy but the ancient spirit race's holy item. However, hearing what Zhao Fu said next, Ling Wan looked furious. She sensed around the city and found that her daughter and her friends had disappeared. Ling Wan said furiously, "Where did you take my daughter?" Everyone else's expressions fell. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be able to capture Ling Wan's daughter and that they had not collected anything. This meant that this person's power was incredibly terrifying, and they no longer looked down on him. Zhao Fu said, "I already said that as long as you hand over your race's holy item, I'll release them. They're fine, so you don't have to worry." Ling Wan could tell that this was not the blood-red dragon's true body and said coldly, "I already know that you're from the race, there's no need to hide your identity. Do you know what you're doing? Immediately confess and release my daughter, or else no matter who you are, I'll kill you." Apex Book 1, Chapter 168, Ancient Spirit. Hearing that Ling Wan had mistaken him for an ancient spirit, Zhao Fu decided to pretend to be an ancient spirit and loudly laughed as he said, "Spirit Sovereign, you won't be able to discover me. Hurry up and hand over the 3 bronze shards, or else your precious daughter will die." Ling Wan coldly harumphed, "I need to see my daughter first." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right. Come with me." The blood-red dragon that Zhao Fu had turned into gave off a massive aura as it flew in a certain direction. Ling Wan thought about it and also flew in that direction. After they left, a 10-meter-long, thigh-thick blood-red earthworm with a mouth full of teeth crawled out from beneath the ancestral shrine. The soldiers guarding the ancestral shrine were greatly startled and quickly rushed towards the blood-red earthworm with their weapons. This blood-red earthworm was Zhao Fu's clone, and looking at the soldiers, it gave a condescending smile. It opened its mouth and spat out a yellow, mud-like substance that stuck to the soldiers. The soldiers struggled but were unable to break free, and it was as if they had been glued to the ground. Most of the experts in the city had been lured away by the blood-red dragon, and these soldiers could not stop Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu quickly rushed towards the ancestral shrine, wanting to obtain the bronze shards as quickly as possible. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to reach the door, a figure appeared. It was Ling Wan. Looking at the blood-red earthworm, Ling Wan stretched out a hand and pushed forwards, and a massive force sent Zhao Fu's blood-red earthworm flying. Ling Wan coldly laughed as she said, "Do you think I don't know what you want?" Zhao Fu looked at Ling Wan seriously. This was not Ling Wan's main body but a clone. However, it was incredibly powerful, and he was not a match for it with his current strength. Zhao Fu said, "Could it be that you don't care about your daughter's safety anymore? Even though I don't want to harm your daughter, don't force me." Ling Wan snorted, "If anything happens to my daughter, you won't have a good ending either." After Ling Wan finished speaking, she gave off a powerful force as she rushed towards the blood-red earthworm that Zhao Fu was controlling. She was incredibly fast and arrived beside Zhao Fu. She sent Zhao Fu flying with a palm strike, crashing into the walls of the ancestral shrine, causing a few cracks to appear on the walls. Zhao Fu crawled up from the ground and roared loudly. Numerous blood-colored insects drilled out from the ground. Some looked like spiders, some looked like ants, some looked like centipedes, and some looked like cockroaches. The blood-red insect beasts looked at the spirit cuckoo coldly and cruelly, giving off a crazed, evil, twisted, and perverted aura that could cause one's hairs to stand on end. Ling Wan asked coldly, "Who exactly are you in the clan?" He actually cultivated such an evil power. Zhao Fu snorted. "Don't even think about it. I won't tell you." Boom! The blood-red insect beasts gave off blood-red light as they quickly rushed towards the spirit cuckoo like a tidal wave, giving off a shocking aura. However, the spirit cuckoo did not feel any fear and continuously sent out palm strikes, sending the incoming insect beasts flying. Soon, there were different kinds of insect beasts lying on the ground, unable to harm the spirit cuckoo at all. Xiaofu understood this, so he roared and the insect beasts on the ground turned into blood-red water before moving and forming a blood-red magic formation. The spirit cuckoo's expression fell. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless powers from the surroundings entered the magic formation, causing it to give off an intense blood-red light that shot towards the spirit cuckoo within. The terrifying power of the first evil immortal started to corrode the spirit cuckoo's body, and the spirit cuckoo used a defensive barrier to defend. This could only stall for time and could not trap the spirit cuckoo's clone for long. A blood-red gecko-like blood beast drilled out from the ground and quickly crawled towards the ancestral shrine, wanting to seize this opportunity to obtain the 3 shards. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the ancestral shrine gave off a massive power, sending the blood-red gecko that Xiaofu controlled flying away. Xiaofu frowned, the ancestral shrine still had powerful defenses. On the other side, Ling Kong frowned as he looked at the blood dragon and said, "Spirit Sovereign, this person is intentionally luring us away. His target is still the ancestral shrine, let's hurry back." The spirit cuckoo said coldly, "Don't be in such a hurry, I know his goal. There are still my clones within the ancestral shrine and my ancient spirit ancestors' power protecting it. It won't be so easy for him to enter, we must use this opportunity to capture him." On the ground of the ancestral shrine, the spirit cuckoo's clone stamped on the ground and a white wave of light containing immense power spread out, causing the ground to crack. The blood-red magic formation was also destroyed by the white wave of light and turned into a blood-red aura that dissipated and disappeared. The spirit cuckoo coldly laughed as he said, "It's impossible for you to obtain those 3 bronze shards. Also, I'm quite curious as to why you want those 3 bronze shards. Even if you obtain them and can't use them, what's your goal?" Xiaofu retorted as he laughed and said, "Who said I can't use them? The reason I can't use them is because you're useless and don't have the right to use them. They also belong to you." The spirit cuckoo became serious. Hearing from Xiaofu's tone, she understood that Xiaofu had definitely found a way to use the 3 bronze shards. Their clan had been nourished for so many years and had only obtained a bit of the bronze shard's power, so they had obtained some benefits. If they could truly use the bronze shards, they would be able to bring great benefits to the ancient spirit clan. The ancient spirit clan would be able to rise up and become one of the most noble clans in the primal chaos world. The spirit cuckoo asked, "What method did you find to use the 3 shards?" Xiaofu said mockingly, "I already said that you don't have the right to use them. It's not like you have a method." The spirit cuckoo said coldly, "You're from the ancient spirit clan, how can you use them? Hand over the method and I won't pursue this matter. I'll even give you some benefits." "How about it?" Xiaofu loudly laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. That's impossible." Boom! Xiaofu's blood-red earthworm clone gave off a massive power and its body continuously grew bigger. Soon, it was more than 100 meters long. Chi! The blood-red earthworm opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of yellow liquid towards the spirit cuckoo. The spirit cuckoo nimbly dodged Xiaofu's attack and arrived in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu opened its massive mouth and bit towards the spirit cuckoo. The spirit cuckoo slapped out with its palm, sending out a powerful palm force against Xiaofu's head, causing Xiaofu's head to tilt backwards. A sharp mouth instantly grew out of Xiaofu's tail and it ferociously bit towards the spirit cuckoo, looking like it wanted to devour the spirit cuckoo. The spirit cuckoo stomped down with 1 foot, and a massive force caused Xiaofu's tail to fall to the ground, causing a large crater to appear on the ground. Xiaofu's blood-red earthworm was heavily injured and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Soon, Xiaofu's body started to melt, and blood-red arms stretched out from the melting body and madly grabbed towards the spirit cuckoo's body. Apex Book 1, Zhao Folingwan's expression fell and she immediately used her defensive barrier to block the incoming arms. The arms continuously slammed against the defensive barrier, and even though they could not break through Ling Wan's defenses, the crazed and perverse aura caused Ling Wan to feel a trace of coldness. Now that Zhao Fu had unleashed his full power as the #1 evil celestial, that crazed and perverse aura was incredibly intense and pure. A wave of blood-red energy covered Ling Wan and started to corrode her defensive barrier. Ling Wan also started to use her true power, and countless traces of white light shone out from her body, forming a 100-meter-tall figure of light. This figure of light looked exactly like Ling Wan and gave off an extremely powerful aura. After the figure of light appeared, it punched out with massive power against the blood-red earthworm's body, sending it crashing to the ground. A massive explosion sounded out as the ground cracked and countless rocks flew into the air. After knocking down Zhao Fu's earthworm clone, the figure of light raised its fist and punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's earthworm clone furiously swatted and bit towards the figure of light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red earthworm's head was blasted apart by the punch, causing countless traces of blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the headless blood-red earthworm grew countless heads and ferociously bit towards the figure of light, biting at different parts of the figure of light's body. The figure of light looked furious and continuously punched the blood-red earthworm's body, causing its body to turn to mush. However, the blood-red earthworm did not let go and continued to savagely bite the figure of light. Standing on the hill, Zhao Fu looked at the city in front of him and understood that it would be quite difficult to obtain the 3 bronze shards. Now, there was only one method left. He could use the 7 bronze shards within his body to draw out the 3 bronze shards from the ancestral temple and have them come out. The 3 bronze shards were different from the other bronze shards. After being nourished for so many years, they had recovered some of their power, and it was possible to draw them out. Of course, it could also fail. Zhao Fu planned to give it one last try. If it didn't work, then he could only wait for a few days and think of other ways. Zhao Fu squatted down and a wave of chaos essence power surged out. A golden magic formation appeared on the ground and 7 bronze shards appeared from the void, floating around Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu pressed his hand on the ground. The 3 bronze fragments floating above the tablets in the ancestral hall sensed the pure origin energy and began to tremble. Boom! A great boom rang out as the 3 shards shone with golden light. A huge beam of light shot into the sky, seeming to shatter the sky. A huge golden pillar of light was formed, and vast amounts of origin energy flowed out like a flood. The Spirit One doppelganger stopped, looking at the huge golden pillar of light behind him in shock. Countless people in the city stared at the golden pillar of light in shock. They could sense the powerful and pure origin energy, and they felt like their bodies had been locked up, unable to move at all. Their souls were greatly shaken. In the distance, the Spirit One doppelganger and the others also looked at the golden pillar of light in shock. Spirit One hurriedly said, "Something's wrong. Let's hurry back." Everyone responded and quickly flew towards the city. Swish, 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 the 3 bronze shards turned into 3 golden rays of light and shot out of the ancestral temple, leaving behind 3 golden trails. Spirit One wanted to stop them, but the 3 shards were extremely fast. Before she could do anything, the 3 shards had already flown far away and were flying towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu, who was squatting on the hill, smiled when he saw the 3 golden rays of light shooting towards him. The 3 bronze shards stopped in front of Zhao Fu and intimately gave off a faint golden light, as if they had met their owner. Zhao Fu smiled as he put the 3 bronze shards away and quickly flew in a certain direction. Now that he had obtained the shards, he had to escape as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when the Spirit One doppelganger returned, it would be very difficult to escape. Spirit One and the others stopped above the ancestral temple and found that the 3 shards had disappeared. Spirit Kong's expression was unsightly as he said, "How could our clan's sacred relic fly away by itself?" The others' expressions were also unsightly. The sacred relic that they had been nourishing had been lost. They were also very shocked that the sacred relic would fly away by itself. Something that should have been impossible had actually happened. Spirit One said in a low voice, "This person's background is extremely terrifying. He shouldn't be someone from our clan. With our clan's power, we don't have the ability to make the bronze shards act like this. Perhaps it's as he said, he's the true owner of the bronze shards." Spirit Kong said, "The bronze shards contain the primal chaos world source energy. Back then, our ancestors were nourished by the relic's source energy, which gave birth to self-awareness. Our ancestors understood how important this matter was, so they chose to live in the secret realm and hide their identities. If he's the owner of the bronze shards and can control them as he pleases, then only someone from the primal chaos world's origin race can do that. However, the origin race has disappeared for countless years, it's impossible for them to appear here. Spirit One said, no. You should have heard about the primal chaos child's reappearance. That primal chaos child is also collecting the bronze shards. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were wide open. Their hearts were beating violently, and they could not stop. Spirit Kong said with a trembling voice, "You're saying that person is the primal chaos child?" Spirit One nodded seriously. "Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else with such an ability." Spirit Kong continued to ask, "Then what should we do?" Spirit One sighed, "Let's not bother about it, our race cannot afford to offend an existence of that level. Moreover, the bronze shards originally belonged to their race, and the 3 shards have been in our hands for so many years, but we've only been able to use a little of their power. However, he can easily use them, he's the true owner of the shards." Everyone sighed. The 3 shards were their race's sacred items, and losing them would be a great loss to the ancient spirit race. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do, they had originally belonged to someone else. Most importantly, their race could not afford to offend that person. Even though their race had a higher being, they were like ants that could be easily crushed to death against the origin race, which had been born alongside the world. At that moment, a blood-red worm crawled out from the side, and a few unconscious youths lay on it. They were Ling Luo and the others. Zhao Fu had not wanted to harm them, and he had sent them out to ease the tension between the 2 sides. Most importantly, he had wanted to let Zhao Fu escape. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Spirit One inwardly let out a sigh of relief and waved her hand to wake the youths up. Ling Luo and the others looked confused, not knowing what had happened. Book 1, 170th Heaven Awaken World. Jian Yin's group had gathered together. There were Long Yang, Xianxia, Bing Qixue, Yu Yueqian, Mo Li, and other people that Zhao Fu was familiar with. They were all people who had attacked Qin before. Long Yang called out, "I don't know what's going on, after waiting for so long, they still haven't gathered their soldiers to attack that despicable Qin. Just looking at Qin makes me feel quite annoyed." Bing Qixue calmly said, "I don't know what method Qin used to summon countless insects. If we don't deal with this, the various large factions will not be able to attack Qin, as they will have to pay massive losses." Jianin said, "I called you all here for this matter. Right now, Qin is the scourge of the ancient stem domain and has caused the entire ancient stem domain to fall into chaos. We have to act on behalf of the heavens and get rid of him." Emily evilly laughed as she said, "I also want to get rid of Qin as soon as possible. I've been thinking about Qin's harem for a long time, and I even dream about it now." Gu Qingyue looked at Emily in disgust and did not say anything. Bing Qixue said, "We can't do anything, the higher-ups are trying to think of a way, and they're allying with other royal kingdom factions to destroy Qin. However, the other royal kingdoms don't want to get involved, or else they might just destroy Qin." Jianin coldly said, "Those factions will regret this sooner or later. Even if Qin doesn't destroy them, the ancient sword sect will destroy them." Hearing this, everyone became wary. The ancient sword sect was quite powerful, and without the Dao cultivation sect suppressing them, it was possible that they would make a move against them after destroying Qin. It seemed that they not only had to be careful of Qin but also the ancient sword sect. It would be best if they could use the 2 factions to exhaust each other, and after they were heavily injured, they would destroy the ancient sword sect and Qin. Jianin did not know that he had said something wrong. "I'll give you some information." In actuality, the ancient sword sect invited 10 or so insect masters from the heaven domain, and they are proficient in dealing with insects. After a while, they will find a way to deal with insects, so you can go and prepare. Xianxia smiled as she said, "When did the ancient sword sect invite insect masters? We didn't even know about it. But it's best if we can get rid of the insect beasts and kill Qin." Jianin smiled as he said, "I'm telling you this because I trust you. I hope that you won't disappoint me in the future and help me become the #1 person in the ancient stem domain." Now that the Dao cultivation sect had closed its doors, Zhao Fu had barely become the #1 genius of the ancient stem domain. He was much weaker than the previous #1, but he was still #1. He wanted everyone's support to become the #1 person in the ancient stem domain so that he could take over the ancient sword sect's position in the future. The people sitting here were the inheritors of the various powers, and obtaining their help would be of great help. Everyone smiled and nodded, thinking to themselves, this fellow not only wants to be the #1 person in the ancient STEM domain, but he also wants to be the ancient sword sect master. It's just that there isn't anyone more outstanding than Jianyin. Once there is someone more outstanding than Jianyin will definitely be eliminated. Jianyin looked at everyone and nodded as he smiled and said, that's all for now. Now, let me properly entertain everyone. Following this, Jianyin brought everyone to a large hall where a banquet had already been prepared. There were many beautiful women dancing and musicians playing music. In the alchemy world, the Golden Claw family's higher-ups were gathered together with serious expressions. They had some conflict with Qin before, and their chief Jin Tai had been captured by Zhao Fu. Their faction was on the level of a royal kingdom. It was one of the most powerful factions in the surrounding area. A well-built man said, Qin has developed too quickly in the alchemy world, and his territory has expanded to near us. We will definitely have to fight with Qin. An elderly man with half a face made of metal said, we naturally know that, but the key is that Great Qin is too mysterious and powerful. We might not be able to destroy it, or else we would have destroyed it long ago instead of waiting until now. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man said in a low voice, that's right, Qin is too powerful, and it's not suitable for us to fight with him. We need to find an opportunity to act. A woman with a mechanical arm said, we'll also contact the other families. I'm sure none of the families want to see a Heaven Awakened world faction run amok in the alchemy world. If they join us, we won't have to fear Qin at all. The elder said, I've already sent people to do this, and they're still hesitating. They'll only give us an answer after some time. The woman with the mechanical arm said, it's good that they haven't refused. I'm sure that when the right opportunity comes, they'll join us and destroy that cancer, Qin, together. Everyone else nodded. In the alchemy world, Qin's base, Wang Jian gathered everyone and said, slow down the expansion in the surroundings to avoid clashing with the large families. Everyone nodded in understanding. These large families were all royal kingdoms, and if they continued to expand, there would definitely be battles. Right now, Qin did not want to fight with them, not because Qin was afraid of them but because they would tie down a lot of Qin's forces. Right now, Qin was in a very delicate situation. Qin was under great pressure in the Heaven Awakened world, and he had to face attacks from many royal kingdoms. In the card world, he had to face the Dragon Kingdom. If a war broke out in the card world, Qin would be fighting on multiple sides, which would be quite disadvantageous to Qin. It could be said that neither side wanted to fight in the card world, and they were both waiting for a suitable opportunity. Roar. A massive roar sounded out, rippling out like a corporeal sound wave. Wang Jian and the others were given a big fright by this sudden roar. Wang Jian ordered people to go and see what was going on. In the forest, a monster that was 1,000 meters tall, with a humanoid body and a muscular body, 6 blood-red eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of claws roared at the sky. He was the ancient weapon grandmaster. Ever since Zhao Fu had been satisfied with the ancient weapon god, he had given people all sorts of resources to nurture it. Qin had given 10 or so alchemy hearts to devour, which were all obtained by Qin from killing extremely powerful gold-cultivated beasts. The ancient weapon grandmaster's body bulged and continuously grew, and an even more powerful aura exploded out from his body, causing the surroundings to fall into silence. Finally, the ancient weapon grandmaster's body grew to 10,000 meters tall, and when standing on the ground, one would not be able to see his head. His body was incredibly powerful, and his 6 eyes gave off a blood-red light, making them look like 6 blood-red suns, giving off a terrifying aura. The ancient weapon grandmaster did not change much, and he looked the same as before. However, there were some black inscriptions on his back. He had most likely obtained some sort of ability. Book I Chapter 171. Wang Jian and the other generals arrived, and when they saw the terrifying ancient weapon grandmaster, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. They had not expected the ancient weapon grandmaster to undergo such a huge transformation. The 6 blood-red eyes of the ancient weapon grandmaster glanced at Wang Jian and the others. His ferocious nature was revealed uncontrollably. The terrifying aura he emitted made everyone feel as though they had fallen into a pool of ice water. Their bodies could not help but tremble as an intense fear surged in their hearts. Wang Jian's expression changed. He could sense that the ancient armament god was hostile towards them, and he was about to give the order to suppress it. Given the ancient weapon grandmaster's savage nature, he indeed wanted to act against Wang Jian and the others. He wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings and slaughter all living beings. However, at the next moment, a strand of power seeped out from his mind, and the ancient weapon grandmaster felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He felt extreme terror. At this moment, the ancient weapon grandmaster regained his senses. He knew that he had a master that was 10,000 times more terrifying than him. Thinking of that master, the ancient weapon grandmaster immediately calmed down, feeling a lingering fear. If he had really made a move on Wang Jian and the others, he would have to endure endless pain, and would not be able to die even if he wanted to. Seeing that the ancient weapon grandmaster had returned to normal, Wang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. If the ancient weapon grandmaster had gone berserk, it would have caused a lot of trouble for Qin. He might even have to use the war god's fury to suppress it. After the ancient weapon grandmaster returned to normal, he looked at the other ancient weapon gods around him and once again let out a deafening roar. The heavens and earth immediately began to change as boundless alchemy power gathered in the sky like a tide, forming multicolored clouds that gave off a metallic aura. Alchemy power kept converging, and the multicolored clouds grew larger and larger, emitting a shocking pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Wang Jian and the others stared at the colorful sky, wondering what the ancient weapon grandmaster was trying to do. The ancient weapon grandmaster only obeyed their majesty, and they couldn't control it as they pleased. Roar! The countless ancient weapon gods became abnormally excited. They raised their heads to the sky and roared loudly. Their voices shook the surroundings, as if a group of demons had come into being. The scene was both shocking and terrifying. Boom! The ancient weapon grandmaster spat out a huge blood-colored beam of light, which shot towards the colorful clouds in the sky with a terrifying aura. The colorful clouds immediately surged and formed slender spirals that fell from the sky, falling into the mouths of the ancient weapon gods. The ancient armament god madly devoured this power, and its body gave off boundless light. Its body quickly grew, and its aura became more and more powerful. Only then did Wang Jian and the others realize that the ancient weapon grandmasters were using their own power to trigger the changes in the world, strengthening the power of the ancient weapon gods. The ancient divine armaments madly grew, only stopping when they were 1,000 meters tall. Numerous 1,000-meter-tall divine armaments appeared in front of Wang Jian and the others. They all had blood-red eyes and claw-like hands, giving off an aura that could threaten the world. The scene was incredibly terrifying. Wang Jian looked at the countless ancient divine armaments and a smile appeared on his face. These ancient divine armaments would be of great use in the upcoming battles. The colorful clouds in the sky dissipated, and the abnormal sign stopped. The ancient weapon grandmaster looked at Wang Jian and the others and roared, as if he was saying, "Where did my great master go?" After obtaining such great power, all of the ancient divine armaments had become more powerful, allowing them to unleash their original power. As such, he wanted to take credit and have Zhao Fu give him even more rewards. Now, he needed more of Zhao Fu's origin blood. Only with this origin blood would he be able to unleash the ancient divine armament's full potential, allowing him to become even more powerful. As for ordinary alchemy hearts, they would not be of much use to him. Wang Jian understood what the ancient weapon grandmaster meant and replied, "His Majesty has gone to the outer world and has not returned." The ancient weapon grandmaster roared in disappointment and had the ancient divine armaments disperse. Wang Jian did not disturb the ancient divine armaments and smiled as he said, "Send orders to the heaven-awakened world and tell Qin about the changes to the ancient divine armaments." The Qin Empire. Right now, the immense power of the Qin Empire was held by two people, Li Si and Bai Qi. One of them dealt with internal affairs while the other dealt with military affairs. After receiving the news from the alchemy world, Li Si smiled and said, "His Majesty will be very happy when he returns." A trace of a smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he said, "Mem. During this time, it's best for us to be on guard against the various kingdoms." Li Si asked, "How are things going?" "With the insects?" Bai Qi replied, "I've already sent some experts to the outer world to search for insect dens to complete what His Majesty was unable to do." These insects are the most important way to keep the various kingdoms in check, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. Li Si nodded. I wonder when His Majesty will return. There's no news at all. I hope that he won't encounter any danger. Bai Qi said, with His Majesty's fate that reigns above all creatures, it will be very difficult for anyone to kill His Majesty. We don't need to worry too much. Inside the Qin imperial harem, Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed, that fellow seems to be having a good time somewhere, and he's still not back yet. When he comes back, we'll teach him a good lesson. Nulu smiled as she said, perhaps husband has some important matters to attend to, or else he would not have taken so long to come back. Jiang Ro lightly laughed as she said, I don't mind what he does outside, as long as he's safe, that's enough. Nulu lightly smiled as she said, I'm used to it. I just hope that he's fine. Right now, the entire Qin Empire revolves around him, so we can't allow anything to happen to him. Wu Qingyang said, don't worry about him, he'll be fine. After all, he has 8 Supreme Emperor stars. Hua Yi lightly nodded and said, let's just wait for him to come back. Back at Zhaofu, Hua Yi nodded. After escaping from the secret realm, Zhaofu sensed that no one was chasing after him and felt quite surprised. However, he let out a sigh of relief and returned to the city. Seeing that Zhaofu had returned, Aracina asked, how did it go? Zhaofu smiled as he said, I obtained 3 bronze shards and devoured an ancient spirit domain. However, we need to immediately leave this place. Aracina smiled and replied with a hum. It was most likely impossible for there to be bronze shards nearby, and most of the experts who had entered the historical remnant could not be found. There was only information about a few people, and Zhaofu hoped that they would have bronze shards. Now, Zhaofu had 10 bronze shards, and he had most likely collected 1/3 of them. Zhaofu and the others followed the information they had received and flew in a certain direction. Book 1, Chapter 172 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Ear. After a few days, Zhaofu and his group came to that place. This place was an island in the middle of a lake, and it was quite big. There was a school of black dragon fish living in the lake, which were quite ferocious and were predatory fish. However, their meat was said to be quite delicious and chewy. After coming here, Zhaofu directly asked about the person who had entered the historical remnant. Now that so many years had passed, that person had already passed away. However, Zhaofu had asked about his descendants, and after asking them, they did not have the bronze shard. Zhaofu stealthily sensed his descendants, and after confirming that there were none, he prepared to leave this place in disappointment. They did not have their cloaks on them, and Zhaofu secretly sensed his descendants and confirmed that they did not have any descendants. Just as Zhaofu was about to leave in disappointment, a few young men dressed in black with black horns on their heads and giving off dragon's might surrounded Zhaofu and his group. They did not have cloaks on them. A ferocious-looking young man arrogantly laughed as he said, Boy, since you dared to come to our territory, why aren't you paying tribute? Give me a few of your women to play with. With his demon dragon's senses, Zhaofu could tell that these people were people from the primordial demon dragon bloodline, and he lightly laughed as he said, If you want, you can come and try. Aracina and the other women looked at these young men mockingly. These people dared to take liberties with them in front of Zhaofu, they were seeking death. Seeing that Zhaofu did not take him seriously, the ferocious-looking young man became furious and his hand turned into a black dragon claw and grabbed towards Zhaofu with great power. Qi, the ferocious-looking young man's body froze, his chest had been pierced by an arm, and that arm was holding a beating heart. This ferocious-looking young man looked quite powerful, but he had been instantly killed by Zhaofu. Zhaofu pulled his hand out, and the ferocious-looking young man's corpse fell to the ground. Zhaofu put the beating heart in his hand into his mouth and bit into it before throwing it to the side. This bloody and savage scene scared everyone present, and they looked at Zhaofu as if they were looking at a murderous demon. The others turned around and ran away in fear. A blood-red mist flowed out from Zhaofu's body, forming a few insect-like things that pierced through the chests of a few people. Blood splattered everywhere, and the youths immediately died. The blood-red mist then retreated back into Zhaofu's body. Seeing Zhaofu kill so many people from the primordial dragon race, the people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close to Zhaofu for fear of attracting trouble. They knew that the primordial dragon race was one of the most powerful races in the primordial world, and the key was within their territory. Roar, no one was surprised, and a massive dragon's roar sounded out as a massive black dragon appeared in the sky, giving off a powerful aura. The black dragon looked down and roared angrily, "Who killed my son?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in fear, and Zhao Fu walked out and coldly laughed as he said, "I killed him. Your son dared to offend me, so he deserves to die." Seeing that Zhao Fu dared to act so arrogantly after killing his son, the black dragon gave off monstrous power as it charged towards Zhao Fu. The aura it gave off seemed to be able to cause the ground to cave in. Just as the black dragon was about to smash into Zhao Fu stood his ground and punched out. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu's punch landed on the dragon's head, causing a massive wind to blow out. The ground cracked, and the black dragon's body was sent flying back. The black dragon felt quite startled, it had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Zhao Fu quickly rushed at the black dragon, and the black dragon hurriedly slashed out with its claws, sending out 5 massive arcs of light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body moved to the side, easily dodging this attack. The black dragon opened its mouth and countless rays of black light shot out, wanting to attack Zhao Fu again. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a blood-red fog flowed out, forming an enormous blood-red fog hand that grabbed the black dragon's head and flung it away. The black dragon spat out a black beam of light, which was uncontrollably shot to the side, shattering a small mountain and causing it to collapse. The black dragon was quite powerful, but Zhao Fu was even more powerful. The black dragon felt quite afraid and understood that it was not a match for Zhao Fu. It wanted to run, but Zhao Fu had already appeared above its head and punched out with terrifying power, slamming into the black dragon's head. The black dragon's body fell from the sky, smashing open a large crater in the ground. Within the crater, blood flowed out of the black dragon's mouth, looking heavily injured. Zhao Fu landed in front of it and said mockingly, "What did you want to do? You wanted to kill me, right? It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill you, right?" The black dragon said in terror, "I was wrong, don't kill me." Now, the black dragon felt regret. He had many sons, and if one died, then so be it. He could still live, but he did not want to die here. Zhao Fu did not want to let it off, and he punched out with shocking power towards the black dragon, bringing with it an intense wind. It seemed as if he was going to kill the black dragon. But the black dragon could no longer resist. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the black dragon, and its hands turned into dragon claws as it blocked. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Zhao Fu's fist slammed into that person's arms, causing that person to take 2 or 3 steps back. The person who had come was a valiant-looking young man dressed in black. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the young man and asked, "Who are you and why are you stopping me?" The young man replied seriously, "My name is Long Hongming." "Sir, why are you killing someone from the desolate ancient demon-dragon bloodline?" Zhao Fu lightly harumphed, "His son offended me and wanted to kill me, so I naturally had to kill them. Also, get out of my way or you'll die too." From that attack, Long Hongming understood that Zhao Fu's strength was greater than his, and the pressure Zhao Fu was under was immense. The black dragon said, "I don't know how my son offended you, but I apologize. Also, this person beside me is a major figure from the desolate ancient demon-dragon bloodline. This is the demon-dragon bloodline's territory, and you'll definitely cause a lot of trouble for him." Long Hongming said, "Since it's a misunderstanding and he's heavily injured, let's just forget about it." Zhao Fu thought about it and was not interested in continuing. He lightly nodded and prepared to leave. A cute-looking young woman with a dragon horn on her forehead happily leapt at Zhao Fu and called out, "Young master." Zhao Fu looked at the cute girl hanging off him and frowned as he asked, "Who are you?" The young woman said happily, "I'm Long Wushui's dragon sovereign's servant, and your Lord Dragon Sovereign's legatee, so you're my young master." Hearing Long Wushui's name, everyone's expressions fell. They had never been able to tell that Zhao Fu was that evil dragon's legatee, no wonder he was so violent and savage. Everyone had been harmed by that evil dragon in the past, and thinking about it, they felt terrified. The black dragon felt even more afraid, now that they had offended that evil dragon's legatee, not just him, but his entire family might be harmed. What should they do? Apex. Book 1, Zhao Fu. Long Hongming's expression became serious. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a great background. Since he was that evil dragon's legatee, he definitely had a purpose for coming here, and he would definitely cause trouble. In the future, the demon dragon bloodline would not be peaceful. Hearing Long Wushui's expression, Zhao Fu guessed who it was, and he suddenly thought of that sealed black dragon. He had obtained her legacy. Zhao Fu looked at the cute young girl on his body and said, "The Long Wushui dragon sovereign you're talking about is that sealed demon dragon?" The cute young girl sweetly smiled and nodded, "That's right." "Is Lord Dragon Sovereign doing well?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Not bad, I'll be able to undo the seal in another 100 or so years." Whoosh, everyone was sent into an uproar, and looks of shock and fear appeared on their faces. That evil dragon would be able to undo the seal in another 100 or so years? If she undid the seal, they would be persecuted again. What was going on? Wasn't that evil dragon sealed this entire time? Long Hongming also looked quite shocked. He had not known that the demon dragon was about to undo the seal. This was definitely a big matter that would shake the entire demon dragon bloodline. The young girl's eyes widened as she said, "Really? That's great." She did not know that Zhao Fu did not have a good relationship with the demon dragon, and that the demon dragon would immediately kill Zhao Fu after undoing the seal. Moreover, she did not know that Zhao Fu could undo the seal at any time. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What's your name?" The cute young girl replied, "I'm called Long Yunyun." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Did your master leave anything good behind?" Long Yunyun asked curiously, "Young master, you're speaking so strangely. Master should be your master, so why are you talking about him?" Zhao Fu gave an awkward smile as he said, "Did master leave anything good behind?" Long Yunyun tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure. Do you want to come with me to master's dragon palace?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "All right." Now that he realized that the person didn't have the bronze shard, Zhao Fu had nowhere else to go. He could go to Long Wushui's dragon palace to take a look. She liked to collect treasures, so maybe she had some. Long Wushui still didn't know about this. If he knew what Zhao Fu had done, he would definitely explode in anger. Long Hongming hurriedly said, "Wait." Zhao Fu turned to look at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Now that Zhao Fu was a person who would definitely cause big things in the future, Long Hongming naturally wanted to know more about Zhao Fu and understand what kind of person Zhao Fu was. Long Hongming smiled and said, "My actions just now were a bit inappropriate. I hope this friend will not take it to heart." Zhao Fu replied, "Oh." Long Hongming continued, "I want to get to know a friend. I don't know if you're willing." Zhao Fu thought for a moment. "No problem." Long Yunyun pouted and said, "Young master, don't have any dealings with them. These people don't help master even though he's been sealed, and they don't even want to help master undo the seal. I hate them." Zhao Fu said without turning red, "It's because master is too unsociable that he was sealed. As master's legatee, I should change the situation. I'm only doing this for master's sake." Long Yunyun thought about it and felt that Zhao Fu's words made sense, so she nodded and did not object. Long Hongming inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Zhao Fu was an evil, savage, and ruthless person, but now he felt that Zhao Fu's character wasn't bad. Long Hongming said, "May I know your name?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm called Long Tianba." Zhao Fu had casually given himself this name. He remembered that the dragon race was named after Long, so he had also given himself a name after Long. Long Hongming smiled and said, "Brother Tianba, let's find a place to talk. I want to get to know you better." Zhao Fu said, "What do you want to say?" "I still have things to do." Long Hongming looked quite awkward as he said, "What is Brother Tianba's identity? I don't feel like you're from our desolate ancient dragon race. How did you obtain the revered dragon's legacy?" Long Yunyun looked at Zhao Fu curiously. She also wanted to know more about the young master. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Firstly, I'm from the desolate ancient dragon race." As he spoke, Zhao Fu gave off a pure desolate ancient demon dragon's aura, causing everyone to feel quite startled. Before, no one had thought that Zhao Fu was from the desolate ancient demon dragon race. Zhao Fu continued to say, "I don't want to tell you my identity, and you probably won't be able to find out. As for how I obtained the legacy, I accidentally broke into the seal and obtained the revered dragon's appreciation and favor, so she gave all of her legacy to me, as well as all of her treasures. If Long Wushui heard this, she would immediately want to devour Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had viciously tortured her, and in the end they had made a deal to give Zhao Fu all of his treasures and legacy. She did not admire or like Zhao Fu at all, and she instead hated Zhao Fu to the bone. Long Yunyun smiled as she said, "I believe in Master's judgment. Young Master, you definitely have extraordinary talent, and I believe that you'll become the young master of the demon dragon race. Right now, we don't have a young master. Did Master send you back to become the young master?" Long Hongming's heart shook. He had almost forgotten about this matter. The demon dragon race was about to choose a young master, and now that Zhao Fu had returned, he was definitely competing for the position. With Zhao Fu's strength, Long Hongming felt that Zhao Fu had a high chance of becoming the young master, and he could not help but value Zhao Fu even more. If Zhao Fu became the young master of the demon dragon race, he would be the most respected person in the demon dragon race. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked quite confused as he asked, "What young master?" Hearing this, Long Yunyun and Long Hongming looked quite confused. Long Yunyun asked curiously, "Young master, didn't Master tell you? Every once in a while, our demon dragon race will choose a young master to lead the demon dragon race. Now is the time to choose a young master." Zhao Fu asked, "What are the benefits of becoming the young master of the demon dragon race?" Long Yunyun said, "There are great benefits. If you become the young master, you'll be worshipped by everyone in the demon dragon race, and you'll have boundless treasures and women. You'll also be able to obtain the primordial demon dragon's legacy, and you can even become the ruler of the primordial dragon race and awaken the dragon race's supreme emperor star, the primordial dragon star." Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of an interested smile as he said, "I can give it a try and see if I can become the young master." Long Yunyun said happily, "I believe that young master will definitely become the young master of the demon dragon race." Long Hongming had wanted to compete for the position of young master, but he knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu, so he gave up on this idea and smiled as he said, "I'm just hoping that Brother Tianba will become the young master of the demon dragon race." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Many thanks." Black Dragon, who was lying on the ground, grasped this opportunity and said flatteringly, "I wholeheartedly support Sir in becoming the young master of the demon dragon race." He just hoped that Zhao Fu would not pursue what he had just done, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Book 1, Chapter 174, Dragon King. Zhao Fu nodded and did not pay much attention to that fellow. He then said goodbye to Long Hongming and went to Long Wushui's dragon palace. Long Wushui's dragon palace was extremely big, and it was almost the size of a continent. There were all sorts of tall and luxurious buildings, and there were not many people around. Long Yunyun told Zhao Fu and the others to wait before calling over 3 people. One of them was an ice-cold elder, one was a tall and slim woman, and the last was a fierce-looking youth. Long Yunyun smiled as she introduced them. They are called Long San, Long Qin, and Long Xiong. They are master's servants, and they are in charge of managing the dragon palace. Long San and the other 2 also sized up Zhao Fu. They had heard that Long Wushui's legatee had returned to the dragon palace and felt quite shocked. They had never thought that Long Wushui would choose a legatee. Seeing Zhao Fu's appearance and sensing the pure Long Wushui's aura within Zhao Fu's body, Long San and the others confirmed Zhao Fu's identity. They smiled and bowed towards Zhao Fu. "Greetings, young master." After so many years, it was a good thing that the dragon palace had a young master, so they did not object. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. These 3 people's strength had already reached the peak of the Dao realm, and they were just a trace away from the higher being realm. They were much more terrifying than Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu did not look down on them. Long San smiled as he asked, "I heard from Yunyun that Master still has 100 or so years to break the seal. May I ask if that's true?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's true." Hearing this, the smiles on their faces became even wider. Long Yunyun said, "Young Master said that he wants to see what treasures the dragon palace has. We'll bring young Master around, he'll be the master of this place from now on, so he naturally wants to familiarize himself with it." Long Qin smiled as she said, "That's naturally not a problem. Young Master, please follow me." Following this, Zhao Fu followed Long San and the others around the dragon palace. The first place they went to was the spirit medicine garden, where all sorts of rare and precious spirit medicines were planted. For example, the dragon-shedding tree that Zhao Fu had obtained before was filled with dragon-shedding trees. Apart from the dragon-molting tree, there was also the human transformation grass that could turn insects into humans in advance, the moon-sun fruit that could increase one's lifespan, the dragon heart vine that could give ordinary people the bodies of dragons, the elemental spirit grass that could increase one's cultivation, and the battle intent leaf that could give one battle intent. Unfortunately, although these things were very rare and precious, Zhao Fu's body was even more monstrous and terrifying, so these spirit medicines were useless to him. Next, they came to the bug zone. There were all sorts of bug beasts, some of which Zhao Fu had seen before, some of which he had never seen before. For example, there was the sea demon bug that could release bewitching songs. Its lower body was that of a fish and its upper body was that of a worm, and it only lived near water. There was also a two-legged toad that was extremely fast, and there were also transparent butterflies that emitted light that could form all sorts of images. These bug beasts were very rare, and they were very useful to Zhao Fu. After all, the first evil immortal needed to devour all sorts of bloodlines. Now that there were so many precious bug beasts here, Zhao Fu did not have to search for them himself. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I need all of the bug beast's essence blood. Help me collect them later." Long Qin smiled as she said, "No problem. Also, young master, some bug beasts are especially delicious. Do you need us to prepare some for you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Are you raising these rare bug beasts to eat?" Long Qin smiled as she nodded, "Master usually likes to eat these bug beasts raw, so we raised some." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll tell you in a bit. Take me to other places to have a look." Following this, Zhao Fu followed Long Qin to the armory. There were all sorts of weapons and equipment here, and they were piled up into small mountains. There was no end to them, and all of them gave off a treasure light. They were not ordinary equipment but superior equipment. It was a pity that Zhao Fu did not have many soldiers in the outer world, and Qin's soldiers could not use these equipment due to their stats. Otherwise, he could have brought them all back. Looking at the dust here, it seemed that these equipment had not been used in a long time. Following this, they came to a pond. This pond was 10,000 meters wide, and there were trees and flowers growing around it. It was located at the bottom of a massive cliff. There was a huge stone dragon on top of the mountain. It looked like it was lying on the cliff. The stone dragon did not look like a carving, but more like the corpse of a dragon. Crystal clear spring water flowed out of its mouth and flowed into the pool. Long Qin smiled as she introduced, "This is the Dragon Celestial Pond, where Master bathes." Ordinary dragons can not only increase their power and expel impurities from their bodies, but they can also change their appearances. Ordinary people can control a type of dragon power after drinking some of the pond water. Master spent a lot of effort to obtain this treasure. That stone dragon was one of Master's enemies, and Master killed it and made it into a decoration. It can also increase the Dragon Celestial Pond's dragon power. Zhao Fu said with interest, "Can I take a look?" Long Qin smiled as she said, "Of course, Master loved to stay here in the past. Young Master, you can also go in and have a try." Zhao Fu came to the side of the pond and cupped some of the water. He could feel the power contained within. It was a very powerful dragon power, and it also contained some celestial power. It was most likely a type of dragon celestial power, and if he brought this back, he would be able to nurture a large number of people with dragon celestial power. Zhao Fu decided that he could bring this back, but now was not the right time, so Zhao Fu did not do it. Next was the dragon wall. This was not very important, as it recorded Long Wushui's various techniques and terrifying powers. Zhao Fu had already obtained these through the legacy. After looking around the dragon palace, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction and did not stand on ceremony as he stayed, enjoying everything that Long Wushui had. Zhao Fu did not know that his appearance had caused a huge commotion in the demon dragon's land. Now, everyone knew that Zhao Fu had returned to fight for the position of demon dragon's young master, as well as that evil dragon's seal that would be undone in 100 years. That evil dragon undoing the seal gave everyone a headache. They did not like Long Wushui, or else they would have helped her break the seal. What gave them a headache was that if her legatee became the demon dragon's young master, Long Wushui would definitely harm them in the future. As Long Wushui's legatee, he would definitely not be someone to be trifled with. Now, things had become even more complicated and difficult, and everyone was filled with worry. They did not know what would happen in the upcoming Demon Dragon's Young Master contest. They hoped that Zhao Fu would not become the Demon Dragon's Young Master, or else things would become even more troublesome. The various people who had the qualifications to fight for the Demon Dragon's Young Master title were all trying to find out about Zhao Fu, and they already saw Zhao Fu as one of their strongest enemies. Peak Book 1, Chapter 175 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. It was not just the demon dragon lineage, the other dragon clans also cared about it. First, Long Wushui had a bad reputation, and second, Long Wushui's power was terrifying. Even though she was sealed, she was one of the strongest in the desolate ancient dragon clan, and many people feared her power. Everyone started to ask about Zhao Fu, but they did not find anything. It was as if he had suddenly appeared and entered the seal. The other dragon clans were also quite interested in the selection of the demon dragon lineage's young master. Within the desolate ancient god-dragon bloodline, Dragon Insignia was not surprised at all. She had expected that Zhao Fu would participate in the competition for the demon dragon bloodline's young master, and she had waited for a while. Now, Zhao Fu had finally appeared. Long Huiling thought about it and called over Long Hao and the others as she said, "You should all know that he appeared in the demon dragon territory, right?" Long Hao respectfully nodded as he said, "Everyone is talking about this matter, and we know that it's not just the young master. Why did you call us here?" Long Huiling smiled as she said, "I want to see him in person and see if he's as powerful as you say he is. Come with me." Long Hao smiled as he replied, "All right." Long Huiling brought the four of them to the Dragon Palace, and because of this, Zhao Fu called them in. Long Hao smiled as he said, "Friend, I never thought that we would meet so soon. This is our young master, Long Huiling." Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded and stretched out a hand as he said, "Please sit." "What is it?" Long Huiling looked at Zhao Fu and felt that Zhao Fu was not ordinary. If it was an ordinary dragon, they would be very respectful and courteous, but this person did not fear her identity at all. He sat by the side and smiled as he said, "I heard that Long Hao admired you, so I came to see you for myself." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Now that you've seen me, what do you think of me?" Long Huiling smiled as she said, "You're definitely not an ordinary person and have shocking talent. I'm sure that the demon dragon lineage's young master will be yours." Zhao Fu said, "Thank you for your praise. The position of the demon dragon bloodline's young master will indeed be mine." Long Huiling was shocked. She just said that Zhao Fu was very likely to become the young master of the demonic dragon bloodline, but she didn't expect that Zhao Fu directly admitted that he would definitely become the young master of the demonic dragon bloodline. This person might seem arrogant, but if she didn't know about the seal, she wouldn't know how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Long Huiling said with a smile, "If you become the young master of the demonic dragon clan, will you be willing to ally with me?" Zhao Fu asked, "Why should I join forces with you?" The dragon emblem spirit replied, "There's no harm in allying with me. Moreover, our two bloodlines can join together to resist the Sky Dragon bloodline. The Sky Dragon bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in our desolate dragon race, and it has the complete inheritance of the desolate dragon power. Right now, its young master, Long Shiwu, has the desolate dragon star. He's the #1 genius of the desolate dragon race and the most powerful person in the desolate dragon race. He's the most eye-catching person, and I'm sure that if we join forces, we'll be able to suppress him." Zhao Fu said with some interest, "Is that so? I want to see his strength and see if he's a match for me." Now, Long Huiling felt that Zhao Fu was being too arrogant. He was the most powerful person in the desolate dragon race and had the desolate dragon star. He was an extremely famous peerless genius in the outer world, and he was one of the top geniuses. Even though she acknowledged that Zhao Fu was very strong, he was definitely not as strong as Long Shiwu. However, Zhao Fu saying that he wanted to see if Long Shiwu was a match for him was simply too arrogant. Long Huiling could not help but look down on Zhao Fu. However, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy, so she kindly warned him, "Don't be too confident, his strength is far more terrifying than you think." Zhao Fu nodded. She did not know that Zhao Fu was the #1 person in the Heaven Awakened world and had 8 emperor stars. It was no surprise that he was stronger than Long Xiwu. Zhao Fu looked at Long Huiling and smiled as he said, Got it. After chatting for a while, Long Huiling took her people and left. On the way, Long Hao asked, Young master, what do you think of that person? Long Huiling thought about it before replying, he's quite strong, but he's too arrogant. However, it's very likely that he'll become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master. Long Hao thought about it and said, I felt the same way before, he definitely didn't put the Sovereign of Dragon in his eyes and tortured the Sovereign of Dragon. Only he would dare to do something like that, and the Dragon Palace's people most likely don't know about what happened within the seal. Do we need to keep this a secret? Long Huiling nodded, it won't do us any good if this matter gets out. The key is that he controls the seal, and the Sovereign of Dragon will compromise, so it's unlikely that her people will harm him. Long Hao continued to ask, Young master, you said that he has the strength to become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master, but will the other families let him become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master? Long Huiling smiled and said, it's the young master selection in a few days, we'll know once we come and take a look. I also want to see his true strength. Within the Dragon Palace, Zhao Fu had nothing to do, so he walked around the area where the spirit herbs were planted and saw if there were any that he needed to take away. Long Yunyun ran over and said, Young master, why aren't you preparing? It's the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master selection in a few days, you must win face for our master and become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master. Let everyone see that our master's legatee is also very powerful. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master. Long San smiled as he walked over. I believe in young master's strength and master's foresight. However, young master, you should make some preparations just in case. I've arranged for the women you brought to another place so that they won't disturb your cultivation. If you need anything, just tell us directly. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless as he said, All right. In actuality, there really wasn't much to prepare. With Zhao Fu's strength, it would be a joke if he couldn't become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master. However, Zhao Fu could use these few days to properly study the evil immortal domain and control the power of the 10 bronze shards. The Demon Dragon Bloodline was also actively preparing for the young master selection. Everyone was filled with confidence and felt that they would become the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master and lead the entire Demon Dragon Bloodline. As time slowly approached, the Demon Dragon's domain became more and more lively. It was time for the selection to begin, and many people began to gather in one place. Apart from the people from the Demon Dragon Bloodline, there were also many people from the other dragon clans. Long Yunyun pulled Zhao Fu's hand and walked towards the young master selection. Young master, hurry up. Long Qin couldn't help but smile and say, Yunyun, don't be in such a hurry. It's not time yet, and even if you go early, you'll still have to wait there. Long Yunyun obediently nodded. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and quite liked this lively and cute girl. Climax Book 1, Chapter 176, End of Book 1. Zhao Fu and the others came to a building. This building was a square building with 45 floors and was over 1,000 meters tall. There was a large hole in the middle, which was where the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master would be chosen. To be the Demon Dragon Bloodline's young master, one's bloodline had to be pure, and some mixed blood people had to go through a bloodline test. In the history of the Demon Dragon Bloodline, there had never been a mixed blood dragon clan's young master. The second was that the ancient demon dragon's power within one's body had to be extremely pure, and one's grasp and comprehension of the ancient demon dragon's power had to reach a very high level. The selection method was not like the other dragon clans, which had all sorts of rules and regulations, but it was rather simple and brutal. A group of people would be thrown into a large hole and killed, and the final victor would be the demon dragon young master. Zhao Fu and the others walked into the building, and seeing Long San and the others following behind Zhao Fu, everyone quickly understood who Zhao Fu was, causing a commotion. He's that evil dragon's legatee? He looks very mysterious, I wonder how strong he is? He's definitely not weak, or else he would not be able to become the evil dragon's legatee. However, to be able to become the evil dragon's legatee, he must be very evil and savage. I really don't want him to become the demon dragon young master. Think about how terrifying it would be for him to lead the demon dragon bloodline. That's right. I also hate him. That evil dragon stole our family's treasure and has not returned it to us yet. If it wasn't for the fact that the evil dragon is so powerful, I really want to teach it a lesson. I believe that Long Moya will definitely win against him. Long Moya is the most likely candidate to become the demon dragon bloodline's young master. Not only is he powerful, but he's also so handsome. Everyone, let's support him. Hearing these voices, Long Yunyun angrily said, "What are you all talking about?" Everyone did not say anything, they were still very wary of Xiao Fu and the others. Long Yunyun lightly harumphed and puffed up her cheeks as she pulled Xiao Fu to the side, and everyone made way for them. Xiao Fu and the others came to the side of the large hole. There were also many people waiting here, and they were all here to participate in the Demon Dragon Young Master selection. Everyone looked at Xiao Fu with vigilance. As mentioned before, many people treated Xiao Fu as an enemy. Xiao Fu didn't care about their gazes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Long Yunyun said with concern, "Young master, be careful. We'll go up first." Xiao Fu smiled and nodded. Long San also says with a smile, "I hope that young master can become the young master of the mystic dragon." Xiao Fu nodded with a smile. Long San and the others came to the upper room, and their gazes continued to land on Xiao Fu. Long San said seriously, "Do you feel that young master can really obtain young master Mo Long?" Long Yunyun quickly nodded her head, "I believe that young master will definitely become the young master of the demonic dragon clan. Young master is the most powerful one among all of us." Long San looked at Long Xiong and Long Qin, completely ignoring Long Yunyun. Long Qin said with a trace of seriousness, "This young master is too mysterious to us, and he isn't willing to reveal too much information to us. I can't judge his strength, and I've asked him to prepare for the selection these few days, but he didn't take it to heart." Long Xiong also said in a low voice, "I hope that nothing unexpected happens, and that he has enough strength to obtain young master Mo Long." "We also sincerely hope that he can become the young master Mo Long," Long San said. "I still feel that this young master's identity isn't ordinary. He's always using something to hide his aura, and it gives me a feeling that he's harmless. Sometimes, it feels extremely dangerous. I also believe in master's judgment. Since she chose young master, there must be something extraordinary about him." Everyone came to the side of the large hole below, and Long Hongming also came. When he saw Xiao Fu, he went over to greet Xiao Fu. Caw, 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 countless crows caw sounded out, and a black-clothed, handsome youth with a slightly cold aura flew down. He was surrounded by many black dragon crows. He was Long Mo Crow. These dragon crows were made of dragon power, and their bodies were pitch black. There was a black crystal horn on their heads, and their eyes were also black. Their feathers looked soft, and their claws were like black iron. These dragon crows required one's comprehension of dragon power to reach a completely new realm, and there were not many people present. Long Mo Crow was extremely powerful, and he was indeed the most suitable candidate to become the young master of the demon dragon bloodline. Everyone looked at Long Mo Crow. After all, compared to Xiao Fu, Long Mo Crow was much more dangerous. At the highest level sat many noble and powerful figures, and many of them were almighty beings. This was the young master Mo Long's selection, and if there was nothing important, these people would all participate. Now, everyone was discussing who would become the young master of the demon dragon bloodline, and the most discussed was Long Mo Crow. Because Xiao Fu had lost Long Wushui's legatee, many people were also discussing and paying attention to him. Xiao Fu glanced at Long Mo Crow, and he also retracted his gaze. A dignified-looking middle-aged man flew down from the highest level, and he swept his gaze over everyone as he said, "The young master Mo Long's selection has begun. There are no rules, and the final victor will be the young master of the demon dragon bloodline." Boom, an explosion sounded out as boundless blood-red light came out of the large hole, and countless remnant dragon souls flowed out, giving off a shocking aura. Those dragon souls were all from the dragon race that had died in the cave, and their remnant souls had been restricted by the dragon cave. As the dragon souls flowed out, a massive wave of dragon race bloodline power continuously flowed out like a fountain, and those with impure bloodlines would feel immense pressure. If they had the strength, they would be able to resist and have a slight chance of becoming the young master of the demon race. This massive wave of bloodline power did not have much effect on those with pure bloodlines. Long Mo Crow was not affected at all, and he calmly stood there. Zhao Fu was not affected either, as he had already obtained a pure dragon race bloodline. After a while, a few people could not hold on any longer, and their bodies were pushed to the edge by the wave-like wave of bloodline power. Those who had failed the first test were not too bad, and they were eliminated here. Those who entered the dragon cave next would most likely be in life-threatening danger. Long Mo Crow leapt into the massive dragon cave, and at that moment, the massive wave of bloodline power was still flowing out like a fountain, giving off a terrifying aura. Everyone looked quite startled. They had never thought that Long Mo Crow would do this. Facing the massive wave of bloodline power, Long Mo Crow stretched out a hand, and a massive dragon claw image appeared, which he pressed down. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the dragon claw pressed against the dragon cave. The massive amount of bloodline power that was surging out was suppressed by the dragon claw, and the bloodline power that was surging out slowly stopped. The terrifying aura also disappeared. Long Mo Crow leapt into the dragon cave, breaking the rules and becoming the first person to enter. Apex. Book 1, Chapter 177. Wow. So powerful, so domineering, as expected from the demon dragon bloodline's most powerful person, a good-looking young woman could not help but cry out. A cheerful young man beside her also said in shock, "I think he's definitely the demon dragon young lord." A young man called out excitedly, "Long Macro, I support you, you'll definitely be the demon dragon young lord, no one will be a match for you." A beautiful woman cried out happily, "Long Macro, I want to be your woman, I'm even willing to be a maidservant, I adore you so much." Everyone was convinced by Long Macro and started to passionately discuss it, and the number of people supporting Long Macro as the demon dragon young lord rapidly increased. The major figures of the upper echelons also praised Long Macro. Although this attack seemed simple, suppressing such a massive amount of bloodline power was extremely difficult. Firstly, one needed to have extremely great power, and secondly, one had to have an extremely powerful bloodline. After Long Macro flew into the dragon cave, the suppressed bloodline power once again surged out like a fountain, and it was even more powerful than before. An ugly-looking young man wanted to copy Long Macro and leapt forwards, jumping into the dragon cave. Following this, a massive wave of bloodline power crashed towards him from below. The ugly-looking young man loudly shouted and sent a powerful wave of power into his fist, which gave off a black light as he punched downwards. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the ugly-looking young man was unable to resist and was sent flying by the bloodline power. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his arm seemed to have been fractured. Some people in the surroundings sighed. Those who did not have Long Macro's strength wanted to copy him and act pretentiously, pushing down a group of people who wanted to try. Long Hongming looked at Zhao Fu beside him. He had personally seen Zhao Fu's power and felt that Zhao Fu's strength was not any weaker than Long Macro's, so he most likely had the ability to jump into the dragon cave. However, Zhao Fu did not have any intention of jumping down, and he leisurely stood there as he looked down at the dragon cave. At that moment, a ferocious-looking young man loudly shouted and also jumped into the dragon cave, and a massive wave of bloodline power crashed towards him from below. Whoosh! The ferocious-looking young man's hand turned into a black dragon claw and slashed out with immense power. 5 massive black claw marks containing power that seemed to be able to tear apart everything tore apart the massive bloodline power that was surging out. The ferocious-looking young man also successfully jumped in, immediately causing another wave of cheers. The ferocious-looking young man was called Long Yu, and his strength was ranked second in the demon dragon bloodline. He had received many people's attention and support, and now that he had also successfully jumped in, he had already proven his strength. Long Hongming looked at Zhao Fu again. Now that the second person had jumped in, he should be jumping in. The others also looked at Zhao Fu. Other than Long Moya and Long Ji, Zhao Fu was the third person they cared about. The main reason was Long Wushui. If Zhao Fu wasn't her successor, they wouldn't care about Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu still stood there casually, without any intention of jumping. Everyone looked away in disappointment, thinking that Zhao Fu's strength was only SOSO. Long Hongming could not help but ask, "Brother Tianba, why aren't you jumping?" Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Why should I jump?" Long Hongming felt quite startled and was speechless. The bloodline power would dissipate soon, so there was no need to forcefully jump in. It was just that the people who had jumped in seemed quite powerful, but they still had to wait below. Long Hongming awkwardly smiled and said, "There's indeed no need to jump in. Brother Tianba, let's wait here." Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded out as a beautiful woman with a graceful figure turned into a massive black dragon and gave off a powerful aura as she dove into the dragon cave. This was the third person to enter, and she was called Long Qingzhu. She was naturally quite powerful. Following this, a few others also jumped in. They were not weak, and they were all geniuses from various families. Every person who jumped in received a lot of attention and support. Jumping into the dragon cave was proof of their strength. As for those who did not jump in, they definitely did not have the ability to become the demon dragon young master, so everyone's gazes were focused on the dragon cave. The higher-ups were the same, and the most disappointing thing was that Long Wushui's legacy did not jump in. No one knew if it was because he did not have the strength or because he did not want to. It would be best if he did not have the strength, that way, everyone could let out a sigh of relief and would not have to worry about him becoming the demon dragon young master. Long San and the others looked quite confused and could not understand why Zhao Fu did not jump in. They did not know Zhao Fu's strength, and they started to wonder if Zhao Fu had the ability to become the demon dragon young master. Half an hour later, the massive bloodline power stopped, and the terrifying aura completely disappeared as everyone jumped into the dragon cave. Long Hongming smiled as he said, "Brother Tianba, can we go down now?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the two of them jumped into the dragon cave. This dragon cave seemed to be even larger than they had imagined. It was tens of kilometers wide, and the walls were covered with dragon runes. There were many corpses on the ground, all of which were demon dragon corpses. Some had already turned into bones, while others were rotting. What shocked Zhao Fu the most was that there seemed to be something in the deepest part of the dragon cave, causing Zhao Fu's body to feel cold. He did not know what was in the deepest part of the dragon cave, but it seemed that the demon dragon young master's legacy was not so simple. Zhao Fu frowned, and soon Zhao Fu found that there were restrictions in the dragon cave. One could only use dragon power, and one could only rely on one's body to fight. No weapons could be used here. Bang, 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 loud sounds rang out, and the people who had entered the dragon cave could not wait to start fighting. Powerful energies collided, and light spread out. Terrifying auras wreaked havoc like wild gales. Long Makro and the people who had jumped into the dragon cave stood by the side and did not participate in this chaotic battle. The others understood Long Makro's group's strength, and they did not dare to directly attack them. Zhao Fu did not want to waste time in this chaotic battle, so he took Long Hongming and retreated to the side, waiting for the battle to end. However, Zhao Fu's action of retreating to the side caused everyone to feel some disdain. Long Makro's group had used their own strength to force others to retreat, but Zhao Fu had taken the initiative to retreat, as if he was afraid. Everyone's gazes did not continue on Zhao Fu. Now, everyone was focused on the chaotic battle. Looking at the intense battle, it was very likely that the demon dragon young lord would be born. Even if he didn't become the demon dragon young lord, if he could survive in such a chaotic battle, he would become a strong expert. This was worth everyone's attention. Book 1, Chapter 178. Bang! A man's body gave off a black light as a black dragon appeared behind him, giving off a ferocious aura as he sent a person flying. Whoosh! A woman vigorously grabbed with her dragon claws, leaving behind a large amount of claw marks. Her power was quite terrifying as she savagely grabbed towards another person, causing that person to be covered with wounds and dyeing his body red. Xing, a tall young man grabbed out with both hands and a massive wave of energy flowed out, forming a dragon saber. He gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards a person. Even though he could not use weapons, he could use weapons condensed from dragon energy. A ferocious-looking young man's head became a dragon's head and bit down on a person's shoulder, tearing off a large amount of flesh. An ugly-looking woman tore off a person's arm, causing blood to fly everywhere, creating a cruel scene. A dragon's roar sounded out as a person turned into his true form and turned into a black dragon as he rushed at another person. That person also turned into a black dragon and ferociously met him. The two sides fought intensely, causing gales to blow in all directions. Zhao Fu watched from the side and did not have any intention of participating. Bang! A well-built young man knocked another person down from the sky, smashing open a large crater and coughing up a mouthful of blood, looking heavily injured. This person just happened to land near Zhao Fu, and the well-built young man ferociously looked at Zhao Fu before rushing at Zhao Fu. He knew that Zhao Fu was the evil dragon legatee, but he wanted to test Zhao Fu's strength. He did not think that Zhao Fu was much more powerful than him, and he felt that he had the strength to fight. As for Long Moya and the others, no one dared to challenge them to a duel. Seeing the well-built young man rush over, Long Hongming felt that this person was looking for trouble. He knew that Zhao Fu would be able to easily defeat the well-built young man, and this was a good opportunity to show off, so he said, "Leave him to me." Now, Long Hongming placed all of his hopes on Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu could become the demon dragon young master, he would receive great benefits and support. Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Long Hongming's figure quickly rushed towards the burly youth. The burly youth felt Long Hongming's powerful strength and did not dare to be careless. The two sides quickly clashed. The muscular young man's hand was a dragon claw, and he gave off immense power as he grabbed towards Long Hongming. Long Hongming had a trace of a smile on his face. Even though he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, he didn't feel too much pressure dealing with the muscular young man. Long Hongming's dragon claw also slammed towards the young man with great power. Bang! The two dragon claws collided, causing a powerful gale to spread out. The well-built young man was forced back a few steps, but Long Hongming didn't retreat and continued to attack the well-built young man. The muscular young man knew that he couldn't fight Long Hongming head-on, so he dodged to the side. Black scales quickly grew out of his body, and his aura grew stronger. Roar! The muscular young man opened his mouth and gave a massive roar. A black wave of light containing terrifying power spread out, causing the air to tremble. Xiao! Long Hongming gave off an intense black light and turned into a black ray of light that gave off shocking power as it ferociously shot towards the well-built young man. Bang! The black ray of light shattered the black wave of light and continued towards the muscular young man, sending him flying back and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The muscular young man knew that he wasn't a match for Long Hongming, so he turned and ran, not wanting to continue fighting with Long Hongming. Long Hongming didn't continue to chase after him. Long Hongming returned to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu said with a trace of praise, "Your power isn't bad." If anyone else had spoken to him like this, Long Hongming definitely wouldn't have felt good. However, hearing Zhao Fu say this, Long Hongming felt that he had been acknowledged, and he gave a trace of a smile as he said, "It's just so." The others who wanted to test out Zhao Fu's power saw that Long Hongming was protecting Zhao Fu for some reason. They had just seen Long Hongming's power, so they didn't plan on making trouble for Zhao Fu, and they turned to attack other people. Everyone was also watching the battles within the dragon cave. The chaotic battles were also a sort of selection, and the weaker people would be kicked out. The most exciting things were yet to come. Everyone was looking forward to Long Mokro displaying his power, but no one dared to challenge him. Half a day later, the number of people fighting continuously decreased. Some people were killed by others, and their bodies lay at the bottom of the dragon cave. Some people were injured and escaped, or else they would have lost their lives if they had stayed. The remaining people were naturally some of the stronger people, and some of them looked at those who were equally strong, while others stared at Zhao Fu. A well-built and beautiful woman flew in front of Zhao Fu and lightly smiled as she said, "I heard that you're that evil dragon's legatee. I want to compete with you and see how capable you are." Zhao Fu said indifferently, not interested. Long Hongming walked out from the side and said, "If you want to compete with Brother Tianba, you have to compete with me first." The woman lightly harumphed, "All right. I'll defeat him after I defeat you." The two of them flew into the sky and started to fight. Another cold-looking young man walked over to Zhao Fu with a trace of disdain as he said, "Now that there's no one to protect you, do you want to keep hiding here?" Zhao Fu glanced at him and did not pay him any mind. The cold-looking young man looked furious as he called out, "Back then, the evil dragon killed my uncle, now, I'll take your life." Boom! The cold-looking young man exploded out with terrifying power and his body gave off large amounts of black aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu like a primordial beast. His aura was incredibly terrifying, and the ground cracked in that instant. The cold-looking young man quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu. And a dragon claw containing massive power grabbed towards Zhao Fu's head, seeming to be able to shatter steel. Moreover, the dragon claw contained a restrictive power, and before it could even reach Zhao Fu, the restrictive power had already bound Zhao Fu. This was the cold-looking young man's sure-kill attack. He wanted to kill Zhao Fu in a single strike and did not hold back at all. The terrifying attack that he gave off immediately attracted many people's gazes. Bang, a massive sound rang out, and before anyone could see what had happened, the cold-looking young man flew backwards, leaving behind an afterimage as he slammed into a stone wall. The incredibly tough stone wall cracked open, and the cold-looking young man was covered with blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The scene fell silent as everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. None of the people on the viewing platforms had expected Zhao Fu to be so powerful. They had not even seen him attack, yet he had sent the cold-looking young man flying. The people who were fighting all stopped because in that instant, they felt an immense sense of danger, and their hair stood on end. Book 1, Chapter 179, End of Book 1. A youth gulped in shock. This evil dragon's legatee is so powerful. He was able to insta-kill such a powerful person in a single move. Just how terrifying is his true strength? The elderly man said, I knew that the evil dragon's legatee was not simple. Now that he's revealed his power, it's truly frightening. I feel that he's Long Emoya's greatest competitor. The noble-looking woman nodded. Just now, he did not display his power, so everyone thought that he was very weak. Now, we all understand that he's too powerful, far more powerful than ordinary people. I wonder why he didn't display it from the start. A cold-looking youth said in a low voice, I have a feeling that this demon dragon's young master selection will be exceptionally exciting. Long Emoya will not be able to obtain the position of demon dragon's young master so easily. The chubby youth smiled as he said, I thought that Long Emoya would be invincible. That would be too boring. Now that this person has come to compete with Long Emoya, I'm looking forward to what will happen next. The expressions of the higher-ups became serious. They had clearly seen how Zhao Fu had sent the cold-looking youth flying. He had not used much power, nor had he used any techniques, he had just casually slapped out. This person's power had shocked them, but he had not even used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, he would have been even more terrifying. They had not been this strong before, and he would most likely be stronger than them in the future. The evil dragon's legatee was indeed terrifying. What they were worried about might happen. Now, they were filled with anticipation. Would Long Emoya be stronger, or would the evil dragon's legatee be stronger? Long Yunyun happily smiled as she said, I knew that young master was super powerful. Long San looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Young master is so powerful, I underestimated him. Master's judgment was not wrong. I also believe that young master will lead us to prosperity. Long Qin smiled as she said, now that young master has displayed such great power, we can rest assured. In the future, we will wholeheartedly support young master. Don't worry about young master's strength. I believe that young master will be able to release master soon. Long Yunyun smiled as she said, if young master becomes the demon dragon's young master, releasing the demon dragon's seal will be too easy. I believe that master will be happy for young master. The higher-ups, Long Yunyun, and the others had all thought wrong. Zhao Fu and Long Wushui's relationship was quite bad, and if she knew that Zhao Fu had come to participate in the demon dragon race's young lord selection and might become the demon dragon race's young lord, she would definitely be incredibly angry. After all, killing Zhao Fu would be incredibly difficult. In fact, Zhao Fu could even use the demon dragon to once again suppress her. Even though she was quite powerful, she would not be able to stop so many people. In the Long Dragon, Long, the 5 Dragon Battle, the 7 the Dragon, the 6 of Long, Dragon, Zhao, and Dragon, Tuli, Li. The well-built woman stopped fighting with Long Hongming because she wanted to fight with Zhao Fu. However, it seemed that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than her, and the gloomy-looking youth was not any weaker than her. If she rushed over like the gloomy-looking youth, she would end up like him. Long Makro and the others, who had been indifferent to Zhao Fu, looked at Zhao Fu with serious expressions. Now, they all viewed Zhao Fu with great importance, and they felt immense pressure. This was especially so for Long Makro, who had not cared about anyone before. Now, he cared about Zhao Fu and told him that Zhao Fu would be his greatest opponent. If he wanted to become the demon dragon's young master, he had to defeat this person. Zhao Fu also looked at Long Mokro and felt a trace of interest towards him. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds without saying anything. Their battle would only begin at the end. After a while, the chaotic battle resumed, and Long Hongming returned to Zhao Fu's side. By now, no one dared to cause trouble for Zhao Fu. Bang, another ferocious-looking youth sent another person flying, and the chaotic battle stopped. This time, there were 7 people who stood out. They looked at each other and understood that their strength was about the same, so they did not continue fighting. Moreover, they had experienced many battles and had suffered some injuries. They had used up much of their strength and needed some time to recover. These 7 people formed a clear contrast with the geniuses led by Long Mokro. Long Mokro and the others were powerful, and no one dared to offend them. They stood there and did not fight, while the 7 people had also fought many battles. This was because they could deal with one person, and they could use all sorts of despicable and vicious methods. Among the 7 people, it was possible that one of them would become the demon dragon's young master. Long Mokro and the others watched as the 7 people recovered and did not have any interest in attacking them. They had the pride of geniuses. The second-ranked Long Yu looked at Zhao Fu and said solemnly, "Who wants to go and test his strength?" A wretched-looking youth laughed as he said, "His strength is unfathomable, and we all know that we're not a match for him. Only the top 3 people have a chance." A gentle-looking youth nodded in agreement, "I admit that I'm not a match for him, so there's no need to test him." As the third-ranked person, Long Qingzhu looked at Zhao Fu before looking at Long Mokro and said to Long Yu, "Who do you think is stronger, Long Mokro or that person?" "I think they're the 2 greatest opponents we face." Long Yu replied, "I don't know, both of them are extremely powerful, and I can't tell who is stronger." The wretched-looking youth laughed as he said, "I think that Long Mokro is stronger because we already know his strength. I'm not sure about that person's strength, but he's definitely weaker. Neither of them are easy to deal with, so why don't we join forces and defeat them first before choosing one of us to become the demon dragon's young master?" The gentle-looking youth nodded, "I think that's a good idea. Even though it's not very glorious, there's a slight chance of becoming the demon dragon's young master." Another delicate-looking man said, "Yes, I also support joining forces. Otherwise, with my strength, I'm not a match for the 2 of them. Moreover, we could have used any method, so there's no need to be conflicted." Long Qingzhu looked at Long Yu, who said, "I won't choose this. I want to rely on my own strength to become the demon dragon's young master. How can I compare to the other dragon clan's young master? I believe that whoever is the strongest will become the demon dragon's young master. That way, we won't be weaker than the other dragon clan's young master." Hearing this, Long Qingzhu also smiled, "That's what I was thinking too. I plan to test out that person's strength and understand him a little better." Long Yu said, "I'll also test his strength. If I can defeat him, I might be able to defeat Long Mokro." Apex Book 1, Chapter 180, Battle. Long Qingzhu nodded, "I'll go and try then." After saying this, Long Qingzhu walked over to Zhao Fu with a serious expression. Everyone's gazes fell on her. The show was finally about to begin. Everyone had been waiting for a long time, and as the third-ranked Long Qingzhu, she should be able to fight with that person. Long Qingzhu walked in front of Zhao Fu and said, "It's time for the battle to begin, I want to challenge you." Zhao Fu glanced at her and smiled as he said, "Make your move." Seeing that Zhao Fu did not take her seriously at all, Long Qingzhu said angrily, "Very well. Prepare to receive my attack." Long Hongming tactfully retreated to the side. Long Qingzhu was far more powerful than him, and he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle. Boom, a massive black aura flowed out from Long Qingzhu's body, and she stretched out a hand and slapped the air. A massive dragon claw shot out from the black aura and slammed towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Bang, just as the massive dragon claw was about to hit Zhao Fu, it was blocked by a formless wall of energy. The dragon claw slammed into the wall of energy and collapsed, turning into countless traces of black aura and dissipating. Long Qingzhu's gaze became serious. She felt that Zhao Fu was indeed quite powerful. She clasped her hands together and large amounts of black aura flowed out of her body. Half-dragon, half-human monsters appeared, giving off powerful auras. After appearing, the monsters swarmed at Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, leaving behind afterimages. Some attacked from the left and right, while others jumped up and attacked from above. Zhao Fu stood where he was and looked at the monsters charging at him. Boom, a terrifying power exploded out of Zhao Fu's body, spreading out like a black dome. The ground instantly cracked, and the monsters that rushed over were also hit, turning into countless traces of black aura and dissipating. The terrifying power continued to flow towards Long Qingzhu, and Long Qingzhu's expression fell. He raised a hand in front of him, and his arm gave off a black light as a semicircular dragon scale shield blocked that ferocious power. The terrifying power passed through Long Qingzhu and continued to spread in all directions, bringing with it a wave of air mixed with sand and stones. The massive shockwaves attracted the gazes of everyone in the dragon cave, and their expressions became serious. This power was truly terrifying, just the explosion alone had caused such a shockwave. Not only the people in the dragon cave, but also the people outside the dragon cave. They all felt that Zhao Fu was very powerful. The smoke and dust dispersed. Zhao Fu looked at Long Qingzhu and stretched out his finger. A huge wave of dragon power rushed towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu quickly grabbed out with his hand, and countless traces of black aura gathered to form a 7 or 8 meter long misty sword that gave off a shocking dragon's might. He slashed forward forcefully. Bang! An explosion sounded out as that wave of power was slashed apart by Long Qingzhu, blasting open a large crater in the ground. Long Qingzhu leapt into the air and raised his sword, bringing with it immense power as he slashed down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move and stretched out a hand, easily catching the misty sword. Long Qingzhu felt quite startled. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to catch her attack with his bare hands. Zhao Fu smirked as he looked at Long Qingzhu mockingly. He gripped the misty sword, causing it to collapse. Seeing Zhao Fu's smile, Long Qingzhu became even angrier. She waved her hand and a massive wave of mist spread out, forming 10 or so black misty swords that were 7 or 8 meters long, giving off terrifying auras. Long Qingzhu pushed forwards with her hand. Boom, the 10 or so swords gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if they could destroy anything. They were incredibly terrifying. Bang, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of energy flowed out, forming a black wall of energy that blocked the 10 or so swords. Long Qingzhu coldly harumphed and once again pushed forwards, causing the 10 or so swords to give off even more terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. The swords slammed against the wall of energy, causing a shockwave to ripple out. However, even though the 10 or so swords had become much stronger, they were still unable to break through the wall of energy. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "You're not a match for me, I'm just playing with you." Hearing this, Long Qingzhu felt quite furious and exploded out with an even greater black aura, forming another 20 or so misty swords that gave off immense power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out. The 10 or so misty swords slammed against the wall of energy, causing Zhao Fu's body to take a step back. Zhao Fu instead smiled and stretched out his hand, which had some small scales on it, and an extremely terrifying dragon energy spread out from Zhao Fu's hand. Only now did Zhao Fu use his true power. Boom, Zhao Fu grabbed forwards with his hand and a formless hand shattered the 10 or so misty swords, causing them to turn into black mist and dissipate. Long Qingzhu felt quite startled. In that instant, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of Long Qingzhu, his hand slamming towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu immediately used a defensive barrier to cover his body. Bang, the defensive barrier was shattered and Long Qingzhu's body was sent flying back. He stopped and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu condescendingly looked at Long Qingzhu and smiled as he said, "Do you still want to continue?" Long Qingzhu's expression was cold as black scales started to grow on his body. The aura he gave off became more and more powerful, and soon, Long Qingzhu turned into a dragon person. The dragon race's bodies were quite powerful, and it was quite common for them to use their bodies to fight. Swish, Long Qingzhu's speed increased by many times and he arrived in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. His dragon claw gave off immense power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu's body moved to the side, easily dodging this attack. Long Qingzhu's body twisted and his dragon tail whipped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu leapt up, once again dodging this attack. Long Qingzhu looked at Zhao Fu in the air and also leapt into the air, his dragon claw giving off shocking power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu did not dodge and also punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Long Qingzhu was smashed to the ground by a wave of power, smashing open a large crater and sending rocks flying everywhere. Long Qingzhu's injuries were not very heavy, and she quickly got up from the ground. However, she did not blindly attack like before, slapping a dragon claw against the ground. Boom! A massive black aura erupted out like a volcano, forming a massive pillar of air. Zhao Fu was at the center of the pillar of air, and his body was covered by traces of black aura, making it impossible for him to move. Long Qingzhu gathered a wave of power into his dragon claw, which gave off a cold light. He vigorously grabbed out, and 5 massive claw images containing enough power to tear apart mountains grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 181. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlols 123. Although his body was bound and he was facing a dangerous attack, Zhao Fu still looked quite relaxed and did not seem nervous or afraid at all. Just as the 5 claw images were about to reach Zhao Fu, roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a terrifying wave of power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, easily breaking free from the black aura. A massive black dragon appeared and coiled around Zhao Fu's body, and the claw images were unable to harm the black dragon at all. The black dragon coldly looked at Long Qingzhu and opened its mouth as a massive black beam of light ferociously shot towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu hurriedly dodged to the side. A massive explosion sounded out as the black beam of light hit the ground, causing a massive tremor and sending rocks flying everywhere. The black dragon looked at Long Qingzhu, who had dodged to the side, and opened its mouth as a black beam of light containing shocking power once again shot towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu hurriedly dodged. Seeing Long Qingzhu dodge again, the black dragon opened its mouth and shot out another black beam of light. This time, Long Qingzhu did not want to dodge. His body gave off a black aura as he rushed towards the massive black beam of light with terrifying power. The massive black beam of light flashed past, but Long Qingzhu was not very injured and continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. The black dragon brought Long Qingzhu in front of it and opened its mouth, giving off a ferocious aura as it bit towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu vigorously swiped at the black dragon with a claw, and the claw slammed into the black dragon's head, blocking the black dragon's attack. The black dragon coldly looked at Long Qingzhu and suddenly used a massive wave of power to slam its body towards Long Qingzhu. Long Qingzhu's expression fell, and the massive force pushed Long Qingzhu back. Long Qingzhu immediately used an even greater wave of power and pressed its claw against the black dragon's head, wanting to stop the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon gave off a massive roar and its body gave off light as it slammed forwards, sending Long Qingzhu flying far away. Long Qingzhu rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. After receiving this attack, Long Qingzhu was quite injured. It was as if a few of his bones had been broken. But Long Qingzhu still crawled up from the ground, his body bleeding. Zhao Fu was slightly surprised. "How come you still have the strength to fight?" Long Qingzhu said angrily, "Don't underestimate me." Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as Long Qingzhu turned into a massive black dragon and gave off a ferocious aura as he charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and reached out a hand to grab the black dragon's horn. He swung Long Qingzhu's body to the side. Long Qingzhu angrily opened his mouth and countless traces of black flames gathered in his mouth, forming a massive fireball that gave off a destructive aura. Bang! Long Qingzhu spat out a gigantic black fireball. The fireball brought with it a terrifying force and created a shockwave as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood in place, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched forward. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the massive black fireball was shattered by Zhao Fu's punch. Countless sparks flew everywhere, making it seem as if there was a rain of fire. Long Qingzhu felt quite startled and was once again shocked by Zhao Fu's power. Zhao Fu quickly rushed towards Long Qingzhu, while Long Qingzhu reacted and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Long Qingzhu was the first to attack. A dragon claw swiped towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a massive gust of wind. Zhao Fu flew upwards, avoiding this attack. He came to Long Qingzhu's head and punched it, causing a shockwave to ripple out. Bang! Long Qingzhu's massive body heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to instantly crumble. A shockwave containing countless rocks spread out in all directions, causing the ground to violently tremble. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. After the dust settled, a large crater appeared in the ground. Long Qingzhu lay at the center of the crater, heavily injured and bleeding all over. She did not even have the strength to crawl up. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I already said that you weren't a match for me." Long Qingzhu glared at Xiaofu. Even though she was quite angry, she knew that she was inferior to Xiaofu. Moreover, Xiaofu had not used his full strength. It was just as he had said, he was just playing with her. If he had used his true power, she would have long since been defeated. As a genius, this dealt a heavy blow to her. How could this person be so powerful? Seeing this, everyone felt quite shocked. Even though they had expected that Xiaofu would win, they had never thought that Xiaofu would win so easily. He had not felt any pressure at all. Long Qingzhu's strength was ranked third, but she had been defeated so easily by Xiaofu. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost in just a few exchanges. Xiaofu's strength seemed to be even more terrifying than they had expected, and they had underestimated him. Long Hongming smiled. Seeing that Xiaofu had such strength, he felt much more at ease. In the future, he would be able to follow an expert like Xiaofu, and he would be quite happy. Long Mokro looked at Xiaofu and felt a great deal of pressure. It seemed that Xiaofu's strength was not any weaker than his, and Long Mokro was not as confident as before. The others in the dragon cave looked at Xiaofu in fear. The person ranked third had been defeated so easily, and if they charged over, they would be looking for trouble. They did not plan to make Xiaofu their target. Long Qingzhu said, "You're indeed more powerful than me. Also, I want to see your true strength, don't play with me." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "You'll die if you do that." Long Qingzhu looked at Xiaofu with a serious expression. She could already imagine how terrifying Xiaofu's full power would be. It would be a power that could instantly kill her. Otherwise, Xiaofu would not have spoken so confidently. Even though she had been heavily injured by Xiaofu, Xiaofu had not killed her. Long Qingzhu's expression eased as she said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Xiaofu lightly laughed. Long Qingzhu continued to say, "I have nothing else to say. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat at your hands. If you become the demon dragon's young lord, I won't have any objections." Xiaofu said confidently, "This mere demon dragon's young lord will definitely be mine." Hearing Xiaofu's words, Long Qingzhu wondered what demon dragon's young lord was. The demon dragon's young lord's status was incredibly prestigious within the primal chaos world, and countless people did not dare to offend him. However, when Long Qingzhu thought about Xiaofu's unfathomable power and how arrogant he was, she could not help but ask, "Just who are you?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I'll tell you if you become my woman." Long Qingzhu rolled her eyes at Xiaofu. This person had actually set his sights on her. The favorable impression that she had of him disappeared, and she did not like Xiaofu that much. Book 1, Chapter 182, Venerable Dragon Sovereign walked over and said, "I also want to spar with you. If you win, I'll respect you." Xiaofu thought about it and smiled as he said, "No problem." The two of them came to an empty area. This immediately attracted everyone's gazes. As the second-ranked genius, his power was unimaginably great, and there would most likely be an even more spectacular battle between the two of them. Xiaofu said in a lofty tone, "Go ahead. Let me see your power." Dragon Sovereign did not become angry, and he instead became even more serious because he knew how powerful Xiaofu was. Boom, Dragon Sovereign exploded out with a massive wave of dragon power, and a black gold armor appeared around him, automatically covering his body, and a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone looked shocked. Demonic dragon equipment. Dragon Sovereign has used his full power right from the start. Looks like he values that person greatly. That's right. The demonic dragon equipment is his family's most powerful secret technique, and it has immense destructive power. That's why Dragon Sovereign is ranked second. I've seen how powerful the demonic dragon equipment is, but Dragon Sovereign rarely uses it. AI, who do you think will win? Right now, I can't tell who is stronger. That person's power is unfathomable, but Dragon Sovereign's power is also quite terrifying. Boom, as everyone was still discussing, Dragon Sovereign had already attacked. The dragon spear in his hand gave off a massive force as it stabbed towards Xiaofu, and two shockwaves blasted out. As the shockwaves flew towards Xiaofu, Jiao Fu used his dragon power, and one of his hands turned into a dragon claw as he tapped forwards. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the shockwaves turned into a wild gale that blew out in all directions. Dragon Sovereign's body suddenly appeared above Jiao Fu, and his spear stabbed towards Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Dragon Sovereign continued to wave his spear, sweeping it towards Jiao Fu. This time, Jiao Fu did not dodge, and he instead unleashed a black defensive barrier. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiao Fu was sent flying along with his energy shield. Cracks also appeared on the shield. Jiao Fu was a little surprised. Long Xing was indeed stronger than Long Qingzhu. Long Xing was also inwardly shocked. He had used his full strength just now, but it still hadn't broken through Jiao Fu's defense. This person was really strong. Jiao Fu stared at Long Xing and stretched out his hand. A powerful black beam of light shot towards Long Xing. Long Xing also dodged to the side, and Jiao Fu quickly rushed forward. His dragon claws slashed out, and 5 rays of cold light shot towards Long Xing. Dragon Lord immediately used his spear to block in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as the dragon claw grabbed onto the spear and found a hole that was a few centimeters deep. This caused the Dragon Lord to feel quite startled, and he hurriedly used his power to repair it. Jiao Fu raised his dragon claw, and 5 ferocious claw marks slashed towards Dragon Lord from below. Bang! Dragon Lord was sent flying by the claw, but his armor had protected him, so he had only suffered a little damage. Long Xing's expression became even more serious, and a large amount of black dragon qi surged out of his body, forming a black dragon made of black qi. Long Xing leapt up, bringing the black dragon with him to attack Jiao Fu. Long Ho quickly arrived in front of Jiao Fu and stabbed out with his spear, sending out a terrifying wave of energy. The ground instantly cracked as if it could destroy the world, and the scene was incredibly terrifying. Jiao Fu looked at Long Ho, and Long Ho's eyes lit up. Jiao Fu's expression became serious. He stretched out his dragon claw, and a large amount of dragon power surged out, forming a semicircle of energy. Because of the dragon power, the semicircle of energy became thicker and thicker. Bang! A massive sound rang out, and countless rays of light spread out. The ground also collapsed, and a shocking shockwave spread out. After the dust settled, there was a large crater in the ground. Within the crater, Jiao Fu took 2 steps back, and there was a small wound on his dragon claw. Long Xing also took a few steps back, but he was not injured at all. Jiao Fu looked quite serious as he said, "Are you ready?" Hearing Jiao Fu's words, Long Xing's mind shook, and he understood what Jiao Fu meant. He immediately made preparations to defend against Jiao Fu's attack. Jiao Fu raised the dragon claw and slammed it forwards, causing a massive dragon claw image to appear and give off terrifying power as it slammed towards Long Wu. The dragon claw was over 1,000 meters long, and Long Xing was unable to dodge. He could only raise his spear with both hands and send a massive wave of power into it, causing it to shine with boundless light. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as the ground violently trembled. A massive dragon claw print appeared on the ground, and at the center of it, Long Xing half knelt on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even with Jiao Fu's warning, Long Xing had been heavily injured. Jiao Fu did not say anything and stretched out his dragon claw. A massive dragon claw immediately appeared, giving off shocking power. Jiao Fu's hand descended, and the massive dragon claw ferociously slammed towards Long Xing. Long Xing loudly roared and stabbed his spear towards the sky. His body gave off countless traces of black dragon qi, forming an enormous black dragon's head. Bang! At that moment, the massive dragon claw slammed down, resulting in a massive sound, and a shockwave spread out. The dragon claw image disappeared, and the black qi around Long Xing's body also dissipated. He had successfully blocked Jiao Fu's attack. Countless traces of black dragon qi once again came out of his body, forming a black dragon that gave off shocking power. Long Xing brought this black dragon as he charged at Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu did not move and sent a massive wave of dragon energy into his left eye. The golden pupil started to spin, and golden chains shot out from the ground towards Long Xing. Long Xing dodged left and right, avoiding the chains and continuing to rush at Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu's left eye's golden pupil became serious, and even more golden chains shot out from the ground towards Long Xing. Facing so many chains, Long Xing could not dodge, and he could only use his spear to knock the chains away as he continued to dodge towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's left eye gave off an intense golden light. Countless golden chains flowed out like a fountain, instantly forming a massive golden chain dragon. It gave off a massive aura as it smashed towards Longxing. Longxing had no choice but to stab out with his spear, sending a powerful spear energy towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the black dragon and golden dragon collided. Some of the golden dragon's chains shattered, and the black dragon's power quickly weakened. Book 1, Chapter 183, End of Book 1. The end. The black dragon and the spear energy dissipated, and the golden chain dragon was sent flying towards Longxing. It crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu came before Longxing and said, "Do you want to continue?" Seeing this, everyone inwardly sighed. They had thought that Longxing would be Zhao Fu's match, but it seemed that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than Longxing. This time, Longxing would definitely lose. Zhao Fu once again refreshed everyone's expectations. Longxing was the second-ranked expert, and yet he had been defeated so easily by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not seem to have used his full power, which was quite shocking. They wondered just how powerful Zhao Fu was. Seeing this, Long Qingzhu was not too surprised. When she had been easily defeated by Zhao Fu, she had thought that Longxing would not be a match for him. It was a pity that Longxing had not been able to force out Zhao Fu's full power. Now, Long Qingzhu was very curious about Zhao Fu. Not only was she curious about how strong Zhao Fu was, but she was also curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Long Hongming smiled. Zhao Fu had easily defeated Longxing, and as long as he defeated Long Moya, he would become the young lord of the demon dragon bloodline. At that moment, Longxing crawled up from the ground and said, "I still want to try." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying power exploded out from Longxing's body. Waves of black dragon chi spread out like a tide, and a gust of wind blew out. Zhao Fu could sense that Longxing's power was continuously increasing. Longxing's armor fused into his body, and Longxing's body gave off a black light as he continuously grew. Finally, a 5-meter-tall monster with 3 dragon heads, 4 arms, and black dragon power appeared. Boom! After the monster appeared, the 3 dragon heads opened their mouths, and 3 black beams of light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released a wave of power, and a black energy barrier appeared, covering Zhao Fu's body. Bang! When the 3 black beams hit Zhao Fu's energy shield, a loud sound rang out, and cracks appeared on the shield. Whoosh! The 2 heads on the left and right sides of the monster quickly grew out and bit at Zhao Fu from both sides at an extremely fast speed. Kacha! Zhao Fu's defensive barrier was shattered by the 2 dragon heads. The 2 dragon heads continued to ferociously bite towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately retreated. The 2 dragon heads turned around and shot out 2 black beams from their mouths. This time, Zhao Fu was caught off guard and was sent flying by the black beam. His body suffered some injuries, but they were not serious. Shua! The 2 dragon heads continued to shoot towards Zhao Fu. They were like 2 blurry black shadows, and their speed had reached the limit. At that moment, scales appeared on Zhao Fu's other hand, and a powerful aura spread out. The 2 dragon heads quickly bit towards Zhao Fu from both sides, but Zhao Fu had unexpectedly opened his hands and grabbed the 2 dragon heads. The 2 dragon heads vigorously struggled, but they were unable to break free from Zhao Fu's hands. The monster's middle head quickly grew out, and it shot towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. Just as one of the dragon heads was about to bite Zhao Fu grabbed the other 2 dragon heads and slammed them against the middle one. A muffled explosion sounded out as the 3 dragon heads collided, causing the monster to feel dizzy. Following this, Zhao Fu kicked out horizontally, sending the 3 dragon heads flying. The monster's 3 heads immediately shrunk back. Zhao Fu's body flew towards the monster. The monster did not feel any fear, and it gave off a powerful aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped a fist and punched towards the monster, while the monster gripped its 4 fists and punched towards Zhao Fu. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the 2 waves of energy collided, turning into a wild gale that blew out in all directions. Zhao Fu's body was forced back a step, and the monster's body was forced back 5 or 6 steps. Zhao Fu continued to rush at the monster. The monster raised its 4 dragon claws and gave off a terrifying force as it slammed down towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu suddenly dodged to the side and attacked from the side. He punched the monster's waist, and the immense pain caused the monster to howl. However, Xiao Fu's attacks did not stop. Xiao Fu's other fist once again slammed against the monster's body, and the monster went berserk and clawed at Xiao Fu, leaving behind countless terrifying claw marks that looked like a net that could tear apart anything. Xiao Fu quickly retreated. The monster furiously chased after Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu lightly laughed, and instead of retreating, he rushed at the monster. He dodged the monster's attack and kicked it away. The monster furiously leapt at Xiao Fu again, and its 4 dragon claws gave off black light as 4 black crescents slashed towards Xiao Fu with shocking power. Xiao Fu gathered dragon power in his claws and charged forwards, sending out 2 black crescents towards the ferocious monsters. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided, causing countless rays of black light to shoot out. By the time the black light disappeared, Xiao Fu had appeared above the monster's head and punched out with terrifying power, causing the air to explode. This punch landed on the monster's chest, and the monster's body quickly crashed to the ground, smashing open a large crater. The monster coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but it quickly got back to its feet. The monster's defense and recovery speed were all quite monstrous. If it was anyone else facing such an opponent, they would have a headache, but it was a pity that it was facing Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's body disappeared and then reappeared in front of the monster. He once again kicked out, sending the monster flying back with immense force. In the next second, Xiao Fu's body appeared behind the monster and gathered a massive amount of power into its dragon claws. The dragon claws gave off an intense light and a terrifying aura. The monster's expression fell, and it wanted to turn and defend, but it was too late. Xiao Fu's claw slammed into the monster's back, and the massive power instantly destroyed the monster's body, causing it to turn back into Longxing's body and fly back. Longxing crashed to the ground, his body covered with wounds. He had been heavily injured. Xiao Fu came before him and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Longxing bitterly smiled and shook his head, "No need, I know I'm not a match for you. I wanted to try and force out your full power, but I found that I couldn't do it. I admit defeat." Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "You're not weak either, it's just that compared to me, you're much weaker." Longxing awkwardly smiled as he said, I can't compare to you. I can't compete with you. When are you going to show me your full strength?" Xiao Fu laughed as he said, "I need someone who can make me use my full power." Longxing looked at Long Makro and said, "Next, it's your battle with him. I accept my defeat, and I hope that you can defeat him and become the Demon Dragon Young Master." Apex Book 1, Chapter 184, Battle Formation. Xiao Fu smiled and nodded as he looked at Long Ink Crow. Long Ink Crow looked at Xiao Fu. It was time for their battle to begin. Long Ink Crow said, "You've been through 2 battles and need to recover your strength. I don't want to take advantage of you." Xiao Fu said, "No need. That was just a warm-up." Hearing this, Longxing looked quite awkward. That was just a warm-up, how weak was he? Long Ink Crow said, "All right, let's begin. If you can defeat me, I'll acknowledge you as my sovereign." Xiao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu stood where he was and attacked first. He sent a wave of dragon energy into his left eye's golden pupil, and countless golden chains shot out from the ground towards Long Ink Crow. Caw, 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 Long Ink Crow did not move and a wave of power flowed out as even more dragon crows appeared and circled around Long Ink Crow. They gave off caws and quickly flew towards Xiao Fu. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of sounds rang out as the dragon crows and the chains attacked each other. The chains would either bind the dragon crows or pierce through their bodies. The dragon crows would either rip the chains apart or send them flying. The battle between the 2 sides was evenly matched. Xiao Fu controlled the chains to form a golden dragon, which gave a massive roar as it twisted its body and gave off a terrifying dragon's might as it rushed towards Long Ink Crow. Long Ink Crow controlled the many dragon crows together, and countless rays of black light shot out as a massive black dragon crow appeared. It flapped its wings and gave off terrifying power as it flew towards Xiao Fu. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the massive dragon crow and the golden divine dragon collided. Dazzling light shone out as a shockwave spread out, causing the ground to instantly shatter and many rocks to fly out. Longing Crow was indeed quite powerful, and Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "I'm starting to get serious." In the next second, Zhao Fu's body appeared in front of Longing Crow, and a dragon claw containing immense power swiped towards him. Long Mokro's expression changed, and he hurriedly leaped back. Bang! Zhao Fu clawed at the ground and a terrifying force spread out, causing the ground to crack and collapse, creating a large crater. Dragon Ink Crow, who was in midair, immediately launched an attack. More than a dozen dragon crows appeared beside him and flew towards Zhao Fu rapidly. Then, they exploded, emitting countless black rays of light. However, Zhao Fu's body suddenly appeared in front of Long Moya. His fist contained terrifying power as it punched towards Long Moya's chest. It seemed as if it could destroy a mountain. Dragon Ink Crow did not dodge as he charged towards Zhao Fu. Black scales appeared on one of his hands as he punched towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Bang! The two fists collided and a shockwave spread out for over 1,000 meters, sending the surrounding rocks flying. Zhao Fu retreated a few meters, and Long Moya also retreated a few meters. Long Moya was indeed quite powerful, and if it wasn't for Zhao Fu, he would definitely be the Demon Dragon Crown Prince. More than a dozen dragon crows once again appeared beside him and opened their mouths, and more than a dozen black beams of light shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of power flowed out, forming a wall that blocked the dozens of black beams of light before rushing towards Long Moya. The dragon crows around Long Moya flapped their wings and flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his dragon claw, and 5 claw imprints tore the dragon crows apart. They turned into black motes of light and dissipated, while Long Moya's body disappeared. Zhao Fu looked up and saw Long Moya appear above Zhao Fu's head. His dragon claw brought with it a black light as it clawed at Zhao Fu's head ferociously, as if it could crush Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu did not fear it, and his dragon claw also clawed at Long Moya. The two dragon claws collided, producing a dull sound. Suddenly, a huge dragon crow appeared behind Long Moya. It was more than 1,000 meters long, and it stomped down with its claws. Long Moya's claws also pressed down. Rumble! Zhao Fu seemed to be pressed down by a massive force, and a force spread out. The ground instantly collapsed, and a 10-meter wide crater appeared. Zhao Fu was trapped in the crater. Zhao Fu looked at Long Moya. Boom! A massive force surged out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body ignited with a black demonic flame, which ferociously burned towards Long Moya above him. It could even turn solid rocks into ashes. This demonic flame was created by Zhao Fu using Long Wushui's legacy power. Long Moya emitted a force to protect his body. The dragon crows behind him flapped their wings, and a massive force surged towards Zhao Fu, wanting to blow away that terrifying demonic flame. That terrifying force was indeed terrifying. It blew the demonic flame downwards, and in an instant, it was about to be blown away. Boom! An even more massive force surged out from Zhao Fu's body, and the demonic flame surged up, turning into a huge demonic flame. Not only did it envelop Long Moya's body, but it also enveloped the dragon crows behind him. The terrifying demonic flame started to burn their bodies. Long Moya was startled, and he immediately wanted to retreat. However, Zhao Fu's dragon claw grabbed onto Long Moya's arm, preventing him from retreating. The ferocious demonic flame started to burn Long Moya's body, and the intense pain caused Long Moya to struggle and let out ear-piercing screeches. In less than a moment, the demonic flame had burnt most of Long Moya's body, and the demonic flame started to burn Long Moya's body. At this moment of danger, a rhombus-shaped black crystal appeared on Long Moya's forehead, and a black light barrier quickly spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. This light barrier spread out, and easily suppressed Zhao Fu's demonic flame, causing it to rapidly shrink. Zhao Fu looked at Long Moya in surprise. This light barrier was the power of a domain. Long Moya's hand trembled, and he broke free from Zhao Fu's grasp and flew to the other side. Caw caw caw, tens of thousands of dragon crows appeared in the sky, and they let out a series of screeches. Long Moya's expression turned solemn. I'm going to use all my strength. You should also be prepared. Zhao Fu chuckled, make your move. Long Moya stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhao Fu. Caw caw caw, the countless dragon crows in the sky pounced towards Zhao Fu like a tidal wave, and they brought with them an aura that could destroy everything. Zhao Fu didn't move from his original spot, and a huge black demonic flame ignited. It was like a sea of fire that surged towards the flying dragon crows. The demonic flame was extremely frightening, and the flaming dragon crows fell from the sky one after another. Boom, a huge black sword light slashed down, and the terrifying sword force split the sea of fire into two. Then, it continued to fiercely slash towards Zhao Fu. Countless demonic flames surged in front of Zhao Fu, forming a wall of demonic flames. Book 1, Chapter 185. Boom, the demon flame wall was slashed apart by Zhao Fu's sword, which turned into flames and dissipated. The terrifying sword energy also disappeared. Zhao Fu looked at Long Ink Crow. Long Ink Crow's appearance had greatly changed. There were now black scales on his body, and his hands had become dragon claws. There was also a pair of black wings on his back, and he gave off a powerful aura. Swish, an air-piercing sound rang out as Long Ink Crow grew a pair of black wings and became incredibly fast. It appeared in front of Zhao Fu like a black blur. Just as Zhao Fu was about to act, two pairs of claws appeared in the air. One pair grabbed onto Zhao Fu's arms and one pair grabbed onto Zhao Fu's legs, binding Zhao Fu to the spot. Long Ink Crow rushed in front of Zhao Fu and raised a claw. The claw gave off a black light that formed a black sword of light and slashed towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Boom, in this dangerous moment, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his dragon power. Black scales appeared all over his body, and a terrifying wave of dragon power shattered the claw and sent Long Ink Crow flying back. The surroundings started to burn with a black aura flame, and the domain started to burn. Zhao Fu said seriously, "You're not bad, you're qualified to make me use all of my dragon power." Everyone sensed that terrifying destructive aura, and their hairs stood on end as they felt a chill down their backs. Was this all of his power? He was indeed terrifying. Facing such an opponent, they did not even have the courage to attack. Long Qingzhu and Long Xing looked at Zhao Fu and let out sighs of relief. This person had finally used all of his power. If the demon dragon bloodline could not force him to use all of his power, it would be too embarrassing. They could sense this power. If Zhao Fu used it, they would be defeated by Zhao Fu even more quickly. This was only all of Zhao Fu's dragon power, not all of Zhao Fu's power. Zhao Fu's other powers could not be used in the dragon cave. Long Emoya's expression turned even more solemn. Both of his claws emitted a black light like two lightsabers before flying towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Zhao Fu's body shot out like a cannonball towards Long Emoya. Long Makro held his swords in front of him and swung them forcefully. A crisscrossing sword light slashed out, continuously growing in size as it slashed towards Zhao Fu with terrifying might. Bang, Zhao Fu didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he swung his claws forcefully and tore the intersecting sword lights apart like an invisible giant claw. Ga, flocks of dragon crows once again appeared in the sky. They opened their mouths and shot countless black beams of light towards Zhao Fu. The number of beams of light was innumerable, and the scene was spectacular. Zhao Fu was still fearless and didn't dodge. He charged towards Long Emoya with extreme speed. 9 black dragons appeared around him, each 2 meters long, and flew around him. Bang bang bang, when the black beams of light reached Zhao Fu's body, they were blocked by some sort of energy, while some of the beams of light landed on the ground, blasting open large craters. Zhao Fu led the 9 black dragons and charged in front of Long Emoya. Long Emoya raised his 2 lightsabers and slashed forward with all his might. 2 astonishing sword lights slashed towards Zhao Fu with the power to split the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Zhao Fu's fist emitted a black light as he punched out with all his might. A black fist force shot forward with irresistible force. Bang, there was a huge explosion as the 2 black sword lights were shattered by the punch. They turned into countless rays of light and dissipated. The remnant fist force in the air created a few shockwaves. Long Emoya was also sent flying by the punch and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared above Long Emoya, who was lying on the ground. He clawed at Long Emoya. Countless black lights shot out from Long Emoya's wings. Countless dragon crows attacked Zhao Fu like a black river. Zhao Fu's sharp claws tore the dragon crows in front of him apart. However, the dragon crows kept surging forward, using their claws to peck at Zhao Fu. Hua, a huge demonic flame ignited once again and devoured all the dragon crows like a huge mouth. At this moment, Long Emoya had already started fighting. He pointed one hand at Zhao Fu and a black beam of light shot out. Zhao Fu was caught off guard and was sent flying a few steps back. His body was protected by dragon scales, so he only suffered some light injuries. Zhao Fu continued to charge at Long Emoya. Long Emoya also wanted to charge at Zhao Fu. Seeing him rush over, Zhao Fu vigorously punched towards Long Moya. Long Moya also vigorously punched back, but this time it was not the same as last time. Bang, with a loud bang, Long Mokro was sent flying by the punch. His body flew out like a rubber ball. Bang, there was another muffled sound and Zhao Fu appeared behind Long Emoya. He kicked out and sent Long Emoya flying into the sky. Zhao Fu's body disappeared again and reappeared in the sky. His fist emitted an intense black light, like a black ball of light. Long Emoya's face turned ugly. He hurriedly put his hands in front of him and defended with all his might. Bang, a loud sound was heard as Long Emoya's body plummeted from the sky and smashed into the ground. The ground instantly crumbled and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust dissipated, Long Emoya's mouth was bleeding and he looked heavily injured. Zhao Fu appeared in front of Long Emoya and asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Long Emoya said disappointedly, "There's no need to continue. I don't have a chance to fight back against your full strength." "I acknowledge your strength." Everyone felt that it was a pity, even someone as powerful as Long Moya had been defeated. When that person had unleashed his full power, Long Moya had been defeated. It was as if he had been beaten up by Zhao Fu and had not been able to retaliate at all. This person's full strength was too strong. Long Emoya had been defeated by him. The crowd could not say anything and accepted it wholeheartedly. Zhao Fu had become the demon dragon young master. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He looked at the rest of the people. Who else wants to challenge? There were still some people in the dragon cave, such as the people who had wanted to join forces and the 7 people who had survived the battle. They looked at each other and no one dared to speak. Actually, some people had planned to take advantage of the moment when Zhao Fu and Long Emoya were both injured to suddenly defeat them. They would then become the demon dragon young master. However, they had not expected Zhao Fu to be so strong, nor had they expected Long Emoya to be defeated so easily. Those who had wanted to sneak attack did not even have a chance. They felt that they would be killed if they got close and did not dare to go forward. Long Hongming shouted, "If you don't speak, you will automatically admit defeat and Brother Tianba will become the demon dragon young master." Book 1, Chapter 186 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. You're facing Zhao Fu's immense power, no one dared to challenge him. One person loudly shouted, "His power is extraordinary, how can we compare to him? I admit defeat and support him to become the demon dragon young lord. Apart from him, no one else is more qualified." Now, everyone understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu would definitely become the demon dragon young lord in the future. Since they could not become the demon dragon young lord, they might as well worship him. Everyone else also said, "We also admit defeat and respect you as the demon dragon young lord." Now that no one challenged Zhao Fu, it was finally confirmed that Zhao Fu would become the demon dragon young lord. The entire crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Some people loudly shouted, "Demon dragon young lord," some shouted, "I like you," some shouted, "You're so powerful," and some shouted, "Congratulations." With how powerful Zhao Fu was, he had consecutively defeated the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-ranked geniuses, gaining everyone's recognition and support. Long Hongming smiled, everything had gone as he had expected. Zhao Fu's power was terrifying, and he had directly crushed a few geniuses. Fortunately, he had not started a conflict with him and had instead become good friends with him. It seemed that he had done the right thing. Long Qingzhu, Long Xing, and Long Moya looked at each other. They could not help but feel somewhat disappointed after losing to Zhao Fu. However, they did not feel any resentment. Zhao Fu had defeated them fair and square and was much stronger than them. Long Xing smiled as he said, "Congratulations on becoming the demon dragon young lord. In the future, the demon dragon bloodline will be under your command. I believe that you won't disappoint us." Zhao Fu said confidently, of course. Also, I'm not only going to become the demon dragon bloodline's young lord, but I'm also going to become the desolate ancient dragon clan's young lord. Long Qingzhu could not help but say, you're too arrogant. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, why are you saying that I'm arrogant? What's so difficult about a dragon clan young lord? Long Qingzhu said, what's with your tone? A dragon clan young lord? You're not a member of the primordial ancient dragon race, so how can you be so arrogant? Also, let me remind you that our primordial dragon race is one of the most powerful races in the entire primordial chaos world. We have the power to slay gods and extinguish souls. Becoming the young master of the primordial dragon race is a great honor. You will become a proud son of heaven that will shake the entire primordial chaos world. In fact, you might even be able to change the direction of the world. Don't underestimate the young master of the primordial dragon race. Long Xing smiled, I don't think he has any intentions of looking down on the young master of the dragon race. Now that he has become the young master of our demonic dragon bloodline, he has the qualifications to fight for the position of young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. Long Moya recovered from some of his injuries and stood up, he's very powerful. Even though I forced him to use his full power, I wasn't able to force him to use his full power. I believe that he shouldn't be much weaker than the other members of the dragon race. Compared to the strongest member of the dragon race, Long Nothingness, he's only lacking the desolate ancient dragon star. Long Qingzhu glanced at Zhao Fu and lightly snorted, I don't doubt this fellow's power, and I believe that he has a slight chance of becoming the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race and bringing glory to our demonic dragon bloodline. However, this fellow is too arrogant, and he doesn't place the entire desolate ancient dragon race in his eyes. I've never seen anyone speak like that. Even the most powerful geniuses of the primordial chaos world wouldn't speak like that to him. Long Hongming laughed, this is proof of Brother Qianba's power. I also believe that he will definitely become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race and lead the primordial dragon race to glory. Long Qingzhu glanced at Long Hongming, you worship him too much, so of course you'll say that. However, once you see Long Nothingness's power, you'll change your opinion. Long Hongming did not know where his confidence came from, but he smiled as he said, no matter who it is, they won't be able to compete with Brother Qianba. I believe that he will definitely become the young master of the demon dragon race. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, yes, I don't have any intentions of looking down on the desolate ancient dragon race, but I will become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race in the end. Everyone present looked surprised. Long Qingzhu had already explained it to them, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu would still say such a thing. There were only two possibilities, one was that Zhao Fu was too arrogant, and the other was that he had the strength. Looking at Zhao Fu's mysterious appearance, everyone suddenly felt puzzled, who was Zhao Fu? Although Zhao Fu had a pure desolate ancient demon dragon bloodline, from his appearance and tone, he was not someone from the dragon race. Long Qingzhu asked, just what kind of identity do you have? Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu had become the young master of the demon dragon race, they felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. They only knew that he was the evil dragon's legatee and did not know anything else. Perhaps Zhao Fu had some other terrifying identity. They did not know that Zhao Fu was the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world and had 8 Emperor stars. Even the most powerful geniuses in the outer world would feel immense pressure from him. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, perhaps you'll find out in the future, but I won't say it now. Within the building, Long Yunyun and the others all had happy smiles on their faces. Long Yunyun smiled as she said, I knew that young master would become the young master of the demon dragon race. I'm not wrong, right? Long Qin smiled as she said, indeed, Yunyun had her eyes on young master. We were a bit hesitant, but seeing young master easily defeat Long Moya, we finally understood young master's true strength. Long San smiled as he said, I'm sure master will be very happy after hearing this. She did not choose the wrong person, and young master did not let her down. Now that our young master has become the young master of the demon dragon race, the other experts will give him face in the future, and our master's situation will become better. Long Yunyun said happily, that way, we won't be looked at like that by others. I hate it when they look at us like that. Long Qin smiled as she said, now that young master is the young master of the demon dragon race, who would dare to look at us like that? We won't be bullied by others either. We just hope that Master can quickly undo the seal and come back. Long Yunyun happily nodded. I'm sure that young Master will save Master soon. Long San said, after the young Master of the Demon Dragon race is chosen, it will be the desolate ancient dragon race's young Master selection. I wonder if young Master has the strength to become the young Master of the entire desolate ancient dragon race. If young Master can become the young Master of the entire desolate ancient dragon race, that would be a great surprise. Long Qin smiled as she said, that's right. If that's the case, our young Master will be the #1 person in the desolate ancient dragon race. Just thinking about it makes one happy. Long Yunyun resolutely said, I believe that young Master will also become the young Master of the demon dragon race. Long Qin smiled as she said, I also hope that. Even though the possibility is small, we must wholeheartedly support young Master, no matter what young Master does. Looking at the highest floor, the many experts felt quite complicated about Zhao Fu becoming the young Master of the demon dragon race. Book 1, Chapter 187. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. Firstly, Zhao Fu was Evil Dragon's legatee. They did not like Evil Dragon and were worried that Zhao Fu would cause trouble like Evil Dragon. Secondly, they were quite happy that Zhao Fu was so powerful. As the Demon Dragon's young master, he had to be powerful so that he would not lose face. A middle-aged man asked, what do you think of this matter? A ruddy-faced elder said, what else can we think of? He has defeated everyone and is the future Demon Dragon's young master. Could it be that you want to abolish him? A buxom woman said, that's right. Even if we don't like him, it's useless. We can't abolish him. Right now, we should consider what will happen after he becomes the Demon Dragon's young master. A handsome-looking man said, right now, we only know that he is Long Wushui's legatee and do not know his identity. This person is so powerful, but I have never heard any information about him. Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled. They had indeed overlooked this point and thought that there would be no problem if Zhao Fu was Long Wushui's legatee. The middle-aged man said curiously, hearing you say that, I'm also quite curious about his identity. After this matter is over, we'll have a good talk with him. In the future, he will be the Demon Dragon's young master, so we should understand him. Everyone nodded. Long Hao said, young master was right, it will be easy for this person to become the Demon Dragon's young master. Our plan to ally with him can be realized. Long Hao said with a serious expression, things have exceeded my expectations. Long Hao asked curiously, what's wrong? Long Huiling said, I can't see through this person's strength. He might be stronger than me. If that's the case, I won't be able to control him. Long Hao said in shock, stronger than young master? It can't be, right? Long Huiling said with a frown, it's just a possibility. I haven't fought with him yet, so I can't be sure. However, he's definitely not weaker than me. This time, we might not only have an alliance master but also a powerful competitor. Long Hao looked at Zhao Fu seriously. At this time, Long Huiling said, perhaps this is a good thing. With his strength, his chances of dealing with Void will increase. Long Hao thought for a moment. Right now, the biggest opponent of the Dragon Clan's young master was Long Voidless, who had the support of the desolate ancient Dragon Star. Only by defeating him could one become the young master of the entire desolate ancient Dragon Clan. With how strong Zhao Fu was, it was indeed very advantageous to deal with Long Voidless. The dignified middle-aged man flew down and said, the selection has ended. Everyone else, please leave the Dragon Cave. Young Master Demon Dragon, please stay behind to receive the ancient dragon ancestors' inheritance. This interrupted Long Qingzhu. He glanced at Zhao Fu, but didn't say anything else as he flew out of the Dragon Cave. Next, you'll have to obtain the ancient dragon race's inheritance. Your bloodline and dragon power will regress, and you'll have even greater power. Zhao Fu replied with a smile, thank you. Dragon Lord smiled and flew out of the Dragon Cave. Dragon Ink Crow glanced at Zhao Fu and flew out as well. Everyone else also left, and in the end, only Zhao Fu was left. Zhao Fu looked around curiously and didn't know how the ancient dragon ancestor's inheritance would be passed down to him. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of dragon power spread out. Under this wave of dragon power, countless people felt as small as ants and didn't have any thoughts of resisting. This massive wave of dragon power flowed out from the dragon cave, and some runes appeared on the ground and stretched out in all directions. Some dragon inscriptions also appeared on the stone walls. Within the dragon cave, Xiaofu felt immense pressure. This wave of dragon power was so powerful that it made him feel powerless. This dragon power surpassed ordinary higher beings. The experts at the top looked at Xiaofu. Even though Xiaofu had passed the selection to become the demon dragon young master, if he couldn't even withstand the ancient dragon ancestors' inheritance, he wouldn't have the qualifications to become the demon dragon young master. Boom! The terrifying wave of dragon power landed on Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding space to distort and the ground beneath Xiaofu's feet to crack. If he could use other powers, with Xiaofu's powerful bloodline, he would be able to resist. However, since he could only use the dragon race's power, it would be quite difficult. Xiaofu didn't hesitate and released all of his dragon power. Countless black scales appeared on his body, and his hands and feet became dragon claws. He also grew a dragon tail and a dragon horn. He had become a true dragon person. After becoming a dragon person, the massive wave of dragon power seemed to become much weaker and wasn't as terrifying as before. At that moment, Xiaofu seemed to be in another space. It was completely dark around him, and there was a massive demon dragon beneath Xiaofu's feet. It was unknown just how big this demon dragon was, but its body was coiled up and it looked incredibly powerful. Its body was covered with ink-black scales, and its 4 dragon claws seemed to be made of steel. The mane at its neck was very long and extended to its waist. There were many forked dragon horns on its head, and there were 4 eyes on its head. When Xiaofu saw this demon dragon of unknown size and sensed its boundless dragon's might, he felt quite shocked. The demon dragon in front of Xiaofu was most likely the ancient demon dragon ancestor's corpse. Before, Xiaofu had sensed that there was something at the bottom of the dragon cave, and it seemed that it was most likely the ancient demon dragon ancestor's corpse. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the demon dragon's body gave off countless traces of black aura and surged towards Xiaofu, covering Xiaofu's body. Within the dragon cave, large amounts of demonic qi flowed out from the bottom of the dragon cave, slowly wrapping around Xiaofu's body and forming an egg shape. The demonic qi became more and more corporeal, turning into an enormous black dragon egg. Xiaofu felt his body go through massive changes. Just as Dragon Lord had said, his dragon power and dragon race bloodline started to revert, and an even more terrifying power rose up from within Xiaofu's body. The people outside the dragon cave looked at the enormous dragon egg and started to wait. This dragon egg was equivalent to having Xiaofu hatch again and again. After hatching, Xiaofu would go through new changes and obtain some dragon ancestors' bloodline and dragon ancestors' power, which would greatly suppress ordinary dragons. They did not know how long it would take for Xiaofu to hatch, but the longer it took, the more dragon ancestors' bloodline it would have. Everyone waited expectantly, but after a few hours, there was no reaction at all. This caused everyone to feel quite startled. Normally, the dragon egg would hatch in a few hours, so why was there no reaction at all? Everyone could not understand, so they waited for a few more hours, from day to night, but there was still no reaction. The experts all felt quite shocked. Before, it was said that the longer it hatched, the better it would be. That way, the dragon ancestors' bloodline and power would be even greater. Book 1, End of Book 1. Now that Xiaofu had been incubating for so long, it meant that Xiaofu would become even more powerful after obtaining the dragon ancestors' bloodline. Everyone continued to wait in anticipation. However, on the second day, there was still no reaction from the dragon egg, making everyone feel even more shocked. Just how powerful was the dragon ancestors' bloodline that Xiaofu wanted to obtain? On the third day, everyone continued to wait, wanting to see Xiaofu, who had finished incubating. The various experts looked at the dragon cave seriously. The dragon egg had not hatched in 3 days. If this went on, that person might become the most powerful demon dragon young lord. On the 4th day, everyone looked at the dragon egg with excitement and shock. It had already been 4 days, and the dragon egg had not hatched. Just how powerful would Xiaofu's bloodline be if he successfully incubated? On the 5th day, Long Yunyun looked at the massive black dragon egg with wide eyes and asked curiously, "When will young lord be able to successfully incubate?" Long Qin smiled as she said, the longer, the better. That way, the young lord will have supreme dragon power. Long San also laughed as he said, that's right, at that time, our young lord will have the ability to fight for the position of desolate ancient dragon clan's young lord. I hope that young lord will become the young lord of the entire desolate ancient dragon clan and have the entire desolate ancient dragon clan submit to him. How glorious and glorious that would be. Long Yunyun happily nodded. On the 6th day, Long Qingzhu looked serious as she said, I have to admit that he's much more powerful than me. It's already the 6th day, and he still hasn't finished incubating. If it was me, I would have incubated in at most 1 day. Long Qing looked at the dragon egg as he said seriously, the longer he incubates, the greater his potential. I also incubate in at most 2 days. His potential is many times mine, and he's more suitable to become the demon dragon young lord than me. Long Qingqing sighed as she said, AI. He's so powerful and has such great potential. In the future, the gap between us will only grow larger and larger, and I might not be able to catch up to him. Long Moya, do you have the confidence to catch up to him? Long Moya's expression was cold as he said, if he hadn't obtained the ancient dragon ancestor's legacy, I would have a trace of a chance. Now that he has obtained the legacy, I feel that it's impossible for me to catch up to him, unless I can become the next demon dragon young lord and obtain the dragon ancestor's legacy. Long Qingqing smiled and said, now that you've said that, I'm relieved. On the 7th day, Long Hao said, young master, it's already the 7th day and it still hasn't hatched. Back then, young master hatched on the 5th day. Long Huiling nodded, yes, the facts have proven that my potential is inferior to his. Long Hao hurriedly said, with young master's extraordinary talent, how could it be inferior to him? I think that there might be some reason why he hasn't hatched for so long. Moreover, potential doesn't represent strength. I still believe that young master can become the desolate dragon clan's young master. Long Huiling said indifferently, you don't have to say that. I know it clearly. Long Hao glanced at Long Huiling when he heard this, but he didn't say anything because he started to worry in his heart. It was the 8th day. The dignified middle-aged man said in a deep voice, it has been so long and it still hasn't hatched. Just how terrifying is that person's potential? I don't think there has ever been anyone in our lineage who didn't hatch on the 8th day. The mature-looking woman said, Long Wushui's luck is really good. He was sealed but he still found such a shocking legatee. Why don't I have such luck? I'm really envious of him. If only my legatee was half as good as him. The ruddy-faced old man said, this is indeed enviable. I wonder how Long Wushui found him. If this person's potential matures, he will definitely become even more powerful than Long Wushui. A bearded middle-aged man said, in the future, he will be our demon dragon bloodline's young master. We must nurture him with all our strength. Most importantly, we can't let him become someone like Long Wushui. Otherwise, even the strongest genius will fall. The dignified middle-aged man nodded, I think that this is feasible. I believe that he doesn't have a deep relationship with Long Wushui. We can properly nurture him and let him become someone on our side and not someone like Long Wushui. The old man also nodded, I agree. He can only go so far with our support. I look forward to the day he ascends to the immortal world. The mature-looking woman smiled and said, I also agree. If he sees me as his master, I'm even more willing. On the 9th day, everyone couldn't help but start discussing, and their faces were filled with excitement and agitation. Wow! It was already the 9th day, but he still hadn't hatched. It had been too long. He was so excited to see what kind of changes would happen after he hatched. Yeah. There are very few things that can make me so excited. My heart can't help but race. This matter will definitely shake the entire desolate ancient dragon race. What do you mean shocking the primordial dragon race? I want to shock the entire primordial chaos world. I want everyone to know that a shocking genius has appeared in our demonic dragon bloodline. That's right. Previously, our demonic dragon bloodline didn't have a young master, and we were even ridiculed by the other dragon clans. Now that we have such a powerful young master, they definitely have nothing to say. I support him to become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. It's useless no matter who objects. I will definitely support him. Me too. I really like him and worship him. I don't think he's much weaker than Long Voidless. I wonder if he can awaken the desolate ancient dragon star. If he can, he'll definitely be stronger than Long Voidless. It's hard to say. The desolate ancient dragon star is the supreme star of our race, and it's also the star that protects our race. Awakening it will be very, very difficult. Right. That Long Voidless was born with a vision, and then he awakened the desolate ancient dragon star. It can be said that he was born with the desolate ancient dragon star, and he's a natural king. Our young master doesn't have any stars, so he can only awaken it after birth. Ai. It's much harder to awaken it after birth than before, but it's still possible. After all, today is the 9th day. Maybe he can awaken the desolate ancient dragon star. I hope so too. I will fully support him. He will become the strongest young master in the history of our demonic dragon race. Countless people waited here. No one wanted to leave. They wanted to witness this historic day. Time passed bit by bit. It was the 10th day. 9 days was a limit. On the 10th day, this limit was broken, and everything returned to 0. The 10th day also had the meaning of 0 days. At this time, the huge black dragon egg finally showed some changes. Countless people widened their eyes in excitement as they stared at the dragon egg. Peak Book 1, Chapter 189 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. The dragon egg flashed with many dragon inscriptions, and a massive wave of power spread out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Crack, a clear cracking sound rang out as a crack appeared on the massive dragon egg within the dragon cave. The crack continuously spread out as the dragon egg started to shatter, and boundless black light shot out from the dragon egg. An even more terrifying power covered the surroundings. The heavens and earth changed as the winds and clouds surged. At that moment, all the humans and dragons in the dragon territory sensed something and looked in that direction. What's going on in that direction? Why are there such terrifying ripples? I'm not sure either, but the ripples were so great that they affected the entire dragon territory. Something big must have happened. That's where the demon dragon bloodline is. Could it be that the demon dragon bloodline has caused some trouble? I heard that the demon dragon bloodline's young lord hasn't hatched yet. This ripple is most likely caused by that demon dragon young lord. I've heard about this before, that demon dragon young lord hasn't hatched even after 9 days, he's most likely another shocking genius. I've also heard about this before. That demon dragon young lord's power is incredibly terrifying. He was able to easily defeat Long Ink Crow. He's most likely one of the top geniuses in the primordial dragon race. Is that so? I've seen Long Ink Crow before. He has strength that doesn't belong to ordinary dragon young lords. I thought that the demon dragon young lord would be him. I never thought that it would be someone else. By now, the sky had become pitch black, as if it had been covered by a black cloth. The light was extremely dim, and there seemed to be no sound in the surroundings at all. It was completely silent, and this silence could make people feel afraid. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive dragon egg completely shattered. A massive orb of black light containing an immense aura shot into the sky, and a black wave of light spread out. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon's roar sounded out, and no matter how far away they were, everyone felt their ears hurt. It was as if such a loud dragon's roar had sounded out right next to their ears, and their hearts were shaken by this dragon's roar. Some of the weaker people felt their legs go limp, and they collapsed to the ground. All of the primordial dragon race's experts' expressions fell. They felt that this dragon's roar was simply too terrifying. What sort of dragon could give off such a terrifying dragon's roar? The desolate ancient wood dragon's young lord Long Qinghong's expression was quite serious as the ancient wood dragon ancestral bloodline within his body uncontrollably roiled. He felt a massive threat, and this was the first time he had felt how terrifying Zhao Fu was. The primordial dragon race's young lord was a healthy-looking woman with a mature figure and had short, fi-colored hair. Long Huiyan's primordial dragon race's primordial dragon long, dragon, and was dragon, and had, and the primordial metal dragon was a cold-looking young man with 2 metallic dragon horns on his head that gave off a metallic sharpness. He was called Long Jinya. The primordial dragon race's young lord was a fair-skinned fatty, and as he looked in Zhao Fu's direction, the primordial dragon's primordial dragon bloodline seemed to stop flowing, and he felt an icy coldness and a trace of fear in his heart. The primordial dragon race's young lord was a fair-skinned fatty, and as he looked in Zhao Fu's direction, the primordial dragon bloodline in his body seemed to stop flowing, and he felt an icy coldness and a trace of fear in his heart. He was called Long Sui, and he said fearfully, "This demon dragon race's young lord is truly terrifying. I might not be a match for him. It's best not to offend someone as terrifying as him." A well-built man whose body gave off violet lightning also looked in Zhao Fu's direction with a serious expression. He was the primordial dragon race's young lord, Long Lang. The primordial dragon bloodline in his body started to become restless, and he wanted to rush over and fight. Long Lang thought to himself, "This person's strength is extremely terrifying. At the very least, he's not weaker than me. There's another powerful competitor for the primordial dragon race's young lord position. However, I definitely can't lose. No matter who it is, I will defeat him." On a stone platform, a white-clothed, cold-looking man sat cross-legged. A three-colored light shone on his body, causing this man to have a celestial spiritual aura. He was the primordial dragon race's strongest expert, the person who owned the primordial dragon star, Long Shiwu. Long Shiwu opened his eyes and looked in Zhao Fu's direction. Not only did his bloodline surge, but his primordial dragon star also trembled. This was the first time someone had done something like this. Long Shiwu had been cultivating here the entire time and did not know what was happening outside, nor did he know anything about Zhao Fu. He asked, "Master, what's going on outside?" An ancient voice sounded out, "The primordial dragon race's young lord has completed his transformation. Since he can cause such a huge commotion, he might be a formidable opponent for you." Long Shiwu replied seriously, He is indeed a great threat to me, but I won't lose to him. This time, the primordial dragon race's young lord is mine." That ancient voice laughed as he said, "Master also believes in you. You're a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in our sky dragon race." Back above the dragon cave. This time, a massive demon dragon appeared. Its body was tall and slender, and it was covered with ink-black scales. Its 4 dragon claws seemed to be made of steel, and the mane on its neck was very long, extending to its waist. There were many forked dragon horns on its head, and there were 2 terrifying eyes on its head. Zhao Fu had obtained an extremely powerful demon dragon ancestral bloodline, so he looked quite similar to the ancestral dragon. Everyone looked at the demon dragon in the sky and sensed his powerful aura. Their bloodlines seemed to want to submit to him, and they did not dare to resist him. It was as if they were looking at their ancestors. This was the suppression of a powerful bloodline. The various demon dragon races experts looked at Zhao Fu's appearance in the sky and felt quite shocked. They could tell that Zhao Fu had obtained a lot of dragon ancestral bloodline, and this was the first time someone had obtained so much dragon ancestral bloodline. After obtaining so much dragon ancestral bloodline, the dragon ancestral power he would have would surpass their imaginations. The various experts felt quite excited and happy. Zhao Fu had not disappointed them. Zhao Fu would definitely surpass them in the future and become the demon dragon race's strongest expert. He would also bring the demon dragon race to glory. Zhao Fu was also quite happy in the sky. This powerful demon dragon ancestral bloodline was very useful to him, causing his various aspects to greatly improve. His dragon power became stronger and purer. The key was that Zhao Fu had also obtained the demon dragon ancestor's origin blood. Ordinarily, demon dragon race's young lords would obtain some dragon ancestral bloodline and dragon power, but they would not be passed down. However, Zhao Fu was different. After obtaining the dragon ancestor's origin blood, Zhao Fu's bloodline would also pass down the demon dragon ancestor's power and bloodline. Apex Book 1, Chapter 190 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. The demon dragon race's power and bloodline were the demon dragon race's top-tier bloodline and dragon power. If everyone knew that Zhao Fu could inherit this power, they would definitely be incredibly shocked and would think of all sorts of ways to obtain this bloodline from Zhao Fu. As for the desolate ancient dragon star, even though Zhao Fu fulfilled the requirements in terms of power, bloodline, and fate, he was unable to awaken the desolate ancient dragon star. Zhao Fu guessed that it was related to his 8 supreme emperor stars. Zhao Fu's 8 Emperor Stars were the supreme Emperor Stars of a large race, while the desolate ancient Dragon Star was only the Dragon race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu's supreme Emperor Star was superior to the desolate ancient Dragon Star, so he could not awaken it. Another reason was that the Devil race's supreme Emperor Star that Zhao Fu had obtained was a Devil Star that belonged to the Dragon race. However, he was a heaven-awakened world dragon, so he might be affected by the desolate ancient Dragon Star. If he wanted to awaken an Emperor Star in the outer world, Zhao Fu felt that the Emperor Star had to be no weaker than the Supreme Emperor Star, or else it would be suppressed by the Supreme Emperor Star and would not be able to awaken it. Moreover, there should not be any conflicts, or else he might not be able to awaken it. If there were no such obstructions, the instant that Zhao Fu successfully hatched, the desolate ancient Dragon Star would have descended. Zhao Fu was not disappointed because it was not an Emperor Star on the same level as the Supreme Emperor Star, so Zhao Fu did not want it. The various experts felt quite disappointed that Zhao Fu had not awakened the desolate ancient Dragon Star. They had expected that Zhao Fu would awaken the desolate ancient Dragon Star, but he had not. The abnormal signs around him disappeared, and Zhao Fu turned back into his human form. He landed near the Dragon Cave, and everyone excitedly crowded over. Some congratulated Zhao Fu, some tried to curry favor with Zhao Fu, and some worshipped Zhao Fu. Right now, Zhao Fu was undoubtedly the most popular person in the Demon Dragon bloodline. Dragon Insignia Spirit looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Let's go." Long Hao asked curiously, "Isn't young master going to have a good talk with him?" Long Huiling said, "The plan has changed. Now that he has obtained so much ancestral dragon blood, his strength may surpass mine. Let's talk about this later." Long Hao thought for a moment and nodded. Long Yunyan threw herself into Zhao Fu's arms and happily said, "Young master, you're too awesome. I really like you." Long San smiled and said, "Congratulations, young master." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before saying, "Let's go back." Long San and the others nodded their heads happily. Zhao Fu had become the young master of the Demon Dragon clan, and had also obtained such a powerful blood of the dragon ancestor. This was a great thing, and they needed to properly celebrate it. At this time, many of the higher-ups personally walked up to Zhao Fu. "We have something to discuss with you." Zhao Fu looked at everyone and nodded with a smile. Arriving at a large hall, the dignified middle-aged man said politely, "Please take a seat." Zhao Fu nodded and sat on a chair by the side. Everyone else also sat on other chairs and smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu asked, "What have you come to find me for?" The dignified middle-aged man said, "We want to understand your identity, as well as your relationship with Long Wu Shui." Zhao Fu said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal my identity, please forgive me." Everyone present was a higher being, and Zhao Fu would not be able to fool them with a random identity. As such, he did not plan on lying to them. An elderly man chuckled as he said, "It's all right, we don't care who you were before. Now that you have pure ancient Demon Dragon clan blood, you're a member of our clan. Don't worry, we'll fully support your cultivation." The tall woman also smiled as she said, "That's right, it's all right. What's important is that you're now a member of our Demon Dragon bloodline." Now that Zhao Fu had such terrifying potential and talent, everyone was naturally not willing to kick Zhao Fu out. Zhao Fu smiled as he bowed, "Many thanks, everyone." Seeing how humble and courteous Zhao Fu was, everyone felt that he was easy to get along with. He was not as ferocious as Long Wu Shui, and it seemed that he was not the same kind of person as Long Wu Shui. The dignified middle-aged man said, "How's your relationship with your master?" Thinking about how Long Wu Shui hated him, Zhao Fu guessed that they were enemies. However, Zhao Fu naturally would not say that, so he smiled as he said, "Not bad." The dignified middle-aged man said, "You should know what kind of person your master is. We're also worried that you'll become like her, and you won't have a good ending." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, everyone. Even though I'm her legatee, I believe that she deserves it. I won't become like her." Hearing this, everyone felt at ease. Before, they had been worried about this matter, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu would be better than they had expected. The dignified middle-aged man smiled as he said, "We're at ease now that you've said that. In the future, if you have any needs, just tell us. There's no need to be courteous. In the future, the Demon Dragon bloodline will be under your leadership." Xiao Fu smiled as he nodded. The elderly man said, I heard that your master still has 100 years left before she can undo her seal. Xiao Fu replied, that's right. The elderly man said, then do you want your master to undo her seal now? If you want, we can help her. However, in the future, you can't have any relationship with her. You need to stay by our side and receive our nurturing. If you let her out early, he would be eaten alive. Xiao Fu hurriedly refused, there's no need. Master should be punished for her evil deeds. Moreover, 100 years isn't a very long time. Seeing how sensible Xiao Fu was, everyone smiled in approval. Of course, they did not want to release Long Wu Shui, but thinking about how she was Xiao Fu's master, Xiao Fu would definitely ask them to release Long Wu Shui. As such, they decided to speak first. The elderly man smiled as he said, there's something else I need to remind you of. Even though you're different from your master, you're still her legatee. As such, you need to be careful of the Sorcerer Land's people in the future. Back then, your master charged into the Sorcerer Land and killed many people, causing great harm to the Sorcerer Land. In the end, she was sealed by the Sorcerer Land's Sorcerer Lord. The Sorcerer race is a race that has existed since ancient times, and they're not any weaker than our desolate ancient dragon race. Especially when the Sorcerer Lord is around. Our desolate ancient dragon clan doesn't want to offend the Sorcerer clan. Otherwise, if anyone tries to seal someone from our desolate ancient dragon clan, we'll immediately undo the seal and not let them stay there forever. Xiao Fu smiled as he said, I understand. Perhaps they did not know that Xiao Fu had become a sorcerer's son and had the right to go to the Sorcerer Land to obtain the Sorcerer Lord's legacy, which was the legacy of the person who had sealed Long Wu Shui. As such, Xiao Fu definitely did not need to worry about them. Now that he knew that the sorcerer race was not any weaker than the desolate ancient dragon race, their legacy would definitely be terrifying. This made Xiao Fu even more determined to go to the Sorcerer Land. Apex Book 1, Xiao Fu. After the various experts chatted about some things, they ended their conversation amicably, and Xiao Fu returned to the Dragon Palace. Because Xiao Fu had become the demon dragon young master, Long San brought Aracina and the other women to Xiao Fu, and everyone celebrated in the Dragon Palace. Long Yunyun happily hugged Xiao Fu and said, Young master. Now that you've become the demon dragon young master, you should be able to save master, right? Long San and the others looked at Xiao Fu. What they wanted the most was to undo Long Wu Shui's seal. Xiao Fu had expected them to ask this, but she definitely would not release Long Wu Shui. He smiled as he said, there's no need to rush, that seal is extremely powerful, and I heard that there's a shaman secretly guarding it. We'll have to wait for a while. Oh. Long Yunyun replied in disappointment. The others did not suspect Xiao Fu, as Xiao Fu was the person they trusted the most. A few days later, Xiao Fu used his identity as the demon dragon young master to benefit himself. It would be a pity if he did not use such a prestigious and terrifying identity. The first was to search for bronze shards. Back then, Xiao Fu did not directly ask for them from the various experts, mainly because he was worried that his identity would be exposed. Now, he could use his identity to secretly ask if there were any bronze shards. Because Xiao Fu had become the demon dragon young master, there were countless people who wanted to curry favor with him, and there were all sorts of people who wanted to see Xiao Fu. Some people even sent bronze shards to Xiao Fu, but it was a pity that they were not what Xiao Fu wanted. He continued to ask around in the demon dragon clan, but he did not find any that met his requirements. However, Xiao Fu had obtained some domains. Xiao Fu's evil immortal domain needed to devour all sorts of domains in order to become stronger. Only then could the evil immortal domain reach the 5th stage and continue to refine all sorts of bloodlines. Although Long Ink Crow had grasped the Dragon Crow domain previously, his status was too honorable. It would be very disadvantageous for Xiao Fu to attack him. Therefore, Xiao Fu did not attack Long Ink Crow in the Dragon Cave. This time, Xiao Fu heard that there was a demon domain in a certain place. It was said that a very powerful demon had left behind a demon domain after its death. Normally, some people who cultivated demon-type cultivation techniques would go there to cultivate, and the effects would be several times better. The stronger the domain, the better it was for Xiao Fu. After hearing this news, Xiao Fu quickly flew towards that place. That place was not in the dragon territory, but near it. Zhao Fu quickly arrived at the place and saw that the ground was full of potholes, which should have been caused by a fierce battle. It was a long time ago, but there was still a trace of demonic qi left. It could be seen that the demon was very powerful. Stepping into it, Zhao Fu felt as if he had arrived in another world. In this world, the moon was the color of blood, and the ground was dark. There were all sorts of hidden dangers all around. This was the domain that the demon had left behind. Zhao Fu continued to fly forward. The domain itself was an illusory thing, and it needed a physical body to exist. If he could find that physical body, Zhao Fu would be able to devour the domain. Roar, 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 loud roars sounded out, and some leopard-like, ox-horned, black-furred demonic beasts rushed out from the side, fiercely pouncing at Zhao Fu. These were all demonic beasts transformed from the domain. There was no benefit in killing them. The key was that no matter how many you killed, they would never be completely killed. They would just appear again after a while. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use the 10,000 snake domain that he had devoured to test its power. The evil immortal domain was something that blocked Zhao Fu's bloodline. Its power was very terrifying, and it could continuously evolve. Back then, the first evil immortal had devoured 1,000 domains and fused them into the 1,000 Heaven Purgatory domain. The 1,000 Heaven Purgatory was formed by the fusion of 1,000 domains. Its strength and power were hundreds of times that of an ordinary domain, and it could almost compare to the real world. It could turn illusory things in the domain into physical bodies, including the creatures created by the domain. If one entered the 1,000 Heaven Purgatory without permission, it would be like experiencing 1,000 worlds. Many people who enter the domain would immediately get lost and eventually die in the 1,000 Heaven Purgatory. Back then, the first evil immortal relied on the 1,000 Heaven Purgatory to easily destroy a large country. It was an invincible place, and ordinary powerhouses would not be able to break this domain. A black barrier of light spread out, and countless 1.5-meter-long black snakes appeared on the ground. They twisted their bodies and let out hissing sounds. There was a dense mass, and it was impossible to count them clearly. The scene was very terrifying, and it would cause one's hair to stand on end. The many demonic beasts quickly pounced over, and the countless black snakes around Zhao Fu also quickly attacked them. The black snakes opened their mouths and bit the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts let out pained cries, and their bodies collapsed before finally dissipating. Zhao Fu did not care about these demonic beasts and led the tens of thousands of black snakes forwards. The black snakes flooded forwards like a tide, killing all creatures in front of them. At the center of the demon domain, a group of people sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. Traces of demonic qi wrapped around their bodies, and they were currently cultivating within the domain. Boom, a young man gave off large amounts of demonic qi, and a pair of demon horns grew out of his forehead. His body gave off a terrifying demonic qi. The people next to him opened their eyes and looked at that young man in shock. An ugly young man called out, "Moyi has cultivated the 9 demonic powers, he's become so powerful." A woman with a scar on her face said, "How enviable, I've cultivated here for 3 years but have not been able to cultivate it." Another cold-looking young man said, "After cultivating the 9 demonic powers, he's even more powerful than ordinary geniuses. No one here is a match for him." At that moment, the person called Moyi opened his eyes and gave a trace of a faint smile. The ugly young man laughed as he called out, "Congratulations, Moyi." Moyi smiled and nodded, "If you continue to cultivate, you'll also be able to grasp the 9 demonic powers, there's no need to envy me." The woman with a scar on her face said, "Who wouldn't be envious? You've only cultivated here for 3 months, yet you've grasped the 9 demonic powers. Some people can't grasp it even after cultivating for many years. It seems that geniuses are indeed geniuses, others simply cannot compare to you." Moyi smiled as he said, "I'm going to continue to enter the depths of the domain and see if I can obtain a trace of the 9 demonic powers. If I can grasp this domain, that would be for the best." The cold-looking young man said in shock, "You still want to enter the depths of the domain? You want to grasp the 9 demonic powers?" The others also looked at Moyi in shock. It was extremely dangerous to go deeper into the domain, and there were less than 10 people who could control the power of the 9 devils. Even if they had the power of the 9 devils, they could still be demonized. Ordinary people did not dare to go there, so they chose to cultivate here. Book 1, Chapter 192 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. The scarred woman asked, "Are you confident? People might die if they go in." Moyi said seriously, "I have to go in. Even though grasping the 9 demon power can make me stronger, only by grasping the 9 demon power source can I compare to those true geniuses." A young man said in admiration, "I support you. It's a pity that my talent is mediocre, or else I would also want to go in." The scarred woman said caringly, "Be careful there, we won't stop you." Moyi smiled as he said, "Thank you for your concern, I'll be careful." SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Suddenly, countless hissing sounds rang out, causing the countless cultivators to wake up. Their hairs stood on end as they looked back and saw countless black snakes crawling over. What's going on? Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone felt quite startled. The countless black snakes continued to crawl forwards, and everyone immediately stood up and looked at the black snakes in fear. They could sense an aura of death from the black snakes. Moyi and the others looked at the black snakes seriously, preparing to receive their attacks. However, the black snakes suddenly stopped, and a black-cloaked man appeared in front of everyone. He stood in the middle of the snakes as if he was the master of all of them. Everyone thought to themselves, "Who is this person? It feels so terrifying." Zhao Fu looked at everyone and was not interested in them at all as he continued to walk forwards. The black snakes continued to crawl forwards but did not seem to have any intentions of harming them. Everyone did not dare to act rashly, and they stood there stiffly, allowing the black snakes to crawl past them. In the end, Zhao Fu walked past them and entered the depths of the domain. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The ugly young man said in fear, "I don't know who that person is, but I feel that if he wanted to, he could kill all of them." The scarred woman said, "This is a true genius, he has unimaginable power." Moyi said in a low voice, "That's why I want to go in. Only by grasping the 9 demon power source can I compare to such a person and not be mediocre." The gloomy-looking man said seriously, "I also want to go in and have a look. I feel that this person is far more powerful than ordinary geniuses and might cause some changes. Perhaps following behind him will give us some benefits." The youth smiled and said, "I also want to go in and fight one last time." Moyi said, "Then let's go in together so that we can look after each other." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, they did not immediately enter the depths of the domain. Instead, they waited for a while before entering. The main reason was that they were afraid of angering that terrifying person in front of them. After entering the depths of the domain, everyone looked quite confused because they did not encounter anything, nor did they encounter any magical beasts. Everyone understood that it was not that this place was not dangerous but that all of the dangers had been eliminated by that person. The domain power here was far stronger than that of the outside world. Cultivating here would be several times faster. Naturally, they did not choose to cultivate here and continued forward. Not long after, they saw a terrifying scene. One by one, the demons fell to the ground in pain. The black snakes were tightly biting the demons, and the bodies of the demons were wrapped around them. The demons, who should have been ferocious and terrifying, couldn't resist the black snakes at all. In the end, he died in a painful struggle, turning into numerous black specks of light and disappearing. After the black snakes bit the demons to death, they continued to crawl forwards. The youth said in shock, "These are demons from the depths of the domain and have the power of 9 demons. It would be very difficult for me to defeat a single demon, yet that person killed so many of them at once. This is simply too shocking." Moyi said, "This is the difference between us and him." The scarred woman sighed and said, "With such a terrifying genius coming here, something strange might really happen. We should hurry up and follow him." Everyone continued to follow behind him. Zhao Fu walked forward step by step, and the black snake surged forwards like a tide, while the demons retreated in fear. The black snakes leapt up from the ground and opened their mouths to bite the demons. The demons waved their claws, tearing the black snakes into pieces. However, even more black snakes pounced at the demons, biting their bodies. The demons painfully wanted to tear the black snakes off, but the black snakes devoured the demons' power. The demons weakened even faster and eventually died as well. Xiaofu did not make a move and used the black snakes to deal with the demons. The black snakes themselves were condensed from a domain and could restrain these demons, which was why Xiaofu was so relaxed. He continued to walk forwards. In the end, Xiaofu came to a flat ground. In front of him lay a massive demon. This demon had a cow's head, a pair of demon horns, and a human body. Its hands were like sharp claws, and it gave off a very powerful aura. This was the demon that had died here before, but this demon was not a corporeal or living thing, but an illusion formed from power. The demon's main body was a pair of demon horns on its head. This pair of demon horns was most likely left behind by the demon that had died here, and it was the core of the entire domain. If Xiaofu devoured the demon horns, he would be able to devour the demon domain. Mo Yi and the others carefully stood in the distance, looking at Xiaofu and the demons. This was their first time here, and they revealed shocked expressions. The cold-looking man said in shock, "We came here to obtain the demon domain core. If he obtains the domain core, the domain will disappear in the future, and no one will be able to obtain the power of 9 demons." The scarred woman sighed, "Even though I'm quite reluctant for the domain to disappear, I can't stop that person." Mo Yi said disappointedly, "If we obtain the domain core, we will be able to obtain the demon domain and the pure source power of 9 demons. It's a pity that I can't take it away with my strength. I originally wanted to see if I could obtain a trace, but now I don't have a chance." The young man said, "Don't worry about this place is filled with the pure power of 9 demons, and cultivating here is more than 10 times faster than outside. Moreover, there is no danger, so let's first grasp the power of 9 demons. Moreover, that person might not be able to defeat the demon and take away the demon horns, so we still have a chance." The scarred woman smiled as she said, "Cultivating here is very beneficial to us. Mo Yi, you can continue to strengthen the power of 9 demons in your body, and it will be easier for you to comprehend the power of 9 demons here." Mo Yi nodded. They had no other choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground and quickly cultivate. Demonic qi surrounded their bodies, causing their power to quickly increase. Xiaofu looked at the demon and prepared to attack it. Book 1, Chapter 193 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123 The black snakes on the ground jumped up and shot towards the demon snake, tearing through the air. The demon immediately woke up and let out a loud roar. The huge sound wave sent many of the black snakes flying. Xiaofu's expression did not change as he controlled the black snakes to quickly crawl towards the demon. The demon gave off a massive wave of black energy as it ferociously rushed towards Xiaofu. Each step it took left a footprint on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The black snakes biting towards it were sent flying by that wave of energy, unable to get close to the demon's body. The demon came closer and closer to Xiaofu. The black snakes around Xiaofu quickly gathered, forming a massive black snake that gave off a massive hiss. It was incredibly fast and bit towards the demon like a black blur. Boom, a massive sound rang out as the demon grabbed onto the black snake's upper jaw with one hand and grabbed onto the black snake's lower jaw with the other, causing it to take a step back. The demon grabbed onto the black snake's mouth, and the massive black snake quickly wrapped around the demon's body. It continued to tighten, wanting to strangle the massive demon to death. The demon grabbed onto the black snake's mouth and vigorously struggled, but it could not break free from the black snake. Roar! The demon raised its head and roared as a rune that looked like a 9 appeared between its eyebrows. A terrifying power exploded out from the demon's body, and a black aura flame ignited around its body. The demon struggled with its hands, sending the black snake flying. Mo Yi and the others, who were cultivating, were immediately woken up and looked at the demon in shock. This was the purest 9 demon power, it was indeed terrifying. It was the first time everyone had seen such a terrifying 9 demon power. It was dozens of times more powerful than what they had absorbed, and it was even purer. Only someone with the 9 demon power source could use it. The cold-looking young man said, "That person forced the demon to use the 9 demon power, and the density of the 9 demon power is rapidly increasing. Everyone, hurry up and cultivate, and you'll be able to grasp this power soon." Everyone quickly nodded, this was a good opportunity for them. SSS, the black snake that had been sent flying gave a hiss and savagely continued to rush towards the demon. Bang, a loud noise rang out. The demon punched out with all his might, and the terrifying fist energy directly blew up the black snake's head. The headless body of the snake did not collapse or dissipate. Instead, a black aura gushed out from the severed neck of the snake. 2 snake heads darted out of the black mist and bit at the demon like lightning. The demon threw 2 more punches, and the terrifying power shattered the 2 snake heads that bit over. Swish swish swish, in that instant, 5 snake heads grew out of the severed neck and quickly bit at the demon. The demon punched out a few times and destroyed 4 of the snake heads. However, there was still 1 snake head that bit the demon's shoulder and quickly devoured the demon's power. The demon screamed and punched out again, hitting the black snake's chest. The punch broke the black snake's body, and it punched the ground with all its strength. Bang! A massive sound rang out as a terrifying black energy burst out, ferociously spreading out in all directions. The ground was lifted up layer by layer as the black energy covered the surroundings. The ground trembled and countless rocks flew into the air. Emoyi and the others, who were cultivating in the distance, felt that terrifying aura and their bodies trembled. They looked ahead of them. The woman with the scar said, "That person should have been defeated by the demon." The young man said in shock, "This attack is too terrifying, no one can block it." Emoyi looked ahead, "I don't think that person will be defeated so easily. He's more powerful than we thought." Sure enough, after the dust settled, Zhao Fu stood there as if nothing had happened, unharmed at all. The demon looked quite confused, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Zhao Fu's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "You've been here for so many years, it's time for you to have a home. I will be your final home, and your power will continue to increase." The demon ignored Zhao Fu and gave a furious roar as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. The demon quickly rushed in front of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu with a terrifying fist energy. Swish swish swish, tens of thousands of black snakes suddenly grew out from behind Zhao Fu, opening their mouths and biting towards the demon, scaring the demon into quickly retreating. However, the black snakes continued to grow and bit towards the retreating demon. The demon randomly punched out, and waves of fist energy shattered the black snakes. However, there were simply too many black snakes, and some of them bit the demon's body. The black snakes that bit the demon's body quickly devoured the demon's power, causing his power to quickly weaken. Moreover, more and more black snakes bit the demon's body, causing the demon to cry out in pain. Boom! In this moment of life and death, the demon exploded out with all of his power, not holding anything back. His muscles bulged and he grew a bit taller, sending the black snakes biting his body flying. Swish! The demon's speed became several times faster. The moment he shook off the black snakes, his body instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He punched towards Zhao Fu with earth-shattering power. At that moment, Zhao Fu truly attacked. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the demon's fist, and a wave of force blew behind Zhao Fu. Not only was the demon stunned, but Emoyi and the others were also stunned. They did not think that Zhao Fu would be able to catch the demon's full-powered attack so easily, and it gave them the feeling that he was using his true power. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and easily sent the demon's body flying. Before the demon's body could stop flying, Zhao Fu appeared beside him and punched downwards. Boom! The demon's body was hit to the ground, and a shockwave spread out. The terrifying power created a large crater in the ground. After the demon spat out a mouthful of blood, he immediately punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly retreated, dodging the attack. The demon quickly got up from the ground. Now that he was afraid of Zhao Fu, he did not rush over to attack like before. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and stretched out his hand, which turned into a massive black snake that bit towards the demon. The demon vigorously punched out, blocking the massive black snake. However, the massive black snake immediately turned into countless small snakes that inundated the demon's body. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and stretched out his hand, and his hand turned into a massive black snake that bit towards the demon. The countless black snakes wrapped around the demon, constantly devouring his power. The demon struggled and shook off the black snakes on his body as he screamed in pain. In the end, the demon still died. Book 1, Chapter 194 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 The countless black snakes dissipated, leaving behind a pair of demon horns. The people outside did not know what had happened, but they knew that the domain was about to disappear. They also knew that the disappearance of the domain was related to Zhao Fu, so they immediately left the domain, afraid that they would cause trouble. At the same time, everyone started to guess who Zhao Fu was and why he had the ability to take this domain away. Mo Yi and the others looked at the pair of demon horns and the collapsing space and could not help but sigh. The demon domain was about to disappear and would never appear again. They sighed at how powerful Zhao Fu was, to be able to forcefully subdue the domain. In the end, the domain completely disappeared and the surroundings returned to the scene of a battle. The pair of demon horns did not give off an intense light and instead quietly lay there. Zhao Fu smiled as he went up and picked up the pair of demon horns. He did not check their power because he had personally experienced them and was very satisfied. In actuality, some people had given Zhao Fu some things related to domains, but Zhao Fu felt that the domain was too weak, so he did not devour them. After putting away the demon horns, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Mo Yi and the others let out a sigh of relief and were somewhat worried that Zhao Fu would act against them. If that happened, they would be doomed. Luckily, Zhao Fu was not interested in them at all. The young man said happily, "In such a short period of time, I actually grasped the 9 demons' power." The scarred woman smiled as she said, "I've also grasped it. The 9 demons' power that the demon gave off is extremely pure, and absorbing a trace is comparable to cultivating outside for 10 or so days. To be honest, I'm quite grateful to that person. Without him, we would not have obtained these benefits." The cold-looking young man nodded. "Now that everyone has grasped the 9 demons' power and has obtained some benefits, we should thank him." The scarred woman looked at Mo Yi and the direction in which Zhao Fu had disappeared and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Mo Yi?" Mo Yi said, "I want to know who he is. I want to cultivate with him as my goal in the future." The scarred woman smiled and said, "He should be very famous. We should be able to find out if we ask around. However, you need to know how big of a gap there is between us and that kind of genius." Mo Yi replied seriously, "I know, but I still want to follow in his footsteps. Only then can I become stronger." He did not know that with his potential, he would never be able to catch up. Zhao Fu's potential was almost at the peak of this plane. Only certain existences in the immortal world or the sinkhole could compare to him. After returning, Zhao Fu began to devour the devil's horn. A blood-colored bubble appeared on Zhao Fu's palm, wrapping around the pair of demon horns. The pair of demon horns kept emitting a black aura as it was absorbed by the bubble, and its luster slowly dimmed. 10 or so minutes later, Zhao Fu had completely devoured the demon horn's power. Not only did he devour the power of the demon horn, but he also devoured the power of the 9 demons. After devouring the demon domain, Zhao Fu felt that he was only 3 more powerful domains away from fulfilling the requirements. Then, Zhao Fu's evil immortal bloodline would be able to rise to the 5th stage. Zhao Fu continued to inquire about information related to domains. At that moment, Long Yunyun walked in and said, "Young master. There are a few other young masters of the Dragon Clan who want to see you. Do you want to go out and take a look?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment and nodded. He went to the hall outside, where 4 people were already sitting. They were the young master of the primordial wood dragons, Long Qinghong, the young master of the primordial water dragons, Long Sui, and the young master of the primordial lightning dragons, Long Lang. The last one was a young man with 3 dragon horns on his head. He was the primordial wind dragon's young master, Long Feng. The 4 of them came for different purposes. Long Qinghong had formed an alliance with Dragon Emblem Spirit, and so did Zhao Fu. They belonged to the same side. Long Qinghong came here to get to know Zhao Fu. Long Sui feared Zhao Fu's terrifying power and wanted to have a good relationship with Zhao Fu. Long Lang saw Zhao Fu as a powerful opponent and wanted to see how strong Zhao Fu was. Long Feng came purely out of curiosity. After all, he had caused such a huge commotion. Seeing Zhao Fu walk out, Long Lang said arrogantly, "You're that demon dragon's young master? Now, show me your strength." Zhao Fu frowned, "Who are you?" Long Yunyun introduced them to Zhao Fu in a low voice. Zhao Fu said calmly, "So it's the young master of the ancient Thunder Dragon bloodline. Be nicer with your tone, or please leave." Long Lang smiled as he said, "That's just how I am. If you have the ability, make me submit to you." Long Sui stood up and smiled as he said, "Everyone, be nice. There's no need to be like this. We came here to see you. Long Lang said, why is there no need? I came here to see his power. Everyone wants to become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race and rule over the entire desolate ancient dragon race. You're all my competitors, so there's no need to pretend. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, don't worry, I'll step on you to become the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. You can scram now. Long Lang looked furious, you dare to speak to me like this? Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, why wouldn't I dare? I won't reply, I'll definitely become the master of the desolate ancient dragon race. You people better be obedient and submit to me. Otherwise, you'll suffer in the future. Long Lang furiously laughed as he said, good. I'll remember this. During the desolate ancient dragon race's young master selection, let's see if you still have the guts to speak like this. Long Lang turned around and became even more powerful. Because the Dragon Palace was protected by many arrays, he would not be able to gain any benefits here. The other three people looked quite awkward as Zhao Fu had included them. Long Qinghong was certain that even though they were allies, there would be great changes. Even though he was not interested in becoming the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, he wanted to support Long Huiling becoming the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. However, Zhao Fu arrogantly saying that he wanted to become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master would greatly threaten Long Huiling. Long Sui had wanted to get on good terms with Zhao Fu, but it seemed that Zhao Fu was not to be trifled with. As such, he decided to be careful of Zhao Fu. Long Feng was not too surprised about Zhao Fu. After all, the demon dragon bloodline was like this and very few of them had good tempers. The three of them did not say anything and turned to leave. Looking at them leaving, Long Yunyun said worriedly, is it good for young master to offend them like this? Zhao Fu did not mind and said, there's no need to care about them. During the desolate ancient dragon race's young master selection, I'll make them submit to me. Long Yunyun was no longer worried and smiled as she said, I believe young master. Zhao Fu continued to inquire about domains, and news about how Zhao Fu treated the other young masters quickly spread. Now, everyone knew how arrogant the demon dragon young master was and how he did not place the other young masters in his eyes at all. This caused the other young masters to view him with hostility. Apex Book 1, Chapter 195 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Mike Ear. After a while, Long Huiling came to find Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu felt quite strange. Why did she come again? Long Huiling asked, are you looking for a domain? Zhao Fu had already spread the news that he needed a domain, and he said that he did not want ordinary domains. Instead, he wanted a very powerful and high-grade domain. Zhao Fu nodded. Long Huiling stretched out a hand and took out a fist-sized transparent pearl. This aqua domain is for you. As she spoke, Long Huiling threw the pearl to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu caught the pearl and asked, why did you give these things to me? You should know what I said before, right? I will defeat all of you and become the desolate ancient dragon clan's young lord. Long Huiling said calmly, of course I know. Zhao Fu continued to ask, then why did you help me? We're competitors now. Long Huiling said calmly, as long as you're stronger than me and become the dragon clan's young lord, I have nothing to say. Our alliance will not break. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll remember this favor. Long Huiling did not say anything else and turned to leave. Zhao Fu looked at the pearl in his hand in delight and felt that the domain within was very powerful. After fusing with this pearl, he would only be left with 2 domains. Following this, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the bed and started to devour this domain. The aqua domain was a domain in the water, and there were all sorts of fish swimming around it. When Zhao Fu's consciousness entered it, he felt as if he was really in the water. A blood-red bubble wrapped around the pearl, and the water world seemed to be dyed with blood. It then started to collapse bit by bit before dissipating. The pearl also shattered and turned into a few pieces without any luster. Zhao Fu continued to inquire about various domains. A skinny young man walked into the hall and chuckled as he bowed to Zhao Fu. This lowly one is called Long Xing, greetings demon dragon young lord. Zhao Fu nodded, I heard that you have information about a very powerful domain? Long Xing replied, yes, I can also guarantee that this domain will definitely meet your requirements. It has the power to destroy the world. Zhao Fu said with great interest, then tell me what domain it is. Long Xing laughed. To the east is the city of 10,000 swords. It's a power that gathers the 10,000 swords Tao of swords. They're slightly stronger than our primordial dragon race, and they control a type of 10,000 swords domain. The 10,000 swords domain has the power to destroy heaven and earth. It's one of the most powerful domains in the primordial world. Now that Zhao Fu had the support of the desolate ancient dragon race, he did not fear such a powerful faction. He smiled as he said, tell me, how do you want to obtain this 10,000 sword domain? Long Xing gave a fawning smile and said, the 10,000 swords city is about to start the trial of 10,000 swords. Young master, you can use this opportunity to grasp the 10,000 swords domain. Also, this lowly servant came to report the news as soon as I received it. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, your performance was pretty good. Go and receive your reward. Long Xing said gratefully, many thanks, young master. This little one is willing to lead the way to the city of 10,000 swords for young master. Moreover, if young master has any questions, this little one can answer them. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Following that, Zhao Fu followed Long Xihua and arrived at the city of 10,000 swords in 3 to 4 days. This city of 10,000 swords wasn't just a city, but the name of a faction. Its territory was also very large. The main city of the 10,000 swords city was called the 10,000 swords city. Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu came to the city walls, which were tall and sturdy. There were many different swords stuck into the walls, and they gave off a sky-soaring sword aura. Because of the trial of 10,000 swords, many people came and went at the city gate. Most of them had a sword or carried a sword on their back. The city of 10,000 swords was considered one of the holy lands for sword cultivators in the chaos world. Many sword cultivators would gather there. The purpose of the city of 10,000 swords was to take in all the sword cultivators in the world. This was why the city of 10,000 swords could become so powerful and why Zhao Fu could obtain the 10,000 swords domain. He entered the city. Long Mi spoke up in a flattering tone, young master, if you want to participate in the 10,000 swords trial of the city of 10,000 swords, you need to register first. I'll take you there. Zhao Fu nodded. With someone to lead the way, everything would be much more convenient. Don't go too far. A cold voice sounded out. Zhao Fu looked over and saw a group of people gathered together. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, so he walked over curiously. Two groups of people were facing each other. One group had powerful auras and carried large swords on their backs. They were led by a tall young man, while the other group had swords tied to their waists and was led by a green-cloaked woman. Beside her was an injured person. According to the people around them, they were from two different factions. One was called the Heavy Sword faction, while the other was called the Cool Wind Sword faction. Both sides had grievances, and the injured person had been injured by the tall young man. The tall young man was called Iron Bone Commander, and he said disdainfully, you people from the Cool Wind Sword faction should scram. Don't come to the city of 10,000 swords and embarrass yourselves. The green-clothed woman was called Feng Yao, and she said coldly, anyone can participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. You have no right to make us withdraw. Iron Bone Commander said arrogantly, you bunch of trash didn't listen to my advice. Sooner or later, someone will take care of you. Also, you better not meet us, or else you know the consequences. Let's go. Following this, Iron Bone Commander led his people away. Seeing that there was nothing to see, the crowd dispersed. Zhao Fu glanced at Feng Yao's group and said, you people are indeed too weak. There is no need for you to participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. You might even be in danger. Feng Yao looked at the person who spoke. It was a young man wearing a black cloak, and she replied, we naturally know that. However, we are here for the Cool Wind Sword faction's legacy, not for the master of 10,000 swords. Zhao Fu was somewhat confused. Why would the Cool Wind Sword faction's legacy be obtained in the city of 10,000 swords? Beside him, Long Xing explained, young master, it's like this. The city of 10,000 swords has gathered countless factions of the Way of the Sword, and it also has countless legacies of the Way of the Sword. In order to prevent their legacies from being lost, some factions handed them over to the city of 10,000 swords and relied on the city of 10,000 swords to continue their legacies. Zhao Fu understood and nodded. Then what's with the master of 10,000 swords? Long Xing smiled and said, the master of 10,000 swords is the strongest sword cultivator chosen by the city of 10,000 swords to receive the legacy of the way of the sword. Young master, if you are interested, you can give it a try. As for the domain of 10,000 swords, you don't need to become the master of 10,000 swords to obtain it. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Hearing that there were countless legacies of the way of the sword, Zhao Fu was extremely moved. Right now, Zhao Fu was collecting legacies from various places. Otherwise, he would not have come to the dragon race, the Long Blood Gate, or the Blood Demon Ruins. Feng Yao looked at Zhao Fu and asked, who are you? Long Mi said proudly, this person beside me is the demon dragon young master. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all shocked, and their gazes gathered on Zhao Fu. Recently, the news of the demon dragon young master had spread far and wide, and everyone knew about it. Book 1, Chapter 196. He's the demon dragon young master? I heard that he's the inheritor of an evil dragon, a very terrifying evil dragon. Yes. I've heard that he's very terrifying. I've also heard that he only hatched on the 10th day after he turned into a dragon egg. It's said that he's the first dragon to hatch for so long. Yes, I personally felt the undulations he caused. I've always wanted to see what kind of person he is. Now that I've finally seen him, he seems very ordinary. If he hadn't revealed his identity, I wouldn't have known him. Why did the demon dragon young master come to the city of 10,000 swords? Is he also a sword cultivator? Does he want to become the master of 10,000 swords? I think so. After all, his opponent is Long Shiwu. Long Shiwu owns the desolate ancient dragon star and is one of the strongest in the primal chaos world. To defeat him, he needs to borrow something else. Is that so? Now that the demon dragon young master is participating in the trial of 10,000 swords, I'm even more interested. I wonder if he can become the master of 10,000 swords. If he becomes the master of 10,000 swords and fights with Long Shiwu for the position, it'll be even more exciting. Feng Yao and the others were also shocked. They never thought that the person they were talking to was the famous demon dragon young master. With his status, it was impossible for them to come into contact with him. A handsome youth beside Feng Yao said softly, "Senior sister, if the demon dragon young master is willing to help us obtain the Qingfeng inheritance, it'll be a piece of cake." Feng Yao looked at Zhao Fu. She knew that this matter was easy for Zhao Fu, but how could a person of high status like Zhao Fu easily help them? At this moment, a handsome youth walked over and asked, "You're the demon dragon young master?" Zhao Fu turned to look at him and nodded. The handsome youth smiled and said, "I'm Sword Spirit Valley's Ling Hua. I wonder if I can get to know you." The crowd gasped again, as if they were shocked by Ling Hua's identity. Long Xing explained to Zhao Fu, "He's a very famous genius in the way of the sword. He has grasped a spiritual sword intent and is a strong contender for the master of 10,000 swords." Zhao Fu looked at Ling Hua and said, "Sure. Did you really come to the city of 10,000 swords for the master of 10,000 swords?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile. "Originally, I only came here for the 10,000 swords domain. However, I heard that the Lord of 10,000 swords is very interesting, so I wanted to become the Lord of 10,000 swords." Ling Hua sized up Zhao Fu. "I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. Why don't I sense any sword chi from you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I just stepped into the sword Dao." Everyone was astonished. He had just stepped into the way of the sword, and he was already vying for the title of Master of all Swords? Isn't he a little too arrogant? The Master of 10,000 swords was something that many geniuses couldn't obtain. However, there were very few sword cultivators in the desolate ancient dragon race because their bodies were extremely powerful. They relied on their bodies to fight and did not like to use weapons. Ling Hua smiled and said, "I see. I also have some understanding of the sword Dao. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Zhao Fu said. "Thank you." Ling Hua smiled and said, "Why don't we find a place to talk?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll definitely invite you next time." Ling Hua smiled and said, "It's fine. We'll meet again next time." Zhao Fu watched as Ling Hua turned and left. Just as he was about to go and sign up, Feng Yao said, wait. Zhao Fu looked at her and asked, what's the matter? Feng Yao was a little hesitant, but she still said, I have something to ask of you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, help you obtain the Clear Wind Sword Sect's inheritance? Feng Yao nodded and said, because our Clear Wind Sword Sect lost a portion of our inheritance, we have been suppressed by the other sword sections. This time, we must obtain it back. If you agree, we are willing to satisfy all of your requests. The people from the Clear Wind Sword Sect looked at Zhao Fu nervously. Although they said that they would satisfy all of Zhao Fu's requests, they were not attractive at all. Zhao Fu laughed lightly, I'm in a good mood now. I'll help you this once. The people from the Clear Wind Sword Sect hurriedly said, thank you, young Master Mo Long. Zhao Fu said, you can try and see if you have the ability. If you can obtain it, that would be the best result. After all, you have to rely on your own hard work to obtain it. If you really can't, I'll come and help you. Feng Yao smiled and said, alright, we understand. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and left with Longxing. Feng Yao and the others smiled as they watched Zhao Fu leave. With the help of such a terrifying person like Zhao Fu, they would definitely be able to obtain the Clear Wind Sword Sect's inheritance. In the future, they would no longer have to be bullied by the other sword sects, especially the Heavy Sword Sect. Zhao Fu went to sign up. The news spread extremely quickly, and soon, everyone knew that the young Master Mo Long had come to participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. Everyone looked quite surprised because very few people from the dragon race would participate. They all knew that the dragon race liked to use their powerful bodies to fight. However, knowing that Zhao Fu had only just entered the sword path, they could not help but sneer. Wanting to become the master of 10,000 swords with just this was undoubtedly a fool's dream. If he relied on power, everyone might be afraid, but with his sword path, no one cared about Zhao Fu at all. After all, this was a trial focused on the sword path. The various sword path geniuses did not have much interest in Zhao Fu. In terms of the sword path, they disdained to bully a novice. Moreover, Zhao Fu was destined to fail, so there was no need for them to pay attention to someone who was bound to fail. When the news spread to the dragon territory, many people from the dragon race looked quite astonished. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would run to the city of 10,000 swords. Everyone guessed what Zhao Fu's goal was. Many people thought that Zhao Fu had gone to obtain sword energy to increase the chances of being long voidless. Apart from this goal, no one else could think of any other goal for Zhao Fu. Long Voidless did not pay any mind to Zhao Fu and continued to cultivate. Because he had the desolate ancient dragon star, the supreme emperor star, he was confident that he could easily defeat Zhao Fu. Out of all of the young lords, he felt that only Zhao Fu could threaten him. He did not care about the other young lords at all. The other young lords were also making preparations because the desolate ancient dragon race's young lord selection would soon begin. Even though there was a terrifying person like Long Voidless, they did not want to give up on their positions. Moreover, if they became the dragon race's young lords, it was very likely that they would awaken the desolate ancient dragon star. This had happened before, because becoming a young lord would allow one to obtain a massive legacy and fate. With the desolate ancient dragon star, they would not be any weaker than Long Voidless. Some of the young lords were quite interested in Zhao Fu participating in the trial of 10,000 swords. They wanted to see how strong Zhao Fu would become after becoming the demon dragon race's young lord and whether he could threaten their positions. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this. He was currently staying in an inn and waiting for the trial of 10,000 swords to begin. Book 1, Chapter 197. On the third day, the trial of 10,000 swords began. Wind Song and the others found the inn that Zhao Fu was staying at and followed Zhao Fu to the trial of 10,000 swords location. There was a massive platform that was completely made out of metal. There were 9 levels in total, and each level was 3 meters tall. On the highest level was a 1,000-meter-long sword that gave off a terrifying sword aura that seemed capable of supporting the heavens and earth. The greatsword was multicolored, and there were many different sword marks on it. There were great swords, thin swords, curved swords, heavy swords, and short swords. The colors of each sword mark were different, and they formed the greatsword's multicolored appearance. Each sword mark represented a sword Dao legacy, and the densely packed sword marks represented tens of thousands of sword Dao legacies. Just thinking about it made people feel shocked. The people participating in the trial of 10,000 swords were gathered around the platform, and even further away, there were many people watching. In front of the platform was a high platform, and on it sat the higher-ups of the city of 10,000 swords, as well as some people with more prestigious statuses. A white-haired, white-bearded elder dressed in white clothes and with a sword at his waist looked at the people around the platform and stood up from his seat, saying, "I, the city lord of the city of 10,000 swords, will now announce the start of the trial of 10,000 swords." Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as the sword at the top of the platform gave off many multicolored sword chi. The sword chi spread out and covered the entire platform, and sword runes appeared on the platform as a massive aura spread out. After a while, the great sword gradually calmed down, and everyone started to go up to the platform. There were many stairs leading to the platform, and a child-looking young man held a sword as he stepped onto the stairs. A massive wave of sword chi blew towards the young man like a storm. The young man immediately used his sword to block in front of him, but this was not enough to block the massive sword chi storm. The young man sent some of his power into his sword, and countless sword lights shone out from his sword, barely blocking the sword chi storm. The young man used his sword to block the sword chi storm and continued to walk forwards. With every step he took, the sword chi storm would become a bit stronger. In the end, the young man stepped onto the stairs with great difficulty, and the sword chi storm dissipated. The others also stepped onto the stairs. Boom! A young man with a large sword on his back stepped onto the stairs, and a massive and heavy sword chi burst out from his body. The sword chi storm on the platform blew on his body, but it was like a cool breeze, unable to harm him at all. Someone exclaimed, "He's the inheritor of the mysterious heavenly heavy sword, Tai Ching Feng. He's a famous genius in the way of the sword, and I heard that he can casually shatter a mountain. His strength is extremely terrifying, and he's a strong candidate to become the master of 10,000 swords." Someone said excitedly, "I've long heard of his name, and now I finally have the chance to meet him." Someone said in admiration, "I'm also walking the path of the heavy sword. I like him the most and admire him the most. I really want to have a tenth of his strength." Everyone on the stage looked at Steel Ching Feng with admiration. Without any mishaps, Tai Ching Feng easily made his way to the first platform. This was the weakest test, and anyone with a bit of strength would be able to pass. Ling Hua, who Xiaofu said he knew, also stepped onto the stairs. A massive sword chi storm blew towards him, but Ling Hua's body glowed with sword light, and he easily blocked the sword chi storm. The people around him discussed him excitedly. Ling Hua was very popular, and many people knew about him. A beautiful woman in a white palace dress with a thin sword strapped to her waist walked up the stairs lightly. Whoosh, a massive sword chi storm formed in that instant, and it ferociously blew towards the woman. However, when the sword chi storm neared the woman, it dissipated on its own, not affecting her at all. "She's the young mistress of the Angel Sword Land, Xianxia. She's so beautiful, and I immediately fell in love with her. She must have just used the Angel Sword intent. This sword intent is inherited from the heavens, and it has the power to control nature. She was able to calm that sword chi storm. She's indeed powerful." Of course, Xianxia is a genius that Angel Sword Land rarely sees in hundreds of years. She's so beautiful, and she's so powerful. I support her to become the master of 10,000 swords. It's been a long time since a female master of 10,000 swords has appeared. She's strong, but I wonder who's stronger, Ling Hua or her. I want to see the two of them fight. Roar, a beastly roar suddenly sounded out, attracting everyone's attention. They saw a strong young man carrying a coarse stone sword on his back. He gave off a beast-like aura, and he suppressed the sword chi storm. Beast sword inheritance, beast defeat. He's also come to the city of 10,000 swords. I thought he wouldn't come. With him joining, this trial of 10,000 swords will be interesting. That's right. The city of 10,000 swords is very far from the beast forest, and they rarely participate in the trial of 10,000 swords. I didn't expect them to send someone this time. I heard that he's very powerful. Let's see if he's as strong as the rumors say. He's definitely very strong. Just this wild beast sword chi alone shows that he's not any weaker than other sword Dao geniuses. Moreover, I've never heard of the beast sword inheritance falling. At this moment, Beast Defeat also climbed onto the stage easily. His appearance caused the people on the stage to pay attention. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. A young man with a cold expression, also dressed in white, and a sword at his waist stepped onto the stairs. A formless sword will split the sword chi storm apart. The young man himself was like an extremely sharp sword. Everyone cheered when they saw him, because he was the young master of the city of 10,000 swords, seventh swordsman. As the young master of the city of 10,000 swords, seventh swordsman's strength was extremely terrifying. He was also an extremely rare sword Dao genius. He had been the center of attention since he was born, and he was the one who was most likely to become the master of 10,000 swords. The young master has appeared. His aura is indeed extraordinary. I think our young master is the strongest. He can suppress all the other sword Dao geniuses. Seventh swordsman's strength is so terrifying. I can vaguely feel his sword chi even from where I am standing. No wonder he's the one who is most likely to become the master of 10,000 swords. I think the other sword Dao geniuses are a bit weaker. It will be difficult for them to defeat seventh swordsman. I think the beast sword inheritance is not weak. He can fight seventh swordsman. Of course, the other sword Dao geniuses are also very strong, and they are no weaker than seventh swordsman. Ha ha ha, now that so many sword Dao geniuses have appeared, I'm so excited. 5 sword Dao geniuses have gathered together. There must be something shocking. The master of 10,000 swords will definitely be born among them. I just don't know who it will be. Clang, a loud sword sound rang out again. A man dressed in gray with a determined expression and carrying a bronze sword tied with hemp rope on his back exuded wisps of extremely evil gray sword chi. The sword chi storm was actually afraid of the gray sword chi and did not dare to blow towards that young man. Everyone was shocked. Who is this person? This person was definitely another sword genius, and he was no weaker than seventh swordsman. However, no one had ever seen him before. Everyone started to discuss him enthusiastically, but no one knew who he was. The older people in the stands became serious, and a fair-skinned old man said, "He is the inheritor of the chaotic sky evil sword." Everyone was in an uproar. The chaotic sky evil sword? My God, is it really the chaotic sky evil sword? That is the second-ranked sword in the chaos world, and it is also an extremely evil sword. It caused a disaster thousands of years ago. No wonder we haven't seen him before. He is the inheritor of the chaotic sky evil sword. Now, all sword geniuses should be careful. This young man is extremely dangerous. Yes. From the looks of it, the young man who has the chaotic sky evil sword is the most terrifying person here. However, the trial of 10,000 swords is even more exciting. I wonder if anyone can defeat him, or if he is here for the master of 10,000 swords. How did the chaotic sky evil sword, which has disappeared for thousands of years, appear in his hands again? I wonder what happened and how he obtained it. I don't know. I only know that the next time the chaotic sky evil sword appears, it will cause another disaster. How terrifying is this person? Are we really going to let him participate in the trial to become the master of 10,000 swords? If he obtains the inheritance of 10,000 swords, he will be even more terrifying. We can't break the rules. No matter who it is, as long as he is a sword cultivator, he can participate. Seventh swordsman and the other sword geniuses looked at the young man with serious expressions. They felt a great threat from him. The many experts in the stand started to discuss. The fair-skinned old man said, "Are we really not going to stop him? He is the inheritor of the chaotic sky evil sword. If he obtains the inheritance of 10,000 swords, it will be very difficult for anyone to suppress him in the future. The city of 10,000 swords has never broken the rules since it was founded, so it is worshipped by countless sword cultivators. I don't think we should break the rules because of this, and I feel that things are not so simple." The mature woman nodded and said, "That's right. That is the second-ranked evil sword in the chaos world. It is almost impossible for that young man to control it alone. There must be someone powerful behind him." An elegant middle-aged man said, "All the more reason to stop it. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this." At this moment, the city lord of the 10,000 Swords city said, "Let nature take its course. If he has the ability to become the master of the 10,000 swords, then he would have received the blessing of the heavens. It's best if we don't get involved. Hearing this, the crowd did not say anything. The young man's name was Tianming, and he did not care about everyone's gazes. After walking onto the platform, he stood there and retracted his power. If it wasn't for the fact that they already knew his terrifying identity, they would have thought that he was just an ordinary person. The people around him only dared to look at him from afar, not daring to approach him. Xiaofu looked at Tianming and smiled as he said, "Let's go." Winsong and the others also came back to their senses. They were also attracted by the many sword principal geniuses. Similarly, they also liked to worship those sword principal geniuses who were the center of attention. However, even though they understood that Xiaofu was powerful, Xiaofu was not a sword genius. As they walked, Xiaofu asked, "How do we obtain the cool wind sword sex legacy?" Winsong explained, "As long as we can reach the second level, we'll have a chance to obtain our cool wind sword sex legacy. With our cool wind sword chi as a guide, we'll definitely obtain our cool wind sword sex legatee. It's just that I'm worried that I won't be able to reach the second level." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." "Oh, that's right, give me a trace of your cool wind sword chi." Winsong nodded, condensed a trace of cyan sword chi that was like a breeze, and gave it to Xiaofu. Xiaofu put it away and continued onwards. Everyone felt very grateful towards Xiaofu. Even though they had heard how terrifying the demon dragon young lord was and that he was the evil dragon's legatee, they were grateful that Xiaofu was a very good person. As such, Winsong had a good impression of Xiaofu. As Xiaofu walked up the stairs, a storm of sword chi blew over. This was something that could only be blocked with sword force, as other powers were useless against the storm of sword chi. As such, Xiaofu also released a weak black sword chi, blocking the storm of sword chi. As such, he did not attract too much attention. Next, it was Winsong and the others' turn. Winsong was the first. She held a cyan sword, and her body was surrounded by cyan sword chi. When the storm of sword chi blew against her body, it seemed as if her body would fall backwards. However, Winsong persisted and walked forward step by step. In the end, she also reached the first level. As for the others, they had been blown down by the storm of sword chi and had suffered some injuries. It was not just them, many people could not even reach the first level. These people were purely there to watch the show and did not have much strength. Winsong told them to wait below before following behind Xiaofu. The first level of the platform was very big, and everyone stood in different places as they prepared for the first level's trial. The first level's trial would not be as simple as before. After everyone stood on the ground of the first level, many sword runes lit up. Clang, 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 sword hums sounded out as sword images appeared in the air. The edges of the swords were aimed at everyone, giving off a massive sword aura. There were different types of sword images here, and each one was aimed at a single person. The sword images were formed from highly condensed sword chi, and if one wanted to block the sword image, they would need to condense their own sword chi. The person who could defeat this sword image would be able to enter the next level. Swish, 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 countless sounds of the air being torn could be heard as countless sword images quickly shot towards different people. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. A large black sword shot towards Xiaofu. If he used a defensive barrier to block it, this sword image would instantly pierce through it. Xiaofu's left eye shot out a trace of blood-red sword chi, which collided with the sword image. The sword intent was instantly shattered, turning into countless traces of black sword chi and dissipating. A fiery red short sword shot towards Winsong. Winsong gathered all of her sword chi, forming an azure sword image that brought with it a light wind as it shot towards the short sword. The two collided, resulting in an explosion. Winsong was forced back a step and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. She barely managed to pass the first level. To other sword geniuses, these sword images were quite simple. They could condense some sword intent and destroy the sword intent that shot over. However, there were many people who could not block the sword intent. Some people were sent flying, while others were pierced by the sword images and were heavily injured. After all of the sword images shot out, traces of sword chi rose up from the ground and wrapped around everyone's bodies. With this trace of sword chi, they would be able to easily enter the second level, and there would no longer be any restrictions blocking them. Book 1, Chapter 199 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 The people who had passed the 9th level walked towards the 8th level. Feng Yao started to feel nervous. The 8th level's trial was many times more difficult than the 9th level, and she was not sure if she could pass it. Xiaofu did not mind at all and walked up to the 8th level. Clang, a loud sword hum sounded out, and the huge sword at the top gave off a powerful force. Countless different swords of light shot out from it, falling in front of the people on the platform like raindrops. The 8th level's platform was filled with swords of light, and every one of them looked different and had different powers. They also gave off different sword lights, and an extremely powerful sword force enveloped the surroundings. This scene was extremely shocking. The countless swords of light were not ordinary swords of light, but a sword legacy. Everyone could choose one of the many swords of light, and they would be able to obtain that sword legacy. The key was that there were no restrictions, and anyone could obtain the sword legacy of other factions. Those who benefited from the City of 10,000 Swords would integrate their sword legacy into the City of 10,000 Swords after their cultivation grew stronger. As such, the City of 10,000 Swords flourished, and it was respected by countless sword cultivators. It was regarded as a holy land, and this was one of the reasons why the City of 10,000 Swords was so powerful. However, the sword legacy on the 8th level was more ordinary, and Xiaofu was not interested in it. Xiaofu asked, "Can you find the Cool Wind Sword School's swords of light?" Feng Yao replied, "I have the Cool Wind Sword Chi within me, and I can activate the Cool Wind Sword School's legacy." Xiaofu said, "Try and see where the Cool Wind Sword School's legacy is." Feng Yao nodded and closed her eyes, and her body gave off a sword chi that was like a cool breeze. After a moment, she said, "I know where the Cool Wind Sword School's legacy is." Xiaofu said, "Let's go then. Since there's nothing else, I can help you get the Cool Wind Sword School's legacy in advance, so you don't have to worry." Feng Yao smiled, "Thank you." Following this, Feng Yao led Xiaofu to the side. The 8th level was very big, and it could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Feng Yao followed her senses and saw an azure sort of light stabbed into the ground, and there seemed to be a few gusts of wind around it. This was the Cool Wind Sword School's sword of light. Feng Yao was delighted and was about to go up, but she immediately stopped because the Iron Bone Order was standing beside it. Seeing this, the Iron Bone Order was not surprised and laughed, "I've been waiting for you. I told you not to meet me, so beg me, and I might let you go. Perhaps I'll let you go." Feng Iron Order's face was not soared. Seeing Feng Yao remain silent, Iron Bone Order grew even more arrogant. "You fellows are a bunch of trash. Your sword faction is also a bunch of trash. Sooner or later, I will destroy your sword faction." Feng Yao looked angry. She pointed at the Iron Bone Order with her sword and said, "Today, I will test the strength of your heavy sword school." Order of Iron Bone laughed. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Just as the two were about to fight, just not, Chen Star. Feng Tu Chen Tu Fu Iron. The Chen, Chen level, Order of Iron Bone roared, "Who do you think you are?" Xiaofu looked at the Iron Bone Order. Feng Yao retreated to the side because she knew Xiaofu's identity. The Iron Bone Order was in trouble. Xiaofu said, "I'll give you a chance to attack." The Iron Bone Order did not know who Xiaofu was. Seeing how arrogant Xiaofu was, it drew the heavy sword on its back and gave off a powerful aura as it rushed in front of Xiaofu. It slashed out, seeming as if it could split a small mountain in half. Xiaofu glanced at it and a powerful aura shot towards the Iron Bone Order. The Iron Bone Order's expression changed and it hurriedly changed its stance. It used the heavy sword to block in front of it and gave off a massive aura. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Iron Bone Order's body was sent flying. It fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Xiaofu did not even have to lift a finger to heavily injure the Iron Bone Order. Order of Iron Bone's face was filled with fear. He already knew how powerful Xiaofu was, so he crawled on the ground, not daring to say a word. If Xiaofu wanted to kill him, he could do so at any time. When Feng Yao saw this, he felt very happy. Previously, the people from the Clear Wind Sword sect had always been bullied by the Heavy Sword sect. Xiaofu was not interested in paying attention to him and walked towards the clear wind sword that was stuck in the ground. Feng Yao said, "Young Master Mo Long, I want to try it myself." The Iron Bone Order, who was crawling on the ground, was scared out of his wits when he heard how Feng Yao addressed Xiaofu. The person in front of him was the demonic dragon young master. Xiaofu nodded. Feng Yao thanked Xiaofu with a smile. She came before the cyan lightsaber that was stuck in the ground and reached out to hold the hilt of the lightsaber. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive cyan sword energy exploded out from the lightsaber, causing Feng Yao's clothes to bulge and his hair to flutter as a shocking aura spread out. The 8th level's test was to accept the corrosion of the lightsaber's power. If one could withstand it, they would pass and obtain the way of the sword legacy. The massive cyan sword power began to corrode Winsong's hand, which was holding onto the sword hilt. Winsong's palm gradually turned cyan and his body began to tremble. He circulated his power to resist the corrosion of the cyan sword power. The cyan sword energy continuously flowed out and ferociously corroded Feng Yao's body. Feng Yao's power was gradually unable to withstand it, and the cyan color on his hand started to spread. Song Feng channeled all of her power into her arm, wanting to continue resisting the massive sword energy's corrosion. However, she could not stop it anymore. The azure sword energy continued to corrode Song Feng's body, and the azure color continued to spread. Feng Yao's body started to tremble and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He could no longer hold on. Xiaofu said by the side, "All right. Don't try anymore." Hearing that, Feng Yao sighed and retracted his hand. The cyan color on his arm also quickly receded. Xiaofu stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the lightsaber. A massive cyan sword energy once again flowed out, and a shocking aura spread out. Boom! Xiaofu was expressionless as a massive black sword energy flowed out, easily suppressing the massive cyan sword energy. The light that the lightsaber gave off gradually dimmed. Following that, Xiaofu pulled out the lightsaber. The cyan lightsaber flowed into Xiaofu's body and turned into a cyan power that spread out. Xiaofu's expression froze. He did not want to absorb the Cool Breeze Sword School legacy, but the lightsaber had fused with his body. "What do we do now?" Xiaofu looked at Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled and said, "It's fine. When you pass the 8th level, you'll have another chance to obtain the Cool Breeze Sword School legacy. The prerequisite is that you have to be someone with the Cool Breeze Sword School's sword energy. Young Master Mo Long, you've already fulfilled the requirements." Apex Book 1, Chapter 200-0. Xiaofu replied. Feng Yao smiled in disappointment as she said, "Then I'll leave it to you, young Master Mo Long. I'm too weak and can't continue walking with you." Since she could not draw the Sword of Light, she had already lost the right to enter the next level. At the same time, she could not draw the Sword of Light at all, but Xiaofu had easily done so. This was the difference between geniuses and mortals. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I also have this for you." Xiaofu stretched out his hand and handed over an azure pearl. The azure pearl was as big as a fingernail and gave off a powerful gust of wind. It was called the Wind Bell Pearl, and it could give one powerful wind attribute power. It could also change one's constitution, and it was a precious treasure. Feng Yao looked at Xiaofu in confusion. She had never thought that Xiaofu would give such a precious thing to her. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Take it, we're fated." This thing was very precious to ordinary people, but it was different to Xiaofu, and it did not flow out much. Feng Yao thought for a moment before taking the Wind Spirit Pearl from Xiaofu and said earnestly, "I'm willing to recognize you as my master and serve you." Xiaofu lightly laughed, "No need." Feng Yao looked at Xiaofu and said, "I don't know how to repay you, so I can only use this method. I hope you can agree." Xiaofu looked at Feng Yao and smiled as he said, "Up to you." Boom! Tai Ching Feng stepped in front of a black sword of light, and a terrifying sword energy flowed out from his feet as he ferociously slammed towards the black sword of light. The black sword of light gave off a massive sword energy that formed a 2-meter wide energy barrier. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the terrifying sword energy slammed against the energy barrier, causing it to instantly explode. The black sword of light within was concentrated by the power and turned into motes of light that dissipated. Azure Peak disdained using ordinary sword sex legacies. Thus, he directly destroyed the light sword to clear the trial of the 8th floor. Ling Hua did not really want to obtain the power of an ordinary sword sect. She stretched out her hand and an invisible hand grabbed a white sword of light. The white light sword released many rays of light to block the invisible hand. However, when Ling Hua exerted force, the white light sword was unable to block the invisible hand, and was grabbed by the invisible hand. Ling Yi pulled her hand out and pulled out the white light sword. Then, she threw the light sword out and it turned into countless white light spots and dissipated. Jian Er stretched out a finger and pointed at a green sword of light in front of her, and a trace of sword intent shot out towards the green sword of light. The green sword of light gave off intense sword light, wanting to block that trace of sword intent. However, it was easily slashed apart by that trace of sword intent, turning into countless green motes of light and dissipating. As a heavenly daughter, she did not want an ordinary sword legacy to fuse into her body, as it would tarnish her. Bang! Shobai punched out, and a massive wave of power surged towards a red sword, easily shattering it. Shobai would not absorb an ordinary sword legacy, and he was very disdainful of it. He even felt a bit disgusted. Seventh sword glanced at a silver sword of light in front of him and infused sword intent into it. The sword of light gave off intense light, wanting to block that sword intent. However, the sword light dimmed, and the sword's power was unable to block the sword intent. In the end, the silver sword of light stood there, giving off a faint light. Seventh sword's gaze froze, and the silver sword of light automatically flew into the sky, turning into countless motes of light and dissipating. Seventh sword did not fuse with an ordinary sword sect legacy. The people around him could not help but discuss. As expected of seventh sword, the young master of the city of 10,000 swords. He is so powerful. I think so too. Seventh sword is clearly a bit stronger than the others. He can suppress a sword of light with his sword intent alone. I think it is very likely that he will become the master of 10,000 swords. He is the young master of the city of 10,000 swords, and his methods and power are the most suitable for him. I don't think so. Look, the heir of the chaotic sky evil sword has not made a move yet. His power is no weaker than seventh swords. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Ming Tian. Boom, a massive sword intent burst out of Ming Tian's body, giving off an extremely dark and evil power. It quickly shot out in all directions. The light swords around him gave off different sword lights, trying to block the gray sword intent that shot out, but the light swords were unable to block it. They were easily cut to pieces by the sword intent, turning into motes of light and dissipating. Ming Tian had destroyed 5 or 6 light swords by himself. It seemed that Ming Tian was even more powerful, but others could do it as well. They just did not do it. Everyone felt the evil and cold sword power, and they felt very uncomfortable. Fear surged in their hearts. He is so scary. I feel like I will die if I meet someone like him. Fortunately, seventh sword might be able to suppress him. Otherwise, the other sword geniuses might not be able to stop him from becoming the master of 10,000 swords. I just want time to hurry up. I want to see the unprecedented battle between him and seventh sword. It must be very exciting. I can't wait to see it. Me too. I feel that the master of 10,000 swords will definitely be born between the two of them. I don't think so. I think it is possible that other sword geniuses will also be the master of 10,000 swords. Right now, they are just hiding their power. We will only know who is stronger and who is weaker after a fight. Everyone went through the trial of the 8th level. Some people successfully pulled out the light swords and received the inheritance of ordinary sword sects, but some people failed. Their arms were eroded by the sword power and were slightly injured. Boom, there was a rumbling sound, and the huge sword on the highest platform gave off countless sword lights, covering the entire platform. Countless sword shadows appeared around it. Feng Yao immediately said, "Master, you can receive the inheritance of the breeze sword sect now. You only need to use the sword power of the breeze in your body to activate it." Zhao Fu nodded and stretched out a hand, activating the green sword power in his body. A green sword light immediately shot towards Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu was prepared. A wave of power surged out of his palm and wrapped around the green sword light, condensing it into a ball of light. Zhao Fu handed the ball of light to Feng Yao and said with a smile, "Here." Feng Yao took the ball of light and carefully put it away. She smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "It's okay." Apart from Zhao Fu, there were other people who were also receiving the inheritance of sword ways. The people who had left the inheritance of sword ways had also considered that their inheritance would be lost, so they had left the inheritance on the 8th level so that their descendants or successors could obtain it. Of course, if their descendants' power could not even pass the 8th level, they would not be qualified to receive their inheritance. Book 1, Shura. Soon, everyone reached the 7th level. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 7th level gave off countless rays of sword light. A massive wave of sword energy covered the surroundings, and images of swords slowly appeared. There were men, women, old, and young, and they all held different swords. However, all of their gazes were sharp, and they seemed like sharp swords. They gave off powerful sword auras and caused people to feel a chill. These images were all experts in the way of the sword, and they were people who had left behind legacies. If one defeated them, one would be able to obtain their legacies, and it was even possible for one of them to become their disciple. The legacies on the 7th level were much more powerful than the legacies on the 8th level, and it was possible that one could obtain some rarer legacies. Many of the people on the 7th level were interested, and they looked at each of the images around them. Zhao Fu had wanted to find a random image to defeat and pass through the 7th level, but the azure sword energy within his body started to tremble slightly. Zhao Fu sensed it and looked in a certain direction. He saw a tall and skinny young man holding an azure sword and wearing long robes, giving off the Cool Breeze Sword School's power. He was most likely an expert from the Cool Breeze Sword School. Zhao Fu thought about it and walked over to the young man. Feng Yao had already retreated outside and stood with the other people from the Cool Breeze Sword School. Seeing Zhao Fu find the tall and skinny young man, Feng Yao and the others all smiled. That tall and skinny young man was the former #1 expert of the Cool Breeze Sword School, Feng Xiaoni. After Zhao Fu defeated Feng Xiaoni, he would obtain the Cool Breeze Sword School's legacies, and the Cool Breeze Sword School's relationship with Zhao Fu would become even closer. This was a great benefit to the Cool Breeze Sword School. Zhao Fu looked at Feng Xiaoni, and Feng Xiaoni's sharp gaze looked back at Zhao Fu. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds before Feng Xiaoni attacked. His body was like a breeze as he arrived before Zhao Fu, and he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Feng Xiaoni turned into an azure whirlwind, and many azure arcs of light slashed out in all directions, bringing with them a gust of wind. Zhao Fu did not dodge, and he circulated the azure sword energy within his body. A massive azure sword chi flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a sword chi barrier that blocked the arcs of light. Feng Xiaoni stopped and raised his sword, slashing towards Zhao Fu with an azure sword wind. It slashed apart Zhao Fu's sword chi barrier, but it did not harm Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite surprised. He had never expected Feng Xiaoni to have such power. Of Zhao of Feng. Feng Xiaoni once again slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move, and he gathered the azure sword energy in his palm. A gust of wind wrapped around Zhao Fu's palm, and the sword energy was caught by Zhao Fu. Feng Xiaoni looked quite startled, and he had wanted to quickly pull out his sword. Zhao Fu used this opportunity to let go and slapped his palm against Feng Xiaoni's chest. An azure sword energy pierced through Feng Xiaoni's body, and his body turned into azure streams of energy that fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu had obtained Feng Xiaoni's legacy. Seeing Zhao Fu defeat the former #1 expert of the Cool Wind Sword faction so easily, Feng Xiaoni and the others were not surprised. They knew the difference between them and Zhao Fu. They started to worship Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu was not an expert in the way of the sword, with his own strength, he was quite charismatic. Boom, Ling Hua stretched out a hand, and a massive sword energy shot out like a beam of light, shattering an illusory figure's body. The illusory figure turned into countless streams of aura and flew towards Ling Hua. However, Ling Hua waved his hand and dispersed the white aura. Ling Hua was not interested in the legacy on the 7th level. He had just found a random image, and he did not want to merge his body with a low-level legacy. Swish, 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 a few transparent swords appeared around Nu Jian'er and quickly shot towards an illusory figure, piercing through that illusory figure's body. The illusory figure turned into a black aura and rushed towards Nu Jian'er. A formless barrier blocked the black aura. Nu Jian'er did not want these ordinary legacies either. Bang! Shoubai's hand reached out like a beast's claw, grabbing the head of one of the images. He squeezed hard, and the image's head exploded. The image turned into countless streams of aura and surged towards Shoubai, but Shoubai waved his hand and sent it flying. Seventh swordsman looked at Ming Tian, and Ming Tian looked back at him. Both of them could sense how powerful the other was, and they felt that this was their greatest opponent. Seventh swordsman looked away, waved his finger, and a formless sword energy spread out. Clang, 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 the sounds of swords rang out, and the swords in the hands of the hundreds of images began to shake. They began to lose control of the images, and they began to muster their power to control the swords in their hands. Whoosh, 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 the swords left the hands of the images and quickly pierced through the chests of the images. The bodies of the hundreds of images collapsed at the same time, turning into different colored mists that swirled around and surged towards seventh swordsman. Sword Chi waved his finger again, and a gust of sword wind blew out, blowing away the colorful mists. So powerful. He was able to kill hundreds of swordsman elites in one go. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Yes. This scene has shocked me. Now, I definitely support seventh swordsman becoming the master of swords. There is no one more suitable than him. The legacy of swords will shine even brighter in his hands. The young master of swords incantation of 10,000 swords has reached a very high level. Otherwise, those swords would not have been affected. The future achievements of the young master of 10,000 swords will probably be even higher than the current growth of 10,000 swords. I just feel that it is a pity that those hundreds of swordsman inheritances are fused into a person's body. That would be a very terrifying power, but seventh swordsman is not interested in them. It would be great if I could become a swordsman myself. He is the high and mighty young master of 10,000 swords. What kind of swordsman inheritance can he not get? How could he be interested in these inheritances? This time, I feel that seventh swordsman is deliberately trying to pressure that person, because he can pass the seventh level by killing one image. Everyone looked at Ming Tian. This time, seventh swordsman was targeting him, and everyone wanted to see how he would deal with it. Ming Tian looked at seventh swordsman, squatted down, and pressed one hand on the ground. Boom, a huge roar was heard, and a huge gray sword chi surged out like a spring. The gray sword chi instantly drowned the surrounding images, and then there was no more movement. It was dead silence. When the surrounding sword chi dissipated, all the images around Ming Tian disappeared. There were hundreds of them. This shocked everyone. They felt that Ming Tian's power was even stronger than seventh swordsman's. He was the strongest person present, and now the status of sword chi was greatly threatened. Book 1, Chapter 2027. Swordsman's expression was cold as he raised his fingers and pointed them towards the sky. Boom, a massive wave of sword power spread out, covering an area of a few thousand meters. The hundreds of images in this area once again lost control of the swords in their hands. They violently trembled and gave off sword hums. The sound was so loud that even people far away could hear it. The swords broke free from the images' hands and pierced through their bodies. The images turned into countless auras and dissipated. A terrifying young woman smiled and said, "So seven swordsmen can do it as well." I was so worried, I thought that person was even more powerful than seven swordsmen. The beautiful woman happily smiled and said, "I knew that seven swordsmen would not be weaker than that person. He is the person I like the most, and I will always support him no matter what." The ordinary-looking young man said, "Seven swordsmen did not disappoint us. It is very likely that he will become the master of all swords, and I will always support him." The bald man said, "Both of them are very powerful, I hope to see them fight soon." Roar. Roar, roar. Countless wild beasts roared as many wild beasts leapt out of Beast Defeat's body. There were wolves, lions, tigers, pigs, cows, and so on. The many wild beasts ferociously rammed into the surrounding images, destroying them one by one. As a genius, Beast Defeat saw that countless people were looking at seven swordsmen and Tian Ming. They thought that he would be weaker than those two, so how could he be convinced? As such, he also unleashed his power. Just as Beast Defeat had expected, everyone looked shocked when they saw this scene, and they started to discuss Beast Defeat's power. Tai Ching Feng had already taken the heavy sword from his back and swung it forward. Boom, a terrifying and massive sword light slashed out. The ground could not withstand it and cracked open, and the many images were cut in half. They turned into countless auras and were unable to resist at all. Even Tai Qingfeng, who was also the center of attention, wasn't willing to admit defeat. The sword lady stood where she was without moving, and a massive image appeared behind her. This image was humanoid and had very long arms. It looked quite cartoonish, and there were only 2 black holes on its face. It gave off a massive sword power. This was a celestial sword slave, the guardian spirit of the fairy sword land. It had terrifying power. Clang clang clang, the heaven sword slave opened his arms and countless sword lights shot towards the surrounding illusions. It was like a rain of swords, and the illusions couldn't withstand it. Their bodies were pierced by the sword lights and collapsed, turning into countless auras. Jian'er also displayed her strength, attracting everyone's attention. Ling Hao put his hands together and his body gave off countless rays of sword light. Illusory figures holding swords appeared around him, giving off powerful auras as they quickly rushed towards the illusory figures, killing them one by one and turning them into auras. Wow! I'm really surprised. All of the geniuses are so strong. I underestimated them. I'm so excited. All the heaven's favorites are going toe-to-toe with each other. No one is willing to admit defeat. I like all of them and support all of them. The difference between the others and these geniuses is too big. It's hard to defeat any one of them, but these geniuses can defeat so many of them at once. Yes. Right now, I'm only paying attention to a few geniuses and ignore the others. They can't compare to the geniuses, so I want them to quickly withdraw and not waste their time and others. Do you want to bet on which of the geniuses will become the master of swords? All the geniuses displayed their power and attracted everyone's attention. This seemed to be their home field, and everyone else was ignored. Zhao Fu glanced at the geniuses but didn't look at them. He continued to defeat the many illusions. Feng Yao and the others kept watching Zhao Fu. They also thought that Zhao Fu had displayed his terrifying power and defeated the many illusions. As the young master of the demonic dragon clan, he should have such power, but they were disappointed. Zhao Fu didn't think so at all. However, they understood after thinking about it. This was the home field of swordsmen. Those who weren't swordsmen would be greatly suppressed if they went up. It was unlikely that Zhao Fu would become the master of swords. Tianming looked at 7th swordsman. Although he hadn't used all of his power, he didn't continue. 7th swordsman's expression was cold, and he took Tianming even more seriously. Beast Defeat looked at Tianming and 7th swordsman. He was under great pressure because it would take hundreds of them to become the master of swords, and they wouldn't be able to complete the task of coming to the city of 10,000 swords. Tai Qingfeng, Ling Hua, and the female sword girl also looked at Tianming and 7th swordsman. Those two were their common enemies. If they couldn't defeat them, they wouldn't be able to become the master of swords. After everyone defeated the illusions, they continued to the 6th floor. Another large group of people was eliminated from the 7th floor, and there were much fewer people on the 6th floor than before. Zhao Fu followed the crowd and reached the 6th floor. Clang, 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 countless sword sounds rang out, and all kinds of sword illusions appeared in the air. They were so dense that they almost blocked everyone's vision. The sword illusions also separated everyone, so that everyone was in a small space, surrounded by sword illusions. The many swords gave off a massive sword intent, causing the 6th floor to seem like a world of ice and snow. Everyone felt as if they could be cut at any moment. The 6th floor required one to defend against sword intent, and those who had sword intent would be able to pass this stage easily. Those who did not have sword intent would be in a difficult situation, as sword intent could only be defended against with sword intent. At the same time, this was a good place to comprehend sword intent. This was because this place was filled with all kinds of sword intent, which could help people comprehend sword intent and increase their own sword intent's power. Those who did not want to comprehend sword intent by themselves could also fuse with other people's sword intent. Zhao Fu stood where he was and faced the incoming sword intent. He did not feel any fear at all. In fact, he did not even use any power to defend because Zhao Fu's constitution was simply too monstrous and could ignore the corrosion of the sword intent. Moreover, even if the sword intent corroded into Zhao Fu's body, it would dissipate. It couldn't be forgotten that Zhao Fu had a celestial-grade sword intent within his body, which was one of the most terrifying sword intents in the Heaven Awakened world. It contained a peerless way of the sword and had world-destroying power. Zhao Fu did not stand there and waste time, and he used the Cool Breeze Sword School's power to comprehend sword intent. The ordinary people did not have it as easy as Zhao Fu. They all covered their bodies with sword intent, making it seem as if they were covered by a thin membrane. Those who had not comprehended sword intent had their bodies cut open by the sword intent, and they were in quite a pitiful state. If they could not comprehend sword intent, they would have to leave. End of chapter 2740. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.